You've been an undercover agent for the country for 30 years, but in the end, you were sent to the court to be executed. None of the high-ranking officials of the country stood up to speak for you, because the old Dragon King, who knew the truth, had long been sacrificed. 7 years ago, you abandoned your wife and children, taking with you the country's highest scientific research achievements, flying the latest generation of fighter jets to join the enemy country, waving a butcher's knife at compatriots on the battlefield, killing former comrades, even causing the death of your own daughter. Becoming the enemy country's war god, your name is destined to be nailed to the pillar of shame and despised by 1.8 billion people nationwide. And today is the day of your trial after being captured. Escorting you is your former wife, now the war god of Xia country. The way she looks at you, there is no trace of past affection in her cold eyes. The first court of Xia country is broadcasting the trial globally. The courtroom is packed with judges inside and out, asking if you know the guilt of treason and collaboration with the enemy. You have a calm expression on your face. Many of those present are your former comrades and subordinates. They are gritting their teeth, wanting to know what your true difficulties are. But you just smile faintly and say, "I plead guilty." There is a stir in the court. The judge sternly questions whether you have ever regretted the deception in your treason. Your voice is firm and powerful, indicating that you have never regretted. The global live broadcast rooms are all exploding. It's simply shameless and inhumane. So many people died because of you, killing your comrades and even aiming at the lives of your foster parents and family. You committed heinous crimes but feel no remorse. Only the most wicked people can do such things. The barrage in the live broadcast room is filled with the word death flashing crazily. Everyone wants you dead, yet you remain calm, even wearing a twisted smile. Amid the fervent public sentiment, you were sentenced to death as you wished, and all procedures were streamlined, to be executed on the spot in 3 days, just when everyone was rejoicing. Your former wife, however, raised an objection. She does not approve of your death sentence. Just when someone thought it was your wife's lingering affection, they didn't expect her to look full of hatred, saying that for scum like you, death is too merciful. She requested to have your memories judged, to expose your dark memories to the world, letting everyone see your true self. The whole court was shocked. Not only are you being judged, but your memories are also being judged, which is definitely more terrifying than death. Soon, the authorities brought in all the confidential information. This is currently the most advanced memory reader in the world. Wearing it can reconstruct your inner world, leaving you with nowhere to hide. Listening to everyone's insults, you felt resigned, knowing that everyone who knew your secrets is gone, but you have no regrets. Now that you have completed the mission, no one cares about your life or death. They just want to tear you apart. The senior staff quickly set up the equipment and accessed your memory footage, which was then directly broadcasted, about to be broadcasted globally. As a strong electric current passes through your body, your memory footage is forcefully awakened and projected onto the live broadcast. Amidst the indifferent gaze of the world, 2 figures appear in the memory footage, you and your wife. Your wife, Ying, holds your hand and begs you not to leave, as your daughter is running a fever. But you just threw out a "get lost." Then, a slap lands on her face before you storm out. Seeing this scene, Ying, your wife in the footage, trembles all over, revealing your memories. Is it not once again reopening her old wounds? However, the next moment, as you turn around in the memory footage, you actually whisper "I'm sorry" with tears in your eyes. Everyone is shocked, wondering if they misheard it. You, a despicable scum, actually said sorry. The footage is replayed a dozen times to confirm that you indeed said those words. Even Ying, your wife, looks on in surprise. Then, the scene shifts to a room with red walls, the most confidential place in Xia country, and you are standing in the middle of it. In front of you are 3 chairs, all occupied, but those people are all facing away. In an instant, people around the world held their breath, anxiously watching this scene. Unconsciously, everyone's emotions were affected by the images in your memory, so scared that they forgot to breathe. Then the middle person spoke. Once you accept this task, everything you had before will be taken away, and you will bear infamy and be plunged into an irreversible abyss. Of course, because you have a wife and children, you still have time to regret now, and everyone was stunned. But you resolutely agreed with a determined look on your face, only leaving behind the old man's sigh, "The country owes you." At this point, the image temporarily disappeared, and the courtroom fell into silence. In an instant, you became the most mysterious man in the world. Global live signals all cut into the courtroom scene, and major commercial district advertising screens also started live broadcasting. Everyone is waiting for your true memories to be revealed. Even your wife, Ian, looks like she's meeting you for the first time. And at this moment, you are in the darkness, unable to speak, but able to hear the outside world. Couldn't help but laugh in a twisted way. Just from these few images, people were scared like this. When the real thing starts, I hope there will still be 10,000 people in the world who haven't been scared to death. Because your experience is comparable to a horror movie, it seems like there are constant twists between angels and demons. Due to the sensational nature of the memory images you brought, the person in charge of the execution was brought to the courtroom. The gun is aimed at your head. Once the memory image confirms your treason, execution will be immediate. In this suffocating atmosphere, the memory images flicker and rotate. Real memory images appear behind you. As the first image appears, everyone stares in astonishment. You suddenly jump in pain. How is that possible? It was a massacre. A slaughter of the city. Foreign mercenaries invaded, slaughtering everyone they saw. And in the memory image, you were just a 6-year-old child. Your parents died tragically protecting you and your siblings from the gunfire. At just 6 years old, you faced enemies that others may never encounter in their lifetime. But the audience in the live broadcast in the courtroom not only sympathize with him, but also believe it was definitely a tragic experience. It's the distortion of the human heart that leads to the path of treason. No one sympathizes with you. In the live broadcast barrage, there is a unanimous desire to execute you immediately. But it was stopped by your former wife, Aang, who is now the god of war of Xia country. Without your true appearance, how can the image of betrayal easily allow you to be shot? The memory images continue to flicker, and you and your sister are about to be slaughtered. Suddenly, a powerful armed force appeared, wiped out the foreign mercenaries, and saved you. The middle-aged man looks majestic. As soon as the 5-star badge on his shoulder appeared, it shocked the entire audience. Your wife, Ayan, was completely shocked. He was the former 5-star war god of the Dragon Kingdom. In the face of such a dangerous situation, at the age of 6, you showed no fear at all. You took the dagger and personally killed the injured enemy. In the final scene, you knelt before the old Dragon King, and were then adopted by the Dragon King's powerful general, Zhenfeng. The camera then focused on Zhenfeng's smiling face, causing a stir throughout the audience. The curses against you reached their peak. Because this is the man you killed 7 years ago, Zhenfeng, the Dragon Clan, the key figure of the country, and one of the few war kings of the Xia Kingdom. He was already the Dragon King's trusted general, single-handedly supporting half of the Xia Kingdom, raising you as his own son, and personally guiding you to the position of the 5-star war god. But you brutally slaughtered his entire family. Several dozen people from top to bottom, not one was spared. It caused a sensation worldwide. In the courtroom, your wife, Ayan, was trembling all over. She wished she could dig out your heart to see why you could do such a thing, you beast. In the courtroom, your former comrades and disciples clenched their fists, grinding their teeth. Even the host's eyes were filled with tears, unable to put into words the enormity of your crime. The shock from around the world instantly reached its peak. In an instant, as the electric current flowed through your body, the dim memory flashed before your eyes. Suddenly, a line of blood-red characters Xia country, god of war appeared. This is a foreign language. And the screen changed, showing the collaboration of the 3 major foreign gods of war. 100,000 soldiers secretly invaded. As they watched a genius of Xia country being destroyed, everyone fell silent. Then fear appeared on their faces. They remembered the earth-shattering battle 7 years ago, a day that the enemy country called Godless Day. It's not that Xia country had no gods, but on that day, all the major gods of the enemy country were mysteriously wiped out overnight, and the instigator was only known to be from Xia country. In several of Xia country's highest-level secret rooms, several white-haired old men were sitting. Their faces suddenly changed, and they all stood up, shouting in horror, "Quick, block the screen, stop the broadcast." Some wanted to shut off the memory screen, but it was too late. Amid the mocking eyes of people worldwide, a young man appeared in front of the 100,000 soldiers. He raised his hand and injected himself with a vial of serum. Once injected, he would lose his sense of pain and transform into a monster. The next second, a blurry figure rushed into the enemy's army, and the audience on the screen immediately began to scream. It's too terrifying. Although we can't see that person's appearance clearly, everyone knows in their hearts that it's you. Single-handedly facing tens of thousands, killing until no one dared to open their eyes, silencing the crowd. Even your wife, Ayan, who hates you to the core, was stunned. God of War, your extraordinary performance is worthy of the title God of War for Xia country. As time passes, you are indifferent to further injury and bloodshed, crazily slaughtering foreign warlords. Those who sacrificed their lives and shed blood for the country, how could they possibly be traitors? But just a few seconds later, someone suddenly cursed, "You have definitely lost your humanity in this massacre," which is why you later made the decision to betray the country and exterminate your own family. In an instant, there was a unanimous outcry, with the global live audience, whether genuinely angry or just curious, all calling for your immediate execution on the spot. Because there's no need to continue with the rest of the content. Your wife, who spoke twice for you, is now silent. She also wants you to die immediately. The judge immediately delivers the verdict. At the same time, the on-site doctors begin examining your physical condition, ensuring to deliver a fatal blow, not giving you a chance to survive. After the comprehensive examination results are out, the doctors and nurses are all shocked. You are covered in wounds large and small, totaling 582, with 108 of them being fatal. There are as many as 45 bullets in your body, with 13 of them just centimeters away from your heart. Everyone is shocked, and after the shock comes curiosity about you. They also want to know how you got injured like this and are still alive. As the screen flickers, it shows you marrying your current wife, Ayan, watching the heartwarming scene of the two of you together in the memory. Aying's eyes twitched. If you hadn't betrayed the country, you would have been a good man. Not to mention that you killed your daughter with your own hands. The thought of this hatred once again pierced her heart. But in the next second, in your memory, the scene of your daughter's illness appeared. Leukemia requires a bone marrow transplant to survive. But when your daughter needed you the most, you betrayed the country and ran to the enemy country. This is also the reason why your wife loves and hates you. She walked to the judgment seat, took the gun from the executioner's hand. Just one scene is needed. She will execute you with her own hands. With a sizzle, the scene jumps wildly. You, who were abandoned by your wife and children, stood outside the hospital with a full beard, looking up at your daughter's ward. At this moment, a medical staff member holding an agreement walks up to you, seriously asking if you are sure you want to donate bone marrow. Once donated, your strength will decrease by more than half, and you will no longer be the terrifying war god. But before the other person finished speaking, you directly signed the donation. With a faint smile on your lips, even if it's going to hell, I will go, because she's my daughter. I love her 3,000 times. Aying, tears already streaming down her face, dropped the gun from her hand when she saw this. She knew that there was a mysterious person who selflessly donated bone marrow for her daughter, but she never imagined that this person was you. The barrage that kept criticizing you has disappeared out of the blue. To the surprise of attentive viewers, they discovered that even someone as tough as you shed tears under the memory extractor, because you can also see these images, but can't speak. Then the scene continues. After donating bone marrow, you take off the 5-star war god military uniform representing honor, and retire with your wife and daughter to live an ordinary life. Many people lament how good it would be if the story ended here, but along with the deep awakening of your memories. At dusk one day, you suddenly received a phone call, and your expression changed in an instant. Then you opened the long-sealed cabinet, put on the war god military uniform representing Xia country. Everyone knows that the truth about your treason is about to be revealed. But at this moment, several elderly white-haired officials of Xia country's top echelon erupted into the most intense debate, arguing whether to immediately stop reading the memories, because playing the subsequent scenes would affect social stability. Suddenly, you in the live broadcast screen actually let out a heart-wrenching scream, as if you were about to break free from the memory extractor, because the next memories caused you great pain, triggering your resistance. It was also at this moment that a white-haired old man in a wheelchair was pushed into the machine in secret. He stared fixedly at the trembling voice in the picture, and sternly whispered not to terminate the scene, because a true hero should not suffer injustice. The entire memory scene flickers, with countless early departures and late returns throughout the days and nights, gently caressing the sleeping wife and daughter in bed. Because the development of the Era fighter was the nation's top secret, you silently bore the burden in your heart. This scene also caused a sensation around the world, bringing countless people to tears for you. Because the way you look at your wife and daughter is so tender, even a blind person can see how much you love them. Your wife Ayan was trembling all over, showing a different side for the first time, because at that time she hadn't joined the army and didn't know that you would come home to be with them every day. Wake up, everyone. Don't let him brainwash you. What about the squandering of the family fortune? That can't be washed away, right? Someone at the scene shouted. The detailed scenes seemed to be fast-forwarded. The country announced the suspension of the development of the Era fighter, but you were in the highest security room, facing a row of elderly people with white hair. You firmly stated that you were willing to donate all your military service and achievements over the years, just to allow the research on the Era fighter to continue. Your resolute and forceful words silenced all the audience around the world who doubted your decision, because this is the backbone of the nation. Yes, everyone was outraged. Is this the reason for your family's downfall? Sacrificing the small family for the greater good. Some said it wasn't worth it, while others fell silent, suddenly feeling unqualified to comment. But what followed was endless hatred towards you. Since you knew, why did treason follow? The impact of the memory images in the trial is growing. Many of the real big shots of Xia country have been alarmed, because the big shots who know the inside story understand that soon your memory will enter the 27th incident. If the public knows the inside story, it may affect the country's security, but no one has ordered to stop the memory retrieval. In the Global People's comic, your memory images create a tragic scene, only because they learned about the only mother of Xia country, the war god. The enemy country sent fighter jet fleets to invade Xia country. At this moment, everyone involuntarily calls out your name in their hearts. They know you are a traitor, but if you were there, they would feel at ease. At the same time, your wife Ayan's face turned pale, because she clearly sighed. This is also the day when our daughter had a bone marrow transplant. She can't forget it. Our weak daughter murmured weakly, I want Dad, where is Dad? But she couldn't find you anywhere. Unless you're dead, why wouldn't you appear? In the live broadcast, people all over the world can empathize, but at this point, you suddenly opened your eyes, scaring everyone in the courtroom. The dedicated family is incredulous, saying this is still history. For the first time, someone's consciousness can break free from everything. This means that the upcoming memories will definitely leave a lasting impression on you, to the extent that you won't even want to respond to them. But no one cares about your feelings. They forcibly increase the intensity of the equipment. Even electrocuting you would be considered letting you off lightly. Finally, to the anticipation of people around the world, the extinguished memory scene of yours has finally been extracted. The frail daughter is about to be pushed into the ward, and at this moment, you finally appeared outside the hospital. At this moment, everyone actually forgot your identity as a traitor, and all shouted to go up quickly. The memory is too real, it took everyone away, wishing to immediately hug the daughter and kiss her forehead. But at this moment, your phone suddenly rang, causing a sudden gasp from the whole audience. Seeing your unchanged expression, you finally replied. After all this, there was not a single tear shed, and you turned and walked away. In an instant, curses spread across the globe, and in the courtroom, your wife's angry teeth chattered. The judge asked if he wanted to stop the trial, but was refused. She must know what on earth could be more important than her own daughter's life. Under the stimulation of electricity, you actually shed tears silently, as the scene gradually pieced together, only to see you standing in front of the white-haired old man. The other person asked if you were ready, that this departure might never come back. You then nodded silently. This scene touched everyone's heart. Finally, the old man sighed deeply, and even shed tears, tremblingly saying, "It's the country, I'm sorry, the country owes you." Beside the old man, the electronic screen is playing urgent news. The enemy country has invaded, and has hit 2 flying squadrons of Xia country. The kingdom of Xia is facing life and death. The entire nation is in mourning. Does the kingdom of Xia really not have a 5-star war god, the pillar of the nation? In the memory of the whole country, your memory screen continues to flicker with snowflakes. As the image appears, you are already holding a pilot's helmet, flying the Ares fighter that you personally developed. But your eyes are not just looking in the direction of the hospital, silently apologizing to your daughter. The Ares fighter has just been developed, and only you can skillfully pilot it. This battle is destined to be a solo performance by the hero. With a swoosh, the fighter jet roars into the sky. Behind you, a group of white-haired soldiers salute in your direction, then the image suddenly breaks at this moment. As it reappears, there is only one piece of news. After your retirement, you actually personally piloted the latest generation of fighter jets. Single-handedly annihilating the enemy's invading fighter jets, you were hailed by the military as the backbone of the country's defense. However, this day is the day of your daughter's bone marrow transplant. You are accountable to the whole world, but not to your wife and daughter. The global live broadcast room fell silent at this point. Everyone asked themselves, who has the courage to single-handedly confront the enemy's fighter jet formation? But then, everyone became even more angry. As awe-inspiring as your actions were, they were equally despicable when you defected. As the screen flickered, the Ares fighter jet, already in the midst of its final battle, suddenly crashed into the sea. The people in the courtroom couldn't help but scream as they watched the plane crash and the flames rising from the ocean, causing everyone to uncontrollably shed tears. Abandoning wife and child, only to pilot an immature Ares fighter jet and repel the enemy, makes you truly deserving of the title unrivaled hero of the nation. While everyone prayed for your safety, they completely forgot that if you really died in the sea, there would be no subsequent treason. Simultaneously, a major news story shocked the entire nation. Our military hero pilot resisted enemy aircraft and ultimately crashed into the sea, sacrificing heroically. Seeing this, the audience before the live broadcast couldn't calm their hearts for a long time. Even the current wife of the legendary warrior of Xia country, Aang, is unaware of this, the crash incident. There is nothing that the people of Xia country don't know. An anonymous hero, shooting down over 100 of the enemy's most advanced fighter jets, single-handedly intimidating the enemy country. Until now, all information about the unknown hero has been kept secret. I never thought it would be you. The whole venue fell silent, and no one criticized you anymore. Some even felt that even if you did commit treason, it wouldn't be unforgivable. You must have had your reasons. Even your deeply resentful wife wavered. How could someone willing to sacrifice everything for the country commit treason? Immediately after, everyone in the broadcasting room saw a tiny figure floating in the vast sea. As the camera focused on the past, it showed you lying on a piece of wreckage, unconscious. In an instant, there was a burst of cheers on the scene, all celebrating your survival, forgetting that it was meant to be your judgment. While you were unconscious, you were murmuring the names of Ai Ing and your daughter, as if it was your reason to survive. Your wife Ai Ing suddenly became emotional in the courtroom. She ran to you and kicked you over. "You're just a beast, not even sparing your daughter," she said. "You are a hypocrite. All those memories were just a facade, because you were the one who killed our daughter with the cruelest means." She never believed it was you until the end. When you seemed to sense the commotion outside, you burst into tears, as the deepest scar in your heart was exposed. With a loud bang, the truth about our daughter's death was revealed. Everyone screamed at the sight. Something happened to Sigue. Sigue collapsed due to illness. Your face immediately changed. Didn't Sigue's leukemia get cured? Hurry, I'm at the hospital now. Upon receiving this news, you rushed out the door and headed straight to the hospital. However, before reaching the hospital, you received a call from Lone Xinjiang. In an urgent tone, Xin Shen, be careful with your family, because of the destruction caused by the destroyer battleship and the explosion of the intercontinental missiles. It's not ruled out that they might retaliate against you. If they can't retaliate against you, they might retaliate against your family. The entire audience at the scene, seeing the current situation and hearing what Long Qinzheng said on the phone, was completely stunned. Your hoarse voice interrupted Long Qinzheng. My daughter is in the hospital now. If the test results show nothing, everything will be fine. But if there's something wrong, Chief, you know me. No matter who it is, no matter their background, I will slaughter them. Director Li in the hospital sighed deeply. I'm sorry, we did our best. Upon hearing this, everyone's heart sank, feeling as if an invisible hand had tightly gripped their hearts. You picked up the surgical report, and in an instant, your eyes were filled with bloodshot veins. It revealed that the report listed more than 10 viruses such as rabies, hepatitis B, and Ebola hidden inside the body. It's hard to imagine that such a young child's body harbored pathogens of more than 10 different viruses. Is this the real reason for my daughter's death? The barrage exploded at this moment, and both humans and gods were furious. Is this damn beastly? Little C, such a lovely child, was injected with more than 10 virus strains. Dad will definitely cure you, Xiao C, don't be afraid. The scene shifts again. You have already left the hospital, dial the number, bring my Jingui sword, summon my Yin Luoqi mount, and 100,000 dragon riders to enter Tianjin. You quickly found a driver, but it was too late. He had already committed suicide. Through high-tech means, it was discovered that there was a 5 million income in his account. When you saw the person making the transfer, you rushed out like crazy. At this point, the scene shifts to inside the red wall. Minister Qi, is your grandson looking for death? Xin Shen, what do you mean? There are dozens of viruses in my daughter's body, all caused by him. Are you going to protect him now? Your tone is cold, and the temperature around drops at this moment. I'll make a call right now. My grandson is not that kind of person. Hello Grandpa, what's up? I'm busy. Oh, darling, what are you doing? The phone, soon a nonchalant voice of a young man comes through, interspersed with a woman's gasping. Tang Long, I'm asking you, did you hire a gambler to harm a little girl? Grandpa, how did you know? I was just following orders. If you want to blame someone, blame the poor luck of that little girl. So many viruses. TSK, it's really him. He doesn't even have a trace of remorse. How could he bring himself to harm such a young child? Shi Longwei angrily said, You fool, don't you know? That child's father has already come looking for you. Then let him come. What kind of trouble can an ordinary child's father cause? If he dares to come, I guarantee he won't see the sun tomorrow. Okay, Grandpa, I'm busy, I won't talk anymore. The call was quickly disconnected, and the scene fell silent. Everyone fell silent, and the tension in the air was palpable, like boiling seawater. Finally, Xin Shen spoke first, breaking the silence. Minister Qi, did you hear that too? Xin Shen, listen to me. The Qi family will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. No one else is going today. I'll go by myself. Not as the Dragon Marshal, but as a father's love for his child. Whoever dares to stop me will die. Xin Shen's eyes ablaze, he made a phone call. Bring me my Jingguo sword, my Yin Jun mount, and summon 100,000 dragon riders to Tianjin. At that moment, the scene fell silent. In someone's mind, there was only Xin Shen's words, 100,000 dragon riders to Tianjin. It's hard to imagine that this man once risked his life to protect Xia country. Yet he also once wielded the butcher's knife against the people of Xia country. These people's mistake was laying hands on Xin Shen's daughter. That day, all flights at Tianjin airport were grounded. All land, sea, and air routes were blocked. Countless war gods gathered in Tianjin. At that moment, Xin Shen was not the 5-star commander, nor the war god of Xia country. He was just a father of a child. In the scorching heat of July, goosefeather like snow fell. Xin Shen's solitary and proud figure, standing proudly in the wind and snow. After a long time, he dialed a number. Hello, Dad. The call connected, and Xin Shen's voice was hoarse, with a hint of trembling. Adoptive father Qin Zhanfeng seemed to have known everything for a long time. He remained silent for a long time before speaking slowly. Xiao Chun, you have done enough for the entire Xia country. Do whatever you want to do, don't worry too much. Xin Shen remained silent for a long time, only saying one word, okay. The conversation between the two war gods ended, and everyone felt as if some seal had been lifted, after Xin Shen no longer considered it for his daughter. In the scene, Xin Shen waved his hand and lit the beacon, raising the dragon flag. The dragon flag, one side red and one side black, the red side rose for eternal peace, peace across the 4 seas, the black side rose for the Yama king to kill, with millions of corpses. That day, thousands of dignitaries saw the dragon flag rise, and they dropped everything at hand, rushing to the place where the dragon flag was raised. Xin Shen let out a roar, like thunder, exploding the entire scene. The audience's scalp tingled for a moment. Soon, the beacon tower was lit, and the dazzling flames shot straight into the sky. Following Xin Shen's command, the entire map of the Xia country was dotted with floating lights. Each light represented a beacon tower of a city. When these light sources were connected, they formed a long dragon, leading to Tianjin. At this time, the big shot in the Red Mansion was in a panic. Urgent explosions were heard, boom, boom, boom. The Longxi Special Forces token has been activated, and is heading back to the capital without authorization. Old leader, something big is happening. The sea, land, and air are all blocked. Tianjin Airport is filled with Langya fighter jet formations, fully armed and advancing towards Longqi. Continuous urgent reports, each one sinking Long Qinzhang's heart a little further. Leader, 100,000 dragon cavalry has broken through the final barrier. They are about to invade, we can't stop them. The people in the live broadcast room, even their souls are trembling at the sight. The tsunami is coming. These 5 words appeared neatly in the live broadcast barrage. Qin Shen has already arrived at the foot of Xianyuan Imperial City. Just as he was about to enter, he was stopped by a burly guard. What are you trying to do? Qin Shen's response to him was a series of heavy punches. The fury needs to be vented. Qin Shen's punches are forceful and powerful. With every punch, in front of Qin Shen, the innocent and pure smile of Xiao Sigu will appear. But now, she lies on the sickbed with a pale face, waiting for death. The lovely Xiao Sigu represents new life, represents hope. She is everything to this man. More and more royal guards are rushing over upon hearing the sound. At this moment, Qin Shen's eyes are getting redder. Xiao Sigu, I'm sorry, Dad didn't protect you well. All the people who hurt you have to die. They have the virus, and they must also have antibodies. Xiao Sigu, wait for it. 10,000 dragon riders, heed my command. Today, I will conquer this dragon city. Are you willing to follow in my footsteps? Qin Shen's voice had just fallen. A deafening roar echoed through the sky. We are willing to follow General Qin to the death and conquer this dragon city. In the memory, a scene of breaking free from restraints, no longer tolerating. At this moment, you are no longer the revered guardian god of the country. You are just a father who dares to be an enemy of the world for his daughter. All troops, listen up. I am no longer your commander. You are free to come and go, and I will not stop you. Are you willing to follow me in conquering this imperial city? A thunderous roar shook the heavens. We are willing to follow General Qin through fire and water. Not a single member of the special forces will retreat. The imperial city's defenders were overwhelmed by this momentum, not daring to step forward to intercept. The army entered the city, yet it was eerily quiet. Qin Shen arrived in front of a luxurious villa. He kicked the door open. This sudden change almost scared the young man inside, who was enjoying himself, out of his wits. Who dares to intrude upon the royal family? Ignoring him, you drew your long knife and with a swift motion, a piece of flesh fell from the lower body of the blond young man. A scream echoed throughout the entire imperial city, yet not a single guard dared to rush in. Qin Shen turned around, gazing at the vast snow outside the window, murmuring, the night is still long. Watching his wife in tears on the screen, he finally learns the truth about their daughter's death. In the memory, the national high-level leaders gathered in the imperial city, wanting to pressure Qin Shen. Qin Shen looked at this group of hypocritical pseudo-gentlemen. He slowly took off the uniform of the 5-star commander for life. From this moment on, the Xia dynasty has changed. At this moment, thunder rumbled, as if to express the injustice of the world. Everyone at the scene saw this scene and also stood up. In the blink of an eye, the entire Xianyuan imperial city was surrounded and impenetrable. King Longxi of the Special Forces. Everyone has seen the richest man in China, and has seen the benefactor. The overseas assassin organization, Death's Kiss, has seen the master. Deafening sounds reverberated through the sky. The royal family led by Qi Longwei was completely panicked. Every person who has come now can bring tremendous pressure to the royal family, but at this moment, they all obey Qin Shen's orders. However, this is not over yet, as a rumble of thunder came from the distance. An endless flood of steel appeared before everyone's eyes. Every soldier in the flood was solemn and dignified, like a row of swords thrust into the hills. An arrow piercing the clouds, thousands of troops coming to meet. The 10,000 dragon riders passed through all obstacles, overcoming the world's most difficult passes, and finally arrived in Tianjin. At this moment, everyone at the scene is extremely excited, with a burning passion in their chests. The former 5-star commander, the first war god of Xia country, in his final performance, commanded the world, all for the name of his daughter, a cry for justice. It was on that night that Qin Shen made the entire Tianjin, and even the whole world, witness his power. That night, the once arrogant imperial city finally bowed to Qin Shen. After the farce ended, Qin Shen looked at the thousands of soldiers and horses in front of him. Thank you all for coming from far and wide to support me. Qin is deeply grateful. The once solemn and noisy Xianyuan city suddenly fell silent, with everyone witnessing the brilliant rise of a young man. Now, they are also witnessing the end after the brilliance, with mixed emotions. At this moment, a smile appeared on Qin Shen's face. From now on, Xia country will have no more 5-star war gods. Now he is just an ordinary person, a child's father, a woman's husband. At this moment, all the soldiers stood straight, gazing at the departing figure with a respectful look for a long time. He left, yet it seems as if he never left. Sending off the war god, suddenly everyone shouted in unison, the sound like a tidal wave, earth-shattering. The scene of the event fell silent, witnessing the end of a generation of heroes, leaving everyone with extremely heavy hearts. Wait, at this moment, someone pointed to the screen and said, although Qin Shen took action against the royal family in secret, as long as he is willing, he can still retain the position of the 5-star commander. But he didn't even try to fight for it. There must be another hidden reason. As soon as this was said, the heavy atmosphere at the scene instantly changed. His wife Ian stared at the screen, clenching her fists tightly. If Qin Shen had already decided to betray the country, and now voluntarily gave up the position of the 5-star commander, it would be to completely plunge into darkness and relieve himself of the burden. His wife looked at his back and said fiercely, Qin Shen, did you originally plan to do this? The scene shifted to the inside of the Red Room. Long Qianzhang remained silent for a long time, then suddenly looked up at Qin Shen and asked, are you really prepared for this? Lin Chen nodded. At this moment, all the calm and gentle demeanor in his eyes disappeared, leaving only ferocity. The death of my daughter cannot be in vain. I have to settle the score with them. This time, if it's not their death, it will be mine. At this moment, millions of eyes were fixed on the screen. At this moment, he was like a mad beast, making people's hair stand on end, sending shivers down their spine. Long Qianzhang sighed softly. He could feel the deep-seated hatred on this man's shoulders. It's hard to cool the blood once heated for 10 years. He will not return once he leaves, and he will also become estranged from his beloved wife. So, this is the real reason he fell into darkness. Perhaps the position of the 5-star commander was a burden to him. The harms suffered by his wife and daughter became the final straw that broke him. At this moment, his wife was already crying uncontrollably, and the mystery was finally revealed. Qin Shen abandoned all his honor, carried the stigma of being a traitor, and endured everyone's scorn. It was to infiltrate the enemy country, completely undermine their strength from within, and seek revenge for his only daughter. Qin Shen is innocent. He is not a traitor, he is a true hero. Up to this moment in the broadcast, the entire country was in an uproar. Countless website headlines published the latest news. In a major turnaround, the traitor Qin Shen, whom everyone condemned, is an undercover hero. In the darkness but with a heart for the light, the entire nation owes him an apology. The scene shifts again. In order to make others believe that he is no longer the national war god, Qin Shen was frequenting various nightclubs every day at this time. Embracing heavily made-up dancers, he completely fell from grace at this moment, with all traces of his military bearing gone. Seeing Qin Shen's current appearance, his wife's eyes uncontrollably filled with tears again as she recalled that dark period. The expensive medical expenses made his wife feel a heavy burden. But at this time, as a father, Qin Shen was squandering his days and nights. There was even a time when his wife, unable to bear it any longer, went to the nightclub to find him herself. But what she got in return was a severe beating. He will never forget that night, when Qin Shen grabbed her long hair, dragged her into a dark corner, and beat her all over. At that time, she only felt deep despair. At this moment, although she knew that Qin Shen had his reasons, his wife's heart couldn't help but change. Unable to help herself, she shouted, why is it only us who are hurt? In the silent studio, only Ying's voice, filled with resentment, echoed. The voice was not loud, but it tore at the hearts of everyone present. At this moment in the live broadcast, Qin Shen emitted a beast-like panting. His fists were bloodied, and his forehead was a deep red. It was not hard to guess that this was Qin Shen's release of his own actions. It seemed that only this extreme pain could alleviate the guilt and sense of wrongdoing in his heart. He knew that from the moment he agreed to Long Qianzhang, he would become the scapegoat for everyone, but Qin Shen had no complaints or regrets. Undercover heroes are not understood by society, he would shoulder everything alone. At this moment, the whole nation shed tears, everyone felt ashamed for insulting the hero, and had no place to hide. At this moment, Qin Shen in the picture seemed completely despondent to others, his heart twisted with hatred for the world. He needed someone to save him. Finally, the situation came to a turning point. That night, after Qin Shen had just finished a bottle of wine, an unknown call from overseas came in. A man's calm voice with a smile came through the phone. Respected Mr. Qin Shen, former 5-star commander of Xia Nation, the strongest warrior in the world, do you need redemption? Finally, Qin Shen revealed a smile that hadn't appeared for a long time. The voice is magnetic, with a unique charm from the western overseas. The whole scene instantly became noisy. Now Long Qianzhang and Qin Shen's conversation has been exposed. They want Qin Shen to act as an undercover agent. For this reason, Qin Shen's temperament has changed drastically, from a resolute and determined veteran to a villain who indulges in all kinds of vices. Everything is for the purpose of creating a better illusion. Now, the fish has finally taken the bait. Who are you? Qin Shen asked in the video. He took a sip of wine, and his face was full of ferocity. But his eyes gradually became sharp, like a long sword unsheathed. He knew that Long Qianzhang was right, everything was premeditated. They were indeed observing him. If you resign as the 5-star commander and continue to act in the same way as before, the demons will not come to you. If you still love your wife and daughter as before, they will not come to you either. Only when you have nothing and indulge completely, will they appear as the savior. The other party did not avoid it, smiled and said, you can call me Lord God, the executive officer of the demons. Lord God. Although it is just a code name, both Qin Shen and all the audience on the scene remembered this name. Qin Shen's eyes flashed, and then he cursed without hesitation, I don't know. Don't bother me to drink. After speaking, he was about to hang up the phone. The Lord God smiled and said, I told you, you need redemption. Qin Shen fell into silence all of a sudden. The atmosphere was heavy, and the only sound was Qin Shen's breathing. The demons have already started to contact him. Every word in every sentence from now on is crucial, and he absolutely cannot arouse suspicion. Silence is the best way to respond. The Lord God continued, Qin, how much blood have you shed for Shenzhou, but in the end, you ended up like this, you have hatred in your heart. I can feel your hatred. Qin Shen's tone was cold, what do you want to say? Join the demons, and your soul will be redeemed, the Lord God said with a smile. Impossible, Qin Shen reflexively refused. Huh, why did he refuse? Seeing this, the audience on the scene were all surprised and suspicious. Qin Shen had already accepted the undercover mission, bore deep enmity, and even changed his nature at a great cost. After waiting for the demons to contact him, why did he still refuse? You don't understand? This is the first contact between the two. Every word is a test. If Qin Shen agrees at the first response, it will make the other party suspicious. The barrage kept scrolling. On the phone, the Lord God's smile deepened. You will agree, because you are in great pain now. We need to see your sincerity. We really need the 5th generation fighter jet you developed. At this time tomorrow, I will call you again, and you need to obtain the military secrets of the 5th generation fighter jet. After speaking, without giving Qin Shen a chance to refuse, the call was hung up. When Qin Shen called back, the number was already out of service. After hanging up the phone, Qin Shen slowly stood up, looking at the cold moon in the sky. His eyes were cold. At the scene of the program, the pot was completely stirred. Damn, stealing the core secrets of the 5th generation fighter jet. The hidden truth behind it is like this. In the end, Qin Shen did this, without telling anyone the reason, ultimately leading to Chen Guangrong's inability to accept this bloody fact, and eventually encountering a car accident. It all adds up. In the first broadcast room, the barrage was full of discussions, and at the scene of the program, everyone's eyes were on a tall and dark figure. Chen Longfei. He was Chen Guangrong's son. At this moment, Chen Longfei's eyes were about to split, his eyes were bloodshot, and his breathing was like thunder. His hands hanging on both sides were trembling with excitement. It turns out, it's like this. Chen Longfei muttered to himself, almost grinding his teeth. At this moment, he felt a kind of powerlessness that drained his whole body, relying solely on willpower. There was a time when he looked at his father lying in the intensive care unit, wearing a breathing mask, and was so angry that his eyes were bloodshot, driven by hatred. He was still young at that time, and overnight, he grew up. It was from that moment that he was determined to become a soldier and vowed to bring the person who harmed his father to justice one day, even to kill on the spot. But now, he knew the truth. The things involved behind the scenes were too big, so big that his father's car accident was just a part of the plan. With a thud, Chen Longfei's body softened, and he finally collapsed on the ground. He stared fixedly at the weak and unconscious figure, breathing heavily and sweating profusely, as if he was about to suffocate. The person who stole the 5th generation fighter jet was Qin Shen, and indirectly caused his father to suffer a car accident, but at this moment, he couldn't bring himself to hate him. Everything was just a mission. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Suddenly, in the silent studio, Chen Longfei's laughter rang out. His laughter started low and turned into unrestrained madness. He laughed until tears came out, but no one else in the room laughed. Instead, they felt a lump in their throats, suppressing their emotions. The person they hated so much, one day told them that he wasn't actually their enemy. This feeling was truly earth-shattering. The scene continued to unfold. After his downfall, Qin Shen did not return to the Red Wall, but instead met with Long Qianjiang in a secluded area of the city. Here, people from all walks of life gathered, and one could see ruffians and scantily clad women soliciting on the streets. Qin Shen sat in the corner of the bar, drinking alone. Although he was dressed in a black suit, he didn't look like a gentleman at all, but rather gave off the impression of a thug in a suit. As the strong liquor went down his throat, Qin Shen's eyes became sharper than a wolf's. Seeing Qin Shen like this, Long Qianjiang's expression became incredibly complex. It was hard to imagine that the former commander-in-chief had turned into what he was now. What you said, is it all true? Long Qianjiang asked in a low voice. Qin Shen nodded, but they are very cautious. On one hand, they are sure that I will join them, and on the other hand, they want me to steal the confidential information about the 5th generation fighter jet. I want to ask for your opinion. The 5th generation fighter jet. They have quite an appetite. Long Qianjiang sneered. The more you invest, the greater the return. Although the patent for the 5th generation fighter jet is in the hands of Chen Guosher, in reality, you are the one who invented it, Long Qianjiang said seriously. But Qin Shen shook his head. No, I don't intend to give them the real secrets. That would be too easy for them. Not give? Then what will you do? Qin Shen's response made Long Qianjiang's expression change. I plan to give them the original draft. What is a secret? Only something that no one knows is a secret. A cold light flashed in Qin Shen's eyes. I won't hand over anything that belongs to the Divine Land. That's my bottom line. With a hoarse voice, Qin Shen turned and left. Later, he wrote a letter to Chen Guangrong, which was as plain as day. He felt that his current appearance was not suitable for meeting Chen Guangrong, his former comrade-in-arms. Chen Guangrong had unconditionally trusted Qin Chen and sent the original draft of the 5th-generation fighter jet. In the last scene, Qin Chen looked at the original draft of the 5th-generation fighter jet that he had designed with his own hands, and in his eyes, it seemed as if a wall was rising. He saw his future self, completely walking in the darkness, holding on to a sense of solitary courage. He didn't have a good ending, but he still moved forward without hesitation. At the very end, Qin Chen suddenly remembered something and smiled wryly. "Brother, you said that if one falls into darkness, the other will do everything to stop them. Now it seems that I might have to take the first step. I really want to see, when the brilliance fades, what will be left of this body and skeleton of mine." The First People's Hospital of Tianjing, in the inpatient department. All the doctors and experts in white coats were gathered together. Despite the large number of people, not a single sound could be heard. All that could be seen were blank stares, silently gazing at the already silent television screen. Everyone turned their heads and looked at the figure lying quietly on the hospital bed. Chen Guangrong, the national hero, who could not speak or move. He had suffered a serious car accident 7 years ago, and when he was lifted onto the stretcher by the ambulance, they found not only blood on his body, but also large tears. This proved that before the accident, he was in an extremely agitated state. Under such circumstances, it was not surprising that he had an accident. This moment. As a vegetative person, Chen Guangrong's eyes were extremely red as he stared at the screen. Tears flowed from his eyes even more. Not only that, Chen Guangrong's tense body actually began to tremble faintly, as if trying to break free from some restraint. The commotion was so great that it even caused the hospital bed to shake. The doctors and experts in the hospital were suddenly awakened as if from a dream, and their expressions became excited one by one. It seems that the current scene has caused Chen Guosher to experience a great emotional fluctuation. If this continues, he is very likely to wake up. Quick, inform the patient's family. The voices in the ward suddenly increased. Footsteps, phone calls, and a lot of noise. But it still couldn't cover the words echoing at this moment. When the brilliance fades, what is left of this body and skeleton? Okay, I understand. At the same time, at the scene of the program, Chen Longfei received a call from the hospital, learning that his father Chen Guangrong showed signs of waking up. However, his reaction was very calm, even somewhat dull. The shock imprinted in his mind was so great that the joy of his father's impending awakening could not compare, because he knew that Qin Chen, the man despised by the world, had endured even more. It turned out that he had never been qualified to criticize him. At the scene, there was more sighing. He has made all the preparations, and now he has officially fallen into darkness. Why? Why can't he lead the troops to attack the organization called Wangliang as before, which would be irreversible? Well, perhaps this time even he realizes that the organization is too large and may have existed for a long time. They control multiple countries in this world. They are the rulers of this world. To overthrow all of this, relying solely on war is not enough. Some forces can only be expelled, not exterminated. Amidst the sighs, the scene also changed. Qin Chen placed the draft of the 5th-generation fighter jet at the designated location. On the way back, the phone rang, still an overseas call. This time, Qin Chen answered the call proactively. The phone was silent for a while, and then the voice of the main god sounded. "I knew you would do it. I have received the blueprint of the 5th-generation fighter jet. From now on, you are no longer the 5-star commander of Shenzhou. You can't even be considered an ordinary Shenzhou person. You are a traitor to Shenzhou." Qin Chen said nothing, just stepped on the accelerator. The speed of the car became faster and faster, until only the sound of the wind was heard in his ears. His eyes were red, and his already fierce face became terrifying due to distortion. In his mind, there were only 2 words: traitor, traitor, traitor. These 2 words seemed to be spit out from countless people's mouths and poured onto him. Yes, he handed over the blueprint of the 5th-generation fighter jet to Wangliang. This was just a probing mission, but once he did it, it meant betraying Shenzhou. Everything was inevitable. The voice of the main god came again. "Shenzhou should soon discover that you have stolen the design blueprint of the 5th-generation fighter jet. I have prepared a new identity for you and bought you a plane ticket. Someone will come to pick you up after you land." As before, after saying this, the main god hung up the phone. Qin Chen slowly put down the phone, his eyes becoming as fierce as a wolf. The news quickly reached Long Qinzhang's ears. He sighed, "It's time to hit the road." At this moment, the initial memory scene flashed back and reappeared. Long Qinzhang's expression became serious as he stared at the young man in front of him, repeating it again. "Qin Chen, once you accept this mission, everything you previously had will be taken back. You will bear the infamy and fall into an irreversible situation. You have a wife, a daughter, it's not too late to regret now." At this moment, Long Qinzhang's eyes were extremely serious. At this moment, he actually hoped that Qin Chen would refuse. But Qin Chen, without hesitation, spoke in a low voice, "Codename Yanjun, I am willing to fight. We owe you, the entire nation owes you." With a sigh from the old man, Qin Chen left without looking back. Long Qinzhang watched the upright figure for a long time, unwilling to leave. because he knew that it was the last time he would see that figure. The next time they meet, it might be as enemies. Qin Shan returned to the Yun family. After a simple tidy-up, he planned to leave quietly under the cover of night. But a hand tightly grasped him. It was Yuning-chu. "Where do you think you're going?" she asked through gritted teeth. At that time, she knew nothing, only thinking that Qin Shan was going back to those dirty places. "Don't bother me." Qin Shan pushed Yuning-chu away roughly. But what the audience saw was Qin Shan's crimson eyes. He was afraid that if he didn't leave now, he would never want to leave. This scene, and the previous one, was the first flashback scene. But this time, it was specific. Yuning-chu, disheveled, got up again. This time, she held a sharp dagger in her hand, aimed at her own stomach. "If you dare to leave, I'll stab myself." Qin Shan stopped in his tracks, but he didn't answer. He dared not look at this scene. So, the scene did not show Yuning-chu's desperate attempt to stop Qin Shan by self-harm. Qin Shan took a step forward. Poochie, the sound of the knife cutting through flesh rang out. Blood began to flow on the ground. At that moment, Qin Shan's whole figure was clear and distinct. His expression was crystal clear to the audience. It was silence. Profound silence. And Yuning-chu's figure was so blurry, the audience could only make out a rough outline. She stabbed herself in the stomach, blood flowing, staining the handle of the knife in her hand. At that moment, the live audience fell into silence, not a sound to be heard. Only the barrage of comments kept rolling. "I can't bear to watch. Miss Yun actually resorted to self-harm to keep him. This is probably the darkest moment in Miss Yun's life. What I see is a woman who truly has no other choice, hoping to awaken Qin Shan's remaining conscience with her own blood. That must be so painful." All the audience's eyes involuntarily turned to Yuning-chu. Yuning-chu's parents, Yun Yenshan and Fan Shulan, widened their eyes in disbelief. "Ying-chu, you." They never expected that, in order to keep Qin Shan from leaving, Yuning-chu would resort to such self-harm. As Yuning-chu's parents, at that moment, all they could feel was heartache. Under everyone's gaze, Yuning-chu remained silent for a long time, finally took a deep breath, and spoke. "Everything is as it was in the scene. Once, in order to keep him, I resorted to such extreme measures. In the silent live show, only her calm but suppressed voice could be heard. That was the most desperate and helpless time for me." Yuning-chu couldn't help but look at the unconscious Qin Shan, her gaze complex. The child was seriously ill, and I didn't know what to do. It was the time when I loved him the most, but he seemed like a different person, frequenting all sorts of dirty places. Drinking, drugs, infidelity, domestic violence. I really couldn't take it anymore. I even thought about killing my daughter and then committing suicide to be free. These words cut through everyone's hearts like a knife. This was the despair of a woman, and the despair of a wife. But if he had told me the reason, even just a little, I wouldn't have been in so much pain. Suddenly, Yuning-chu's tone changed, and she looked at the unconscious Qin Shan, shouting with a torn heart, "Why didn't you tell me? I'm your wife, don't I have the right to know?" Everyone knew that Yuning-chu was talking about Qin Shan's fall, becoming an undercover agent for the evil organization. Jiang Baishui, who had been silent for a long time, said, "I think he deliberately didn't tell you. If he told you, would you let him go?" Jiang Baishui's question left Yuning-chu speechless. Her eyes widened even more, and they grew redder. Yes. If he said it, would Yuning-chu let Qin Shan go? Perhaps, it would only make things worse? She was a woman, and selfishly speaking, she didn't care about the fate of the country. As long as the nation did not perish, the fate of the country had nothing to do with her. The national enmity was too distant from her, too distant. The only thing she wanted to protect was her small home. He is a man who can abandon everything, just being a little harsh on himself, Jiang Baishui continued, her voice cold and desolate. As Qin Shan's comrade in arms in Longxi, Jiang Baishui had the right to speak about her idealized image of Qin Shan. Just being a little harsh on himself. Hearing this, everyone felt uncomfortable. Yuning-chu was not wrong, and neither was Qin Shan. The mistake lay in her marrying a man who prioritized national enmity. He had the determination to sacrifice his own family for the greater good. "Qin Shan, don't force me. I will really stab myself. I don't want to live. I really don't want to live." In the scene, Yuning-chu's desperate cry rang out. Qin Shan took a second step. Poochie, the second stab. More blood flowed, even spreading to Qin Shan's feet. Qin Shan stopped again, with his back to Yuning-chu, and finally spoke. "You will stab the third time, but not the fourth. If you die, what will happen to Sigüe? The antidote, I will bring it. Before that, you must take care of Sigüe." Qin Shan's voice trembled to the extreme. Upon hearing this, Yuning-chu closed her eyes. Ignoring the intense pain, she pulled out the knife, changed its position, and stabbed again. "Poochie, in the next life, find a man who loves and cherishes you." The third stab was made, and Qin Shan finally spoke. After that, Qin Shan continued to walk forward. "Qin Shan, ah!" With Yuning-chu's heart-wrenching scream, the dagger in her hand fell to the ground. Qin Shan's footsteps quickened, eventually turning into a rapid run. He was fleeing from the home he had once cherished so much. In the dark night, only his eyes were terrifyingly red. Watching this scene, Yuning-chu's hand unconsciously touched her stomach. Even now, there were 3 obvious scars under her clothes, left on her belly. Those were the 3 stabs she had made for Qin Shan. For her, stabbing herself 3 times was not cruel. What was cruel was that even after stabbing herself 3 times, she still couldn't keep this man. His ruthlessness, his heart of stone, was terrifying. Ah, I can't bear to watch. This man is too heartless. Yes, even I, a grown man, can't bear to watch. That's a real stabbing, not just for show. On the internet, there was nothing but condemnation for Qin Shen's heartlessness. Some people spoke up for him, believing that the interests of the country outweighed everything else. These two viewpoints, no matter how they were projected, were topics of eternal debate. Qin Shen drove to the international airport. During this process, he received a call from Long Qinjiang. It was the last call Long Qinjiang made to him. I have already spread the news about your theft of the 5th-generation fighter jet's confidential blueprints and your disappearance. Long Qinjiang's voice was extremely solemn and serious. The internet has already exploded, and the entire military department can't believe that you are a traitor. Your arrest warrant has been printed and should soon be posted all over the streets. Take advantage of the chaos and leave the country quickly. Okay. Upon hearing this, Qin Shen just smiled. Most people would have been scared out of their wits upon hearing this, but Qin Shen smiled brilliantly, because he knew that this was something he had to go through. From the pinnacle of glory to the extreme darkness, his life would be sublimated because of this. The airport in the distance was within reach. Qin Shen looked at it with eyes as firm as if he had built the Great Wall of China. Soon, the only thing the world will remember about me will be my evil. I have also become an extreme villain. Old leader, I won't see you again. In the next life, I will still be your soldier. With these words, Qin Shen snapped his phone in half and then entered the airport. A plane slowly ascended into the sky, heading overseas. As the plane disappeared from view, everyone couldn't help but shed tears. Seeing this, almost everyone understood why Qin Shen betrayed the country, why he leaked core secrets. It was all part of his undercover operation. Xiaoxi still harbored the virus inside her body, and Qin Shen needed to find the antidote from the Spectre organization. Big brother Li Hao had been captured by the Spectres a long time ago, and he wanted to know what had happened to him. He had also promised Jiang Baixue that he would bring Li Hao back, and there were all the grudges and conflicts between him and the Spectres during his time as a 5-star commander. For the country, he had to go. For personal reasons, he also had to go. For this, he sacrificed everything, even resigning from his position as the highest 5-star commander. He wanted to destroy this organization and make everyone involved experience what hell on earth truly meant. Aren't we wrong to blame Qin Shen? He's not a traitor at all, but a hero. Yes, we didn't know anything at all. If it weren't for this memory reading device, we wouldn't have known what Qin Shen had experienced all these years. If we directly sentenced him to death, wouldn't all of us in the country be the perpetrators? At this moment, whether it was the discussions at the scene of the program or the comments on the screen, every word was filled with deep regret and guilt. The audience at the program scene all bowed their heads in shame. Their eyes were red with tears of regret and self-blame, all directed at Qin Shen, who lay unconscious at the scene. People were sad and regretful. Clearly a hero, yet he was scorned, cursed, and some even wished for his immediate death. At this moment, in the capital, the red wall still flew a bright red flag. Cai Gongmin and other top officials looked at the scene and fell into contemplation. They all wore smiles that had been absent for a long time. Although not much time had passed, they felt as if it had been ages. The reason was simple. It was because a man who should have been a national hero had been burdened with infamy and permanently cast into darkness. He should have carried this shame to his grave, but instead, he was forever nailed to the pillar of shame. Now, the truth was finally revealed to the world. This is probably the best ending. An elderly man wiped away his tears and said with a smile, "Yes, the name Qin Shen will be remembered in the history of China, much greater than us old folks." Another elderly man echoed. Finally, everyone's gaze turned to Cai Gongmin. He was the only living person from that era. Cai Gongmin took off his glasses, wiped them, and put them back on. He took out an old photo. In the photo, besides him and Long Qinjiang, there was a young man. He was smiling brightly, facing the sun. That was Qin Shen. "Xinjiang, before you left, you held my hand and said you couldn't let go of this child. We owe him, and now you can rest assured." While the entire internet was immersed in intense guilt and sorrow, amidst these voices, there was another untimely and jarring voice on the internet. "The truth indeed shocked me, but is this really the true truth? He did go on a secret undercover mission, but who can guarantee that during such a long time, he didn't actually turn traitor? Is it just a love for conspiracy theories and a dark mind? Actually, what he said makes sense. This is not a conspiracy theory, nor is it a dark thought, but something that should indeed be considered. What if he joined the Wanlei organization and became an undercover agent? What if, over time, he truly became a member of the organization? What if he was subjected to brainwashing or drug control by the other side? These are all uncertain. Can you guarantee anything? Even now, as an undercover agent, it doesn't erase the harm he has caused to our Shenzhou. Don't forget, he not only wielded a butcher's knife at our compatriots, but also wiped out his foster father, the entire family of Qin Jianfeng, in one night. The words were sharp, leaving people speechless. Indeed, the same incident can be viewed in 1,000 different ways. Those who see Qin Shen as a hero are right, and those who believe he truly betrayed are also right. Everything can only be seen as the story continues. The host Bing Bing stared at the now pitch-black screen, closed her eyes deeply, and said, "No matter what happens next, I will never forget what Shenzhou was like when the news of Qin Shen's treason first broke." Bing Bing's words directly silenced the noisy scene of the program. Even the barrage in the live broadcast room fell into a brief silence. Yun Yinshu, Yun Yinshan, and Fan Shulan all hung their heads, looking dazed and full of sorrow. On that day, the land of Shenzhou was in darkness. Qin Shen's wanted posters were everywhere, from the main streets to the alleys. The most reported news was about the former five-star commander Qin Shen stealing the confidential blueprints of the fifth-generation fighter jet and fleeing the country. That day, the whole country exploded. Qin Shen was cursed and became a hot topic on the internet. Even Qin Shen's personal information was dug up by netizens. Some radicals even wanted to harm Qin Shen's family. This matter was later forcibly suppressed by Qin Jianfeng. Yun Yinshu and the others were spared as relatives of the War Department, but the physical safety was far from enough to offset the mental and spiritual impact. Yun Yinshu would never forget her reaction when she learned that her husband had become a traitor. She felt like her whole life had hit rock bottom. Qin Shen hadn't told her anything. She didn't know that Qin Shen was a five-star commander, nor did she know that he was the youngest national scholar at the Nine Provinces Research Institute. She had thought she was the wife of a general, a member of the imperial family. But when she found out, it was too late. Qin Shen had already become a traitor. How ironic. In short, once the news of Qin Shen's treason broke, he became a scapegoat for everyone. All his glory was buried. People are like this, glory is fleeting, and the world won't remember it for long, but they will remember the stain for a lifetime. As everyone was still reminiscing about that day, a new scene appeared. At this moment, Qin Shen had already left the land of Shenzhou by plane. His identity had changed from a Shenzhou native to an overseas Chinese. After getting off the plane, Qin Shen found his name on the pickup sign at the airport. He walked straight over. "Qin." The pickup person was a standard Western beauty with blonde hair, a hot figure, and blue eyes. "Who are you?" Qin Shen's gaze sharpened. The blonde beauty smiled charmingly. "Please call me Violet." As soon as Violet's name was mentioned, the scene in the program instantly stirred up a commotion. The audience stared wide-eyed at the blonde beauty on the screen. Some marveled at her looks, while others admired her figure. In any case, upon seeing this woman, everyone's first reaction was to overpower her and experience the unique pleasure brought by a woman. With a standard Western beauty appearance, fiery red lips, and a passionate demeanor, she was wearing a purple cheongsam originating from the East. The cheongsam is designed to accentuate the graceful figure of an Eastern woman, yet a genuine Western beauty wore this sexy and classical cheongsam without any awkwardness, exuding an exotic charm. Purple represents romance, and she looks perfect in this cheongsam, just like her name, Violet. "I think I understand the charm of Western women now. Who wouldn't go crazy for a woman like her? What's so good about this kind of woman? So what? Even if she's beautiful, she's still an enemy's force." In the live broadcast room, the barrage was rolling wildly. Everyone's attention was focused on this woman's looks and figure. However, in the picture, Qin Shen narrowed his eyes dangerously. The more beautiful something is, the more deadly it is. From Violet's cheeks to her provocative body, he felt a kind of danger from the bottom of his heart. Mysterious. This was Qin Shen's first reaction after seeing this woman. She was like a beautiful snake under the spotlight, swaying her enticing yet deadly body, giving a fatal blow at the most relaxed moment of the enemy. People were coming and going at the airport, from various countries, and Violet stood next to Qin Shen. The two of them looked like a pair of exotic lovers, without arousing any suspicion. Qin Shen squinted at her and said, "You're not from the main god's people?" He thought that the person who would pick him up in this demon country would definitely be from the main god or one of the main god's subordinates. He didn't expect the person who picked him up to be such a charming woman. A woman who was completely different from standard Eastern women like Yun Yinshu and Jiang Baishui. A true temptress. Violet giggled. "Why do you care about him? It's still early. I've booked a hotel. Do you want us to get to know each other more deeply?" As she spoke, Violet's impressive figure had already approached Qin Shen, and her breath was warm in his ear. A plump jade leg had already lifted up at some point, gently rubbing against him. Some female viewers blushed while some male viewers even felt dry in their mouths. Although this was just a picture, there was no doubt that this woman was suitable to be the most desired lover for all men except their wives. But Qin Shen pushed her away. "Take me to see the person I want to see." Violet staggered back a few steps, looking somewhat annoyed, but she didn't lose her temper. Instead, she giggled even more happily. "Sister was just joking with you. Why so serious?" Violet's car was a fiery red Ferrari 488, a two-seater. Qin Shen sat in the passenger seat, and Violet started the car but didn't drive off immediately. She gazed ahead, her eyes becoming deep, and spoke in a soft voice. "Everyone who enters the organization will undergo a check. You may forget many things. Are you really ready?" From the tone, it feels like she has a story. Yeah, my first instinct is that she's different from the main god on the phone. Another poor soul bewitched by looks. Violet's words instantly sparked a flood of barrage. But after Qin Chen nodded, this deep gaze turned back into charm and mystery. Everything seemed like a disguise. Is that so? Then let's go. Violet stepped on the gas, and the sports car raced off into the distance. The scene quickly changed into a high-tech fortress filled with people. It looked like a laboratory. Watching this scene, everyone was stunned. Qin Chen's eyes also showed a hint of solemnity as he looked at the building in front of him, lost in thought. You need to be shackled and blindfolded. I'm sorry. Violet's voice came, and Qin Chen cooperated. Soon, his vision was shrouded in darkness. People knew that it was Qin Chen's eyes that were blindfolded. What the laboratory looked like was unknown. But from the audience's god's eye view, they saw Violet behind him, wearing a long white coat. She looked like a researcher. People were coming and going, all of them were researchers like Violet. A figure passed by Qin Chen. In an instant, as if sensing something, Qin Chen's steps faltered. At that moment, it seemed like everyone around him disappeared, including Violet. Only Qin Chen and the figure that crossed paths with him were left, hazy and forever unseen from the front. What's wrong? Violet's voice came. This feeling was beginning to fade. It's nothing. Although he said so, everyone felt a sense of dissonance as the barrage of comments continued. The person who crossed paths with him just now, could it be his older brother? No way. The audience hoped Qin Chen would turn around again, but ultimately he didn't. With Violet by his side, he continued walking forward. At this moment, Jiang Baishui furrowed her brows, also staring fixedly at the figure that crossed paths with Qin Chen. Although the image lasted only a moment, it repeated in her mind countless times. In the end, her tightly clenched fists gradually loosened. It shouldn't be him. Just someone who looks like him. A new image appeared. The black cloth covering Qin Chen's eyes was removed, allowing him to see the environment he was in. He found himself fixed to a device resembling a crucifix. This seemed to be a place for experimentation, with human-sized containers of nutrient solution on either side. There seemed to be something inside the containers, but he hadn't had a chance to see clearly before Violet's voice continued. Joining the organization is a strict matter. It's not just about having strong abilities, but more importantly, loyalty. You have the ability, but you lack loyalty. I've heard about this situation. You stole the confidential blueprints of your nation's fifth-generation fighter jet and handed them over to the main god. This is an act of betrayal, but for us, it's far from enough. Violet's eyes suddenly turned cold. What we need is absolute loyalty. So next, we will brainwash you. All the honor and disgrace of the land of your nation, as well as the mission you bear as a 5-star commander, will be erased from your mind. As Violet's words fell, the barrage of comments surged. Isn't this just brainwashing? Erasing all of Qin Chen's memories about his homeland, making him forget his nationality and his hometown. Damn, these people's methods are despicable. If Qin Chen is brainwashed, won't he become one of them? The barrage reached its peak, with almost every comment expressing concern. As the memory projection reached the present, the reason for Qin Chen's treason had been revealed. It was to infiltrate the Wang Liang organization and carry a heavy burden forward. However, the fact that they immediately wanted to brainwash Qin Chen was not just a mission failure, but also the erasure of the meaning of the first half of Qin Chen's life. Everything he had experienced in the past, all the honor and disgrace of his mission, would all vanish. At the scene of the program, all the audience members were tense, with their hearts in their throats. Not to mention them, even Yuning Chu and Jiang Baishui were nervous at this moment. Qin Chen, will you be brainwashed? She murmured to herself. As the memory footage played to the present, not only did the program scene explode, but the entire Tianjin, and even the entire nation, caused a huge uproar. Many authoritative figures and experts expressed their opinions on their blogs. No matter what Qin Chen did for the country before his betrayal, these cannot be erased. He deserves the respect of all of us, but his betrayal is an undeniable fact, and the evidence is as solid as a mountain. His sins cannot be washed away. He left with a mission and the trust of the late Dragon Commander. If it weren't for this, I might believe that Qin Chen is innocent, but now, the Wang Liang organization wants to brainwash him. I have completely lost faith in him. Although I am reluctant to admit it, perhaps he had the country in his heart, so how could he betray it? But if he is brainwashed, everything becomes meaningless. In the end, he still betrayed us. The number of people who believe that Qin Chen, who was on an undercover mission, has truly become a traitor is increasing dramatically. It's just because the memory scene was exposed, the demon wants to brainwash him. This may be the main reason he truly became a traitor. No, I can feel it, he hasn't been brainwashed. Yuning Chu suddenly spoke on the show. She looked at the unconscious figure not far away. He was very weak, but the extracted memories and the state of the person extracting them are related. The extracted scenes are painful for him, and he will also suffer. If the extracted scenes are happy and warm, Qin Chen's mouth will also involuntarily curve upwards. However, at this moment, he was smiling. This was an unconscious micro-expression, which precisely confirmed Qin Chen's true inner reflection. If he had been brainwashed, he wouldn't remember me, he wouldn't remember his home, he wouldn't remember any of us. Yuning-Chu's voice exploded like thunder, echoing throughout the entire show. All the audience instantly realized, and looked at the screen one by one. Are you ready? In the scene, Violet looked at Qin Chen seriously and asked. Qin Chen indeed did not answer immediately, but fell into hesitation. At this moment, everyone could feel Qin Chen's fear. Yes, this man who had faced gunfire, bloodshed, even the destruction of the warship destroyer at sea, and the situation of intercontinental missiles descending on Shenzhou, had never been afraid. But now he was afraid. He was afraid that he would be brainwashed, that he would forget the mission he carried, forget that he was a Shenzhou person, forget Long Qinzhang, Qin Zhanfeng, Zhang Baixue, Li Hao, these comrades, superiors, and the respected and beloved people, even forget Yuning-Chu, his home, his loved ones. But this fear did not last long, and Qin Chen quickly returned to calm. In his eyes, there seemed to be a burst of light of faith, like the light of dawn, tearing through the darkness. That was the totem. All the way, he had always believed in the power of faith. The touch of crimson in his heart was what supported him to this point of faith. I'm ready, he looked at Violet and said slowly. Good. Violet looked deeply at him, then put a complex device on Qin Chen and started the program. Z. In an instant, a powerful electric current swept through his body, and Qin Chen groaned under the current, the muscles all over his body clearly visible. Even the veins were visible, slowly wriggling like little snakes. Under the device, Qin Chen's eyes instantly turned blank. Before him was darkness, like a wandering soul in this world. This device connected to Qin Chen's nerves, continuously stimulating them with electric current to form a closed loop of memory neurons. Most amnesiac patients are because of this. Forgetting their own name, forgetting their loved ones, forgetting what they believe in, truly becoming a walking dead. This was the first step. After the first step was completed, the next step could be immediately taken. A blank piece of paper needed to be filled with colorful crayons. They wanted to fill Qin Chen with what color, they would fill in with that color. In this way, absolute loyalty could be achieved. However, brainwashing does not truly erase memories. Memories can only be covered up, not erased. The process is very painful, very agonizing. But Qin Chen did not make a sound. In the end, the power of the electric current was still great, but Qin Chen gradually lost feeling. Because he had already adapted, or rather, become numb. His memory neurons were being continuously and strongly stimulated, his breathing was rapid, he felt suffocated, in a state of extreme anxiety and emptiness. His soul seemed to want to leave his body, a feeling of weightlessness arose. But in his mind, anger was being suppressed over and over again, echoing in his heart. I am a soldier. My nationality is Shenzhou. I bear a great mission. I must fulfill the promised things. I must save my daughter. I will not forget Yuning-Chu, my former leader, Dad, and my comrades. I am Qin Chen. Anger and ferocity collide with each other. A powerful heartbeat emerges, resonating like a booming war drum. It is the heartbeat of Qin Chen. In the pitch-black scene, the faces of many people gradually appear. There is Yuning-Chu, Xiao Sigu, Zhang Baixue. There is Long Qinzhang, Qin Zhanfeng. And there is Li Hao. All the people who have appeared in his life are now appearing one by one in Qin Chen's mind, right before his eyes. Memories can only be concealed, not erased. No one can erase his name and nationality. No one can erase the meaning of his existence in this world. The red in his heart grows more and more intense, more and more vibrant. At this moment, Qin Chen's crimson will has transcended the physical. This scene deeply shocks the audience at the scene and the netizens in the live broadcast room. One after another, people's eyes are gradually turning deep red. A nameless flame is burning in their chests, because everyone's thoughts are following Qin Chen in the scene, experiencing it firsthand. As he said in his heart, memories can be concealed, but cannot truly be erased. Brainwashing cannot erase his pride as a person of Shenzhou. He loves this land so deeply that even in the darkness, the red in his heart will never fade. This has become a kind of faith. With faith, there will be strength. He has not been brainwashed. In this situation, he still knows who he is. A cry came from the audience at the scene. The voice carried a sob, a sense of shock. Once again, tears filled the eyes of the people present. Everyone has a feeling that they are not just witnessing the memories that Qin Chen has experienced, but also reaffirming their pride as people of Shenzhou. They can't help but wonder, if the country were to fall one day, would they remember that they come from Shenzhou? Would they remember that Shenzhou's blood flows within them? Tianjin Shuimu University, Multimedia Classroom. Hundreds of proud sons and daughters of heaven are sitting there, gazing at the current projection. This is a class on social thought. There are no textbooks. The textbook is the series Reverse Memory Life for each issue. Watching the current scene, all the teachers and students fell silent. The one teaching now is the most famous ideological teacher at Shuimu University, Zhang Yuheng. At this moment, looking at the current scene, Zhang Yuheng took off his glasses, then picked up a chalk and wrote 10 vigorous characters on the blackboard. Being a Chinese, one should have the spirit of China. Zhang Yuheng turned around and looked at all the students staring at the class, saying, "Do you know why so many countries in the world fear and dread us? Why, in just a little over 100 years, Shenzhou has been able to rise from being enslaved to becoming the great nation it is today? Whenever this country faces great peril, there will always be a few people who emerge to turn the tide. They may be questioned and reviled, but it cannot be denied that they will be active throughout ancient history, remembered by future generations. The clear and resonant voice echoed throughout the multimedia classroom. At this moment, all the students were completely focused, with serious expressions. Not a single person was slacking off, and no one was sleeping. They were all staring intently at the man in the scene. There was faith in his eyes. He was a city wall walking in the darkness, using his own body to support a nation. And with his words and actions, he awakened the faith of the vast people of Shenzhou. Now, in the scene, the electric current has been increased to the maximum, but Ziliulan is still looking at Qin Shen in front of her, lost in thought. She looked at the curve of the brainwaves, her eyes filled with astonishment, because she was surprised to find that this brainwashing had actually failed. Qin Shen not only was not brainwashed, but his memories were becoming even more profound. Lost in thought, she looked at Qin Shen's eyes, not with indifference, but gradually with reverence. In the end, she turned off the device. The electric current disappeared instantly. The laboratory door opened, and several men in white coats walked in, chattering away. Ziliulan responded. According to the translation of the picture, the audience can know that the people asked, was the brainwashing successful? Violet, very successful, can be trusted. The men in white coats left. Violet's words also caused a surge of barrage. What does she mean? Is she reporting false information? Could it be one of our own? To be honest, from the moment I saw this young lady, I felt she was good. Shut up, armchair expert. Not to mention the barrage in the live broadcast, even the audience at the scene couldn't help but be stunned. The main reason was that Violet's answer was really unexpected. As a member of the Sinister, Violet seemed to have a high status and should have truthfully told the truth that Qin Shen was not brainwashed. In this way, if Qin Shen's brainwashing failed, the organization would definitely have prepared corresponding measures, but Violet did not do so. Instead, she lied about the intelligence, saying that Qin Shen had already been brainwashed, which made people unable to help but speculate. This woman is very dangerous. Yuningshu stared at Violet in the picture, muttering to herself. Zhang Baishua nodded beside her. First, we cannot be sure which side she is on, but she has her own purpose. Secondly, why is the person who contacted Qin Shen codenamed Main God, and the person who picked him up was this woman codenamed Violet? Yuningshu said. Finally, after receiving Qin Shen, she showed interest in him, thinking that there was room for use. She is also an undercover agent, or indeed a member of the Sinister, but she wants to do something else, which does not conflict with Qin Shen. Zhang Baishua said softly. Finally, the two looked at each other and said in unison, the enemy's enemy is a friend. The whole audience was silent, everyone looking at them in astonishment. At this moment, in the picture, Qin Shen seemed to wake up, struggling to open his eyes a crack. Violet was squinting, her hands in the pockets of the white coat, looking at him with interest. I admire your willpower, but don't thank me. I helped you today, and you will have to repay it in the future. Maybe you'll have to risk your life. Qin Shen said nothing, just quietly watching her. Like Yuningshu's reaction, there was no gratitude in Qin Shen's eyes, but instead a hint of wariness. The Sinister's waters run deep, hiding the ultimate secret of this world. It took me a long time to climb to the position of a 5-star executive. Violet looked at Qin Shen, giggling. This dead water should also stir up some ripples. I'm looking forward to your performance. After speaking, Violet, in high heels, turned and left. When she reached the door, she paused again, facing away from Qin Shen, and said, by the way, my real name is Sophia. We will meet again, and if you're interested in having a fling with me, I think I'll be happy to try out your size. Da, da, da. The deep corridor echoed with the crisp sound of high heels hitting the ground, but Sophia's figure had already gone far. In the air, there was a hint of fragrance, and a very faint hint of blood. That was Violet's body scent, and she's still a virgin. Qin Shen's mouth curled slightly. Sharks are very sensitive to blood. Even the faintest blood is still blood, isn't it? After the brainwashing, Qin Shen was taken away again and stuffed into a car trunk. The car quickly started, heading towards an unknown destination. The picture gradually turned black at this moment. Before the new picture came, the audience at the scene was still discussing the foreign woman codenamed Violet. Although she did not appear in the picture for long, her identity, appearance, figure, and temperament, as well as her voice, left a deep impression on everyone. At this moment, the barrage kept scrolling. A woman with a story is fascinating. This Violet seems to have a deep story. I have a feeling that in the long undercover career of Qin Shen, she will play a very important role. I feel she's not bad, approaching Qin Shen with a deep purpose. Don't any of you discuss her measurements? That's what a real woman is. Yuningshu and Zhang Baishua both looked wide-eyed, also noting down Violet's real name, Sophia. As for what they knew about Qin Shen, it had already come to an end, and they didn't know what happened after she became an undercover agent. Perhaps one day, they would take the initiative to meet this woman named Sophia, if she was still alive. In the distant Maligian Republic across the ocean, it was nighttime. The night was enchanting. In the bustling city of Big Apple, a skyscraper stood tall, with a strange violet flower symbol shining at the very top. From the top floor of the Violet Building, one could overlook the entire city, giving a sense of ruling the world. The room had no lights on, and the only light came from the TV that was playing. This environment was clearly not due to the owner of the building being stingy with electricity, but because she naturally liked the darkness. Everyone has their own preferences, some like the glaring sunlight, while others prefer lurking in the dark shadows. Psychologically speaking, those who like the darkness and dislike the sunlight have a dark side in their hearts. They feel like creatures of the dark, just like bats. The sunlight is too bright and would burn them. A ray of light shone through the window below, faintly revealing a woman in a bright red gown, with a slit on both sides of the evening gown, revealing the seductive curves of her thighs, wrapped in sheer black stockings. She swayed a glass of red wine in her hand, lazily leaning on the sofa. Due to the dim light, her face couldn't be seen at all, only a pair of charming eyes, staring straight at the program on the other side of the ocean at this moment. Especially when she saw the man being judged, looking weak, a chilling sharpness flashed in the woman's eyes. She pressed a button. Soon, a waiter-like man came in. "Madam," he respectfully spoke, "what are your orders?" "Prepare a private jet, possibly heading to Shenzhou," the lady said coldly. "Also gather all the men and be prepared." "Madam, are you?" The subordinate was shocked. The lady's gaze was fixed on the program, and she lightly opened her red lips. "They have no right to judge my man. If he is not acquitted in the end, go and rescue him at all costs. He is the king here, not a prisoner on trial." On the domestic side, they were unaware that the largest conglomerate and dark force in the Malaysian Republic, Violet, had set their sights on them. Many things had happened this year, and the global event of the downfall of the Wangliang organization was one of them. After the downfall of Wangliang, although some of the organization's confidential projects were shattered, the organization's industry was a huge cake. However, before some overseas forces could make a move, they were swallowed up by a force called Violet. Violet quickly became one of the most unfathomable forces in the world. The leader of the organization was said to be a very mysterious woman. Soon, a new scene appeared. In the scene, Qin Chen looked much thinner, and her eyes were also much more indifferent. This was a kind of barrage that truly disregarded life, without mercy or compassion. Watching for a long time would make people feel chills. The people of the Wangliang organization were all like this. Just as the barrage was wondering if he had really been brainwashed, people saw the sharpness in his eyes, sharp enough to build a city wall. The barrage finally understood that Qin Chen was pretending to be like this. Violet had falsely reported the intelligence. He had already been successfully brainwashed, so he had to cooperate with Violet and pretend to be truly brainwashed. And Qin Chen had also seen the real person behind the main god. "Congratulations, Qin, you are now officially a member of the organization." The main god congratulated Qin Chen with a smile. However, Qin Chen still hadn't seen what the real Wanglei organization looked like on the inside. He didn't even know where the headquarters was. After brainwashing, Qin Chen knew that the organization would test his abilities. "What do you need me to do?" Qin Chen spoke as if he had lost his personality, indifferent to the extreme. "Very insightful," the main god praised, saying, "This is the first task the organization has assigned to you. Deal with some die-hard enemies. The organization is large, and it's inevitable that some impure thoughts will come in. How to handle it is up to you. Trust me, this will be a very enjoyable process." With that, the main god patted Qin Chen on the shoulder and left. At that moment, the entire scene was completely stunned. Eyes filled with surprise or disbelief stared blankly at the current situation. Qin Chen's figure stood firm like a javelin, always standing in place. "Enemies? What enemies? Why do I have a sense of foreboding?" In a barrage of comments, the scene changed. Led by someone, Qin Chen arrived at an underground room. It was dark and damp, with a nauseating stench of decay everywhere. Dirty cockroaches and vermin were everywhere. Along the way, Qin Chen even saw a man who had been tortured, with his skin torn and bloodied, being dragged out like a dead dog. Bang! Then, the sound of gunfire rang out. Everything returned to calm, with only the lingering smell of gunpowder in the air. The barrage exploded at that moment. "I understand, this is a prison specifically for holding spies. Is Qin Chen's first task to deal with so-called spies? My goodness, if they are spies from another country, it's one thing, but if they are from our own, I dare not think further." Soon, with a creak, under the guidance of the prison staff, Qin Chen arrived at the lowest and deepest level of a prison. As soon as the door was opened, he was deeply shocked by the scene before him. He couldn't help but clench his fists. At that moment, the scene and the live audience fell into a deathly silence. Just like Qin Chen in the scene, the pupils of all the viewers shrank to a point at that moment. Hands, feet, and bodies were trembling. Heavens! What is this? At that moment, Bingbing's face was as white as paper, without a trace of color. She dropped the microphone in her hand and covered her mouth with her hand. Yimingchu's eyes were filled with angry flames, her face turning ashen. The barrage in the live broadcast room was filled with anger. So the task of dealing with die-hard enemies mentioned earlier was referring to this. They are our compatriots. Are they asking Qin Chen to deal with our own people? This is too. Will he do it? In the angry barrage, people could see the panoramic view of the prison in the scene. Dimness and blood were the main themes, with terrifying torture devices scattered around. Each torture chair was occupied by a man covered in blood. Their hands and feet were bound, and their limbs were mangled, looking extremely miserable. What made it even more cruel was that they were fully conscious throughout, meaning they experienced intense pain. When they saw someone coming, they weakly opened their eyes, and in their bloodshot pupils, a fierce and ferocious light shone. These were a group of fearless warriors. What they feared was not being able to kill more enemies. When they ran out of weapons, they used their fists, and when they ran out of fists, they used their mouths to bite. Even in death, they wanted a piece of the enemy, so they even lost their teeth. Without anesthesia, someone directly scraped off their teeth. Up to now, their mouths were all bloody and their speech was simple. Seeing these people, the two who had brought Qin Shen to the prison cell both laughed. These people from Shenzhou are really ridiculous. With so many countries in the world, most of them are willing to submit to our organization, but only Shenzhou refuses and even says they want to crush our organization. And what's the result? All the undercover agents who infiltrated our organization have been captured. Their mouths are really tough. No matter what, they refuse to reveal Shenzhou's plans. I don't understand. It's not like there's anything wrong with submitting, but they insist on opposing us. The other person chuckled, this is brainwashing. They instill some absurd ideas in Shenzhou, like fighting for the rise of Shenzhou, sacrificing for Shenzhou. Is it useful? In the end, these people are just sacrificial pawns. Finally, the two of them sneered together, a bunch of fools. Little did they know, behind them, Qin Shen's expression had already twisted, his eyes filled with ferocity and malevolence. But today, it's not us who will be interrogating you, it's him. Just like you, he is also from Shenzhou. Being interrogated by one's own people, what kind of feeling is that? Haha, the staff in the prison cell introduced Qin Shen and burst into laughter. Upon hearing this, all the captured Shenzhou undercover agents trembled. No matter what they said before, or what cruel punishments they used, they never wavered. But now, seeing Qin Shen in front of them, they were stunned. Like him, they all had yellow skin and Shenzhou blood in their veins. After a moment of daze, everyone's faces changed suddenly. They became shocked, they became angry. Crack, crack. The chairs they were sitting on began to shake along with their bodies. It was evident how excited their emotions were. Their almost cannibalistic gazes all fell on Qin Shen. Their mouths opened, trembling violently, as if they wanted to say something, but couldn't utter a word, only large amounts of blood flowing down. For them, this was an undoubtedly fatal blow. Those eyes seemed to be questioning Qin Shen. Why betray Shenzhou? Why join this dark organization that seeks to control the world? Damn it! What a bunch of nonsense. It's infuriating. To make Qin Shen handle these resolute Shenzhou compatriots, it's like making him wield a butcher's knife against his own people. They are heroes, can't we save them? This is intentional. On one hand, they can use Qin Shen's identity as a fellow Shenzhou person to undermine the hero's beliefs. On the other hand, they can also test Qin Shen's loyalty. The organization has obviously given Qin Shen this task with deep intentions. Although Violet has submitted a report stating that Qin Shen has been successfully brainwashed, they still remain wary of him. At this moment, whether in the live broadcast or at the scene of the program, there was a strong sense of anger. No one had expected that Qin Shen's first task after joining the dark organization would be to deal with these Shenzhou undercover agents who were willing to die rather than submit. To the dark organization, they were spies. But to Shenzhou, they were heroes. Yu Songrong, Fan Xinhai, Long Zhanyi, Feng Huai. Suddenly, in the program venue, came the gentle voice of Yuning Chu. The audience looked at Yuning Chu, but were astonished to find that this Shenzhou female war god was actually in tears, her eyes red. Qin Shen's memories were being extracted, and Yuning Chu had shed tears before. But the previous times she cried were out of anger and hatred towards Qin Shen. However, this time, she was simply moved to tears by the sight of these Shenzhou heroes being tortured. These names are... Jiang Baishua looked at her, her eyes trembling. Yuning Chu nodded heavily. They are all elite members of the War Department, and similarly, they are the ones being tortured in the footage. After saying this, there was a long silence. The scene was silent, with only Yuning Chu's delicate, trembling voice slowly ringing out. About them, I have only seen photos and records of their lives. When I first entered the War Department, they had already left, reportedly to carry out a very dangerous and confidential mission, and have not returned since. Yuning Chu's eyes were red, as if filled with deep sorrow. Likely how, they are all missing persons, listed in the missing persons list, but their names are also in the martyrs' cemetery behind the red wall. They have long been sacrificed. After speaking, she took a deep breath, trying to calm the tumultuous emotions in her heart as much as possible. This is how the people in the War Department are. Once you enter the War Department, you are family. Although she did not know these people, and had not even seen them, the blood in her body resonated with them. Seeing these predecessors being tortured and abused, Yuning Chu was on the verge of madness. As for the audience at the scene and the netizens in the live broadcast room, they were completely stunned. They all fixed their gaze on the figure of Qin Shen in the picture, incredulous to the extreme. Qin Shen, did he really wield the butcher's knife against his compatriots? This thought made everyone's hearts tremble fiercely, because people suddenly remembered that Qin Shen not only betrayed the country, but he was also a butcher, an executioner. The blood in his body flowed with an extremely violent and murderous factor. In this situation, everyone present felt deeply immersed in it. Ah, Qin Shen must have wielded the butcher's knife against his compatriots. He has to be the villain. Yes, first of all, he entered the demon organization as an undercover agent, and finally gained the organization's trust. This is the first task assigned by the organization, and it must be completed satisfactorily. Secondly, the organization may not completely trust Qin Shen, and this is a test. If Qin Shen does not act against these heroes, he will definitely get into trouble. It's a choice between two evils. But they are also heroes. Do they really have to wield the butcher's knife against their compatriots for the sake of a so-called mission? They are not just comrades, in a sense, they are also partners who fight side by side. Those who act against their partners are the real scum. The barrage of comments sparked intense debate, full of gunpowder. Not to mention them, I believe that everyone present who saw this scene would feel as if their heads were exploding. People torturing their own people, this is what they cannot stand the most. Maybe there is a way to have the best of both worlds? Bing Bing forced to smile and tried to think optimistically. Everyone watched quietly. It's up to you. In the picture, after the two staff members mocked him, they patted Qin Shen on the shoulder and then left the prison cell. Before leaving, they also looked at Qin Shen with mocking eyes. These two people were also of Eastern descent, but they were not from the Divine Land, they were from the Kimchi country. In their eyes, this was just a play, a good show of people from one country killing each other. They were spectators. Little did they know, Qin Shen had already become filled with a bloodthirsty and violent gaze. He couldn't bring himself to act against his compatriots. Sizzle. At this moment, the voice of the main god suddenly came through Qin Shen's earpiece. Qin, I just received news that the upper echelons are very interested in your interrogation of these stubborn traitors. You are to question them and extract as much information as possible. If useful information cannot be obtained from their mouths, execute them immediately, understood? Upon hearing these words, a sharp glint burst forth in Qin Shen's eyes. His fists, hanging by his sides, clenched and then relaxed. The veins on his neck and forehead bulged. But his response was still mechanical, understood. What people saw in his eyes was still only indifference. The indifference that extinguishes humanity. This is a public execution. The villain, Qin Shen, will do it. Will he shoot? There's no choice now, is there? The barrage exploded at that moment. Even Yaninchu's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Perhaps there's no need for Qin Shen to torture them anymore. Before this, they have already endured round after round of severe torture, and their physical functions have been exhausted. After a long silence, Jiang Baixue spoke in a low voice, her clenched fists containing her wordless anger. Even from the perspective of a god, they were still so furious. So, what about Qin Shen? All eyes turned to the projected image. At this moment, Qin Shen was like a wild beast consumed by responsibility, his gaze fixed on Yu Songrong, Fan Xinghai, Long Zhanya, and Fang Huai. They were all a generation older than Qin Shen, and they were of the same generation as his adoptive father, Qin Zhanfeng. Everyone could sense his hesitation, that wordless roar. A subjective feeling of despair, like a black hole, instantly suffocated everyone. He had already seen that Yu Songrong didn't have much time left. Qin Shen's gaze was fixed on them. Yu Songrong, Fan Xinghai, and the others were also fixed on him. Their eyes no longer held the same anger and hatred as when they first saw Qin Shen. Eyes don't lie. From Qin Shen's eyes, they saw something similar to what they felt. A determination to throw their lives away, to leave no way out for themselves, until Qin Shen's fingers subtly changed, making one small gesture after another toward Yu Songrong and the others. Gestures representing his identity. At that moment, the expressions of Yu Songrong, Fan Xinghai, Long Zhanya, and the others also changed instantly. They became resolute, and it was hard to imagine that this was the look of a dying person. At this moment, there was only a silent confrontation. No sound was needed, their gazes said it all. Suddenly, Yu Songrong's mouth opened, all his teeth had been scraped away, and as his mouth trembled, large amounts of blood flowed down. But with all his strength, he managed to say the first and last words he would speak to Qin Shen. Kill me! Kill me! He spoke in the language of Shenzhou. In the entire cell, only his faint voice echoed. It was so light, yet so loud. Everyone saw in Yu Songrong's eyes the will to die. Yu Songrong was like this. Fan Xinghai was like this. Long Zhanye was like this. Fang Huai was also like this. I think I understand their eyes now. Before Qin Shen arrived, all they had in their eyes was hatred, but after seeing Qin Shen, there was no longer hatred, but hope. Yes, they have persevered to the end. Before dying, they saw the person who would carry on their hope. Their mission has ended. For them, to die at the hands of their own people is the best ending. The barrage of comments scrolled wildly, and never before had they understood the meaning of a gaze so clearly. The audience understood, and so did Qin Shen. At that moment, the image of Qin Shen in the scene did not use any torture devices, but instead picked up a gun. The gun was light, but holding it at that moment made it feel so heavy. Heavy enough to make his hand tremble. At the same time, Qin Shen stared at them, his cheeks twitching and trembling violently. But Yu Songrong, Fan Xinghai, Long Zhanya, and Fang Huai all showed their smiles to Qin Shen. Their lips curled slightly upward, blood-stained, so fierce yet so gentle and familiar. Yes, this was the unique smile of the Shenzhou soldiers. A fierce grin left for the enemy. symbolizing an unyielding determination to fight to the death. The fierce grin was also left for their comrades, using blood to tell their comrades to continue forward in the darkness. They passed their torch to Qin Shen. Perhaps they had died, but Qin Shen would not forget them. There was a time when, before him, there was a group of pioneers who opened up the wilderness, paving the way for those who came later. Bang! The deafening sound of a gunshot rang out. Yu Songrong's head now had an extra bullet hole, and blood splattered all over Qin Shen. Bang! The jarring sound of gunfire echoed through the venue at this moment. The entire scene fell silent, with only the sound of the gunshots. That single bullet not only pierced the foreheads of Yu Songrong, Fan Xinhai, Long Zhanya, and Fang Huai, but also pierced the souls of everyone present. As they watched, everyone fell silent, with tears in their eyes and redness in their gaze. They were all moved by the sight of these veterans. Before Qin Shen arrived, they were the pioneers, unfortunate to be captured as a common occurrence. Despite the torture, they did not yield, but instead became more resolute. No matter how much they suffered or bled, they persisted, until Qin Shen arrived. After learning of Qin Shen's identity, they truly passed on the torch to him. It was then that they saw death peacefully. For them, dying at the hands of their own was the best outcome. Qin Shen also gave them their final journey. For pulls of the trigger, for bullets, ended their brief yet glorious lives. Their deaths would not be in vain, as Qin Shen would inherit their will and continue forward. Ah, the respected heroes. Now, Qin Shen has finally embarked on this path. He could have chosen not to take this path, to continue as the 5-star commander, with power over thousands, but he bore too much, ultimately leading him to abandon his family, relinquish his position as a 5-star commander, and willingly plunge into darkness. I voluntarily request a pardon for Qin Shen. I agree. In the live broadcast room, a large number of barrage messages flooded in, requesting a pardon for Qin Shen. At this moment, Yuningchu, Jiang Baixue, and others watched quietly. They did not express their own opinions. The initial strong desire for Qin Shen's execution had diminished, especially for Yuningchu. She simply gazed at the man holding the gun and silently contemplating the bodies on the screen. The power of the people cannot be ignored. Even the judges in the courtroom sighed. They pondered whether Qin Shen should be pardoned. However, after much hesitation, the judge struck the gavel and said, "Everything is not yet settled. Let's continue watching." Indeed, the law is rigorous. Once a life is taken, it is taken, regardless of the reasons. There are still many variables in the future. The scene continued. The bodies of Yu Songrong, Fan Xinhai, and Long Zhanya were removed. Qin Shen, who had personally sent them on their way, put down his gun and took a deep breath. After calming his emotions, Qin Shen's expression and gaze became indifferent once again. In this moment, Qin Shen had to be truly meticulous to ensure nothing went wrong. After handling the bodies of Yu Songrong and the others, Qin Shen said nothing, simply turned around and glanced at the camera behind him. He knew that the footage of him executing Yu Songrong, Fan Xinhai, and Long Zhanya would definitely be watched by the higher-ups of the Wanlei organization. The scene at the venue changed. The footage of Qin Shen in the execution room kept shrinking until it was reflected on several computer screens. Several people were watching in the room. Among them were men and women, but due to the dim lighting, their faces were not clear. However, each person exuded a powerful aura. A woman in a purple cheongsam, holding a glass of red wine, stood out in the corner, her fiery red lips curling up. Some in the audience fell silent, but many nodded. It seemed that Qin Shen had passed their organization's assessment. However, it was still a long way from getting close to them. Are these the higher-ups of the Wanlei organization? I seem to have seen the figure of Violet. The brief scene immediately sparked discussions in the live broadcast barrage. However, just as people wanted to continue exploring the secrets of Wanlei, the scene abruptly cut back, without a moment's pause. After all this was done, Qin Shen came to the outside of the prison. The moon overseas was very round, but Qin Shen had no time to appreciate it at all. He just stood there quietly, looking at the distant woods. Everyone could see that Qin Shen still harbored great resentment towards the few people he had personally ended, even though they would not have survived without his intervention. His heart was still filled with raging waves. He was prepared for everything, except for the day when he would turn against his own compatriots. At this moment, he just clenched his fists tightly, and because of the force, his knuckles were covered with calluses, faintly turning white. In the next instant, a low voice sounded, "You will not die in vain, I will fulfill what you have left unfinished. No one can insult you, no one can touch your bodies." It was like a blood-stained oath. Qin Shen's eyes were fierce and cruel, like a wild beast. At this time, a voice came from behind. It was the two guards from the Paokai country, who were now handling the bodies of Yu Songrong and Fan Xinhai, casually throwing them onto a mass grave. There, the weeds were overgrown, and had long been filled with numerous bodies. What was even more terrifying was that most of these bodies had been bitten by sharp teeth, as if there were some ferocious carnivorous animals here. After disposing of the bodies, the two guards from the Paokai country left, still chatting and laughing. The content of their conversation was exactly the scene of Qin Shen shooting Yu Songrong and the others before. In their eyes, this was a self-inflicted slaughter among the people of Shenzhou, and for them, it was the best joke. Little did they know, a pair of cold eyes had already locked onto them from behind, like the Grim Reaper wielding his scythe. It was Qin Chen. He remembered that these two guards from the Paokai country had initially mocked Yu Songrong and Fan Xinhai. Now that they were dead, they had become the topic of their idle chatter. Qin Chen pounced like a tiger descending the mountain, striking like lightning. Before they could react, they had lost consciousness. It was unknown how long had passed when they were awakened by intense pain. Opening their eyes, they found Qin Chen standing beside them, looking at them with a cold and stern gaze. His eyes were as indifferent as if he were looking at a corpse. At this moment, Qin Chen demonstrated to all the audience what cruelty truly meant. He first used a dagger to sever the tendons of the two guards from the Paokai country, leaving them to wriggle on the ground like reptiles, before cutting open their bellies. In this mass grave, there were wild tigers. The fresh blood quickly attracted the tigers. In the end, Qin Chen untied their ropes. They could only crawl on the ground like worms, and the tigers quickly caught up with them. Finally, they were devoured completely. The group of tigers that had eaten the two guards from the Paokai country also looked towards Qin Chen. Qin Chen stood there, coldly watching the tigers. After a few glances, the tigers left. Even the tigers knew to fear this man. At this moment, this man spoke in a low voice, a voice that only he could hear. I said, "No one can insult you." With the cold voice, this man's eyes sparkled. At the scene of the show, everyone fell silent. At this moment, even those who were in the God's eye view were somewhat unable to distinguish whether this man in front of them was good or evil, or perhaps, whether the brainwashing had succeeded or failed. Everyone was constantly worried that the environment around them would truly erode Qin Chen. Alas, being an undercover agent means enduring years of loneliness and darkness, as well as one task after another that one may not even be able to accept. From now on, family is just a passerby. This time it's fine, just executing compatriots. If the organization becomes even more ruthless and makes Qin Chen deal with his relatives, wife, and daughter, then what should we do? Stop being so pessimistic, okay? If such a scene really happens, I'd rather skip it. The barrage in the live broadcast room scrolled. This topic also attracted the attention of the audience at the scene of the show. This possibility, it really could happen. Yun Yingshu calmly spoke. As soon as these words were uttered, everyone present, including the host Bing Bing, had a subtle change in their expressions. "Miss Yun, what do you mean by that?" she asked in surprise. Yun Yingshu just looked at her with plain eyes, then turned her gaze to the unconscious Qin Chen and said, "Have you all forgotten about the shocking nationwide massacre 7 years ago, the Qin family massacre?" Boom! The sound seemed to strike at everyone's hearts like a requiem. All the audience suddenly felt their hearts twitch. They all remembered how Qin Chen had slaughtered the family that had raised him, the entire Qin family. After the massacre, not to mention shocking the entire capital, it even shocked the entire country. Yun Yingshu couldn't help but clench her fists, her eyes dark and obscure. She could never forget the shock she felt when the news broke out. When she rushed to the Qin family and saw it for herself, she was directly scared to the point of collapsing on the ground. A huge fire had spread throughout the entire Qin family, leaving traces of charred remains everywhere. Not a single member of the Qin family was spared, all brutally murdered. Even a dagger was found in Qin Jianfeng's chest. But strangely, when Qin Jianfeng left, he looked peaceful, with a slight smile on his face as he died. If Miss Yun hadn't mentioned it, I really would have forgotten. No matter how Qin Chen tries to wash it away, he can't erase the Qin family massacre. It was the family that raised him and supported him, his foster father, Qin Jianfeng. For the family, for the country, Qin Jianfeng was without reproach. No matter what the reason, I cannot accept that Qin Chen slaughtered the entire Qin family. I really wonder what kind of state of mind he was in at the time, whether he was forced into it or truly fell into darkness without hesitation. Yun Yingshu brought up the Qin family massacre, and whether it was the condemnation at the scene or the barrage of comments in the live broadcast, they were all filled with resentment. As the host, Bing Bing had to step in to maintain the atmosphere of the show. It is an undeniable fact that Qin Chen planned the Qin family massacre, but our memories have not retrieved this part of the story, and we do not understand Qin Chen's inner journey. Everything is not easy to judge. Perhaps there are hidden truths that we do not know, so let's wait and see. As Bing Bing's words fell, the images on the screen also changed. There were many people in the prison, and 2 guards had died, but no one paid any attention. After that mission, Qin Chen officially entered the inner circle of the Wanlei organization. The main god became his superior. The tasks assigned to him were no longer tests of human nature like executing compatriots, but truly unspeakable tasks. These tasks further convinced Qin Chen that the Wanlei organization was conducting some kind of experiment. They needed living subjects for the experiment. Qin Chen's task was to capture some of these subjects, most of whom were influential figures hidden in the darkest corners of the city. They carried the burden of lives or secretly pursued some unspeakable purpose. The Qin Chen presented to the public was a cold and indifferent figure. From then on, the seemingly calm Wanlei organization seemed to have stirred up some waves. A man from the Eastern Divine Land took on many tasks, never failing once. His ruthless nature and almost indifferent attitude towards human life made everyone in the organization fear him. He even had his own code name, Judge, symbolizing the judgment of life. Anyone targeted by him never made it out alive. As a result, Qin Chen quickly caught the attention of the high-ranking members of Wanlei. In fact, they had noticed him since he first joined the organization. The reason they only dared to give him low-level tasks was that they still did not fully trust Qin Chen. Yes, even though Qin Chen had undergone brainwashing and personally eliminated the undercover agents who had sworn to never betray the organization still did not dare to fully trust him. They dare not forget that Qin Chen was once the supreme commander of the Shenzhou, top-notch in all aspects. To put it bluntly, he was the 5-star executive officer of the organization, and his abilities may not even be as strong as Qin Chen's. The reason they dare not reuse him is simply due to lack of trust. One day, the main god, with his golden hair and the standard appearance of a Western handsome man, met Qin Chen. Qin, no, I should call you judge now. You always complete the tasks very well, and the organization has noticed. At this point, the main god paused. Suddenly, there was a hint of mockery in his eyes. Do you want to take it to the next level? Qin Chen nodded, his eyes still showing that indifferent, soulless look. Even when facing the main god, his eyes remained the same. The main god didn't mind and directly handed him a file. Below are the people to be eliminated. You should be interested in this. Qin Chen opened it and saw the photo of Qin Jianfeng stamped inside. Seeing this familiar photo, Qin Chen's hand holding the file instantly tightened. The scene erupted in an instant. This is Qin Chen's foster father? Damn, Miss Yun's words have come true. What Qin Chen is going to do next is indeed the massacre of the Qin family. Oh my god. Yuningqiu, at this moment, was also gritting her teeth, staring at the current scene without blinking. Throughout the scene, the main god was constantly observing Qin Chen's facial expressions. However, all he saw was indifference. The main god paused and continued, although our organization exists behind multiple countries globally, there are still some people strongly resisting us, causing us a lot of trouble. There are a total of 14 people on the list, and the first 13 have already been secretly dealt with, leaving only this 14th person. That's Qin Jianfeng. Do you know who he is? The main god's eyes suddenly narrowed dangerously, flashing a cold light like a cobra. Qin Chen closed the file and calmly said, I don't know. The scene fell silent. Only in the picture, Qin Chen's calm face uttered that cold-blooded I don't know. The audience could clearly feel that this I don't know was not deliberate pretense, but genuine indifference from the heart. It seemed as if he really didn't know. At this moment, all the audience and media on the scene turned their cameras to the projected image. That kind of indifference cannot be faked. Only genuine indifference from the heart can make people feel it. Qin Jianfeng, his foster father. After his biological father died at the hands of mercenaries, he became Qin Chen's true father. He played a crucial role in Qin Chen's future. This father and son, at this moment, left a mark of cold-blooded ruthlessness in people's hearts. At this moment, the director of the show said something to Bingbing, and Bingbing took a deep breath, looking at the screen and saying, as Mr. Qin Chen's memories have now been extracted to the plot after his treason. In order for everyone to better understand his journey, the show has invited the renowned overseas psychologist, Mr. Will. Welcome, everyone. The scene was met with only scattered applause. Most of the audience was immersed in the scene of Qin Chen's current experience, the despair of wielding a butcher's knife towards the closest person, which was suffocating. However, the next words from Dr. Will brought most people back to reality. He said, Mr. Qin is my patient. The audience on the scene all widened their eyes, looking at Dr. Will with incredulity. Qin Chen was actually his patient? In fact, many people now overlook the psychological and mental pressures and illnesses. Once infected, physical illnesses are just minor problems. Dr. Will said calmly, the first time I met Qin, he was already suffering from mental illness. He was more irritable than the average person and more prone to self-harm and harming others. I prescribed many medications and provided psychological therapy for him. It can be said that he often oscillates between reality and fantasy. Dr. Will glanced at the screen and continued, take the current situation, for example. In Qin's heart, there is something more important than his own life or the lives of his loved ones. He wants to achieve this, and before that, he is willing to sacrifice anything. After Dr. Will finished speaking, the audience and barrage finally understood. In his heart, there is an overriding determination, but that is his foster father, his benefactor. Perhaps my position and his are different. Now I am considering the meaning of this undercover operation. How should I choose between country and family? After Dr. Will's professional explanation, the audience finally began to understand Qin Chen's state of mind at that time, but the barrage still echoed with sighs. Yuningqiu stared at the screen, clenched her hands, and finally let go after exerting extreme force. Qin Chen, is this your journey of the heart? But the dead are already gone. What's the point of pursuing your emotional journey? In a whisper that only Yuningqiu could hear, a massacre that would shock the entire nation began. I will personally lead this operation. You used to be a soldier, so you should understand that military orders are above all else. The main god spoke again in the video. Qin Chen still had an almost indifferent look in his eyes, as calm as stagnant water. He simply picked up a gleaming dagger and slammed it onto a photo of Qin Jianfeng. The scene quickly changed. a plane slowly landed at Tianjin International Airport. The familiar scenery of the divine land once again appeared, but there was no hint of a smile on Qin Shen's face. Watching Qin Shen's indifferent appearance, Yu Ningqiu felt a pang of pain. Returning to the old place, everything had changed. That's probably the feeling at this moment. Tianjin International Airport. It was the cold winter season. A middle-aged man wearing a black wool coat, slightly hunched but trying to straighten his back, was walking slowly. His resolute face was filled with solemnity and severity. It was Qin Shen's foster father, Qin Zhenfeng. With a duckbill cap and a mask, Qin Shen walked closer and then removed his mask. He earnestly examined the now aging middle-aged man in front of him. The temples had turned gray at some point, and his figure had begun to shrink. What made Qin Shen's pupil's contract was the empty left sleeve of Qin Zhenfeng. It added a touch of desolation. That left arm had been blown off during the attack by the child soldier. Since then, the War Department had forced Qin Zhenfeng to retire. Dad! It was not clear how long it took for Qin Shen to finally call out. His voice was hoarse, like that of a weathered mountain ghost. But Qin Zhenfeng shook his head and, looking at him, showed a long-lost smile. Don't say anything. It's good that you're back. Qin Zhenfeng used his only hand to pat Qin Shen's shoulder with a smile on his face. When you left, the whole country was in an uproar. Not only did everyone know that you were a 5-star commander, but they also knew that you, as a commander, had betrayed the country. Now there are wanted posters of you all over the country. Rumors can kill. Whether you betrayed the country or not, the answer to this question no longer matters. Go and do what you think is right. Dad will always be proud of you. Qin Shen cried. He thought that after accepting that mission, he would never cry again. From then on, all the glory and honor, all the affection and love, had nothing to do with him. He was just an emotionless machine, a monster. He was prepared to bear the infamy alone and forever dwell in darkness. However, in the Red Kingdom of his dreams, there was still someone who believed in him no matter what he did, despite the world's intolerance and fury. There is a kind of emotion in this world that is more plain than love, more enduring than friendship, and more moving than family affection. It is called parental love. In the winter of Tianjin in the north that year, the wind was particularly strong, carrying visible sandstorms. It made Qin Shen cry. The scene was silent. For some reason, when they saw the image of Qin Zhenfeng smiling and affectionately patting Qin Shen's shoulder, everyone present had red eyes. The wind of Tianjin that year seemed to blow through the screen to this place, and many people were wiping their eyes. This was not just a simple reunion of father and son. At that time, the divine land was in turmoil after Qin Shen's treason, and the whole country was condemning and angry at him. With the War Department unable to step forward to help clarify the situation, Qin Shen could only bear it all alone and move forward under the burden. This was a secret that no one could speak of. Not even his father, Qin Zhenfeng, could speak of it. However, in his ignorance, Qin Zhenfeng unconditionally trusted Qin Shen, and from his words, it was not difficult to see that he had always been proud of Qin Shen. Tired from the outside, missing home, just come back. Even if the mission fails, it doesn't matter. As long as you're alive, it's good. This may be the requirement of all fathers in the world for their children. In the live broadcast barrage, so touching, this is the love of a mountain. Qin Shen's success and glory are inseparable from the cultivation of one person, that is Qin Zhenfeng. When he was young, he was stricter with Qin Shen than anyone else, but once he was born, he would protect Qin Shen more than anyone else. Perhaps his strength is no longer strong, just an old man, but in his eyes, Qin Shen is still his son, and this can never be changed. But this time Qin Shen came back to take Qin Zhenfeng's life. I can't bear to watch anymore. The live broadcast room was full of discussions. The scene quickly moved to the next one. Qin Zhenfeng brought Qin Shen back to the Qin family, the place where Qin Shen grew up. The red paint from his childhood had already faded, and the walls had completely lost their white paint. The old locust tree from his childhood had become bare, but next to it, several small locust trees had grown. Qin Shen gently touched them, with a look of reminiscence in his eyes, but his expression became more serious. Who's here? Qin Zhenfeng gathered everyone together with a smile. You are Qin Shen? Everyone in the Qin family was very surprised. Aunt, cousin, uncle. Qin Shen's voice was light. He had not been undercover for long, but he seemed to have forgotten how to face such a warm scene. Looking at these familiar faces, Qin Shen's eyes seemed to be evasive. Being near home made him timid, and with his current tarnished reputation, he was afraid that his family would look at him with strange eyes. That would deeply hurt him. However, to Qin Shen's surprise, the people in the entire Qin family looked at him with only surprise in their eyes, without a trace of anger or excitement. They just looked at Qin Shen with smiles in their eyes. I have watched Qin Shen grow up since he was a child. I know what kind of person he is. It's impossible for him to do such a thing. I never agreed with little Chen joining the army before. Following his father's old path, it's thankless. Even if he becomes a 5-star commander, so what? I hope he becomes an ordinary person. Zhenfeng has retired now. He's not with the War Department. Don't mention Qin Shen's return to anyone. Keep it to yourself, understand? At that moment, people saw that Qin Shen's nails had deeply embedded into his palm. He was bleeding, but he didn't know. Ah, how can Qin Chen do this? He can't do it at all. Indeed, the human heart is soft. Faced with elders who have watched us grow up, who could bear to harm them? Honestly, I really hope Qin Chen can withdraw from the mission at this moment. In the live broadcast room, the barrage was also infected by the smiles of the Qin family in the picture, and there was much discussion. Instructor. At this moment, Yuningshu and Jiang Baixue were both staring at the screen in a daze, murmuring. Yuningshu gritted her teeth and whispered, Qin Chen, how could you do it? Dinner is almost ready, just wait a bit longer. Qin Chen called him into the house, and soon the sound of cooking could be heard in the kitchen. The aroma of the food drifted into the air. The environment of the Qin family was no different from when they were young, but Qin Chen felt extremely uncomfortable. The next moment, Qin Chen's phone rang. Qin Chen went outside to answer it. The cold voice of the main god came from inside. Where are you? This operation is under my command. Why did you act on your own? The audience only then realized that Qin Chen was meeting Qin Jianfeng on his own. Your actions make it difficult for me not to consider you a traitor to the organization. The main god's words were cold, and he added another sentence. At this moment, the barrage surged. Could it be that Qin Chen's undercover secret is about to be exposed at this moment? Well, it's good if it's exposed. Then he won't have to continue the mission. Even if he fails, the War Department won't say anything. This is Shenzhou. If I were Qin Chen, I wouldn't carry out the mission. Between family and country, I choose family. In the picture, Qin Chen held the phone and gradually fell into silence. After a long time, he raised his face again, which was already extremely cold. Indeed, you are in command. But everything must be done in advance of the mission's success. The Qin family is a family of the War Department in Shenzhou. With the background of the War Department, do you want to force your way in? The voice fell, and the main god fell into silence. He hadn't figured out how to kill Qin Jianfeng. The War Department of Shenzhou has developed rapidly in recent years, and coupled with the fact that this is Tianjin, the hinterland of the War Department, it can be said that it is everywhere. I don't want to face the encirclement of the entire War Department of Shenzhou. Listen to my command. This is Shenzhou. The next moment, Qin Chen's words suddenly turned cold. Although the main god was Qin Chen's superior, he was also frightened by this momentum at the moment. After a long silence, the main god's somewhat angry voice came. It's best if you can succeed. Otherwise, your actions will be automatically judged as betrayal by the organization. Another scene appeared. In a dim room, many people were still standing. There were both men and women, but their faces could not be seen clearly. The main god had already reported Qin Chen's unauthorized action in this mission to the higher-ups. Qin Chen is a person of Shenzhou, and the location of this mission is also in Shenzhou. The person to be killed is Qin Chen's foster father. Just by looking at Qin Chen's traces, it can indeed be judged that Qin Chen has betrayed. However, after a long time and after deliberation, their response was based solely on the result. As long as Qin Chen can kill his foster father, he can enter the middle level. The cold voice came, and the main god hung up the phone. The memory mind reader can not only project the memories of Qin Chen, but also the things happening elsewhere at the same time. Combining the two, a complete event appeared before the audience. At this moment, Qin Chen put down the phone, looked at his own hand, and then turned to look at the busy figures of the Qin family. His eyes were tangled to the extreme. At this moment, perhaps even Qin Chen himself has begun to waver. Can he really bring himself to do this? Thinking on a deeper level, should he continue the undercover mission? This time it's his Qin Jianfeng, but next time, it could be his wife, daughter. Don't you all stop projecting yourselves into it? You are not Qin Chen. Don't use your subjective thoughts to project onto Qin Chen. Without any accidents, Qin Chen should continue, and of course, kill his foster family. In the live broadcast room, the barrage continued. Some were analyzing Qin Chen's current mental journey, while others were angrily criticizing those who only stayed on the surface. Sigh. The sound of sorrowful sighs echoed through the venue. Yuningshu and Jiang Baixue had complex expressions in their eyes. They were rational. The tragic annihilation of the Qin family was real, and Qin Chen becoming a global threat was also a fact. This also proved that Qin Chen had ultimately resisted and walked a path to darkness. Perhaps at this moment, Qin Chen is conflicted and tormented, but in the end, he will definitely continue forward. This is his destiny. Before they could be shocked, a new scene unfolded. In the evening, due to Qin Chen's sudden return, the Qin family's dinner was very sumptuous tonight. Everyone in the Qin family smiled, and the dinner seemed warm, but in reality, everyone felt the weight behind it. However, no one spoke first. There were many delicious dishes on the table, but Qin Chen didn't touch any of them. His eyes were fixed on the simplest and most plain bowl of barley noodles on the table. When he was young, Qin Jianfeng often cooked it for him. Qin Jianfeng, seeing this, smiled and pushed the bowl of barley noodles in front of Qin Chen. Qin Chen took it and started eating. Huff, huff. Qin Chen ate heartily, wolfing down the food, burying his entire face in the bowl. He ate in a messy manner, as if he hadn't eaten for days. No one saw that as he ate the noodles, a few tears occasionally fell into the soup. When he finished, Qin Chen stopped eating. By then, his eyes had turned red, and tears fell heavily. Plop! The The next moment, he knelt on the floor and began to speak the words hidden in his heart. I came back this time to kill all of you. A stone stirred 1,000 waves. At this moment, the audience at the venue was stunned. No one had expected Qin Shen to reveal his purpose. After the shock, everyone let out a sigh. It seems he still can't bring himself to do it. That's for the best. But it doesn't make sense. Since Qin Shen has revealed his purpose, why were the entire Qin family still slaughtered? In the live broadcast room, a questioning comment quickly rose to the top and received numerous likes. After seeing this comment, everyone on the show also widened their eyes. Indeed, at this moment, Qin Shen had revealed his purpose, which meant he had given up on killing Qin Jianfeng. According to the subsequent historical trajectory, the entire Qin family should have survived. However, as history showed, the Qin family was still annihilated. It seems there are many hidden secrets behind this. Yun Yingqiu murmured to herself. The scene continued. After Qin Shen spoke those words, everyone in the Qin family was stunned. Realizing this, except for Qin Jianfeng, everyone's faces showed panic and fear. At that time, Qin Shen was a traitor, a dangerous figure with a 5-star danger rating. Such a person saying such words naturally caused panic. However, after experiencing the initial panic, the panicked members of the Qin family, looking at Qin Shen kneeling on the ground, became bewildered. Since Qin Shen had come to kill them, why did he tell them? At that time, Qin Shen just stared at them with red eyes, not saying a word. Qin Jianfeng also calmly looked at Qin Shen. When he picked up Qin Shen from the airport, he knew that Qin Shen had come with a purpose. Before I retired, I heard some rumors from my old superior. There was a person who abandoned everything and fell into darkness, and that person is you. Qin Jianfeng smiled and looked at Qin Shen. Qin Shen remained silent, his eyes as red as a devil emerging from hell. Qin Jianfeng laughed heartily twice, then continued, it seems I wasn't wrong. That person can only be you. Although I have retired, my heart is still with the military. If there is a war, I will answer the call. If there is a war, I will answer the call. These 6 words seem to contain boundless power. After hearing these words, all the members of the Qin family, whether it was an illusion or not, had different expressions. Looking around, everyone's faces became resolute. Every person, as if knowing their own destiny, faces it calmly. Get up! What kind of kneeling is this? Qin Jianfeng scolded. Qin Shen stood up, his eyes looking even redder, no tears, no sadness. He just kept shaking his head, thinking he could face it calmly, even facing Qin Jianfeng's photo and calmly saying I don't know. But only when he truly faced it, did he realize that he was not prepared at all. He didn't want Qin Jianfeng to die, didn't want everyone in the Qin family to die. Otherwise, he wouldn't have acted on his own to meet Qin Jianfeng. He wanted to tell Qin Jianfeng to escape, the farther the better. As for the consequences, he hadn't thought about it, maybe giving up the mission, or maybe there would be another way. Don't be sad, don't be upset, not a single person in the Qin family is weak, we are even prepared to die at any time. Behind Qin Jianfeng, a slightly older, dark-skinned middle-aged man smiled and said, showing a row of white teeth when he smiled. That was Qin Shen's uncle. Qin Shen, you must not know, every man in the Qin family is a retired soldier, not afraid of death. Another person said with a smile, then changed the subject, it's just that we feel sorry for our wives. They shook their heads one after another, saying with a smile, we have no regrets. Qin Shen couldn't say anything, just staring blankly. Their faces, one by one, were imprinted in Qin Shen's eyes. He couldn't forget, couldn't erase. At this moment, what he saw was the courage of the Qin family. What he saw was the loyalty buried in the mountains, and the courage facing the world. What he saw was his own pupils, reflecting endless killing intent. The Last Supper, finished. Qin Jianfeng smiled and put down his chopsticks, looking at Qin Shen, saying, I, Qin Jianfeng, have no son in my life. Xiaochen, you have fulfilled my wish, I have to thank you. After speaking, he took out a sharp dagger and placed it on the table. The scene of the program. A pair of eyes and gazes fell on the image projected at this moment. They looked at the knife placed on the table by Qin Jianfeng. The handle of the knife was wooden, with a vigorous and powerful Qin character engraved on it. Everything in the Qin family was marked with this character. Furniture, utensils, representing that everything belonged to the Qin family, including the people in the Qin family, also engraved with a Qin character, the Qin character engraved in their hearts, representing loyalty and bravery throughout the family. At this moment, the barrage surged wildly. Several times, the barrage reached the highest critical point, just like the fluctuating hearts of the audience. A pair of eyes, with a dazed look, watched this scene. No way, is the next development that all members of the Qin family choose to commit suicide in order for Qin Shen's undercover operation to continue? The tragic case of the Qin family's extermination, is this the truth? There is no hatred, only heroic sorrow. How many people in the present divine land can calmly face death? In these rolling barrage comments, the audience at the scene of the program. At this moment, their moist eyes were filled with shock. Yumingchu's hands on both sides were trembling constantly. Her eyes, also trembling. The shocking truth of the extermination of the Qin family, Qin Jianfeng, her father-in-law. In her memory, he was a kind and gentle old man. He was very good to her, but at this moment, facing death, he was so calm. She closed her eyes, a tear fell from her eyelids. A murmuring voice came from her mouth. The best of times, the worst of times. This is the best of times, no war, no gun smoke. The sky is very blue, the water is very clear, and people's smiles are very gentle. This is also the worst of times, because every best of times is exchanged for by countless unknown sacrifices. They exchange their own deaths for a possibility. Even if this possibility is very slim, they must continue to believe in it. And in the murmuring of Yuning Chu, the image and reality of Qin Shen changed. In the picture, Qin Shen's eyes were already bloodshot, like a devil, a madman. And at the scene of the program, although Qin Shen's eyes were closed, his brows were tightly furrowed. It seemed like he was having a nightmare, shaking his head continuously. Beads of cold sweat streamed down his forehead, making him look like he had just been pulled out of the river. In the dim consciousness, Qin Shen wandered like a ghost. That scene, like an eternal nightmare, was deeply imprinted in his heart, unable to be erased. In the picture, he had already picked up the dagger and resolutely pressed it against his own neck. Poochie! 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 Soon, the picture was covered in blood. Qin Shen watched quietly as his uncles and his second and third brothers all committed suicide. The blood stained the ground, so glaring. His heart seemed to be convulsing violently. Ah! Watching more and more of his relatives die in front of him, Qin Shen went mad, his face contorted to the extreme. His heart-wrenching screams cut through the air, like a wounded wild beast. Soon, only Qin Jianfeng was left in the picture. Qin Jianfeng picked up the blood-stained dagger from the ground and walked step by step to Qin Shen, handing the handle of the knife to him. At that moment, Qin Shen seemed to have lost his mind completely, losing the ability to speak, just screaming and crying like a madman. Qin Jianfeng just smiled at him, took his hand, and let him hold the dagger. Then, holding Qin Shen's hand, the blade was pointed at himself. Qin Jianfeng took a big step forward. Blood splattered. The entire dagger plunged deep into Qin Jianfeng's heart. Ah! Qin Shen stared blankly at the dagger in his hand, guided by Qin Jianfeng, piercing his own heart. His eyes trembled with madness. Qin Jianfeng and Qin Shen, this father and son, maintained this posture, standing quietly. Blood was flowing from the corner of Qin Jianfeng's mouth. But he still smiled at Qin Shen, his eyes gentle as if he were looking at his own son. Remember, the mission cannot fail. I have staked my life on the new world. This was the final scene. After speaking, Qin Jianfeng fell at Qin Shen's feet. The screen immediately turned black, and the sound disappeared. But before it turned black, everyone saw Qin Shen raise his head and howl, but no sound came out. When the new scene appeared, Qin Jianfeng appeared again in the picture. The audience knew that it was Qin Shen's memory of Qin Jianfeng. So clear, so profound. Qin Shen's thoughts had already entered another spiritual world, where only the Qin family existed. There were scenes of him being afraid to sleep because he was in the unfamiliar environment of the Qin family when he first arrived, and Qin Jianfeng watching him fall asleep. Scenes of Qin Jianfeng calling him to practice martial arts just as the day was breaking, and scenes of Qin Jianfeng making him run laps because he was not satisfied with Qin Shen's training level. Of course, there were also scenes of Qin Jianfeng celebrating his birthday, and many more. He was both a father and a mother. He was a soldier who couldn't express his emotions, so every time he cared, it was in a way that Qin Shen didn't know about. Little did he know that Qin Shen remembered all of this very clearly. He never said I love you to Qin Shen, but he always did his best to protect Qin Shen's childhood. He did his best. This was a tough yet gentle man, a man who hoped his son would become the best in the world, a man who, with his own life, taught Qin Shen in his final moments. This was the greatest father in the world. He is crying. At the scene of the program, some audience members exclaimed, unable to help but point at the unconscious Qin Shen. All eyes were on Qin Shen. He still kept his eyes tightly closed, but tears kept falling from his closed eyes. Unlike the tears shed last time because of his daughter's serious illness, this time, what people could feel was true pain, real despair. His body convulsed more and more violently, as if trapped in an inescapable black hole. At this moment, Yuning Shu wiped away the tears from her eyes and slowly walked to Qin Shen. She reached out, and after 7 years, as Qin Shen's wife, she finally hugged him again. She held him tightly, very tightly. Like comforting a child who had a nightmare, she gently patted Qin Shen's back. She murmured, it's okay, it's okay. It's all over, don't be afraid, I'm here. Her gentle voice was like a lullaby. At this moment, all the audience watched this scene quietly. Yuning Shu, like a mother, held Qin Shen tightly, murmuring softly, as if in a dream, rhythmically patting his back. At this moment, there was no need for words. Silence is better than sound. Whether it was the loyalty of the entire Qin family, who sacrificed themselves in front of Qin Shen, or the dream that belonged to Qin Shen's innermost thoughts played in the background, they all conveyed one message. The tragedy of the Qin family was the pain of Qin Shen's life, unparalleled. Just the memory of it would give him nightmares. This was after 7 years had passed. Who knows how Qin Shen had coped right after the bloodbath occurred. This was the time when Qin Shen needed comfort the most. The only person who could truly comfort Qin Shen was Yuning Shu. In order for Qin Shen to better integrate into the darkness, the entire Qin family willingly died. I didn't expect that this is the truth behind the tragedy of the Qin family's annihilation. In a sense, this result is even more despairing than if Qin Shen had killed them with his own hands. Ah, let's not talk about it. If I encountered such a thing, I would have cried to death, or even wouldn't have been able to live alone in this world. Indeed, this sense of despair is enough to make a person mentally collapse, becoming a walking corpse with a body but no spirit. In the live broadcast room, the barrage of comments kept rolling. In the silent studio, there was not a single sound, only a series of gazes quietly watching the scene of Yuningchu hugging Qin Shen tightly. Under Yuningchu's comfort, Qin Shen's convulsing body gradually calmed down. Qin Shen quieted down, and at this moment, Yuningchu and Qin Shen seemed to be connected by an invisible bond. Looking at the pale face of Qin Shen in her arms, Yuningchu also felt a pang of heartache. At this moment, she was truly deeply moved. A person who could maintain normalcy under such immense pressure had a willpower that surpassed that of ordinary people. At this time, a new scene appeared. A large fire, very conspicuous in the dark night. In front of the fire, Qin Shen stood quietly. Although his figure was still upright, he looked even more lonely. At this moment, people kept recalling a self-deprecating remark Qin Shen had made before. I was born a lonely ghost, and one day, the people around me will leave one by one. Endless sorrow, endless desolation. At this moment, standing in front of the blazing fire, it was all too evident. The fire burned everything in the Qin family. Along with that, it also burned all the memories in Qin Shen's heart. The night wind blew his hair in front of his forehead, revealing a pair of eyes that were indifferent to the extreme. The black in his eyes seemed to merge with the surrounding darkness. In his pupils, the intensifying flames were reflected. It seemed as if they wanted to burn down the entire world. Qin Shen stood in front of the fire for a long time before turning and leaving. At this moment, everyone felt that Qin Shen had changed. He became even more indifferent, his emotions even more diluted, and more inclined towards killing. When the fire burned out, it also burned away the last of Qin Shen's emotions. In the future, Qin Shen will have no more scruples and will kill even more ruthlessly. Only killing can cleanse his heart. The barrage of comments kept flashing on the screen. Qin Shen's final look was understood by everyone. There was sorrow, there was resentment, but more than that, there was the will to carry on. As long as there are leaves dancing in the wind, the fire will continue to burn. Qin Shen, who had merged into the darkness, might lose all his emotions and desires in the future, but there was one feeling that would not disappear, the belief in completing the mission. He no longer wavered. His father had said that he had staked his life on the new world. The new world would be opened up by him. Before the new order could be established, what was needed was destruction and chaos. The mission has been completed. Qin Shen met the main god once again. Under Qin Shen's gaze, the main god felt a chill run down his spine. Well done, he nodded and said, completing the mission is only right, otherwise you cannot make up for your unauthorized actions. Qin Shen smiled. He looked at the main god and said, I completed the mission alone. Can I be promoted to the middle level? Of course, the main god smiled and said, with your abilities, you deserve that level. But no matter who it is, one must step by step to enter the middle and high levels. After entering the middle and high levels, you and I are on the same level, the main god reminded. The people in the organization were all greedy, thinking about how to climb up step by step. Of course, there were also thoughts on how to bring down other members of the organization and replace them. In a sense, people preferred to directly eliminate those around them, as it would be faster. Qin Shen was the same. Is that so? Qin Shen smiled silently and reached out his hand to the main god. Then let's wish for more pleasant cooperation in the future. The main god looked at him, hesitated for a moment, and then reached out his hand and shook hands with Qin Shen. At that moment, the barrage was also surging. Has Qin Shen truly infiltrated the inner circle of the demons? He's only in the middle level, there are still higher levels above, the road is still long. I haven't seen what the demon's headquarters looks like yet. After a brief return to the country, Qin Shen created the shocking massacre of the Qin family in Shenzhou. This incident not only caused a great sensation in Shenzhou, but also spread widely overseas. A day later, corresponding news also appeared. Overseas television, the host solemnly interpreting the news. Last night at 10 o'clock, an extremely heinous massacre occurred in Tianjin, Shenzhou. The entire Qin family was slaughtered, and the suspect is believed to be the former 5-star commander of Shenzhou, Qin Shen, who has already defected. Photos of the crime scene were then shown. At the same time, Qin Shen sat quietly at a round table with a group of people, silently watching the news. Qin Shen still had an indifferent look, as if he had only done something insignificant. The main god and others sat on both sides, looking serious. This was an organization meeting that was only held for important events. All middle and high-level members would attend. What surprised the audience was that the huge round table had a large number of empty seats in front of it. However, there were lifelike images of people projected using three-dimensional projection technology sitting in the empty chairs. Their faces were formed by colorful light, creating complex facial textures, with both men and women, exuding an air of mystery. The audience was stunned. Are these the high-level members of the demons? They actually use three-dimensional projection technology. Are there people scattered all over the world? Damn, I thought we could see the high-level members of the demons, but it turns out to be just a three-dimensional projection. This just shows how terrifying this organization is. The water is deep. As the barrage was discussing, the meeting was interrupted by a computer-processed voice. Great Creator, another devout believer has entered your embrace. From now on, he is our 3-star executive. At that moment, the screen showed the official footage of Qin Chen officially infiltrating the organization. He was awarded the position of 3-star executive. The barrage also surged wildly at that moment. He has finally achieved his wish and become an undercover agent within the demons. He's a 3-star executive, so does that mean there are still 4-star executives and 5-star executives above him? No matter what position he holds, he is currently only at the middle level, far from reaching the top level. To reach this level, he has experienced so many hardships. It's hard to imagine what the future holds for him. As the screen scrolled, the audience at the scene also looked at the image of Qin Chen with complex expressions. At this moment, what they saw in Qin Chen was a heart as firm as iron, and the courage to face challenges. They witnessed Qin Chen's experiences from birth to the present. Now, the young man appeared gloomy and devoid of humanity, but in his youth, he had also basked in the sunlight. Witnessing glory and falling to the lowest point in life, so many people had died for him, supporting his beliefs. He would not turn back on this path. And in the next moment, a new image finally appeared in the projection. In the pitch-black conference room, the three-dimensional images of all the sinister high-level members had disappeared. The empty conference room only had Qin Chen. The other members had all left. The scene was so dark, with only a figure standing against the light, still standing. In the conference room, there was still a three-dimensional image that had not disappeared. Although her appearance was not clear, her long hair indicated that she was a woman. She looked at Qin Chen's back with interest, and finally, Qin Chen noticed her, his eyes still indifferent. "You are Violet," he said as he stared at the three-dimensional image in front of him. "Congratulations." The three-dimensional image did not reply to Qin Chen's words, just smiled to herself. "I told you we would meet again, although, in this form, it doesn't count as a meeting." From her words, it was not difficult for people to guess that she was indeed Violet. Compared to Qin Chen, a 3-star executive, Violet was already a high-level member of the sinister organization. Qin Chen fell silent for a moment before speaking again. "Can you tell me who ordered the killing of Qin Jianfeng?" The three-dimensional image fell silent and did not speak for a long time. Qin Chen knew that Violet would not say. Immediately, he turned to leave. "Wait," a mechanical voice sounded again, and Violet said, "Although I cannot tell you who that person is specifically, I can give you a hint." After a pause, Violet continued, "From the moment you were sentenced in Shenzhou, you have been under surveillance, never for a moment. The organization's tests on you will not decrease. Your enemies have existed long before you left Shenzhou." Sizzle. After speaking, the three-dimensional image began to blur and flicker, indicating an extremely unstable signal. At this moment, after hearing all this, Qin Chen's eyes also burst with determination. "Are you telling me that there is a person from Shenzhou among the high-level members of the sinister organization?" Qin Chen said incredulously. "Wow!" As soon as these words were spoken, the audience at the scene also looked shocked. The barrage in the live broadcast room exploded. "Damn! That's a lot of information. Are there people from Shenzhou among the high-level members of the sinister organization?" No wonder, even after knowing that Qin Chen had been brainwashed, the sinister organization still didn't believe him. Only their own people truly understand themselves. Who is it? Who is the person from Shenzhou? The barrage was filled with speculations about the identity of that person. At this moment, Qin Chen's eyes also burst with endless hostility. Clenching his fists tightly, his voice became hoarse. Anger erupted instantly. The amount of information Violet had revealed to him was too great. There were people from Shenzhou among the high-level members of the sinister organization. Who was that person? What was their status in Shenzhou? "He is." Sizzle. Violet's three-dimensional image was about to speak, but the interference with the signal became even more intense, causing the image to blur. When the signal returned to normal, the person's name had already been spoken. "Who is he?" Qin Chen gritted his teeth tightly and asked again. But this time, the image disappeared directly. The image once again fell silent. Only Qin Chen stood quietly in the conference room. "I don't know how long it has been." The hostility in Qin Chen's eyes disappeared, leaving only fragments of words echoing here. "No matter who you are, I will find you and eliminate you. You will go to hell." The calm and chilling tone, as if engraved with a knife in the heart, contained Qin Chen's deep hatred. Because of him, he had to personally kill those undercover heroes. Because of him, his foster father Qin Jianfeng died. All the deep-seated hatred and enmity surfaced in Qin Chen's heart at this moment. With Qin Chen's voice, the scene gradually turned black. The current scene is approaching its end. Taking advantage of this gap, the program site launched a heated discussion about who the person from Shenzhou is. The amount of information is too large, and behind it, there are eyes silently watching Qin Chen. That person is from Shenzhou. This is the most infuriating thing for Qin Chen. "Miss Yun, as an expert in this field, do you have a candidate in mind?" Bing Bing suddenly looked at Yun Ningqiu and asked. However, Yun Ningqiu remained silent, with a solemn expression. Bing Bing paused and continued, "If the identity of that person is significant and Miss Yun is not convenient to reveal, then it can be hinted at. No need. Yuningshu interrupted Bing Bing and calmly said, I think that person is Qi Longwei. Qi Longwei. Wow. When this name came out, the entire program site was completely stirred up. Tianjin, Red Wall. Snap. Seeing this scene, Kai Gongmin, who was present, directly turned off the live broadcast. Inside the Red Wall, it instantly turned pitch black. Only a faint light revealed dim faces. It's Qi Longwei. Someone spoke in the darkness, with a tone of lament. Kai Gongmin's voice sounded with emotion. Yes, Longwei, he accepted bribes and reached some kind of agreement with overseas forces in a place unknown to us. He is a disgrace to our war department. Kai Gongmin sighed softly. Of course, now that he's dead, the deceased is to be respected, and everything he did in his lifetime is null and void. Is it really Qi Longwei? Suddenly, the large door of the Red Wall was opened, and the glaring sunlight shone in. Accompanying it was a clear and loud female voice. Immediately, Kai Gongmin and other important figures within the Red Wall all turned to look in the direction of the voice. At the entrance of the Red Wall, a woman with short hair and a white long dress walked in with a heroic demeanor. Yueqing? Kai Gongmin looked slightly surprised. The visitor was Long Yueqing, the granddaughter of the late senior leader Long Qianzhang. In commemoration of the outstanding contributions Long Qianzhang made to the land of Shenzhou during his lifetime, as long as it's a member of the Long family, there's no need for approval to enter and exit the Red Wall. However, even so, Kai Gongmin and other high-ranking figures were still surprised to see Long Yueqing. Even in their memories, this was the first time Long Yueqing had entered the Red Wall. With her clean and neat short hair, Long Yueqing exuded a heroic charm. Regardless of gender, there was a kind of righteousness on her, which other family members could not compare to. Yueqing, what brings you here? Kai Gongmin welcomed Long Yueqing with a smile and asked, Yueqing, what did you mean by what you just said? What do you mean by is it really Qi Longwei? The other elders inside the Red Wall were more concerned about Long Yueqing's words. Kai Gongmin also looked straight into Long Yueqing's eyes, with a serious expression on his aged face. Long Yueqing smiled, holding a cup of hot water in her hands, and said, It's nothing, just that I have doubts about Grandpa's decision to execute Qi Longwei. Before Grandpa passed away, he also had doubts about the decision to execute Qi Longwei. Although Qi Grandpa entered the decision-making level of the War Department relying on his royal status, he would never have such thoughts. In my impression, he always puts the interests of the royal family first. Being in the military, it is impossible not to know that no matter how powerful, once you become an enemy of the country, it's a dead end. Such a person, who is both timid and bold, could he really be a high-level figure in the demon organization? Although Long Yueqing is just a woman, her thoughts are extremely meticulous. Her grandfather always told her to always have a doubtful attitude towards anyone and anything, not to trust anyone, and not to always suspect someone. Long Yueqing took all of this to heart. With a smile in her narrowed eyes, she scanned all the old people inside the Red Walls one by one. Kai Gongmin furrowed his brows tightly. Yueqing, what do you mean? Things cannot be judged by appearances. Long Yueqing pointed to her head and said, Traitors like Qin Chen can harbor lofty ideals and become an undercover agent for the demon organization. Isn't this kind of appearance just a disguise? Of course, as for whether Grandpa Qi is a high-level figure in the demon organization, I'm just guessing randomly. Mr. Kai, don't take it to heart. Long Yueqing suddenly smiled with narrowed eyes again. The atmosphere inside the Red Walls became relaxed once more. The tea is very good. Long Yueqing finished the tea in her cup and then left with a smile. As the door closed, the smile on Long Yueqing's face disappeared in an instant, replaced by seriousness and silence. She walked among the spacious red walls and yellow tiles, looking at the solemn buildings, but inexplicably feeling a sense of gloom. She went to the Tianjin cemetery and met Qin Chen's sister, Qin Xier. Their conversation left her shaken. In the past, like most people, Long Yueqing thought that appearances were the truth. But Qin Xier made her understand one thing, the so-called truth is often what certain people with ulterior motives want the world to see, far from the real truth. Qin Xier didn't believe her brother had betrayed the country, so she invented a memory-reading device. Finally, one day, the truth about Qin Chen was made public. But is the truth about Qin Chen really the truth? Does the red wall behind Qin Chen have no secrets? Because of Qin Chen, the demon organization has been destroyed, but with the demon organization gone, does that mean there is no more darkness in the world? There are still many people, wearing human skin, doing devilish things. Not all crows in the world are black, and not all snow in the world is white. Long Yueqing withdrew her gaze and left the red walls. Meanwhile, at the scene of the program, the projected image is showing a new scene. A plane is slowly landing in a vast wilderness. The temperature here is very high, and huge tropical rainforests are everywhere. Even lions with manes can be seen everywhere. Two people are coming down from the plane, Qin Chen and the main god. Everywhere they look, there is blood and corpses, as well as bullet casings that have already been fired. It seems that there has been a small-scale armed conflict here before their arrival. The Middle East battlefield. One of the world's most chaotic battlefields, the famous 3 No Man's Land. It is filled with killings, drugs, violence, and warlords. A hell for civilians, and a paradise for mercenaries and warlords. The buyer this time is here, called Seng Koan, a local warlord. The main god handed a cigar to Qin Chen with a smile. Qin Chen took it, lit it, and asked, "Is he a repeat customer?" The main god nodded. "Yes, the new drug is still in the experimental stage, but they have already bought some. For us, they are all test subjects. Guess what? Sang Koan used our developed drug and directly unified this place." A drug. Qin Chen fell into contemplation. Seeing this, the audience was puzzled. What event is this? It seems that some of the things Qin Chen experienced after becoming an undercover agent are beyond our knowledge. Yes, these are all international events. We don't pay attention to them. Even if we did, we wouldn't know which event's truth is related to Qin Chen. The barrage in the live broadcast room continued. The audience at the scene even began to take out their phones and search for the corresponding historical events. No need to search, there is war happening in the Middle East every day, you won't find it. Jiang Baishue suddenly spoke out, addressing the audience at the show. This should be the event of the biggest drug lord in the Middle East, Kuncha, being captured. The biggest drug lord in the Middle East? This was a shocking statement. When Jiang Baishue said this, the scene of the show was in an uproar. Bingbing stared in amazement and asked, "Miss Jiang, how did you know?" Jiang Baishue responded calmly, "Because I was there at the time." However, Yuningshu's eyes were tightly fixed on the image of Qin Chen. At this moment, she saw hope in Qin Chen's eyes. As his wife, she understood what his eyes meant. She tightly clenched her hands. He hasn't forgotten our child. Seeing this, Yuningshu realized that one of the main reasons Qin Chen had fallen into darkness and joined the underworld as an undercover agent was because their daughter was still sick. Her body still harbored many pathogens. He infiltrated the underworld organization to find antibodies and serum for these viruses. Thinking of this, Yuningshu's eyes became misty, and she looked down at the unconscious Qin Chen in her arms. "Did you really get the antibodies?" she murmured. A tear fell from her eyes. It landed on Qin Chen's face, creating ripples. Someone in the audience noticed that Yuningshu had closed her eyes deeply and looked very sad. However, no one understood why she had closed her eyes. Furthermore, no one knew that at this moment, she was sad because she had remembered their deceased daughter. It was strange. Whenever Yuningshu was moved by the projection of the image and felt compassion for Qin Chen, as soon as she thought of her daughter's longing, this inner turmoil would completely disappear, turning into deep, intense hatred. Even though Qin Chen carried the weight of the entire country on his shoulders, even though he bore all the blame and fell into darkness, even though he suffered greatly mentally and emotionally as an undercover agent in the underworld, Yuningshu still felt no pity. Tears continued to flow, but her gaze at Qin Chen had become filled with resentment. "Even if you are not a traitor, but a hero, so what? You are still the sinner of our family. You still remember our daughter's illness, but in the end, you didn't rush back to give her the antibodies. You didn't even see our daughter before she died. You don't deserve to be a father." All the hatred and resentment erupted once again from Yuningshu's tear-filled eyes. Even her hands uncontrollably reached for Qin Chen's neck. She wanted to strangle him. Death would be a release for him, and for Yuningshu as well. At this moment, a new scene appeared. The scene changed to Qin Chen and the main god, who had already arrived at the residence of the Middle Eastern tycoon, Sang Kuan. A magnificent palace, shining brightly under the sunlight, appeared. Sang Kuan was a black man in military uniform. His jet-black skin exuded a cold and ferocious aura. The scar in his eye gave an even more chilling feeling. Upon entering Sang Kuan's residence, Qin Chen and the main judge both put on black and white ghost masks. These were unique masks within the underworld. There was an unwritten rule among members of the underworld that they could not reveal their true identities to people from other countries and had to wear masks. Even though Sang Kuan was an old client, they still had to wear masks. "Old friend, we meet again." After introducing each other, Sang Kuan excitedly shook hands with the main judge. Faced with Qin Chen, Sang Kuan did not dare to extend his hand, because Qin Chen's eyes were too terrifying. There was a chilling light under the mask. The transaction was quickly completed. Sang Kuan handed over 5 boxes filled with US dollars, and the main judge gave Sang Kuan a jar of potion. This transaction was completed under Qin Chen's watchful eyes. He stared closely at those vials. Even before Qin Chen's betrayal, I had heard that Wangling was actually a research institute. It was conducting some kind of research. Drug research was just one of them. In the past, there were many war gods in the western overseas, and they did not rely on their own fighting, but on taking drugs to create them. At this moment, the barrage in the live broadcast room surged. Since ancient times, talented people have emerged from the barrage. In the live broadcast room, some careful netizens had already sorted out some easily overlooked details from before. In fact, Wangling had already appeared when the 3 major war gods from the western overseas came to Shenzhou. It was just that at that time, Qin Chen was still a member of Longxi and did not know about Wangling's existence. It was the encirclement of the 3 major war gods that allowed Qin Chen to break through the limits and become the first war god of Shenzhou in one fell swoop. In a barrage of comments, people couldn't help but marvel. Who would have thought that what changed the world's situation would be these tiny doses of medicine? There must be many more trades like this. Wangling controls various means in multiple countries around the world, and they are endless. After the successful trade, Sang Koan was in a great mood and warmly invited the main god and Qin Shen to be his guests. Old friend, you've come at just the right time. In the war that just ended, I captured a group of beautiful women for you to enjoy. With a wave of his hand, Sang Koan soon had a group of women of various appearances brought up. They looked like they had just been cleaned and had their makeup done, but they couldn't hide the fear in their eyes. There were women from all different countries, most of whom were spoils of war between warlords. In the Middle East battlefield, women were just spoils of war. The main judge did not refuse anyone and directly embraced two of them. However, Qin Shen was not interested in this and remained cold. He just glanced at the women, and the scene followed his gaze. Among the group of beautiful women, there was a familiar Eastern face. Unlike the other terrified women, she was calm and indifferent. She is. Seeing the woman in the picture, the scene erupted. The audience all widened their eyes and looked at Zhang Baixue in the center of the scene. The woman that Qin Shen saw in the picture was none other than the Zhang Baixue from back then. Since Qin Shen's retirement, Zhang Baixue had also chosen to retire. The two of them had a common goal, which was to find Li Hao. On one hand, Qin Shen returned to the city and searched for news of Li Hao. Under Long Qinzhang's intelligence, he confirmed that Li Hao was among Wangling. But Zhang Baixue was different. She did not have such a powerful intelligence system, yet she was still able to find the Middle East battlefield. God knows what she had been through. Yuningshu also looked at Zhang Baixue with surprise. The Zhang Baixue in the picture looked no different from the present, just as cold and indifferent. People change. Li Hao's life and death were unknown, which had a great impact on her. In the picture, Qin Shen also appeared very shocked by Zhang Baixue's appearance. Fortunately, at that time, Qin Shen was wearing a mask, and Zhang Baixue did not recognize him. However, he also noticed Qin Shen's gaze. Zhang Baixue looked over, her eyes as cold as ever. I choose her. In an unprecedented move, Qin Shen actually pointed to Zhang Baixue. Seeing this, the Zhang Baixue in the scene finally couldn't help but speak coldly. After retiring, I have been searching for Li Hao's whereabouts. In the end, I found some clues, which led me to Wangling. At that time, I found out that there would be a trade of Wangling personnel in the Middle East battlefield. I rushed over, only to witness two warlords fighting. I could have left, but I decided to play alone. That's how I, like the other women, were all treated as spoils of war and given to Sang Koan. But I didn't expect to meet him there. Zhang Baixue's tone changed, and her gaze turned to the unconscious Qin Shen. The expressions of the audience also changed one after another. No one expected that after leaving the army, Qin Shen and Zhang Baixue would meet again in this way. Zhang Baixue did not refuse Qin Shen's selection and walked over in cooperation. However, no one saw that she had a cold gleaming dagger in her hand. At this moment, at the scene of the program, the audience watched as Zhang Baixue took out a cold gleaming dagger. Her cold and stern gaze, like ancient unchanging ice, left no room for doubt that she would not hesitate to chop off anyone's dirty hands if they dared to touch her. Even though doing so would bring her deadly consequences and even the entire Sunkoan warlord would hunt her down, she would still do it. This is Zhang Baixue, a woman as pure as snow, who will not allow anyone to defile her. In the center of the scene, Zhang Baixue looked at herself in the current picture with a complex expression. Her gaze fell on the man with the black ghost face mask, and she seemed to recall the past. The scenes of mutual support and competition in the Longxi camp. As the sun set, she and he high-fived, mutually agreeing to become people that the Divine Land would be proud of. At that time, they were pure and beautiful, both with lofty ambitions. But the reality is that he has forever sunk into darkness. At that time, she knew nothing and could only watch with wide eyes. Hatred, betrayal, and anger almost consumed her. Perhaps at this moment, like Yuning Chu, witnessing the experiences of Qin Shen's life, her inner world and convictions were overturned. She was also confused, not knowing what is right and wrong in this world. But one thing she knew was that he had been killing people all along, never stopping. A violent, bloodthirsty butcher was slowly emerging. Perhaps the only one feeling emotional at the scene was Zhang Baixue. The rest of the people, whether it was the host Bing Bing or the audience, were all sighing at the unexpected reunion of Zhang Baixue and Qin Shen in such a manner. Both left Longxi, one still firm in belief, determined to bring back the person they care about, while the other has forever fallen into darkness. The reasons and hardships behind this, no one can explain. They reunited like this, without joy, only complexity and sorrow. Will he tell Miss Jiang? He won't, will he? In the live broadcast room, the barrage kept rolling. Each barrage was filled with sighs and sadness. The scene continued. Qin Shen chose Zhang Baixue to accompany him, and Zhang Baixue had already gripped the dagger in her hand. At that time, they did not recognize each other. Zhang Baixue did not immediately take action, but first came to sit quietly by Qin Shen's side. Qin Shen put his arm around Zhang Baixue's shoulder, causing her whole body to tremble slightly, tense to the extreme. However, compared to all this, the main god and Sunkoan were even more outrageous. Sunkoan even began to insult the captured women as if no one else was around. The low, roaring voice of the men, the desperate moans of the women, and the laughter of the people around, all merged into one. At this moment, everyone witnessed the cruelty and corruption of the warlords. Jiang Baixue looked on coldly, her killing intent already surging. But she was still enduring. She understood that she couldn't act at this moment. Then, she noticed the person who pointed at herself. He seemed different from these people. Under the black face mask, his eyes were so intimidating. Old friend, let me tell you a huge secret. Sun Quan, with great interest, looked at Qin Chen and the main god and revealed a shocking secret. In the Middle East battlefield, there is more than one way to make money. I have introduced a big client to you, even I have to obey him. Mr. Kunsha. Sun Quan mentioned a name, and his smile gradually blossomed. He is the ruler, the emperor of this region, and now they are also very interested in your medicine. I have made arrangements for you, and the time is set for the afternoon after tomorrow. Mr. Kunsha needs an order volume that is definitely several times more than mine. You guys made a big profit. After hearing Sang Kuan's words, Qin Chen remained indifferent. Only the eyes under the black mask showed a more ferocious color. On Jiang Baixue's face, there was only shock. Her intuition told her that Sang Kuan was not the big fish trading with the demons. It was Kunsha. Seeing this, and recalling Jiang Baixue's previous words, the audience finally realized what kind of event this was. The shock was written all over their faces. This extravagant trade fair continued until evening. All the captured women were violated, except for one. That was Jiang Baixue. The night is still young. I want to take her to the room and enjoy her slowly. Facing the gaze of the main god in Sang Kuan, Qin Chen pointed at Jiang Baixue and spoke indifferently. These words naturally made the cold light in Jiang Baixue's eyes even more intense. Following Qin Chen into the room, as soon as the door closed, Jiang Baixue suddenly pulled out a dagger, her figure swift like a startled swan, and fiercely stabbed at Qin Chen. She was confident that she could end this person's life in the blink of an eye. But she miscalculated. Qin Chen easily dodged her attack. Before she could be shocked, Jiang Baixue launched another attack. But every move was easily blocked by Qin Chen. In front of him, Jiang Baixue had no power to fight back. Until a nearly rough capture, Jiang Baixue was thrown onto the bed with force. Qin Chen looked down at her from a high position. Under the mask, a pair of eyes carried a chilling indifference, making Jiang Baixue unable to muster any resistance. At that moment, Jiang Baixue was extremely frightened and shocked. However, the greater shock was yet to come. Qin Chen slowly removed the mask from his face, revealing his true appearance. At that moment, Jiang Baixue's eyes were filled with nothing but shock and disbelief. You are Qin Chen? She murmured. After leaving the military camp at that time, the two officially met again after a long time. However, in the face of Jiang Baixue's shock, Qin Chen's expression appeared much more indifferent. You shouldn't have come here. But Jiang Baixue, as if she hadn't heard Qin Chen's words, continued to stare at him intently. So, the news in the country is true, you really defected? At that moment, Jiang Baixue's eyes trembled deeply. Not only did her voice tremble slightly, her whole body was shaking violently. From Jiang Baixue, the audience felt a sense of the sky collapsing. The person she trusted the most, the only person she could rely on, had betrayed the country and herself, joining the camp of the demons. This blow was enormous. Jiang Baixue, who had always tried her best to persevere no matter how difficult the road ahead, collapsed upon seeing Qin Chen become a member of the demons. Tell her the truth. At that moment, some of the audience shouted. Everyone hoped that Qin Chen would tell Jiang Baixue the truth. However, the Qin Chen in the scene just nodded faintly and said to her, everything is as you see it. Alas, he didn't tell her anything. At that moment, all the audience in the studio sighed as if deflated balloons. Everyone looked at him with complex expressions. They all wished that Qin Chen would tell the truth, so that Jiang Baixue, and even Yun Ningxu at that time, would not suffer. But he didn't. In his calm eyes, all that could be seen was determination. He didn't tell her anything. In the live broadcast room, the barrage was also full of discussions. If it was the just infiltrated Qin Chen, he might have told Jiang Baixue the truth. But the current Qin Chen has experienced too much. He can't turn back on this path. Yes, he just experienced the death of his adoptive father Qin Junfeng. The entire Qin family committed suicide in front of him, taking away all his tenderness. What Jiang Baixue sees now is just a monster with only revenge in his heart. At that moment, everyone's gaze fell on Jiang Baixue in the studio. She gazed quietly at the scene. The incredible and unbelievable expression she once had reappeared before her eyes. Looking at the unconscious Qin Chen, she opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but the words stopped at her lips. 1,000 words turned into a sigh. Back then, you protected me, but you didn't tell me. If only you had told me the truth, how good it would have been. She murmured to herself in a voice only she could hear. She had already recalled what happened after this moment. Let's go, leave here, don't get involved anymore. The scene changed again, and Qin Chen said coldly to Jiang Baixue. He was telling her to leave. Perhaps Jiang Baixue didn't feel it at the time, but the audience could see that Qin Chen was actually protecting her. I'm not leaving. Facing Qin Shen's gaze, Jiang Baishue's body trembled slightly, her expression stubborn, refusing to budge. She lay on the bed, looking at Qin Shen's familiar and yet unfamiliar face, her eyes visibly turning red. Tell me, this is not true, is it? She gritted her teeth and said to Qin Shen, you promised to help me find Li Hao, so you must keep your promise. Do you want to break your word? Have you forgotten our instructor? Have you forgotten the red years of dragon breath? Jiang Baishui tried to awaken Qin Shen's soul. At this moment, Qin Shen fell silent. After a moment, he looked at the woman to whom he had made a promise again. They're all dead. All dead. The instructor of dragon breath, and also his instructor, Qin Zhanfeng, is dead. The entire Qin family is dead. Qin Shen is also dead. That's what this sentence means. Click. The next moment, the sound of the gun being cocked rang out. A black pistol appeared in front of Jiang Baishue's forehead. Qin Shen aimed the gun at Jiang Baishue and spoke coldly, tell me everything you found out. Jiang Baishue looked at this demon-like man with wide eyes, full of disbelief. Unexpectedly, she didn't struggle or resist, she just spoke quietly. I traveled through most of China to track down Li Hao's disappearance, which is related to the demons. They have business operations in various countries, mainly in drug trafficking and virus trafficking. As the last 4 words fell, everyone saw a hint of fierceness in Qin Shen's eyes. The hand holding the gun was trembling. Be more specific. Viruses can be cultivated, then processed artificially, and released. The Kuncha drug lord in the Middle East region has a virus processing plant. So, Kuncha and the demons have been cooperating before, right? Qin Shen's eyes turned red, and his voice became hoarse. Yes. Jiang Baishue faced the gun and calmly said to Qin Shen, I originally planned to take action against Kuncha. Come with me, I trust you. Qin Shen retracted the gun, and his eyes became cold again. I'm sorry, you misunderstood. I have no intention of acting with you. I just wanted to get your information. Mr. Kuncha is now a major client of the organization. How could you assassinate him? After hearing Qin Shen's words, Jiang Baishue's eyes widened instantly. She still believed in Qin Shen, so she revealed everything. But Qin Shen only wanted to get her information. This was difficult for Jiang Baishue to accept. Let's go, I'll spare you this time. See you next time, I will kill you. Qin Shen's tone was indifferent as he sat in a chair, pointing the gun at Jiang Baishue. Jiang Baishue fell silent. She looked at Qin Shen quietly for a few seconds, finally withdrew her gaze and escaped through the window. Jiang Baishue's figure gradually disappeared in the moonlight. What she didn't know was that there was a figure silently watching her from behind, softly murmuring, thank you, Baishue. Seeing this, Jiang Baishue pursed her lips and said nothing. Her fists clenched at that moment. It was only now that she understood why Qin Shen had interrogated her in the first place. I'm sorry, I cannot fulfill that request. Qin Shen looked around and confirmed that this was a pharmaceutical factory. Workers were carrying large bags of sacks with a big sign of a skull on them, reminding people that they contained chemical pesticides. But Qin Shen understood that while there might be pesticides inside, at the bottom, it was definitely filled with cocaine. Kuncha made his fortune from this. Kuncha was a thin old man in a suit, smoking a cigar, and was well known globally. During their conversation, Qin Shen learned that Kuncha was gradually transitioning to another highly profitable industry, chemical weapons. This also belonged to the category of arms, specifically the production of viruses and bacterial weapons. What makes the most money? War and trampling, acting as arms dealers for both sides, making money from both countries. Before that, you need to be strong enough, and your drugs will meet my needs very well. Kuncha was talkative, walking and discussing his grand plan with Qin Shen and the main god. He hoped to be the one leading the direction of the war. So, Mr. Kuncha, can you independently produce viruses? Qin Shen squinted and asked. Of course, Kuncha proudly replied. But what he didn't see was that Qin Shen also smiled. His smile was filled with hostility and ferocity. Then the main god and Kuncha began to negotiate. It was still one blue test tube after another, but when it came to discussing the price, there was a disagreement. I really want to do business with your organization. We can achieve mutual success, but now global prices are rising, and it's not easy to do business. Kuncha took a puff of his cigar and said, have you heard of the saying a price every minute? The main god's face darkened. It was obvious that he was angry. Kuncha dared to target the main god? Then kill him, Qin Shen suddenly said to the main god. The main god looked at Qin Shen in astonishment, shocked by his words. Qin Shen smoked a Middle Eastern cigarette, and the cruelty in his smile made the main god's heart race. Seeing the main god hesitate, Qin Shen continued, there are many businesses in the world to negotiate with. Why indulge him? There has always been only demons taking advantage of others, not others taking advantage of demons. These two sentences completely shocked the main god. The audience in the live broadcast studio was equally shocked, because at this moment, Qin Shen's eyes seemed familiar to them. Whenever it came to the interests of Shenzhou, Qin Shen always stood firmly on the side of Shenzhou unconditionally. Now, he firmly chose to defend the demon. The main god was pleasantly surprised by Qin Shen's determination. He glanced at Kuncha and agreed, then it's up to you to handle it. The more chaotic the situation, the better. Okay. At this moment, a fierce light shone in Qin Shen's eyes, full of intense hatred. The barrage in the live broadcast room instantly surged. I understand now. This reason is just a cover. Qin Shen has long wanted to kill Kunsha. Artificially manufactured viruses. Do you remember the dozens of viruses and pathogens in Xiaoxi's body? They were manufactured here and bought by the demon to retaliate against Qin Shen. Kunsha is the mastermind behind it. At this moment, Yun Ying's initial thoughts were stirred up again. She looked at Qin Shen with almost complex eyes. At that time, Qin Shen's heart was filled with only a firm determination to go all the way, as well as hatred and slaughter, but he never forgot his daughter. She was lying sick in bed, waiting for him to come back. Unfortunately, he never made it in time. We agree. The scene continued, and Qin Shen smiled at Kunsha. Kunsha's smile became even more pronounced. It should have been agreed long ago. What about your other companion? He has other tasks and has gone back first. I'm here to negotiate the price. The two entered the factory together. Inside, it looked no different from a regular factory, and the workers were bustling about. Qin Shen casually asked, Mr. Kunsha, the last time you sold a virus, which country did you sell it to? The last time. It seems to be in Shenzhou. I heard that those viruses seem to have been injected into a little girl's body. TSK. It's really pitiful. Kunsha laughed. Seeing this, everyone at the scene gradually felt a sinking feeling in their hearts. At this moment, it was completely certain that Kunsha was the mastermind behind the trafficking. In the picture, Qin Shen's smile became even more cold. Almost everyone could feel the chilling intent gradually rising from Qin Shen. But at this moment, the picture suddenly shook violently. In a corner of the factory, there was a sudden explosion, and the strong shock spread to here. What's going on? Kunsha's face changed, roaring in anger. Boss, it's not good. There are intruders. The factory instantly descended into chaos. At this moment, the scene presented to the audience was one of chaos. Explosions, screams, and roars all merged into one. In the picture, the drug lord Kunsha's eyes were almost bloodshot. Someone had actually invaded his factory. There was only one reason for this. The secret in the factory had been discovered. Quick, inform General Sang Kuan and have him send troops. Kunsha roared. But, we can't contact General Sang Kuan. His subordinate reported nervously. Smack! Kunsha slapped him hard across the face. The entire factory was filled with Kunsha's almost furious shouts. Then bypass Sang Kuan and directly call in the troops. No matter the cost, we must catch the intruders. As he spoke, there was another loud bang, and the entire factory shook, with dust and debris falling from the ceiling, as if it was about to collapse. Qin Shen came to the window and looked out, just in time to see an explosion in a certain direction. A huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky, and the air was filled with smoke. Kunsha couldn't sit still, his eyes almost bloodshot. He had many drug factories under his name, but they couldn't withstand this kind of destruction. Without a doubt, the intruder was here to destroy him. Kunsha's eyes erupted with a snake-like killing intent, his whole face twisted with anger. He had to say to Qin Shen, friend, there's been a little accident, please wait for me for a while, I have something to take care of. Qin Shen smiled faintly, no rush, Mr. Kunsha, go handle your business first. Watching Kunsha leave in a rage, Qin Shen narrowed his eyes. At this moment, the factory was filled with explosions and chaotic screams. Instead of fleeing to a safe place, Qin Shen went deeper into the factory on his own. The barrage also surged at this moment. It seems that there has been another unexpected accident. Who is the intruder? At the scene of the program, everyone's gaze fell on Zhang Baiwe, with a look of surprise in their eyes. Could it be Miss Zhang? She destroyed Kunshan's factory. Including Yuning Chu, their gaze also fell on Zhang Baiwe. Being stared at by so many people at once, Zhang Baiwe's expression was cold, and she calmly nodded, yes, I am the intruder. But at the time, I didn't know that this factory was a drug factory. I just wanted to create some chaos with an explosion, to make the situation chaotic, and then meet Kunsha alone in the chaos. She pursed her lips and continued, as it turned out, I was too naive. Kunsha has the authority to use the military, and I was accidentally caught. After hearing what Zhang Baiwei said, the barrage in the live broadcast room kept scrolling. Is this a side issue? Qin Shen had asked her to leave beforehand, but she didn't leave, and instead faced the difficulties head-on. In the end, he still saved her. Perhaps Miss Zhang herself didn't expect that Qin Shen would save her at that time. At the scene of the program, a pair of complex eyes fell on Zhang Baiwei and the still unconscious Qin Shen. Except for Yuning Chu, Zhang Baiwei also left a deep impression on Qin Shen. After that, a new picture appeared. Qin Shen did not leave the factory, but wandered around inside. Following Qin Shen's line of sight, the audience at the scene was also shocked to discover that this factory actually harbored a great secret. Deep within the factory was a torture chamber. The ground was covered with the stench of fresh blood, and inside, several people were convulsing and crawling. Their eye sockets were deeply sunken, their faces pale, and they appeared to have mental illness, sometimes crying and sometimes laughing. Their emotions were extremely unstable. Save me, please save me, or just kill me. This is hell. Hell on earth. They also saw Qin Shen outside, each struggling to reach out to him, hoping for redemption and release. Qin Shen's gaze was resolute, and he naturally understood. These people were not mentally ill, but were forced to be contaminated by white powder. At first, Qin Shen might have been able to save them, but now, they had deeply indulged in the white powder, and the toxins had invaded their brains and nerves, turning them into something neither human nor ghost. This is the harm caused by addiction to white powder. Families destroyed, bodies weakened, turning into walking corpses. Bing Bing couldn't help but speak out. The scene at this moment was extremely shocking, and the audience's hearts were filled with anger. I hope all the drug lords in the world will be executed. At this moment, the sound of explosions in the scene suddenly stopped. It seemed that the situation was under control. Through the window, a large number of troops could be seen parked outside. However, those troops were not well trained. They were whispering to each other, looking like a storm was about to come. The leader of the troops was not Sang Kuan, the person Qin Shen had seen before, but Sang Kuan's deputy, who was fiercely loyal to Sang Kuan. At this moment, he was arguing fiercely with Kuan Sha. Both of them were red-faced. The deputy even drew his gun and pointed it at Kuan Sha. Kuan Sha showed no fear, and the people behind him also drew their guns, aiming at the deputy. In the end, both sides ended the confrontation with their respective guns. Aren't they supposed to be in a cooperative relationship? Why do they look like they're about to go to war? The scene outside the factory sparked discussions among the audience. Because the warlord Sang Kuan is dead, and the warlord's men believe it was done by Kuan Sha's people, the two sides' forces are no longer stable because of a woman. Just as the crowd was discussing, the scene changed again. Kuan Sha, with a grim face, walked into the factory. Although only one of the factories was destroyed, it still resulted in a loss of at least several $billion. Bring that woman here. I want her to regret coming into this world. Kuan Sha roared. The direction in which Kuan Sha disappeared was towards the torture chamber. Before entering, he even asked about Qin Shen's whereabouts. After learning that Qin Shen was waiting for him to discuss cooperation, he walked in with confidence. Little did he know that Qin Shen was following behind and had come to the outside of the torture chamber to take a look inside. He saw Jiang Baishui hanging from a rope. There was no doubt that although Jiang Baishui was very strong, Kuan Sha had directly called in Sang Kuan's army, and no matter how powerful she was, she could not be a match for the army. She had been captured. Kuan Sha's almost roaring voice rang out. Damn the people of Shenzhou, blowing up my factory? They're asking for death. Crack. Then the sound of a whip cracking repeatedly came from the torture chamber. Kuan Sha seemed to have gone mad, relentlessly whipping Jiang Baishui. The barbed iron whip struck Jiang Baishui's body, causing her skin to split and blood to flow. The bleeding and intense pain made Jiang Baishui visibly pale, her lips devoid of color. But she still gritted her teeth and persisted, even spitting in Kuan Sha's face. Kuan Sha was completely insane, intending to torture Jiang Baishui in an even more cruel manner. At this moment, at the scene of the program, everyone was staring straight at the screen showing Jiang Baishui being captured. She had been whipped all over, covered in cold sweat, but there was no surrender in her eyes. There was only determination, anger, and a strong will to survive. She couldn't die. At least not here. She hadn't found Li Hao yet. She hadn't sought revenge. How could she die here? Everyone saw Qin Shen outside the door, slowly clenching his fists. In the scene, Kancha also seemed exhausted, panting heavily as he put down the iron whip. On the side table, there was a bag of white powder. Good, Biaozi, it's for you. Suddenly, Kancha smirked coldly, a hint of malice in his eyes. He picked up the bag of white powder and lightly grabbed a handful. Looking at Jiang Baishui with a devilish gaze, he said, brave child, should be rewarded. With that, Kancha sprinkled all the white powder onto Jiang Baishui's wounds. Jiang Baishui first tensed up, then began to tremble violently. Ha ha ha, how does it feel? Do you want more? There's plenty more here, you'll feel happy here, this is paradise. Kancha burst into laughter, a mad laugh coupled with a twisted expression, making him look like a devil lurking in the dark. Kancha took a deep breath, then grabbed a large handful and held it to Jiang Baishui's mouth. Come on, open your mouth. Her pupils, dilated from inhaling too much of the white powder, stared fervently at him. I love watching determined children slowly fall apart. At this moment, everyone in the studio was on edge. Gambling and drugs were the most dangerous things to touch. Especially the latter, once tainted, a person is ruined. This scene, seen by Jiang Baishui, made her tremble inexplicably. Clearly, this was a nightmare in her life. She was almost destroyed. In the scene, despite Jiang Baishui tightly pressing her lips, Kancha forcibly pried them open with his fingers. Just as Kancha was about to put all the white powder into Jiang Baishui's mouth, the door of the cell suddenly opened. Someone walked in. Seeing this person, both Jiang Baishui and Kancha were stunned. Especially Jiang Baishui, her eyes lit up. Qin Shen had arrived. Kancha's expression changed, setting the bag of white powder aside, and asked in surprise, Sir, weren't you being entertained? I'll be done here in a moment. Qin Shen smiled lightly, Mr. Kancha, have you heard a saying? Don't keep your clients waiting too long, it's impolite. I came to see what you were up to. Qin Shen acted as if he didn't know Jiang Baishui, his smile even brighter. Are you torturing a woman? Sir, are you interested too? Kancha chuckled. Of course, Qin Shen smiled warmly. With a click, he turned and locked the cell door. Watching Qin Shen and Kuncha approach her, Jiang Baishue's eyes trembled. She hadn't expected that Qin Shen was the one to make a deal with Kuncha. They were in cahoots. She struggled harder and harder, her eyes fixed on Qin Shen, tears streaming down her face. Friend, this is an irresistible white powder. This woman will enjoy that feeling. Kuncha picked up the white powder again, intending to feed it to Jiang Baishue. But in the next moment, Qin Shen grabbed Kuncha's arm. There was a sudden sound of bones breaking. Ah! Kuncha was about to scream in pain. Bang! Crack! Click! Kuncha's arm was forcibly dislocated. Click! Kuncha's shin bone was also shattered. The sound of bones breaking echoed everywhere, leaving Jiang Baishue, who was bound, dumbfounded. She thought Qin Shen would torture her with Kuncha, but instead it was Kuncha who was disabled by Qin Shen. You! Kuncha gritted his teeth, his face filled with horror as he looked at Qin Shen. Before he could say anything, Qin Shen grabbed his head. With one hand, he delivered a punch straight to Kuncha's face. Bang! Kuncha's entire facial features instantly caved in like a sponge. Blood splattered everywhere. His nose was forcibly broken. Bang! The second punch. All of Kuncha's teeth shattered. He couldn't even scream. Bang! The third punch. Kuncha's eyeball was forcibly shattered. Bang! 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 Qin Shen viciously slammed Kuncha to the ground, fist after fist raining down on Kuncha's face and body. Each blow was heavier and more brutal than the last. With each punch, the image of his daughter smiling at him flashed before his eyes. Eventually, it all turned into the image of his daughter lying sickly in a hospital bed. The blood even splattered onto Qin Shen's face, making him look fierce and menacing. Jiang Baishue was terrified. She had never seen Qin Shen so brutal before, not even when Li Hao was taken away in Longxi. She was even afraid. In the live broadcast room, the barrage of comments exploded at this moment. They were also frightened by Qin Shen's ferocity. This was definitely the most brutal sight of Qin Shen ever revealed. It was as if he had lost his sanity. His fists rained down on Kuncha as if he wanted to beat him to death. Looking at the furious Qin Shen in the video, Yuningchu's eyes turned red. She knew that Qin Shen was thinking of his daughter. The contrast between his daughter's previous cute and smiling appearance and her sickly, pale face at that time was stark. There were more than a dozen types of virus pathogens hidden in his body, which was truly shocking. These viruses were all chemical weapons created by Kuncha. Kuncha is the mastermind behind Xiao Xigui's condition. If I were Qin Shen, I would definitely kill his whole family. Yes, he should treat Kuncha like this, and I even think he's being too lenient. The enmity between father and daughter is irreconcilable. The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room continued, but in the video, Qin Shen had stopped attacking. His fists were already covered in blood. Qin Shen breathed heavily, his eyes bloodshot, as if he was looking at the enemy who killed his son. Kuncha still had a breath left, but he was on the brink of death. It was even difficult for him to open his eyes and look at Qin Shen. Why? Why? He weakly asked. Why would you do this to me? Do you remember the virus strains you sold to the Wanlei organization? They were all injected into a poor little girl. That little girl is my daughter. Qin Shen almost roared, his voice thunderous, shattering Kuncha's soul. Boom! The sound fell, and Kuncha was directly frightened, staring blankly at Qin Shen. Qin Shen's eyes were full of ferocity, staring at Kuncha as if he were a dead man. Where are the virus antibodies? On the set, Yuningchu raised her eyes and stared blankly at the extremely ferocious man in the video. He was like a demon, staring at Kuncha in front of him. Kuncha, the world-renowned drug lord, was now on the verge of death in his hands. Not only her, but all the audience at the scene also looked at the man in disbelief. The sound of each punch, like muffled thunder, struck them in the heart. Each punch contained a father's anger. At this moment, Qin Shen was just a father. The reason he suggested that the main god kill Kuncha is because he really wants to kill Kuncha. Otherwise, Kuncha's exorbitant demands would not be enough to kill him. I completely understand him. His daughter is still lying sick in a hospital bed, and he wants revenge. Qin Shen looked really scary just now, like he had lost his mind. In the live broadcast room, the barrage of comments continued to flow. The scene of Qin Shen beating Kuncha was deeply imprinted in everyone's minds, along with the image of Xigui's pale face and her calling for her father. At that moment, many of the audience's eyes were red. A father's revenge was so sad. In the video, Jiang Baishue and Kuncha were completely dumbfounded. Jiang Baishue had never expected that the reason Qin Shen had beaten Kuncha so brutally was because of this. From the beginning, he had intended to kill Kuncha. Even more dumbfounded was Kuncha, who never expected that the member of the Wanlei organization he was supposed to negotiate with was actually the father of that little girl from Shenzhou. After the surprise, it was replaced by endless fear. He used all his strength to say a complete sentence. Do the Wraith organization know about the matter of the little girl's father? Qin Shen coldly laughed. As long as you're dead, they will never know. This sentence made Kuncha's pupils shrink, his expression horrified to the extreme. With blood mixed in his mouth, he hoarsely said, You can't kill me, I have military protection. Is that so? With a bang, Qin Shen opened the door of the cell. Outside the cell, flames instantly erupted, and outside the factory, deafening explosions could be heard everywhere. They even saw a scene where an oil drum exploded, and the flames engulfed the entire corridor. Charge, avenged General Sang Kuan. Outside, the angry shouts of the soldiers continued to be heard. The sounds of explosions, gunfire, and roars echoed together. The entire factory instantly turned into a sea of fire, and Qin Chen and the others were in the midst of it. Kancha was stunned, and Jiang Baixue was also shocked by the scene before her. No one had expected that in such a short time, the factory would become like this. How could this happen? What are they doing? Kancha widened his eyes, incredulously shouting. Kancha asked the question that all the netizens in the live broadcast wanted to ask. The two sides have started fighting. General Sang Kuan has long been dead. Qin Chen fabricated the scene of Kancha's people assassinating Sang Kuan, causing both sides to turn against each other. In the end, it's all because of a woman, right? Who is that woman? Amidst the audience's discussions, Qin Chen's mouth curled up, and he coldly laughed. Let me tell you what happened. Sang Kuan is dead, and Sang Kuan's men thought it was you who did it, because you wanted to swallow Sang Kuan's power, so you could become the sole ruler of the Middle East battlefield. Kancha widened his eyes, his throat squirmed, but he couldn't say a word. Is it you? Who framed me? This is not just using, but making use of waste. Qin Chen grinned. Both you and Sang Kuan deserve to die. Why can't you turn against each other? As far as I know, you and General Sang Kuan had a rift because of a woman, right? Tang Yen paused, then continued with a cold smile. You were both played by that woman, you know? Her goal was to create a rift between you, so she could benefit from the chaos. Never underestimate the power of a woman, especially a beautiful one. The more beautiful, the more dangerous. Kancha's eyes widened even more. At this moment, he couldn't say a word. His pupils reflected the battlefield and the factory at this moment, with the sound of gunfire densely ringing out, and Kancha's men constantly falling. Even the rumbling sound from outside the factory could be heard. It was the sound of tanks approaching. Now you have two choices. First, I kill you now. Second, tell me where the serum antibody is. I just want to save my daughter. Once I get the serum antibody, I can consider letting you live. Qin Chen's cold voice came. The situation in the Middle East at this moment had already become chaotic. The drug lords' forces were engaged in a fierce battle with the warlords, and one side would surely suffer heavy losses. At this point, it was obvious that his side was the first to collapse. We can't let him go. Letting him go will surely bring greater disaster. Jiang Baixue, who was still tied up, anxiously said. But Qin Chen turned around, coldly glancing at her. Shut up. Jiang Baixue trembled all over. What kind of look was that? It was a look of killing, indifference, as if looking at a corpse. Jiang Baixue had a feeling that in front of Qin Chen, she was already a dead person. This look made some of the audience feel scared. I want to live. I'll give you the serum. Can you protect me? Kancha struggled to speak, and said to Qin Chen. Of course. Qin Chen nodded in agreement. The scene of the program instantly caused a sensation. Qin Chen, in order to obtain the serum, do you want to protect Kancha? This big drug lord deserves to die 1,000 times. How can we protect him? If we let him live, who knows how many people will suffer in the future? In the live broadcast room, barrage comments kept coming. At this moment, explosions continued to sound in the factory. Guided by Kancha, Qin Chen found the antibody serum and also took a few vials of virus-filled test tubes. When he returned to the prison cell, the fire had already spread inside. Save me, please save me. Kancha looked at the surrounding fire and the deafening explosions, shouting to Qin Chen. But Qin Chen remained indifferent, looking at Kancha with a cold and almost indifferent expression. Save me! Save me! Kancha continued to scream, but Qin Chen, in the midst of the fire, took a syringe and injected all the virus into it. Seeing this, Kancha's pupils shrank, and his voice became filled with fear. You promised me that you would spare my life, you. Qin Chen, holding the syringe filled with the virus, squatted in front of Kancha, smiling brightly at him. Sorry, I changed my mind. He injected all the virus into Kancha's body. At that moment, the scene fell silent. In the cold picture, only Qin Chen's almost indifferent voice could be heard. Sorry, I changed my mind. In the picture, this man was smiling, but the smile was so devoid of warmth. Boom! Explosions erupted in the factory. Bullets continued to whistle through the air. The fire had engulfed the entire prison cell. In this environment, Qin Chen still smiled as if nothing had happened, injecting all the virus-filled syringes into Kancha's body. Even Jiang Baixue, who was nearby, felt a chill. No! Kancha's terrified screams reached the point of despair. Qin Chen squatted in front of him, looking at his contorted face and the fear in his eyes, with a bright smile. Do you know, from the moment I saw you, I was thinking about how to make you suffer, to regret coming into this world? When I saw those artificially created virus pathogens, I thought of it like admiring a fine piece of art. Qin Chen looked at Kancha. His smile was chilling. Even more chilling was his voice. Virus. Qin Chen said, my daughter is lying on a sickbed, barely alive. At that time, the amount of each virus injection was minimal, but the virus I just injected into you is the full amount. This means that your body is now infected with the virus, and it could erupt at any time. During this time, I will protect you. Bullets cannot penetrate you, bombs cannot kill you. Your only way to die is from the virus, your whole body rotting away. Drip, drip, drip. As Qin Shen finished speaking, the sound of liquid dripping on the ground could be heard in the picture. Kancha wiped his nose, which was constantly bleeding. Next were his eyes, mouth, and ears. The virus had begun to take effect. It seems that the virus is erupting faster than I imagined. Qin Shen's smile became even more intense. The chaos in the factory continued, but no one noticed what was happening in the prison cell. The scene shifted, and a horrifying sight appeared before everyone. Many people even gagged and dared not look. Yuningshu clenched her teeth tightly, still insisting on watching the current scene. Kancha's face was pale, devoid of any color, and his features looked like a pile of mud, constantly oozing blood blisters. His skin gradually turned into a rotten color, oozing out large amounts of pus. Qin Shen remained indifferent throughout. Explosions continued to sound, and the pungent smoke rose. Jiang Baishua had already fainted. Seeing this, Qin Shen put down Jiang Baishua, carried her on his back, and left the factory. There were earth-shattering explosions behind him, but Qin Shen never looked back. Only Jiang Baishua on his back, weakly opened his eyes, whispered Qin Shen's name, and then closed his eyes again. The screen went black. At the scene of the show, there was no sound for a long time, and the audience was shocked by what they saw. This is Qin Shen's determination. He never intended to let Kancha live. Everything is a lie by Qin Shen. His only goal is to get the antibody and then kill Kancha. Injecting a large amount of virus, his body has become a breeding ground for the virus. This man is too ruthless. He wants Kancha to experience the pain his daughter suffered. When the screen reappeared, Qin Shen had already met with the main god. The person has been killed. This is the money and goods that Kancha owes us. Qin Shen expressionlessly handed over a bag of money and a large bag of goods to the main god. Well done, you have already made initial progress towards the organization's expectations, the main god praised generously. Qin Shen's eyes remained as indifferent as ice. His true purpose had been achieved, and everyone knew that he was going to save his daughter next. But the next words from the main god made everyone's heart sink. Kancha's research on the biochemical weapon has been preliminarily put into use. Before it is officially completed, we need a good experimental site. How about the country of Shenzhou? The main god's mouth curled up, with a fanatical and sinister smile gradually spreading. At this moment, with the main god's words, the scene of the show instantly froze. Only one word was imprinted in their minds: biochemical weapon. In the live broadcast room, barrage comments quickly appeared. Speaking of which, 7 years ago in Shenzhou, there was indeed a major biochemical virus disaster, but it was not our people in Shenzhou who died, but a group of unidentified foreigners, nearly tens of thousands, all killed in a valley. Yes, at that time, this incident also caused a huge sensation internationally. Western overseas countries insisted on claiming that our Shenzhou secretly developed a biochemical virus weapon, causing the deaths of people from their country, and suffered severe retaliation from our country. Was the incident mentioned by the main god in the video the same thing? As they looked at these barrage comments, Yuningshu suddenly froze. She seemed to remember something, and her eyes suddenly turned red. Clenching her fists tightly, her body trembled continuously. This matter was related to her daughter. So, what about Qin Shen? In the video, Qin Shen showed no reaction at all. His eyes remained indifferent, but everyone clearly saw that Qin Shen's eyes were bursting with determination. The hands hanging on both sides instantly clenched, but then immediately relaxed. Regardless of the country, we will strictly follow the organization's decision, Qin Shen said indifferently. The main god's smile became even more pronounced. The organization appreciates you. This matter has been entrusted to us. Kancha's research on the biochemical virus weapon is targeted at a specific race. After a long period of research on bird migration and climate change, a pathogen has been found in the country. Who is it? Qin Shen tried to keep his tone as calm and indifferent as possible, but the main god's answer made everyone's faces darken. A 5-year-old girl. He said, this project started a long time ago. At that time, a 5-year-old girl in Shenzhou was selected. Her genes perfectly matched the mother body of this biochemical virus. There is an insider in the organization in Shenzhou. He sent people to inject the virus into the little girl. In other words, if the virus were to spread on a large scale, she would be the mother body. After the main god finished speaking, the entire scene of the show fell into a dead silence, especially Yuningshu, who turned terrifyingly pale. Her eyes were filled with anger and hatred, like the raging waves of a violent sea, engulfing her sanity. At this moment, everyone thought of one thing. Sigwin, is she dead in this incident? Before everyone could catch their breath, the scene changed again. In Qin Shen's hand, there was a letter. A letter sent from Shenzhou. Dad, where are you? Can you come back to see Sigue? Sigue doesn't want to die. Sigue is in so much pain, her whole body hurts. Mom says Dad is a bad person, but I don't believe it. My dad is not a bad person. My dad is a great hero. The doctor said Sigue is about to die. Before I die, I want to see Dad again, okay? The handwriting in the letter was crooked, obviously written by a child, with even a few words replaced by pinyin. The moment Qin Shen saw the letter, he shrank and trembled as he held it. He recognized it as his daughter Sigue's handwriting. The audience in the studio was stunned, and each of them stood up. Their eyes widened. The barrage scrolling in the live broadcast room surged even more. This is a letter from little Sigue to her dad. It's so tragic. In Sigue's understanding, she is dying, and she wouldn't write to Qin Shen unless it's absolutely necessary. How desperate and painful must it be to hold on to a glimmer of hope and write a letter to her father who has already gone abroad. Sigue is the host of the virus, and the virus has completely erupted in her body. Crackling, soon, the letter was wet with Qin Shen's tears, just like his shattered heart, falling apart. In a pitch-black room, he just held the crooked letter tightly and cried silently. At this moment, people felt Qin Shen's helplessness, breakdown, and despair. At this moment, people also realized that Qin Shen is also human. He has flesh and blood, joy and sorrow, parting and reuniting. With gains, there must be losses. He can't save anyone. Now, he has infiltrated the enemy's camp, and only when he is alone can he reveal such emotions. What should we do? Can he return to Daxia? At this moment, all the audience hoped that Qin Shen could return to Daxia, inject the antibodies and serum brought from Kunsha into little Sigue. As people pondered whether Qin Shen would return, the scene gave them an answer. The main god found Qin Shen and told him his plan. This time, the Shenzhou virus release trial plan, we will split into two groups. On one hand, you will openly return to Shenzhou and attract the attention of the Shenzhou War Department. After all, you are a traitor of Shenzhou, and your appearance will definitely attract all their attention. On the other hand, I will lead 50,000 people to secretly infiltrate your Shenzhou. By then, the Shenzhou War Department's forces and troops will all be focused on you, and they won't notice us. After we release the virus, you can leave. By then, Shenzhou will be basically finished, and it will be a deserted country ravaged by the virus. With your strength, you should be able to escape smoothly. Any questions? The main god looked at Qin Shen and asked in a deep voice. Similarly, when speaking, he scrutinized Qin Shen's expressionless face, trying to find a trace of a flaw. But Qin Shen's face did not show any change, and his expression remained cold throughout. Okay, he agreed without hesitation. At that moment, the live broadcast room exploded. He wants to use Qin Shen as bait to achieve his plan, letting Qin Shen face the hard work, the dirty work, and the danger, while taking the credit himself. It's despicable. But then Qin Shen can come to Shenzhou and save his daughter, right? The barrage was discussing one after another. Perhaps because the victims of the biological virus weapon were overseas, not from Shenzhou. The attention of the audience and netizens was all focused on little Sigue. The scene changed. Qin Shen had quickly boarded a helicopter. He shouted at the pilot of the helicopter, "Quick, get me back to Shenzhou as fast as you can. Hurry!" Qin Shen's voice was like thunder, and the sky instantly darkened. He still remembered his daughter, and the main god's plan gave him the opportunity to return to his country. It was a chance to save Sigue. The pilot was startled and turned around to see Qin Shen with bloodshot eyes. At that moment, all the years of battlefield killings erupted. He dared not disobey and immediately started the helicopter, slowly heading towards Shenzhou. On the plane, Qin Shen kept looking back and forth at the childish words in the envelope, feeling the pain of Sigue. She was in so much pain, her whole body ached. She was dying. His mind was filled with the image of his daughter lying in bed, tortured by illness. Thinking of this, Qin Shen could no longer contain his anger and hatred, which erupted at that moment. Now that he had obtained the virus antibodies and serum, he didn't want to delay for a moment, eager to rush back to Shenzhou and cure his daughter's illness. He would also stop the biovirus. The land of Shenzhou could not tolerate any invasion. Too slow. Qin Shen roared again, almost violently pushing the helicopter pilot aside and taking the seat himself. He immediately increased the speed to the extreme. The fuel burned rapidly, and the helicopter in the high altitude shook violently. His eyes were already filled with tears. Yuning-Chu, Sigue, our daughter. Thinking of the faces of Yuning-Chu and little Sigue, he could no longer contain his excitement and anger, growling lowly, "Faster! Give me more speed! My daughter is still waiting for me!" His angry roar echoed in the live broadcast. Everyone watched in silence, unable to say a word. Yuning-Chu stared at Qin Shen's almost crazy appearance. He had changed, but it seemed like he hadn't. In any case, he still loved his daughter very much. Her gaze seemed to travel through countless time and space, back to the past. It was really beautiful back then, but in the end, his daughter still died. He didn't even see his daughter for the last time. Who? Yuning-Chu suddenly sighed deeply, closed her eyes, as if making a decision. 3 seconds later, she opened her eyes, which were already clear. She stood up and said to Bing Bing in the production team, "Please put on the memory reading device for me." Wow! This shocking statement stunned everyone at the live broadcast. They all doubted their ears. Yuning-Chu actually wanted to use the memory reading device. "Miss Yun, why?" Bing Bing looked at Yuning-Chu in surprise, hesitant to speak. Yuning-Chu calmly responded, "Because I want you to see what my life has been like after my daughter's death." At that moment, the live broadcast fell into silence. Not only the live broadcast, but also the barrage in the live chat disappeared, turning into a series of heavy ellipses, as if expressing their inner emotions. All eyes, filled with shock or astonishment, were focused on Yuning Chu. She was the only female war god in Shenzhou, leading her team to successfully complete many large-scale rescue missions, with outstanding military achievements. Although not comparable to Qin Shen's achievements, she was still someone countless people looked up to. She was also the true hero in the hearts of countless Shenzhou people. In addition to her outstanding military achievements, Yuning Chu was also wholeheartedly dedicated to charity. She had enabled many children who couldn't afford education or food to step into the school and change their lives. Everyone was used to seeing Yuning Chu as a hero, but who would have thought that she was once a woman? A woman who had experienced hardships in the world, relying on faith and perseverance to reach her current position step by step. It was precisely because she was a woman that she was even more moving. She was still beautiful, but on top of that beauty, she exuded a sense of competence and determination. She was also someone who had escaped from despair. At this moment, everyone's ears were filled only with the calm voice of Yuning Chu, as still as stagnant water. I want you to see what my life has been like after my daughter's death. What was her life like? Now, no one knows except for herself. But what people can know is that it must have been incredibly desperate, the kind of sorrowful calm voice that moves people. People followed Yuning Chu's gaze, which fell back on the current scene. Qin Shen was still piloting the helicopter, doing everything in his power to return to Shenzhou, all for the sake of saving his daughter. In the live broadcast room, the barrage finally resumed. I think it must have been the memory scene of Qin Shen at this moment that touched Miss Yun, prompting her to make this decision. Yes, in the scene, Qin Shen is still the same as before, so loving towards children, but the final result is that he missed out forever, not even seeing Xiao Xi off for the last time. Sigh, from the beginning of the program, I've been thinking about this question. What is it that can make a woman, who has gone through all kinds of hardships, ultimately become a female war god? The power of faith has surpassed the physical body. If we have really wronged Qin Shen, the whole country owes Qin Shen an apology, except for Miss Yun, because Qin Shen is still a criminal, a family sinner. Sighs, like the cold of a long winter night, filled with sorrow and sadness, deeply engraved in the soul. Looking at the barrage appearing in the live broadcast room, plain and sorrowful, the audience at the scene also fell into silence. Their eyes, unconsciously, all looked at Qin Shen, who had been in a coma from beginning to end. They lowered their heads, smiling bitterly. Yes, people like Qin Shen, who have been immersed in darkness for a long time, even if their hearts still yearn for the light, will not have a tombstone even in death. He is a hero. At the same time, he is also a sinner. Because in their hearts, the country has already taken up all the space, leaving no room for even a bit of love for the family. Perhaps it is this kind of burden that can never be expressed in the darkness that has prompted Miss Yun to gradually become strong from the pain of losing her daughter, and ultimately become a true war god. This is love, but also hatred. Bing Bing held the microphone and said softly, her voice full of sadness and pain. At this moment, the sorrow in Yuning Chu's eyes seemed to reach its peak. There was no hysterical roar, no heart-wrenching cries, just a still, stagnant water. At this moment, Qin Shen in her arms suddenly moved his fingers, then his eyelids, moving gently, as if trying to wake up, opening his eyes again, to look at the woman who was once his wife. In the blank and desperate sea of consciousness, Qin Shen, like a fleshless skeleton, a walking corpse. Only Yuning Chu, the woman he owed his whole life to, could make a slight ripple in his memory. His heartbeat became faster and his breathing more rapid. At this moment, a tear fell from the tightly closed corner of Qin Shen's eye. Watching this scene, everyone's eyes were filled with complexity. Miss Yun, it seems like he doesn't want you to wear the memory reading device. Bing Bing said cautiously, you know, wearing the memory reading device, before extracting the memories, will cause immense pain, the degree of which may even surpass the pain of childbirth. I know. Yuning Chu smiled, lowered her head, and looked at the pale figure, speaking softly. Do you believe in reincarnation? I do. May we be together in the next reincarnation. Then, let's both be simple ordinary people. Each word, like a shattered crystal, clear, but fragile. At this moment, what everyone felt was like sinking into icy cold water. From all directions, there was a bone-chilling sorrow and pain. The scene was so quiet, not a sound to be heard. At this moment, in the memory scene projected by Qin Shen, a helicopter was still on its way to Shenzhou. Bing Bing and the production team discussed for a while, then came to Yuning Chu's side, looking at her with a complex expression. The production team has temporarily agreed to your request, but if Miss Yun's physical condition is not right, we will stop immediately. Thank you, Yuning Chu said. Then she lay down, closed her eyes, and the program staff put the memory mind reader on her. The two needle-like connectors of the memory mind reader connected to Yuning Chu's neck, and suddenly, a severe pain struck, accompanied by a surge of electricity. At that moment, countless memories flooded in front of her like a tide. Qin Shen's cold and indifferent eyes, and the image of her daughter's pale face, crying in pain. Finally, the scene of her closing her eyes forever, all appeared before Yuning Chu. Ah! She couldn't help but scream. These images were also projected onto another screen. At the scene of the program, the audience listened to the screams of Yun Ingchu after she put on the memory mind reader. Countless viewers lowered their faces, their eyes starting to sting. It was too sad. At that moment, it felt like the arrival of winter, the sound of the howling cold wind engraved in their hearts. Soon, they would witness a woman, after experiencing the despair of life, step by step emerging from the darkness, becoming the experience of a female war god, because of hatred, and more so because of belief. At that moment, Qin Shan and Yun Ingchu lay side by side on the cold ground, memories simultaneously revealed. "Si Gue, this is today's medicine, drink it quickly." A weak voice of a woman echoed in the image. It was Yun Ingchu's voice. Then the image zoomed in, showing a dim and damp slum, a haggard woman leaning on a stick, stumbling in the darkness. The room was not lit, but you could still see a pale little girl lying on the bed. The little girl's eyes were beautiful, like her father's, but there was no spirit. She looked sickly. It was Qin Shan and Yun Ingchu's daughter, Qin Si Gue. Every time the audience saw little Si Gue, they couldn't help but feel sorry from the bottom of their hearts. This little girl was too pitiful. Yun Ingchu tremblingly handed over the medicine, revealing the densely packed needle marks on her arm. Little Si Gue struggled to sit up, looking at Yun Ingchu's hand, and said, "Mom, what's wrong with your hand?" Yun Ingchu recoiled her hand as if she had been shocked, saying, "Mom's hand is fine." Just the first image caused an explosion in the barrage of the live broadcast room. "Miss Yun's arm is covered with needle marks. Are those from injections? I remember Miss Yun's family is not a big family in Tianjin, but it shouldn't be so destitute. How can the mother and daughter live here? What about the Yun family? Their family looks so poor, it seems they don't even have money to buy medicine. Could the medicine in Miss Yun's hand be obtained from selling blood?" The barrage was filled with surprise, active in the live broadcast room. Some netizens had already figured it out. It shouldn't be from selling blood. Now blood donation emphasizes voluntary and unpaid. There is an underground gray industry called blood selling, with prices ranging from tens to thousands for 100 milliliters. Seeing this barrage, the expressions of the live audience changed. Host Bing Bing looked at the pale-faced Yun Ingchu in the image and covered her mouth. The Miss Yun who used to smile and had a good temper was gone, replaced by a weak and pale woman without energy. Beads of sweat covered her forehead, making her look like she could faint at any moment. Everyone knew that this was caused by anemia. Seeing this, at the scene of the program, Yun Ingchu's parents, Yun Yinshan and Fan Shulan, closed their eyes in pain. Seeing their daughter in such a state, it was difficult for them to even stay alive. Their hearts felt like they were being cut by a knife. After a long time, Yun Yinshan opened his eyes again, looking at the screen with a complex tone. At that time, Qin Shen had already betrayed the country and became the most famous wanted criminal in the land of Shenzhou. There is a saying that misfortune does not befall family members, but in reality, who would care? Ingchu is the wife of a traitor, and we are the family of a traitor. Our reputation is completely ruined, Yun Yinshan said helplessly. Fan Shulan added with a heavy heart, even if Qin Shen is no longer with us, with the power of our Yin family, we could still support Ingchu, but we have all become the family of a traitor, and the Yin family has fallen apart. In order not to burden us, Ingchu left the Yin family with her daughter. As a woman, how can she survive outside? Food, clothing, shelter, and her daughter's serious illness, she can't stop the medication. Without money to buy medicine, she can only use her own blood to exchange for it. My daughter is so unfortunate to have such a husband. Fan Shulan's eyes were clouded as she watched the scene, filled with intense emotion. The entire production team was in an uproar because of the elderly couple's words. Everyone watched the scene of Yun Ingchu feeding her daughter medicine with complex expressions, unable to speak. After witnessing the memory of Qin Shen, people already knew the truth about his betrayal of the country. But at that time, the public did not know. They only knew that Qin Shen was a traitor who colluded with the enemy. After the news broke, information about Qin Shen's family was exposed. Yun Ingchu's family endured a long period of online exposure. There were even some extreme violent individuals who threatened and intimidated Yun Ingchu's family, even issuing death threats. They lived in such an environment at that time, like rats in a hole. Even when seeking treatment in the hospital, after the news was exposed, they were thrown out of the hospital, despite Yun Ingchu's cries and pleas being futile. The audience at the scene was stunned. They had forgotten about the impact this would have on Yun Ingchu's family as they witnessed Qin Shen's descent into darkness and his burdened journey. The family was gone, the expensive medical expenses were overwhelming, and Yun Ingchu was struggling to cope. She had to sell her blood to survive and obtain the medicine needed to treat Qin Si Gue. How long could they continue living like this? No one knew. The scene continued. Clang! A sound. The iron bracelet in little Si Gue's hand fell to the ground, and Yun Ingchu hurried over upon hearing the sound. Si Gue, what's wrong? Yun Ingchu exclaimed. Mom, Si Gue is in pain, it hurts so much. Is Si Gue going to die? Little Si Gue's small hand held onto Yun Ingchu's large hand, crying in pain. Not only that, blood continued to flow from Si Gue's nose, impossible to wipe away. Yun Ingchu's body trembled, her face visibly pale, but she still held Si Gue tightly, tears in her eyes. Don't say that, Mom is here, Si Gue won't die. Mom will take you to the hospital right now. It was raining heavily that day. Yuning Chu, disregarding her own anemia, held her daughter tightly and rushed into the rain. She didn't have enough money for a taxi, so she had to run, one step at a time. She ran without stopping, panting heavily. In her arms, little Sigui weakly opened her eyes a crack and asked softly, "Mom, is Dad not coming back?" Upon hearing this, Yuning Chu stopped in her tracks in the rain. She was frozen, letting the cold rain hit her. "Soon," she said, "Dad is being taken away to prison as a bad person, he won't come back." Wah! Little Sigui immediately started crying. "Mom is lying. Dad is not a bad person, Dad is a great hero. I want Dad. When Dad comes, I won't hurt anymore." The childish cries echoed in the rain. Yuning Chu's body visibly trembled. The rain hit her, and she felt the cold. At that moment, she remembered everything Qin Shen had done to her. Her heart turned completely cold. She didn't cry or scream. She simply said, "He won't come back." With that, she picked up little Sigui and continued on to the hospital. Yuning Chu's mother, Fan Shulan, saw this scene and sighed in sorrow. Lowering her head, she looked at Qin Shen. "Qin Shen, even if you are an undercover agent, so what? Do you think you can wash away your sins like this? Never. You can never make it up to Ying Chu. You are the sinner of this family." As she spoke, tears welled up in Fan Shulan's eyes. Her voice was filled with accusation, echoing in the live broadcast. Everyone looked at her with complex expressions. At this moment, some observant individuals noticed that the looks in Fan Shulan, Yun Yanshan, and Shen Longfei's eyes as they gazed at Qin Shen no longer held the same deep-seated hatred for national enemies. In Yun Yanshan and Fan Shulan's eyes, there was still anger, but more so, there was helplessness, regret, and pain. Because they already knew the true reason why Qin Shen had fallen into darkness. They couldn't stop him, and they couldn't bring themselves to be ruthless towards him. If we have to blame someone, blame Ying Chu for loving too deeply and marrying the wrong person, Yun Yanshan sighed. Fan Shulan fell into silence as well, quietly returning to her own place without saying a word. The memories in the couple's minds began to surge. In a daze, they remembered how Yuning Chu looked when she returned to her mother's home with her daughter. She always sat by the window, staring blankly outside, her vacant eyes devoid of the laughter and liveliness they once held. Like a caged canary. They wanted to advise her, but they couldn't. The one who tied the knot must untie it, and the knot had already been tied. The person who tied the knot didn't know where to be found. None of us expected that after Qin Shen betrayed the country, it would have such a huge impact on Miss Yun's family. This is too cruel for a woman. Knowing the outcome, I dare not continue watching. In the live broadcast room, the barrage of comments kept flowing, filled with sighs. Not only did they witness the tragic situation of Yuning Chu and her daughter, but also the conversation between the mother and daughter. Especially the scene of the daughter asking when her father would come back while in her mother's arms. It touched many people's hearts. In the end, they all knew what happened next. Qin Shen had already tried his best to come back, but he still couldn't save Xiao Sigui. He didn't even get to see her one last time. At this moment, there were even many naive netizens who hoped that the memory projection could change. For example, Qin Shen could rush back, inject the antibodies and serum into Xiao Sigui's body, and finally, Xiao Sigui could make a perfect recovery. Even though they knew this was an illusion, a dream, compared to the bloody and cruel reality, they preferred to see the former. Then the scene shifted. Yuning Chu had already arrived at the hospital. They thought Xiao Sigui would be admitted, but the scene showed another infuriating moment. Yuning Chu handed over her medical insurance card, and when the male doctor with a name tag that read attending physician, Lu Haoda saw her husband's name, his expression changed drastically. "Qin Shen? Qin Shen is your husband?" Lu Haoda directly threw Yuning Chu's medical insurance book away and looked at her with disgust. Get out, get out, get out quickly. The wife of a traitor, hiding like a cockroach, still dares to show her face? Want to come to our hospital for treatment? Impossible." In an instant, Yuning Chu's face changed drastically. She quickly picked up her medical insurance book and then pleaded in a low voice, "Dr. Lu, I beg you, my daughter is sick, I still have some money here, please, save my daughter." Yuning Chu handed the remaining money to Lu Haoda. Lu Haoda took it without a word, but showed no intention of letting Yuning Chu in. "Don't move, yes, just stand here." Lu Haoda pointed at Yuning Chu's feet and ordered. Then he took out his phone and made a call. "Hello, it's me, Lu Haoda. Guess who I saw? The wife of a traitor. Yes, she still wants to bring her daughter to our hospital for treatment? Isn't this a dream? Bring more people, it's best to call the reporters and media. She definitely can't live in Tianjin City anymore." The scene shifted again, and Yuning Chu was surrounded by a group of people. They weren't there to help her, but to curse at her. It's her man is a traitor, so she must not be a good person either. Yeah, looking so good, she must be seducing other people's husbands, a cheap woman. Shameless, her husband has become a traitor, and she still has the face to come to the hospital? In my opinion, her illegitimate child should die from illness. The curses filled the air. Everyone's eyes were filled with flames, wanting to devour Yuning Chu. Everyone kept cursing and moving forward. Yuning Chu was extremely afraid. She tightly protected Xiao Sigu, stepping back step by step. There was no one behind her. When she tried to run, she was stopped and met with punches and kicks. Xiao Siga cried loudly, "You bad people, don't hit my mom." While crying, Xiao Siga shouted, "My dad is not a traitor, he is a great hero, a world-renowned hero." The voice was tender and sharp, like the cry of a cuckoo. Lu Haoda looked at her with surprise. "Illegitimate child, what did you say your dad is? A great hero?" Xiao Siga was in pain, but she still stood firm, tears on her cheeks, teeth clenched tightly. "I saw it with my own eyes. My dad is a 5-star general. He is the benefactor of all the people of Shenzhou." After saying this, Xiao Siga couldn't bear it anymore and fainted from the pain. Yun Yingshu cried out in heart-wrenching despair. At that moment, she couldn't bear it anymore, despair written all over her face. Somehow, she broke free from the men who were hitting her. In her struggle, an old and worn-out cell phone fell out. It was a phone that Qin Shen had secretly left for Yun Yingshu before he left Shenzhou. It was a phone specifically for contacting the Shenzhou War Department during the time of the 5-star general. It only stored one number, the head of the War Department, Long Qinzhang, and since Qin Shen's treason, it had never been turned on again. In her collapsed despair, Yun Yingshu turned on the phone directly and dialed the only number stored in it. "Hello?" The call was quickly answered, and a stern voice of an old man came through. In her despair, Yun Yingshu didn't even hear the voice on the other end of the phone. She just held her daughter tightly and wailed into the phone, "Qin Shen, if you are still a man, come back and save our daughter." Swoosh! At the same time, in Qin Shen's memory, a helicopter was swiftly flying over the sky of Shenzhou, leaving a deep white trail in the air. The scene changed to Tianjing, inside the red walls. Long Qinzhang was standing quietly, but his hands were shaking. When he saw the familiar phone number, Long Qinzhang immediately understood. He roared, "Quick, find out. Where are Qin Shen's wife and daughter?" "At the 3rd hospital." Soon, the news came. The surveillance footage was immediately brought up, showing Yun Yingshu being beaten and Xiao Sigu loudly proclaiming, "My dad is a world-renowned hero." Long Qinzhang's mind exploded, and he slumped into a chair, his eyes trembling. The next moment, he gave the order, "Quick, gather the troops and head to the 3rd hospital to protect this mother and daughter. Also, arrest all the perpetrators." "Yes, Commander, there was just an urgent message from the airspace. An unidentified helicopter has entered the Shenzhou airspace. Should we intercept?" After receiving the order, the subordinates of the War Department did not leave, but asked cautiously. At this point, the audience at the scene of the program realized a problem. The memory scenes of Qin Shen and Yun Yingshu being played at this moment were actually memories from the same moment. The two of them were like two intersecting lines, about to cross, and after crossing, they would soon separate, pulling farther and farther apart. Perhaps in the future, their lifelines would intersect again, but that was 7 years later. The homesickness has struck Qin Shen, also carrying antibodies and serum rushing back, not knowing if he can catch up. Qin Shen has done so much for Shenzhou, but the people of Shenzhou do not know. Not only do they speak ill, but they also make it difficult for his wife and children, including us. Sigh. In the live broadcast room, barrage comments kept appearing. With endless sadness, sorrow flowed like a river. As Xiao Sigui neared his last bit of strength, shouting the words, "My father is a great hero," it's unknown how many people were moved to tears. Yun Yingshu, amidst the crowd's beatings and insults, despairingly opened the phone left by Qin Shen, calling out his name, also touching people's hearts. This scene seemed like a silent drama without sound. Black and white images, no sound, only the warmth and coldness experienced by a mother and daughter. The disease is not scary. What's scary is people. And all of this, once again turned into images belonging to Qin Shen, his angry, anxious, and praying face, with a helicopter carrying hope, entering the territory of Shenzhou. This time, he is only here to save his daughter. However, no one is joyful, and no one is excited. There is only sadness and lament, because everyone knows Xiao Sigui, in the end, still died. Qin Shen was ultimately too late. I originally thought that the selfless sacrifice of Qin Zhangfeng's family was the darkest moment in Qin Shen's life, but I didn't expect that there is no darkest, only darker. It is said that heaven has the virtue of a good life, but why did it take away Xiao Sigui's life? Perhaps Qin Shen is the one who should have turned to darkness the most. At the scene of the program, everyone had red eyes, quietly watching the current scene. Some turned their heads away, unable to bear to see the following scenes. After Yun Yingshu put on the memory reading device, people could not only see Qin Shen's memory images but also see Yun Yingshu's memory images. They would witness how they had fallen into the most desperate abyss and how they had climbed up step by step with a heart full of hatred and the fire of revenge, as a woman, carving out a bloody path, eventually becoming the first female war god of Shenzhou. The scene continued. Inside the red wall, Long Qianzhang, who was originally in a rage, stopped in his tracks upon hearing this sentence. "What did you say? A helicopter has intruded into our country's airspace?" Everyone could see that Long Qianzhang in the image, his eyelids were twitching uncontrollably. Yes, the helicopter came from overseas, and it was very fast. "We warned, but it was still useless," his subordinate continued to report. With this statement, the atmosphere visibly became heavy. Long Qianzhang's heart was pounding. Who is in the aircraft? This. You'd better see for yourself. Soon, the radar-surveyed image was transmitted. A helicopter, at a visible speed, rushed into the airspace of Shenzhou. The man in the aircraft, with an unstoppable and earth-shattering momentum, was none other than Qin Chen. Boom! Seeing the person clearly, Long Qinzhang's mind instantly roared, and he became blank. The phone in his hand fell to the ground with a snap. The huge red wall became eerily quiet. Qin Chen had returned. However, Long Qinzhang couldn't understand why Qin Chen had come back. This is not what we agreed upon. At this moment, Long Qinzhang's eyes were trembling. Suddenly, he remembered the phone call Yin Yingqiu had made. Originally, it was meant for Qin Chen, but the phone left by Qin Chen only stored Long Qinzhang's number. So she called him. He understood. He understood everything. Qin Chen had come back to save his daughter. His daughter was harboring the pathogens of more than a dozen viruses, and this time, he had come back to save her. Thud! Long Qinzhang slumped into his seat, drenched in sweat, panting heavily. Inside the red wall, there was only Long Qinzhang's old and weary sigh. The sky is falling. At this moment, all the audience at the scene of the program could feel the urgency in Qin Chen's mind, as well as the fear in Long Qinzhang's mind. The sky of Shenzhou is about to collapse. If it's the same timeline, Qin Chen should definitely be able to catch up. Why did Xiao Si still die? At this moment, a question was raised at the scene of the program. The scene suddenly became chaotic. Who is the one who caused Xiao Si's death? When the gaze returned to the unconscious Qin Chen and Yin Yingqiu, at that moment, everyone was moved to find that both of them were breathing heavily, their emotions in turmoil. The news quickly spread throughout the Red Wall. Not only Long Qinzhang, but also core figures such as Cai Gongmin and Qi Longwei were shocked. Through the screen, they could all feel the soaring chill pervading the scene. At this moment, Qi Longwei picked up a communicator and issued a stern order. Discover the traitor Qin Chen. Discover the traitor Qin Chen. All the military departments of Shenzhou immediately assemble forces and at all costs, apprehend the criminal Qin Chen. His voice carried a chilling tone, echoing throughout the entire Red Wall. Everyone, including the audience at the program scene and the netizens in various live broadcast rooms, were constantly echoing Qi Longwei's command in their ears. They were all dumbfounded. Shenzhou was going to assemble forces to capture Qin Chen? Qi Longwei, have you gone mad? Long Qinzhang erupted in anger, slamming his hand fiercely on the conference table. The look in his eyes as he gazed at Qi Longwei was as if he wanted to devour him. I'm not mad, Long Qinzhang. The one who's gone mad is you. Qi Longwei coldly shouted. Have you forgotten the recent public opinion in the country? Everything is because our five-star commander betrayed us, and the prestige of our military department has hit rock bottom. Now that he dares to come back, our military department must set an example and apprehend him to give the people an explanation. Qi Longwei's words were very loud, and his roar echoed throughout the entire Red Wall. Not only that, there was a fierce killing intent in his eyes. The audience at the scene of the program were all dumbfounded. At this moment, they were only shocked. I might know why Xiao Si died. A member of the audience spoke up, murmuring. I also know why Qin Chen didn't even get to see his daughter for the last time. At this moment at the program scene, it suddenly fell silent. Everyone's faces wore an expression of incredulity, even unimaginable. Some were constantly swallowing their saliva. There were things they didn't dare to say, but everyone knew in their hearts. On the internet, the barrage in the live broadcast rooms exploded completely. I really can't believe it. Qi Longwei actually ordered to capture Qin Chen. He is clearly a hero of Shenzhou, and even undertakes undercover missions. Why would they treat him like this? That's right, Qin Chen returned to the country to save his daughter. His daughter can't die. Is there anything wrong with that? So angry. It's because you are looking at the problem from Qin Chen's perspective. If you look at it from Long Qinzhang and their standpoint, then Qi Longwei's decision is not wrong, and even in this matter, his reaction is more decisive than Long Qinzhang's. Yes, for Qin Chen, returning to Shenzhou for his daughter makes him a hero, worthy of praise, and even tears, but from the standpoint of the military department, Qin Chen is a traitor, a highly wanted criminal. When such a wanted criminal returns, can they not arrest him? The cold words couldn't suppress the anger in the barrage. But isn't he an undercover agent? Long Qinzhang and Qi Longwei should know about this, so why would they still? Some people still brought up the fact that Qin Chen was an undercover agent. Soon, an explanation was given. It's precisely because he is an undercover agent that Shenzhou wants to arrest him. It's for the countries overseas, and even for the Spectres organization to see. If this traitor Qin Chen returns and we don't make any moves, it will definitely raise suspicions from the other side. In other words, Qin Chen, this time, he really stood on the opposite side of our Shenzhou. Do you know? No one will help him, they will only do everything to catch him. Online, it's almost a mess. Countless barrage comments are filled with hostility and anger, mixed with the subjective emotions of netizens, watching the current projection. At the scene, everyone fell silent. Why was Qin Chen late? Why did Xiao Si eventually leave this world? The answer has been revealed. But the truth is so cruel. The scene continues, still within the red walls. Long Qinzhang sits in his position, his face distorted, his teeth almost grinding. His eyes are extremely fierce, his facial muscles twitching constantly. Making this decision is undoubtedly the most difficult and painful for Long Qinzhang. For him, Qin Chen is like his own grandson, the one he led to save when he was young, and it was him who had high hopes for Qin Chen from an early age, hoping that Qin Zhenfeng would nurture him well and become a useful person for Shenzhou in the future. Now, this person who has entrusted all his hopes, he has to order to capture him. Moreover, Qin Chen is not really a traitor, but an undercover agent. Everything is just an act. Long Qianzhang grits his teeth tightly, using all his strength, he roars, "All military departments of Shenzhou, obey my orders, capture the traitor Qin Chen with all your might. Everyone, do not hold back. Violators will be dealt with according to military orders. Also, bring a small team with me to the 3rd hospital of Tianjing." Within the red walls, the crowd quickly disperses. This day in Tianjing is more solemn than any other day. At this moment, within the red walls, there is only one person who has not moved. That is Qi Longwei. A cold smile appears on his face as he takes out a black and white photo from his pocket. In the photo, there is a very young person. The audience remembers, that is Qi Tinglong, Qi Longwei's grandson. "Tinglong, your revenge will be avenged soon." Qi Longwei murmurs, puts away the photo, and then leaves the red walls as well. The screen turns black. The barrage in the live broadcast room explodes once again. Damn! I knew this old man was up to no good, using this opportunity to make a real move. Qi Longwei clearly knows that Qin Chen is an undercover agent, yet he treats him as a real traitor. It's too much. Where's the justice? Fortunately, this old man is already dead, otherwise he would definitely have been hacked to death by us. There is no doubt that Qi Longwei's expression in the final moments reveals his ultimate goal is revenge. Qi Tinglong is his grandson, but he died at the hands of Qin Chen. As Qi Tinglong's grandfather, Qi Longwei will naturally seek revenge for Qin Chen. Sometimes revenge is so pure, it doesn't need a position, let alone right or wrong. Justice and fairness? Those are just excuses made by those who set the rules for those who follow the rules. Soon, the scene changes. Qin Chen's fighter jet has already entered the airspace of Shenzhou and is heading towards Tianjing. However, several 5th-generation fighter jets immediately appear in the rear. Everyone's heart sinks, knowing that the encirclement has begun. These fighter jets quickly catch up and surround the fighter jet Qin Chen is in. Qin Chen notices them, but his face remains cold and he ignores them. Traitor Qin Chen, immediately stop the helicopter, put your hands on your head, and squat in place. Repeat. Traitor Qin Chen, immediately stop the helicopter, put your hands on your head, and squat in place. The deafening communication sound comes through, echoing in Qin Chen's ears. The original pilot of the helicopter has already been frightened, his eyes blackened, and he fainted. But Qin Chen remains cold. His voice quickly comes through the helicopter's sound. "I must return to Tianjing today. I give you 1 minute to leave, otherwise, whoever blocks me, will die." At this moment, his face is so cold, his eyes so fierce. In his heart, there is only his daughter. Even if the emperor himself came, he would not give face. Instructor. The 5th-generation fighter jet circling around was manned by members of the 5th Air Team. They were once students of Qin Chen. With angry and resolute shouts, they were ready to open fire without hesitation, but the person in the helicopter was their instructor. Fire! A deafening roar came through the communication device. It was the captain of the 5th Air Team, who ultimately issued the command, though his voice trembled. The military order was absolute, and they could not disobey. In the end, the bullets and shells fired by the 5th-generation fighter jets all missed Qin Chen's helicopter, and the speed of the jets slowed down, allowing Qin Chen to increase his speed and fly towards the distance. The members of the 5th Air Team reported that they could not stop him, and all the fighter jets eventually landed. They saluted and shouted, "Instructor, have a safe journey." The scene was met with a deathly silence. When traitor Qin Chen returned to the country, the entire Shenzhou War Department mobilized. However, the members of the 5th Air Team did not actually intend to stop him. They knew they were disobeying orders, but they all smiled and even teared up. "Instructor, he will always be our instructor. I never expected this outcome. Qin Chen will always be their instructor, and they will never lay a hand on him." The 5th Air Team is like this. Could it be the same for other war departments? They mobilize, but only to stage a performance for the War Department? As this barrage of comments appeared in the live broadcast, many people began to believe that the War Department would not actually take action against Qin Chen. At most, it was all just a show. This must be Long Qinzhang's intention. Without his orders, his subordinates in the War Department would not have let Qin Chen go. What's going on? The Ace 5th Air Team couldn't stop Qin Chen? What are they even doing? The scene shifted, and a roar erupted. Qi Longwei was furious. In his view, the 5th Air Team alone should have been able to bring down Qin Chen's aircraft, but they let him escape? When things are over, punish the 5th Air Force severely. After Qi Longwei roared, he sneered, "If you don't make a move, someone will naturally make a move." 10 minutes quickly passed, and Qin Chen finally arrived at Tianjing Airport. The helicopter slowly descended. Quick! Quick! Below the airport, there was a continuous gathering of densely packed formations. Fully armed soldiers stood in rows, holding live ammunition rifles. Each person had a solemn expression as they looked up at the scene above. The captains of each formation were all sweating profusely. When they saw Qin Chen's helicopter slowly descending, their hearts were burning like flames, and their hearts were trembling. He's here! Finally, he's here! A hurricane swept through as Qin Shen's helicopter slowly descended. He walked out of the aircraft. After glancing at the troops stationed around him, Qin Shen's eyes remained cold, showing no hint of fear. Click, click, click. In the next moment, everyone aimed their guns at Qin Shen, their expressions tense. Move aside! Qin Shen roared like a wild beast. A fierce and terrifying look flashed in his eyes, and his overwhelming killing intent filled Tianjin Airport, making everyone's hair stand on end. Traitor Qin Shen, it's best for you to surrender quickly to avoid getting hurt, a captain of a formation said, looking at Qin Shen with a complex expression. All the captains of the formations looked at the figure in front of them with trembling expressions. In addition to awe, there was more respect and reluctance in their eyes. Qin Shen used to be a 5-star commander, with many outstanding subordinates. Many of his soldiers had now become leaders in the military. It was the most ironic that they had to face each other in battle. Make way! Faced with so many firearms, Qin Shen remained indifferent and continued to walk forward. Finally, he walked in front of a captain, raised his head, and gave him a cold look. It was this look that made the captain's legs go weak and his heart tremble. What kind of eyes were those? His eyes seemed to be filled with mountains of corpses and seas of blood. I'll say it one last time, move aside. Qin Shen's voice suddenly lowered. A tremendous pressure filled the entire area. Everyone was gasping for breath, as if an ancient behemoth had awakened. In front of him, one formation after another moved aside. In the end, they completely cleared a path. At the scene, everyone was stunned. Could one person's intimidation really be so great? This was the power of the War Department. Although the troops were not fully assembled, it was still absolutely terrifying. Surprisingly, Qin Shen's gaze alone made them move aside. At this moment, everyone deeply realized how terrifying Qin Shen's deterrent power was. Don't let him through. Open fire. Suddenly, a furious voice rang out. A man with a stubbly face was sitting in a jeep not far away, roaring in anger. The audience recognized him as Wei Tongming, a member of Qi Longwei's faction. He was there to witness the situation on the scene in place of Qi Longwei. With Wei Tongming's roar, everyone once again aimed their guns at Qin Shen. Stop! Don't move forward! But Qin Shen remained calm. Go ahead and shoot, if you don't want this place to turn into a river of blood. His voice was so calm, it sent chills down everyone's spine. At this moment, everyone heard the 4 words Qin Shen had said before. Whoever blocks, dies. At this moment, everyone felt that Qin Shen seemed to have a hint of dark transformation. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled again. A sound of steel collision rang out. The uniform and rhythmic footsteps echoed throughout the area. A strong sense of killing intent quietly spread. Another group had arrived. On that day at Tianjin Airport, it was completely surrounded inside and out. Traffic was jammed. No one knew what had happened. Good, very good. Qin Shen scanned the entire area, his voice completely cold. Do you also want to stop me? Are you trying to stop me too? In the vast Tianjin Airport, the silence was so profound that one could hear a pin drop, only the almost indifferent voice of Qin Shen. The audience at the scene was stunned. At this moment, what they saw was a dense formation of the Shenzhou War Department, fully armed, with the sound of constant vigilance. In the sky, there were helicopters hovering. It was truly a real dragnet. On the other hand, Qin Shen was alone from start to finish, but one person was equivalent to 1,000 troops. For a moment, a strong and fierce killing intent swept over, and the atmosphere seemed to have entered a moment of winter night. Inside the formation, all the soldiers were focused and staring at the man in front of them. This man was the highest 5-star commander of the original Shenzhou, a person who could carry a country on his shoulders. He had saved the country and its people from disasters several times. Wherever he was, there would be peace. However, at this moment, he stood on the opposite side of them. Not only did he glare at them with fierce eyes, but he also defected and leaked classified information to foreign forces. He was a criminal of the country. In the formation, pairs of shocked, complex, or astonished eyes looked at Qin Shen, but no one said a word. The barrage in the live broadcast room exploded at this moment. I really didn't expect this situation. The Tianjin airport was completely sealed that day, and there was not a single car within 100 miles. The citizens couldn't get close, and inside was such a scene. Qin Shen used to be a hero of the Shenzhou War Department, but now he is the most hated person by the Shenzhou War Department. At that time, the people who were unaware really treated him as a traitor. But Qin Shen is not wrong. He just wants to save his daughter. He is just a bait to attract the attention of the Shenzhou War Department. After attracting attention, the main god will lead people to infiltrate Shenzhou and release biochemical virus weapons. The main god should not arrive in Tianjin so quickly, so there is enough time to save Shaoxi. The key is that the people of the War Department cannot stop him. Barrages continued to pour out. The current situation made everyone break out in a cold sweat. The audience both wanted Qin Shen to pass through here and did not want Qin Shen to take action against the people of the Shenzhou War Department. Traitor Qin Shen, why don't you surrender? At this time, Wei Tongming's words came through the screen. You have brought such a great disaster to Shenzhou. The War Department kindly nurtured you, and you did not live up to expectations. You became a 5-star commander, and you could have continued to maintain this honor. Why did you betray? The War Department will not tolerate traitors. Wei Tongming's voice was like thunder, turning into endless killing intent. The north wind raised sand, and the world became desolate. The atmosphere here became even more solemn and murderous. Chaos of war, the sound of drums and gongs filled the air. It seemed that a war was about to break out. Even if the merits do not outweigh the demerits, you cannot erase all the contributions Qin Shen has made to Shenzhou. He is from the Qi Longwei faction, just trying to take this opportunity to avenge his personal grudges. The barrage was dissatisfied with Wei Tongming only mentioning Qin Shen's faults and not mentioning his contributions at all. However, Qin Shen still stood proudly, watching coldly. Won't you surrender yet? Wei Tongming sneered. Seeing the former 5-star commander now reduced to a prisoner, he felt a burst of satisfaction in his heart. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Alright, I will let you see the strength of the Shenzhou War Department. With that, Wei Tongming continued to clap his hands. Boom! The ground trembled again. Another vast formation surged forward like an overwhelming wave, approaching. There were so many of them that the end could not be seen at all. Just a rough estimate made the audience's scalp tingle. Countless troops gathered together, like spears covering the mountains, and the sound of their breathing was as heavy as thunder. The audience all widened their eyes. There really was someone who could mobilize so many troops to capture a single person. But Qin Shen's eyes remained indifferent. Is there more? He asked indifferently. Wei Tongming laughed heartily. Isn't this enough? Qin Shen, you are indeed very powerful, but even if you are powerful, can you still break through this heaven's net? Wei Tongming was all smiles, and it was clear that he was in a very good mood. However, in the next moment, clatter! The arriving army and formations all put down their guns and knives. Their movements were uniform and intimidating. Each of them wore heavy armor with a vividly lifelike dragon pattern. Every one of them had a stern expression, exuding an aura of authority without anger. They looked at Qin Shen with a gaze as if they were looking at their king. The sudden action made Wei Tongming's face change drastically, and it also shocked the audience at the scene. This team actually gave up on targeting Qin Shen? Qin Shen also saw this scene, and his eyes became deep. What are you doing? What do you want? Wei Tongming looked at this scene, and his cheeks twitched fiercely, almost roaring at them in anger. The War Department has ordered to capture Qin Shen. Why did you put down your guns? The man at the head of the team, with a crew cut and a serious look in his eyes, took a step forward and bowed deeply to Wei Tongming. Please tell the War Department, General Commander of the Divine Dragon Cavalry, Wang Changsheng, requests to resign. The quiet airport was filled only with his low and resolute voice. Wei Tongming was dumbfounded upon hearing this. The audience at the scene was also shocked by the scene before them. Did I hear it wrong? This captain actually wants to resign? They would rather resign than be enemies with Qin Shen. Before everyone could react, swish, swish, swish. The entire Dragon Cavalry knelt down on one knee in unison and shouted at Wei Tongming. The entire Dragon Cavalry requests to resign. The thunderous voice seemed like 1,000 waves rolling in. Wei Tongming's eyes seemed as if he had seen a ghost, and he looked at this scene in horror. This scene was too shocking and unprecedented. The entire Dragon Cavalry of the War Department actually resigned, which was an enormous blow to the War Department. Wang Changsheng, do you know what you are saying? Wei Tongming regained his composure and shouted loudly, you actually want to resign? By doing this, are you being fair to the War Department and to the Divine Dragon? Wang Changsheng's gaze remained calm. Wang Changsheng, I apologize to the Divine Dragon. But Wang Changsheng is a person who repays kindness. I cannot bring myself to point a gun at the commander. We cannot bring ourselves to point a gun at the commander. The Dragon Cavalry behind him also shouted. You! Wei Tongming's eyes trembled, almost fainting. But before Wei Tongming could react, the captains of the formations one after another bowed. Mr. Wei, this matter is over. We also request to resign. I also resign. Me too. I owe my life to the commander. I cannot bring myself to point a gun at the commander. Isn't this putting me in an unjust and unrighteous position? I won't do it. I remember clearly, although the commander is the commander, he has no heirs. On the battlefield, he always charges at the forefront. Not only that, the commander treats all his subordinates equally, as long as they are his soldiers, regardless of rank. They are all brothers. I will never encounter a commander like this in my lifetime. I would rather not be a soldier than point a gun at the commander. After Wang Changsheng and a captain of a formation first proposed to resign, more and more people in the airport began to speak out loudly. Clatter! 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 Visibly, more and more people dropped their guns, their eyes turning red as they looked at Qin Shen, gritting their teeth. 1, 2, 10. Finally, all the formations put down their guns, and everyone looked at the lonely and upright figure with complex expressions. The sunlight poured down on him, casting his figure infinitely long. The audience at the scene all seemed to be in a daze. The man who once wore the uniform of a general, pointing his sword at the sky with the weight of the nation on his shoulders, has returned. No, he never left. He has always been here. This scene, as if frozen in time, deeply imprinted in everyone's hearts. Many people, their eyes turned red, constantly wiping away tears. I'm crying, even though military orders are as solid as a mountain, asking them to pick up their guns against Qin Shen, they simply can't do it. Perhaps, they have already prepared for this to be their last mission in their military career, taking the initiative to step down. Qin Shen's influence is too great. It can be said that he represents the War Department of the nation. No matter how much planning Qi Longwei does, he could never have anticipated so many people dropping their guns at the arrest scene, unwilling to shoot at Qin Shen, simply because that person is Qin Shen, the former 5-star commander. In the live broadcast room, the barrage of comments kept coming. This scene can be said to be unexpected yet within reason. From Qin Shen flying a helicopter straight into the airspace of the nation, when the 5th Air Force of the nation was dispatched to intercept, they showed signs of leniency. They are all Qin Shen's soldiers, brothers, who would shoot at Qin Shen, even if military orders are as solid as a mountain. Even if Qin Shen is now considered a traitor. What are you doing? What are you doing? Are you trying to rebel? Ha! This is the highest order from the War Department. He is a traitor. A traitor. Do you know what this means? Damn it. The heavens have turned upside down. In the footage, Wei Tongming's angry and desperate shouts could be heard. He was sweating profusely, his face flushed, furious to the extreme, as if he were a madman. Qin Shen also looked at the people around him with a complex expression and said, I have stepped down, I am no longer a 5-star commander, you don't have to do this at all. Led by Wang Changsheng, the people behind him all smiled. Under the sunlight, their smiles were genuine. Wang Changsheng looked at Wei Tongming with a calm expression and said, Mr. Wei, I want to ask you a question. In your whole life, have you ever risked your life for someone? As soon as these words were spoken, Wei Tongming was stunned. Qin Shen took a deep breath, his eyes slightly moist. The scene of the program and the live broadcast on the internet fell into silence. Wang Changsheng's question was not only directed at Wei Tongming, but also at everyone in the vast nation. In your whole life, have you ever risked your life for someone? Disregarding life and death, regardless of the consequences. We have. In the footage, Wang Changsheng pointed to himself and the countless soldiers behind him. The camera not only focused on Wang Changsheng, but also on the endless soldiers behind him. Each face entered the audience's sight. They may not have names, perhaps they are just small figures in the military camp, but at this moment, they were all the same, risking their lives for one person, disregarding everything, regardless of the consequences. Even if the consequences were to disobey military orders and offend the entire War Department, even if they would face severe punishment, likely to ruin their entire careers, they still had no regrets. Wang Changsheng raised his head slightly, looked at Qin Shen, and sincerely said, Mr. Wei, what you said is indeed correct. He is a traitor, but he is also our leader. We fought on the battlefield together, killed enemies together, drank together, and ate from the same pot as our instructor. We don't believe he would betray the country. Mr. Wei, you can laugh at our foolishness in the face of solid evidence. We still don't believe it, but in one's life, one must believe in something. A 5-star commander doesn't need to be officially appointed, regardless of whether the 5-star commander has stepped down. In our hearts, he, Qin Shen, will always be the 5-star commander. Wang Changsheng's voice trembled violently, and at this moment, tears also shimmered in his eyes. The eternal 5-star commander. Thousands of people shouted in unison, the sound waves rising higher and higher, shaking the soul. Wei Tongming was also dumbfounded. The current situation has already gone beyond his control. He simply couldn't stop it. He could only make a phone call to Qi Longwei. Minister, something has happened. Most of the members of the War Department are about to step down. They do not want to take action against Qin Shen. Wei Tongming's voice trembled, his eyes filled with horror. The strongest aspect of a person is not strength or background, but belief. It gives a person's soul flesh and blood, color, and infects those around them. Undoubtedly, most of the members of the War Department in Shenzhou have been influenced by Qin Shen's charisma. Even though Qin Shen is now a traitor, there is still a group of people who unwaveringly believe in the faith in their hearts. I already know. Qi Longwei's face turned extremely dark over the phone, even with a hint of anger. Wei Tongming knew the reason for Qi Longwei's anger. He had thought that by setting up a trap, they could catch Qin Shen and avenge Qi Tinglong, but almost the entire War Department had deceived him, as if they had all secretly agreed not to lay a hand on Qin Shen. A traitor, so what? This is how people's beliefs are. When you believe in someone, no matter what that person does, you will unconditionally believe in them. Minister, what should we do next? Wei Tongming asked with a grim expression. Release them, revoke the arrest order. Qi Longwei's voice became even more gloomy. Compared to a traitor, the War Department cannot afford to lose so many high-ranking officials all at once. But Wei Tongming still felt somewhat unwilling. Release them. Qi Longwei suddenly sighed, and said to Wei Tongming. The latter could only comply, and the vast airport opened up a path for Qin Shen to pass through. The scene did not come to a sudden halt at this point. However, the live broadcast had already fallen into silence. Everyone was watching the current scene, and Qin Shen walking away along the path mesmerized them. In his mind, there was a constant echo of the words spoken by Wang Changsheng. In this lifetime, have you ever risked your life for someone? This sentence was quickly extracted by netizens and posted on the internet in short video platforms, sparking heated discussions. Perhaps he is right. In this lifetime, one should risk their life for someone, even for a group of people. This person could be a parent, a loved one, or even a stranger. Miss Yun risked her life for her daughter, Miss Jiang risked her life for her former comrade, her fiancé Li Hao, and many others. In fact, the most daring person should be Qin Chen. He is risking his life for the entire land of Shenzhou. At the scene of the program, everyone was looking at this scene with complex expressions, unwilling to look away for a long time. The scene continued. Qin Chen was rushing towards his daughter at the fastest speed, but soon, he received a call from the main god. The main god chuckled lightly. It seems that my decision was correct, to have you attract the attention of the Shenzhou War Department. They absolutely did not expect that I have already secretly infiltrated Shenzhou. The trial release of the biovirus has been placed at Tianjin Changcheng Mountain. Changcheng Mountain? Why there? Qin Chen frowned and asked. The main god continued to smile, because the Great Wall holds extraordinary significance for the entire Tianjin city, and even for the entire Shenzhou. Shenzhou places great importance on such historical and commemorative things, and that will make them pay the price. A cold light flashed in Qin Chen's eyes, and he asked, now the entire attention of the Shenzhou War Department is on me. What else do I need to do? You don't need to do anything. Your mission is already completed. Oh, do you remember the little girl I told you about? The main god's tone changed, and he laughed. The virus has already spread within her body. After speaking, he hung up the phone. At this moment, the audience noticed that Qin Chen, who had put down the phone, had undergone a cold and drastic change in both expression and demeanor. The sharpness in his eyes was so fierce, filled with killing intent. The Great Wall stretches for 800 miles, countless tombstones, a few more of you, a few less of you. Whoosh! At the scene of the program, a huge wave of shock and awe swept through in an instant. The audience's faces changed instantly, recalling the shocking world of the biochemical virus weapon experiment. Although the accident happened in Tianjin, not a single person who died was from China. They seemed more like they were being set up. Decaying, pus-filled bodies were all thrown into a huge pit, piling up like a small mountain. When the police arrived at the scene, they were also shocked by the sight. Even the pictures at the time couldn't be published in the newspapers. Was it Qin Chen's doing? The scene continued. Qin Chen clearly had a plan, but he didn't seem to be in a hurry, still heading towards the city center. The city was bustling. It seemed that there were also vehicles heading towards the city center. Although the scale couldn't compare to Tianjin Airport, it was still massive enough. At this point, the audience's attention turned to Yuningchu's image. Seeing her daughter faint, Yuningchu hurried over and picked her up, crying non-stop. Seeing this, Dr. Lu Haoda's expression also changed. Is this wild seed dead? Don't die in the hospital, it's really unlucky. Hurry and take her back and bury her. She can still be saved. She can still be saved. Save my daughter. Yuningchu's crying didn't stop. She was really about to collapse. But Lu Haoda didn't even let Yuningchu register. In the end, the mother and daughter were thrown out like beggars. You will suffer retribution. At the hospital entrance, Yuningchu held her daughter and shouted at them. Lu Haoda sneered. What retribution could he suffer? Just as they were about to close the door, the stones on the ground began to shake. Like an earthquake, the tremors spread in all directions. What's going on? Is it an earthquake? Run! The tremors grew stronger and stronger. Everyone from the third hospital ran out, including Lu Haoda. However, just as they left the hospital, they were shocked by the sight in front of them. Yuningchu looked in the direction of the sound. Her eyes widened in disbelief. The entire third hospital had been surrounded and was packed with soldiers. All the onlookers were shocked by this sight. They took out their phones and came to take pictures. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, an old man got out of the car, with white hair and a strong demeanor. The head of the Shenzhou army, Long Qinzhang. At the sight of him, Lu Haoda was so scared that he immediately knelt down. Excited, he said, you are from the War Department, Elder Long? Get lost. Long Qinzhang directly kicked him aside and, as he walked, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, quickly came to Yuningchu's side. Miss Yun, how are you? Seeing this scene, Lu Haoda and all the others who had beaten and kicked Yuningchu were stunned. Yuningchu didn't care about them at all. She just kept holding her daughter in her arms. My daughter is sick, please save my daughter. Long Qinzhang's eyes immediately narrowed, his heart about to burst. He turned around and roared, hurry up and save her. With this roar, the people from the third hospital were scared out of their wits. They didn't care about any procedures and directly took Yuningchu and Xiaoxi to the operating room. On the way, Xiaoxi woke up. In a weak voice, she said, Dad, why hasn't Dad come yet? Seeing Xiaoxi in pain, Long Qinzhang took out a big white rabbit candy from his pocket and handed it to her, saying, Child, eat the candy, it won't hurt anymore. Xiaoxi pushed it away and said, I don't want it, I want Dad. After her daughter was taken into the operating room, Yuningchu anxiously waited outside. Long Qinzhang seemed even more anxious than Yuningchu. The group led by Lu Haoda was so scared that their legs were trembling. In their eyes, Long Qianjiang didn't know Yuningshu at all. He was just kind-hearted and couldn't bear to see this poor mother and daughter being bullied. Ding! The door of the operating room opened quickly. It was only 2 minutes apart. Yuningshu rushed over. The nurse who came out had a paler face than paper, shook her head, and said, "It's no use, she's gone." Upon hearing this news, Yuningshu's eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Long Qianjiang's hands also kept shaking. Cold sweat kept pouring from his forehead. At this moment, a figure rushed over in a flurry of wind and fire. It was Qin Chen. At this point, the memories of Qin Chen and Yuningshu synchronized. The synchronized image, however, was the scene of the daughter leaving the world. The audience at the scene became tense at this moment. It felt as if an invisible hand was tightly gripping them. The air became so thick that it was almost suffocating. The memories of Qin Chen and Yuningshu synchronized. In the image, Qin Chen was panting heavily, his eyes bloodshot, making him look as if he hadn't slept for days. He walked towards Long Qianjiang like a walking corpse, getting faster and faster. He finally arrived in front of Long Qianjiang and shouted, "Where is my daughter? How is my daughter?" No one responded. Everyone at the scene fell into silence. Some dared not look into Qin Chen's bloodshot eyes. Tears flowed from Long Qianjiang's aged eyes. This was the first time the audience had seen the old leader shed tears. The tears were filled with regret, self-blame, and anger. The scene was very quiet. The quiet atmosphere at the scene had already explained everything. Qin Chen looked down and saw Yuningshu in a coma. Her pretty face was pale, devoid of any color. Her clothes were covered in muddy black footprints. Qin Chen tremblingly picked up Yuningshu and placed her on a bench. Then, as if he had lost his soul, he rushed into the operating room. At this moment, the scene seemed to turn gray, and everyone's color turned gray. Only Qin Chen, in a daze, rushed to the operating table. There, he saw his daughter. She lay quietly on the operating table, her face pale, wearing an oxygen mask. Qin Chen went mad. He looked as if he had gone crazy. His hands trembled as he took out antibodies and serum and injected them into Xia Sigui's body. However, Xia Sigui still showed no signs of improvement. Why? Why didn't it work? Isn't this the antibody? Qin Chen turned around and shouted at everyone. At this moment, everyone seemed like frightened children, including Long Qianjiang, who dared not make a sound. The doctor in charge of the surgery came over and said softly, "What you have in your hand is indeed the antibody serum for the virus, but it's too late. If you had come earlier, we could have saved her." Qin Chen didn't speak, but everyone saw him tremble slightly. He went to his daughter's side and looked at her pale, weak face, tears streaming down his eyes. He had faced death many times and had infiltrated enemy lines alone, always accompanied by life and death. But at that time, he had never been afraid. At this moment, he was afraid. Trembling all over, his voice choked with emotion, he said, "Sigue. Sigue, wake up. Dad's back. Open your eyes and look at Dad. It's Dad's fault, Dad's late. Open your eyes and look at Dad, okay?" A faint cough was heard. At the last moment, Xia Sigui opened her eyes and a faint smile appeared on her pale face. "Dad, you're here?" Xia Sigui struggled to raise her hand to touch Qin Chen's cheek. Qin Chen quickly leaned over. "Dad's here. It's all Dad's fault. Dad's late. You'll be fine. You'll be fine." The audience fell silent. This was definitely the most disheveled Qin Chen they had ever seen. At this moment, he was out of breath, breathing heavily. Xia Sigui managed to squeeze out a smile and said, "Sigui doesn't blame Dad. Dad's not a bad person. Dad's a great hero. It's good to see Dad one last time. It's so cold here." Xia Sigui's voice grew weaker and her breathing became more rapid. Her raised hand was about to touch Qin Chen's cheek, but at the last moment, Xia Sigui's hand weakly fell down. Her eyes slowly closed. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Qin Chen's pupils shrank to a small point. "Sigue." The quiet operating room was filled with the extremely mournful roar. At this moment, all the on-site audience watching this scene felt a touch of sadness in their hearts. It was as if their hearts were convulsing fiercely. The screen then turned black. When the image reappeared, it was in the hospital morgue. Qin Chen stood quietly next to the cold bed, gently tracing every inch of the bed with his fingers. His gaze fell on the figure wrapped in white cloth, a figure that could no longer stand up and speak. His eyes were filled with unstoppable heartache and sorrow. Long Qianjiang stood quietly behind him. Suddenly, he deeply bowed to Qin Chen. Tears fell one by one as he bent down. This scene became eternal, deeply imprinted in everyone's mind, lingering for a long time. Almost all the audience were moved. The barrage in the live broadcast room exploded. Xiao Sigue, in the end, couldn't be saved. I have cried more than once. Sigue was not killed by the virus, but by the malice of people's hearts. If Qi Longwei had not issued the order to capture Qin Chen, and the hospital doctors had not refused to save, maybe Xiao Sigue could still be saved. Damn this world. At this moment, thousands of eyes looked at the screen, and suddenly this image appeared in their hearts. Qin Chen still stood quietly, but everyone related to him one by one disappeared from his side. In the end, only he was left, walking alone in the darkness, without even a shadow, like a traveler in the dark night, silently carrying his own tombstone. No friends, no family, no loved ones. There wasn't even anyone to talk to. In the deep night, he woke up from a nightmare, breathing heavily, cold sweat soaking his clothes. Like a person drowning, struggling constantly but sinking deeper. Do you think Qin Chen will really betray because of this? Suddenly, a barrage in the live broadcast room caught everyone's attention. For a moment, everyone's hearts were hanging high. What is an undercover agent? Unable to return home, unable to speak to loved ones, betraying one's own soul, selling it to the devil. Even if loved ones die in front of you, you cannot show a hint of hatred. How many people in the world can do this? Can Qin Chen really bear this loneliness, this darkness? This world is not fair, and has never been fair. His daughter died, and Qin Chen's last hope was also lost. In fact, he is the one who should have turned to darkness. The barrage online surged, and the number of posts kept increasing like mushrooms after the rain. Gradually, a version spread online, Qin Chen's daughter died, and his heart died too. When he returned to the country, the entire Shenzhou War Department wanted to arrest him. His wife and daughter were treated so unfairly in the hospital, which ultimately led to his daughter's death. His heart began to waver. Is this the person he should protect? Is this the Shenzhou he should protect? In the end, Qin Chen, in despair, really turned to darkness. As an undercover agent, he truly betrayed at that moment. Once this post was published, it was immediately reprinted and published on major online platforms, and appeared on the front page of major websites. The number of clicks, comments, and even likes kept rising, reaching a terrifying level. As a result, this post became authoritative. Many of the audience at the scene of the program also saw this post. For a while, the crowd was furious. During the memory screen blackout, they took out their phones and fought back. After witnessing Qin Chen's memory scene at the program site, the attitude of most of the audience towards Qin Chen had quietly changed. From the initial righteous indignation and full of hatred, wishing to execute him immediately, it gradually turned into being moved, feeling sorry, and unwilling. When Qin Chen single-handedly turned the tide several times to save the country, they felt genuine respect from the bottom of their hearts. Qin Chen took off the military uniform of the five-star commander, abandoned everything, and even carried the title of traitor on his back. When he acted as an undercover agent, they felt for the first time that a person could also be so noble. When they saw the entire Qin family commit suicide, and now seeing the death of his daughter, the audience was already deeply saddened. Now people only feel sorry for Qin Chen. Suddenly seeing this post, naturally, I have to come out and fight back. Qin Chen has already lost many people, all because of the damned undercover mission. If he gives up halfway, is he not betraying those who sacrificed for him? His foster father, Sigui, and those nameless heroes who risked their lives for his mission. For such a hero, you may not like him, but you cannot disrespect him. Don't forget, we have the peaceful life we have now, all thanks to people like Qin Chen who have carried heavy burdens. On the internet, the criticism has already begun. But there are also many people who hold a different view. Perhaps at that time, Qin Chen was still inclined towards the light, still holding onto the so-called undercover mission. But as the people he cared about left one after another, can you guarantee that his state of mind will not change? He is human, not a saint. Put yourself in his shoes. If I encountered such a situation, I might really feel cold, and I might even turn my back at the critical moment. But you are not him, you cannot represent Qin Chen. What we see now is only a short part of Qin Chen's life. Who can guarantee that nothing will change? As time passed, those who considered Qin Chen a villain gradually increased. We are all spectators, we have no right to express our opinions. On the set, Jiang Baishui looked at the barrage on the forum on her phone, her lips cold. The debate on the internet continued. But as the debate continued, whether people were willing to admit it or not, they gradually discovered a fact. That is, this person Qin Chen, they have studied for a long time, but still cannot accurately capture his psychology. This person is full of too many variables. Although in the footage, Qin Chen endured humiliation and moved forward for the undercover mission, but later, Qin Chen did many things that angered both gods and men for the demons. Like a contradiction, everyone is right. And it was at this moment that the scene changed. Qin Chen left the hospital, and when he passed by Long Qinjiang, his eyes were extremely cold and indifferent. As cold as an abyss. Looking at Qin Chen's cold eyes, everyone was stunned. They vaguely remembered that Qin Chen had great respect for the old leader. But at this moment, the way he looked at the old leader was like looking at a stranger. Or even an enemy. This caused a deep change in the faces of the audience on the scene. It also made those who truly believed that Qin Chen had betrayed speak out even more. It seems that the death of his daughter has had a great impact on him. The seeds of betrayal have already taken root in his heart. His position has changed. Sighs of regret were also heard at this moment. Qin Chen's figure disappeared into the crowd. In Yuningshu's memory, Yuningshu also woke up quietly. When Qin Chen came, Yuningshu was still in a coma, so she did not know that Qin Chen had been there. She only knew about her daughter's death. Yuningshu immediately lost her soul, trembling all over. True despair has no sound. The whole world was gray. Yuningshu's tears had dried up, and gradually, a hint of hatred appeared in her eyes. Her eyes coldly stared at the world outside the window, as if gazing into hell. Watching this scene, for some reason, a sentence came to the minds of the audience. When you gaze into the abyss also gazes into you. There is hatred in her eyes. It is obvious who the hatred is for. At this moment, in Qin Shen's scene, Qin Shen did not know that Yuning Chu had already harbored hatred towards him. He was driving a car slowly towards a direction. Endless mountains surrounded him, with towering ranges and steep cliffs everywhere. It was on these cliffs that defensive lines like city walls were built. The Great Wall, completed in the pre-Qin period. Ding-ling-ling. Qin Shen's communicator for contacting the main god rang, and the voice of the main god came through. Our troops have almost reached the vicinity of the Great Wall Mountains and can soon conduct the biochemical virus experiment. Qin Shen's eyes were lifeless as he asked, "Aren't you with them?" "I'm outside the Red Wall now," the main god said. "The biochemical experiment is one thing, but I have other matters to attend to." "What matters?" "You don't need to worry about it, but it will benefit you." The main god quickly hung up. Qin Shen put down his phone and took out a laptop, entering a login interface called Sky Eye. This was a unique system in China. Qin Shen entered the specific password command for the 5-star commander and logged into the page. Although he was no longer the 5-star commander of China, Long Qinjiang had only relieved him of his duties, and some of his authority in the War Department had not been revoked. There would not be another 5-star commander after Qin Shen. Soon, a scene appeared on the computer. A crowd gathered at the gate of the Red Wall. A Westerner stood out, the main god. He seemed ordinary, but Qin Shen could see that he was plotting something. A cold and fierce smile appeared on Qin Shen's lips, and he closed the laptop and ascended the Great Wall. From above, he looked down and saw a group of troops silently sneaking through the forest in the mountains. They all wore heavy gas masks and carried special guns. The gun magazines were not filled with bullets, but with a faint yellow gas. It was a virus. At that moment, the onlookers widened their eyes. They had not forgotten that the demon's troops had silently entered the interior of China, attempting to conduct a biochemical virus experiment here. The biochemical weapons were secretly manufactured by the drug lord Kuncha on the Middle East battlefield. Although Qin Shen had killed Kuncha, he had only killed his men, and Kuncha's biovirus weapons had still fallen into the hands of the demons. And now, a crisis of biochemical weapon deployment was about to erupt. I don't have the concept of biochemical weapons in my mind. Can someone explain? The barrage in the live broadcast room surged. In the minds of most people, war was just about gunfire and bullets. But there were other forms, and chemical viruses were just one of them. Biological virus weapons are a more terrifying means of warfare than conventional weapons. They appeared as early as World War II, when the Sakura country researched a large amount of plague and released it into China, causing significant casualties without deploying a single soldier. The host Bing Bing explained with a serious expression. If the Demons organization deploys a large number of viruses in our China, it will cause tremendous casualties, and the consequences are unimaginable. After listening to Bing Bing's introduction, everyone felt a chill for no reason. Unlike firearms and artillery, biological weapons lean towards silent killing. By the time one realized, it would be too late. The virus could even spread through the eyes, and now all countries in the world strictly prohibited the production of biological weapons. Is Qin Shen going to retaliate against us with biological weapons? At that moment, the barrage asked a question. In the footage, Qin Shen stood on the Great Wall, looking down at the demons people from a high vantage point. His eyes and face still bore the grief of his daughter's recent death, bloodshot eyes filled with murderous intent. This was the expression of someone seeking revenge, carrying anger and sorrow. Who? The next moment, Qin Shen leaped directly from the top of the Great Wall. He fell from a height comparable to a building, landing unharmed. The sudden appearance of Qin Shen caused a slight panic among the advancing large forces. Everyone tightened their guns as if facing a major enemy. But when they saw that it was Qin Shen, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. In the organization, Qin Shen's status was equivalent to the main god, so they all had to show respect. Commander, we can conduct the biovirus release experiment at any time. A member of a small team came to report to Qin Shen, but Qin Shen did not turn around, just stood with his back to them. He lowered his head, and his eyes were not visible. Qin Shen softly asked, "Do you know what is most abundant at the foot of the Great Wall?" All the members of the organization looked at each other. "Trees?" Someone cautiously answered. "Wrong, it's corpses." Qin Shen raised his head, looking up at the magnificent Great Wall, and said, "Endless bodies. There are our people and also enemies." Qin Shen's voice was incredibly calm, yet it sent shivers down everyone's spine. At that moment, the hint of blood red in his eyes was so bright, like an eternal flame in a storm, forever guiding the shining spark behind him. Everyone at the scene stared wide-eyed, trembling involuntarily. In their minds, there was only one thought: he still deeply loves this country. He did not lose his mind because of his daughter's death. The trust of countless people, like a lighthouse, can be obscured by the black fog, but it can never block the radiance. He did not betray us. Bing Bing couldn't help but cry with joy. At that moment, there was an inexplicable and indescribable emotion at the scene, surging up. "Commander, do you mean?" The members of the organization looked increasingly puzzled. "It means we can proceed with the bio-experiment. Use your bodies for the experiment." Qin Shen suddenly turned around, snatched the biogun from the person and shot him in the chest. Bang! The bullet pierced the person's body, mixed with a faint yellow gas. In the narrow mountain pass, the yellow gas quickly spread, and several people inhaled it, immediately feeling their faces turn pale and having difficulty breathing. Qin Shen picked up a gas mask and put it on, continuing to shoot. Qin Shen's sudden action made all the members of the organization feel incredibly incredulous. Some wanted to escape and inform through the communicator, but as soon as they picked it up, Qin Shen saw through it and shot them in the head. Some wanted to pick up their guns and fight back, but were ordered not to shoot. Everyone held bioguns, filled with biotoxins. The more people shot, the faster the toxins would spread, and they would die even faster. But Qin Shen didn't care, he kept walking and shooting. The dense toxins made the members of the organization increasingly ferocious and fierce. After a while, the place was filled with corpses, and some people had been poisoned and died. The blood they spat out was red and black, carrying a terrifying and ferocious aura, making people shudder involuntarily. A large number of people fell, not from being injured, but from inhaling the virus, causing their whole bodies to go into shock and paralysis. Qin Shen looked at everyone with indifference, as if looking at corpses. There are many corpses at the foot of the Great Wall, whether you are many or few, it doesn't matter. Qin Shen took out a grenade from a member of the organization, pulled the pin, and stuffed it directly into someone's mouth before turning and leaving. Boom! The next moment, a deafening explosion rang out. The huge explosion resounded throughout Tianjin City. The city center could even hear the sound. The rocks of the Great Wall Mountains also changed, continuously rolling down huge rocks and dust, quickly burying all the members of the organization. The massive explosion naturally caused a commotion. When the medical team went to investigate, they found toxic gas in the air. Without exception, all the buried people had died. Is this the shocking national biovirus incident? It killed tens of thousands of people. Not a single one was from Shenzhou, they were all members of the vanguard of the organization. He vented all his anger on the organization. At this moment, Qin Shen stood on the Great Wall, gazing at the chaos below, murmuring with a voice only he could hear. Sigu, your revenge is finally about to begin. This is just the beginning. I will use all of Wanglei's people to accompany you in death. The soft murmur was mixed with an endless sorrow. The cold wind blew, and Qin Shen's figure slowly disappeared on the Great Wall. His figure had gone far away, leaving only a cigarette but that had not yet burned out. Ding-ling-ling! The next moment, Qin Shen's phone rang. The call was answered, and the main god's almost angry roar came through. Why did this happen? How did all my people die? The main god's almost angry roar seemed to overflow from the screen. It's no wonder he was so angry. The elite force that infiltrated the land of God's domain this time was completely wiped out. This was unprecedented in history. It had never happened before. Once this news reached the organization, he would be labeled as incompetent. Demotion, or even sacrificing his life, was not impossible. The main god was angry and panicked. The camera pulled back, and the corpses were everywhere. The setting sun cast a blood-red light on Qin Shen, stretching his figure. He stood motionless, like a sculpture. Having killed so many people, Qin Shen's anger had not subsided. For him, no matter how many people he killed, it could not quell the fire in his heart. Being too far from home will make you forget your homeland. Killing too many will make you forget yourself. Holding the phone, Qin Shen said these words lightly. What? The main god was stunned, not knowing the meaning of Qin Shen's words for a moment. I am no longer the same Qin Shen as before. Standing among the bodies, Qin Shen raised his head and smiled at the main god. I am no longer the same Qin Shen as before. As Qin Shen said this, the entire scene fell silent. Even the barrage in various live broadcast rooms disappeared. Zhang Baishua quietly watched this scene, a feeling of déjà vu growing in her heart. She had experienced this feeling too. It was a dark despair for this world. Looking around, there was nothing she cared about anymore, nothing to restrain her true nature. It was a sign of falling into hell. Yes, Sigu is already dead. Qin Shen's desperate return to Daxia is for his daughter, isn't it? In the silent scene, Bing Bing's light voice sounded, filled with sadness and sorrow. Then, sporadic barrage comments appeared. The only concern is gone, leaving endless slaughter. So that's what it means. He's crying. On the projection screen, Qin Shen was still laughing. As he laughed, tears flowed from his eyes. 1 drop, 2 drops, more. The main god opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but couldn't. I'm at the foot of the Great Wall, Qin Shen said, then crushed the phone directly. The scene changed, and the main god appeared. He had already guessed the truth of the massacre of 50,000 people. He loudly questioned why Qin Shen did this. Aren't you a traitor? Face to face, Qin Shen smiled. But I'm an undercover agent. Laughing, Qin Shen suddenly reached out and swiftly grabbed the main god's throat. The main god's reaction was also swift, quickly dodging. Everyone in the live audience was stunned. This was the first time they had heard Qin Shen reveal his identity. It's been so long, and he finally admitted it in person. It's not easy. I've always believed that Qin Shen couldn't betray us. Not necessarily, the road is still long. At that time, he was an undercover agent, but what about in the future? Don't forget, at that time, Qin Shen had not yet entered the core circle of the organization. The barrage increased. Everything was because of Qin Shen's revelation. This was the first time Qin Shen had revealed his identity. The audience felt that the long and endless wait was worth it. At least they got a result. The prophet has revealed himself. Shouldn't this so-called main god be given a lunchbox? With this barrage comment, Qin Shen's thunderous laughter erupted. I've wanted to kill you for a long time. Boom! Qin Shen threw a punch. Instantly, an overwhelming force spread out, forming a net that covered the main god. The main god couldn't escape. Bang! Despite desperately resisting, the mighty main god was still no match. The force came crashing down with immense pressure. The entire body exploded into a mist of blood. The scene was momentarily bloody, but the program was not censored. 1. There was no time, and 2. It was too shocking. Before the rebellion, Qin Shen was the terrifying demon king who made the world tremble. Everyone was already numb to Qin Shen's strength. This is the first mid-level member. I hope you won't disappoint me. Qin Shen wiped the blood from his hands and disappeared into the depths of the forest. This is the first mid-level member killed by Qin Shen, and it won't be the last. But how will he explain this when he goes back? The scene gradually darkened, but a member of the audience raised a question, plunging the entire audience into silence. Indeed, no matter how one looked at it, the main god was a mid-level member of the demons. Dying in Daxia, Qin Shen's suspicion was too great. If his undercover identity was exposed, the plan to bide his time and build up strength would be prematurely revealed. It won't be exposed. Jiang Baixue suddenly spoke up. Whoa! Instantly, everyone's gaze fell on Jiang Baixue. Why won't it be exposed? Bing Bing asked in surprise. It's simple. Jiang Baixue expressed her opinion. I've been in the army and I know a strict rule mission comes before life. From the peripheral members to the core members of the demons, completing the mission is the top priority. Sacrifices in the mission are too normal. Even if someone suspects, they will secretly proceed. What is their purpose in coming to the land of Shenzhou? Is it to test the newly developed virus, with 50,000 Shenzhou test subjects and 50,000 demon soldiers as test subjects? Is there a difference? She sneered. Everyone suddenly realized. And is Qin Shen the only undercover agent in the demons organization? I don't believe it. Jiang Baixue's tone was meaningful. Everyone unconsciously thought of a person, the mysterious woman with the codename Violet. Although she had not appeared again, her shadow was behind many things. She had secretly helped Qin Shen a lot. Amidst the discussions, the scene reappeared. In a hospital room, Yuning-Chu lay pale on the hospital bed. She had been in a coma since Sigwin's disappearance. Okay, I understand. Thank you. It was still early in the morning, and Qin Shen was standing by the curtain, making a phone call. The curtain was only slightly open, allowing a faint light to shine in, reflecting his deep and unpredictable face. Like half an angel, half a devil. Who is he calling? The audience was curious. It must be someone from the organization, someone guessed. The organization can't possibly not know about such a big event in Shenzhou. Judging from his expression, it seems that he hasn't been exposed. There must be people in the organization helping him. This wave of bullet comments filled the atmosphere. For now, I can't return to the organization. Qin Shen lowered his voice and said, there are some personal matters to attend to. The scene fell silent. What personal matters? Everyone already had an answer in their hearts, his daughter's funeral. On this day, the sky over the entire land of Shenzhou was gloomy. Drizzling rain fell from the sky. Tianjing's cemetery had gained an additional grave. The owner of the grave was only 5 years old. Due to her special status, the entire cemetery was adorned with white soul-calling banners. On them were written lines, the Eastern Extreme Tai True Man orders the Golden Boy and Jade Maiden to guide the children to ascend to the immortal realm early. Qin Shen stood quietly in front of his daughter's grave, letting the rain beat down on his face. Seeing this scene, everyone's hearts couldn't help but twitch. Ah, the white-haired person sends off the black-haired person. Although Qin Shen's hair is still black, it's still so tragic. He couldn't save his daughter. Qin Shen is the most painful one. In the scene, Qin Shen sat in front of Qin Sigwin's grave, taking out many snacks from his pocket. They were all Sigwin's favorites. There was also a bowl of cold meat buns. Thinking of returning home, Dad couldn't save you. Will you think Dad is useless? Dad also feels very useless. I'm sorry, I've been apologizing to both of you all the time. I used to think that this mission wouldn't take too long, maybe 3 years at the fastest, 10 years at the slowest. When it's over, Dad will come back, and then I can just focus on being with you. By then, when you grow up, you will definitely be very beautiful, at least as beautiful as your mom. I've already planned out my life after coming back, but, I'm sorry, my child. At this point, Qin Shen couldn't continue. Tears streamed down his face, tasting salty in his mouth. Who? He took a deep breath, lifted his head, and said, from now on, Dad won't easily make promises to you again. When those damn people are all dead, Dad will sit here every day and talk to you. After speaking, Qin Shen picked up the buns in front of him, already soaked and cooled by the rain, and ate them voraciously, tears streaming down his face. With the last bite, he just couldn't swallow it. The audience watched the scene in silence, and noticed that Yuning-Chu's memory screen next to her was also in sync. Yuning-Chu, wearing a long dress and not carrying an umbrella, walked numbly, holding a photo of her daughter in her arms. That smile, so brilliant. The rain fell on her, wetting her hair and clothes. She walked stiffly, her feet no longer her own, her hands no longer her own, and her soul had long since left her body, flying to who knows where. Behind her, Yun Yenshan, Fan Shulan, and others accompanied her. The two elderly people cried with red eyes, full of sorrow. "Sigu, my poor child, you died so tragically." The sound of crying quickly echoed throughout the entire cemetery. Seeing the mourners arrive, Qin said nothing and quietly left, leaving behind his belongings. Yuningshu knelt in front of Qin Sigu's grave, without tears. Her tears had already dried up, her expression wooden. Some people lit incense, some burned paper money, some cried, some wailed, and some knelt beside Yuningshu, asking her not to be too sad. Yuningshu did not respond to any of this. Her consciousness had long since wandered away, to a world with Qin Sigu. This is what people often say, there is no greater sorrow than a heart that has died. Her body had become an empty shell. He's been here. At this moment, someone said. Yuningshu's pupils contracted. She looked down and saw a pile of snacks in front of the grave, and a bun with only the last bite left. Yuningshu's eyes trembled, her throat rolled, her mouth opened, as if she wanted to scream, but she couldn't make a sound. Miss Yun's spirit has undergone a great upheaval. At the scene of the program, the staff who were constantly monitoring Yuningshu's mental state reported. At the same time, they also found that the comatose Qin Chen's chest had contracted. Once a couple, now turned enemies, one in the dark, the other in the light, both of them began to tremble violently at the same time. Full of hatred, full of regret, it all erupted at this moment. He had been here. In the synchronized image, Yuningshu's eyes were bloodshot, full of hatred, and Qin Chen stood quietly in an invisible corner, quietly watching Yuningshu at this moment. He could feel his wife's full of hatred, but he couldn't do anything. After the silent roar, Yuningshu seemed to have exhausted all her strength, and collapsed in front of the grave, her pupils turning gray. Long Qinjiang arrived. He put aside his busy official duties and came to pay his respects here. Looking at the child's bright smile, he felt guilty. Kai Gongmin arrived. He stood behind Long Qinjiang, not daring to even look at the deceased's photo. Shi Longwei arrived. His expression was solemn, and he didn't say a word. Everyone from the War Department came. Bow, salute. Long Qinjiang shouted. Swish, swish, swish. Tens of thousands of people solemnly bowed 90 degrees in unison. After standing up, everyone saluted again. No one at the funeral could receive the dual ritual of the War Department. Members of the original Dragon Breath arrived one by one. They knelt in front of the grave and knocked their heads 3 times. These 3 knocks contained their thoughts of the old person, the person who could never return. Long Qinjiang seemed to feel something and turned his head in a certain direction. There, a figure flashed by like a wandering ghost. Long Qinjiang took a deep breath and said, "Not enough. Call the person from Quan Tianjing to come and pay respects. His daughter deserves this grand ceremony." Boom! This statement caused a stir at the scene. The audience's faces changed. I was still young at that time, but my parents received an invitation to pay respects at the Tianjing cemetery for a child. Me too, but I went to the scene, and it was crowded with people. Never has a child's funeral caused such a sensation. The audience began to discuss. Most of the audience present had experienced that funeral and were deeply impressed. They just didn't expect that this funeral was actually for Qin Chen's daughter, Qin Sigu. The rain grew heavier. The sound of returning home and soft sobbing filled the scene. More and more people began to cry, their bodies trembling slightly. From a distance, their figures gradually became blurred. Rumble, thunder sounded, as if the heavens were also expressing anger and sorrow. Sadness, heaviness, and hatred weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. Wow! Suddenly, under everyone's gaze, Yuningshu suddenly stood up. Her eyes were filled with hatred. Everyone looked at her in astonishment, both those present at the time and those at the scene. Everyone had only one thought. What does she want to do? Chief Long, are you going to stop this? She came to Long Qinjiang and asked in a hoarse voice. Boom! Everyone's mind roared. Yuningshu was actually going to join the military. Everyone had a premonition. The wheels of history were starting to turn. Miss Yun, unexpectedly embarking on the path of the military in such a situation. Miss Yun, you don't have to do this. From her eyes, Long Qinjiang saw the same hatred as Qin Chen, who had been slaughtered years ago. Yuningshu didn't say anything, she just took out a pair of scissors and cut forcefully. Click! Like a waterfall, her long hair was instantly cut off. The scene of Yuningshu cutting off her long hair deeply impressed everyone. The ancients said, cutting hair signifies determination, not to mention a woman who was accustomed to keeping long hair. The host looked at this scene with a complex expression and said, at that time, Miss Yun had reached the lowest point in her life. How much hatred does it take to cut off her own hair? Hatred can really make a person strong. Miss Yun cut off her long hair to show her determination to join the military. Is it still hatred towards Qin Chen? Miss Yun is too bitter. Why is the heavens so cruel, treating these two people like this? The barrage scrolled, and all the comments were heartfelt. The audience at the scene couldn't help but look at Yuningshu, who had already been fitted with a soul detector and had fallen into a coma like Qin Chen, with eyes full of compassion. So, this was the story behind Miss Yun. In order to join the military, she personally brought Qin Chen back. People found that when the broadcast of memories reached that moment, 2 tears flowed from Yuningchu's tightly closed eyes. Memory is the most elusive and special thing about the human species, and even advanced technology cannot erase memories. When the deepest memories flow out, the 7 emotions and 6 desires cannot help but overflow. In any case, history has begun to turn. A revenge that cannot distinguish between love and hatred. Even now, it is still unclear whether what she did was right or wrong, and whether she will regret it in the future. Perhaps she will. The rain grew heavier. The cemetery was large, but it was silent. Only the ruthless flying of that cut-off hair. Cloud Chu, with her hair cut short, her eyes bloodshot and voice hoarse, said to Long Qinzhang, "Is this enough? You are afraid of me, a woman, joining the army, and you will regret it. This is my determination." Her hoarse voice echoed throughout the cemetery. Long Qinzhang heard it, Kai Gongmin heard it, his parents heard it, and they cried even louder. Fan Shulan wanted to stop her, but was firmly held back. Cloud Chu continued to stare at Long Qinzhang. Qin Shan also heard it. In a corner with no one around, his body trembled violently. He wanted to stop her, but couldn't muster the courage. After a long time, Long Qinzhang spoke. "Why do you want to join the army?" "To bring him back," Cloud Chu said, her voice trembling. Everyone could feel that her words were not just impulsive, but a genuine desire. "But he is your husband," Long Qinzhang, who knew the truth, couldn't help but say. "That's exactly why I want to bring him back." Cloud Chu tightly held her head, trembling slightly. "I don't want to see anyone else suffer like me again." "Ah!" Long Qinzhang sighed heavily and said, "When you've adjusted, come report to the army." Cloud Chu deeply bowed. "Thank you." As Long Qinzhang turned to leave, he seemed to age 10 years in an instant. His eyes were cloudy, and he kept repeating, "Is this right or wrong? Is it really right? Or wrong?" At this moment, even Long Qinzhang, who had devised this plan, was confused. There is no absolute right or wrong, only gains and sacrifices. It's just that the one sacrificed is Qin Shen's daughter, Sigue, who actually died as a result of the undercover plan. In the live broadcast room, the barrage was overwhelming. Some sighed, some were sad. Regardless, they had never known this truth in history in the past. Now that they knew, the only thing they could do was remember. The memory playback stopped here, and people gradually discovered something: only the experiences shared by Qin Shen and Cloud Chu would overlap in the playback. Of course, the perspectives of the overlapping scenes were different. For example, at Siguia's funeral, from Qin Shen's perspective, he could only hide in a corner and watch quietly, while from Cloud Chu's perspective, she cut her hair to show her determination and vowed to join the army. The memory scenes of the two quickly presented different images. Qin Shen's was all dark, while Cloud Chu embarked on her journey to join the army. Unlike the sunny and vibrant scene when Qin Shen joined the army, Cloud Chu's journey was more somber and dark. She rarely smiled, or perhaps, she had forgotten how to smile. In the past, Cloud Chu used to smile a lot, and her smile was very healing. The drastic change made everyone feel heartbroken. Throughout, she remained expressionless. Of course, her dedication and determination were just like Qin Shen's, or even stronger. When a task was already done well, she was still not satisfied and continued to train, enduring pain and bleeding. When an instructor couldn't bear to watch anymore and asked her to stop, she wouldn't listen. Finally, in the dead of night, she cried. She broke down and wept. After crying and venting, she immediately threw herself back into training. It was as if there was an invisible protective shell around Cloud Chu, as she confined herself and protected herself. Perhaps out of pity, the audience shifted their focus to Qin Shen's memory scenes, and there, a new scene finally emerged. After staying in Dasha for some time, Qin Shen was finally about to leave. By the Grand Canal, the turbid waves rolled on. A man wearing a hat and sunglasses, leaning against the railing, enjoying the river breeze. He was Qin Shen. Not much time had passed, but Qin Shen's appearance had undergone a tremendous change. His skin had become even darker, and the man who never grew a beard had started to grow one. The dark circles under the eyes were heavy, as if they hadn't slept for several days. A windbreaker-clad old man appeared by his side. Leaving, Long Qinzhang handed over a cigarette. Tang Yen took it, took out a lighter, but the wind was too strong, and he couldn't light it. He simply put it behind his ear and nodded lightly. "I'm sorry," Long Qinzhang said in a deep voice, his eyes red. Qin Shen, however, smiled faintly. Life and death are fated. Wealth and honor are in the hands of fate. No one owes anyone anything. A moment of silence. "How is she?" Qin Shen asked. "She's under your command in the army. Take care of her. A lifetime is short, and it passes in the blink of an eye. Are you suggesting that she should just stay in the army and live out the rest of her life peacefully?" Long Qinzhang laughed, shook his head, and said, "You are underestimating her, and underestimating yourself. She is your woman." Long Qinzhang said seriously, "I've heard that in the army, she works harder than anyone else. Some instructors are shocked. It's possible that she could create miracles." Qin Shen's expression changed slightly, then he fell into contemplation. After a long silence, he asked Long Qinzhang, "Do you believe in dreams?" "Dreams?" Qin Shen nodded, his gaze calm. "A few days ago, I had a dream. I dreamt that I successfully destroyed the Wanlei organization, because I am the head of the Wanlei organization. Ying Chu set up a trap and caught me, pointing a gun at my head. She did it, she really arrested me. With that, Qin Shen laughed, a genuine laugh from the heart. Can people really foresee the future? This is a ridiculous question. But there are many things in this world that science cannot explain. It is these absurd things that make this world so colorful. Dreams are actually a manifestation of a person's aspirations. The host Bing Bing expressed her opinion. It's more like a manifestation of an ideal life. In other words, what Qin Shen is saying now is what he hopes will happen. As the words fell, the audience in the studio was stunned. There were sporadic bullet comments in the live broadcast. So, Qin Shen's dream is a dream, but also the reality he most hopes for? It can be understood this way. No way, he actually hopes that someone will arrest him? Netizens were surprised one after another. After all, who would want to be caught? However, some netizens saw deeper meanings. If it were me, I would also hope that someone could catch me. Look at the previous Qin Shen, the 5-star commander, the youngest national hero on the land of Shenzhou, with countless honors. His wife is beautiful, his daughter is lovely, and his family is happy. Everything changed from the undercover plan. Online, a netizen made a deep interpretation of the dream Qin Shen mentioned, which was also the most popular interpretation online. He endured humiliation, leaving behind all his glory and status, and walked alone to the opposite side of a nation. How many people in the world can do this? Not to mention, carrying the name of a traitor, being discredited, and facing criticism. His wife misunderstood him, the people misunderstood him, the name Qin Shen was nailed to the pillar of shame. None of these matter. His daughter died, and he blamed himself. He longed for blood, longed to kill. He is no longer himself. If this continues, he doesn't know what kind of person he will become. He's like a runaway train without brakes. He can't do anything. He can only keep going forward, not knowing what lies ahead. It's impossible to say he's not tired. The 5-star commander is also human, and humans will definitely get tired. Since he can't stop himself, he can only place his hope in others, let others catch him. He has placed this hope on Miss Yun. The analysis was very objective, almost fully displaying Qin Shen's true state of mind at that time. After reading it, everyone fell silent. A complex and inexplicable mix of emotions intertwined in the heart, like overturning a bottle of 5 flavors. He was right. Later, it really became like the dream he described. Miss Yun became the only female war god in Shenzhou and captured him. No wonder, Qin Shen was smiling at the time. Bing Bing's voice choked with emotion. But that's not right either. Some audience members continued to express doubts. At that time, Qin Shen couldn't have had the ability to foresee the future. Even if it came true later, what he said at the time was just a dream or his ideal country. To achieve this ending, it would require too many coincidences. It's impossible. Bing Bing nodded in agreement, indicating, we need to find the answer from the memories in the later scenes. At this moment, she noticed a subtle change in the expression of Jiang Baixue beside her. Miss Jiang, have you noticed something? At this moment, Jiang Baixue forced a smile, with an incredulous look in her beautiful eyes. Her fists were even clenched tightly. This is impossible. What's impossible? Jiang Baixue pointed at the image of Qin Shen at that moment and said, Miss Host, as well as the online analysis, they are all correct, but ultimately they are just speculations, not Qin Shen himself. If there is a bizarre possibility. For example, Qin Shen had already set the ending for himself at that time and had been planning for this ending? Boom! Shocking words. As Jiang Baixue spoke, the air in the studio instantly froze. The audience looked on in disbelief, staring at the image of Qin Shen in the memory. Even Bing Bing's expression underwent a subtle change. They had all been misled. Qin Shen said it was his dream, so they all fell into a preconceived misconception. What if this wasn't Qin Shen's dream, but rather Qin Shen using the name of a dream to tell his own plan? His plan would one day be caught by Yun Chu, and Yun Chu would achieve great success, while he could also be liberated. Take a close look at Qin Shen's expression. He's smiling. Jiang Baixue said, maybe you don't think there's anything wrong, but I know him. Whenever he's planning something, he always shows this kind of smile. Bing Bing subconsciously swallowed and asked, Miss Jiang, are you saying this is Qin Shen's plan? The latter nodded. The scene continued. Long Qianjiang was stunned for a while before coming to his senses. He smiled and said, this is just a dream, and dreams are always the opposite. There are also real ones. Qin Shen still had a faint smile on his face, but his eyes were very bright, full of longing, full of hope. It's okay like this. What I fear most is that she can't handle the blow, and she'll be in a daze. That kind of mental state is the most terrifying. Qin Shen gazed at the river. Under the sunlight, the river shimmered. Let her hate. Hate is also a form of emotional expression. She will progress. She will strive against all odds to catch up with my pace. She is my woman, Ying Chu. She won't fall behind. Old Chief. Qin Shen turned to look at Long Qianjiang. After many years, hearing Qin Shen call him Old Chief, Long Qianjiang's old body trembled slightly, and he instinctively saluted. Qin Shen smiled. No need to be so formal. I am a wanted criminal, and you are the chief. Can you do me a favor? Qin Shen's smile slowly faded from his face. He looked at Long Qianjiang and said seriously, help me raise Ying Chu well, just like how you raised me. Why? This is my final request. Qinshan said slowly, I hope that you, old chief, can see this as the last task before retiring, or even before departing for the afterlife. Long Qianzhang stared at Qinshan, warning, you are nurturing someone who will hate you, even willing to kill you with your own hands, even if you were once husband and wife. That's exactly what I want, please. Under the sunlight, Qinshan slowly raised his right hand and solemnly saluted Long Qianzhang. In an instant, Long Qianzhang's eyes burst with boundless light. Once, Qinshan was his soldier. He was Qinshan's superior. But now, he spoke, ensure the mission is completed. The scene ended here, slowly fading to black. The program venue fell into silence. Everyone had their mouths slightly agape, astonished beyond words. After a while, someone blurted out a curse. Damn! It really hit the mark. Everyone understood the meaning of this sentence. The initial analysis of the dream Qinshan spoke about, where Yun Ningqiu would be arrested in the future, was wrong. It was Jiang Baishue's bold assumption that was correct. Back then, Qinshan was already setting things in motion. He arranged for Yun Ningqiu to be arrested and brought to justice in the future. 7 years later, Qinshan indeed succeeded. But, why? A netizen raised a question, staring blankly at the dark screen. Is death truly the perfect release? A soft murmur echoed in the program venue, casting a heavy atmosphere. Everyone involuntarily turned their gaze to another screen. There, Yun Ningqiu was still undergoing intense training, drenched in sweat. Her body and fingers were covered in thick bandages. In her eyes, there was a kind of absolute madness, even forgetting her own life, which was chilling to witness. She replicated the brilliance Qinshan had achieved in the military camp, excelling in all aspects. Long Qianzhang even praised Yun Ningqiu several times, saying she was the female version of Qinshan. He even said, perhaps the first female war god will truly appear in the future. This statement later came true. However, due to Qinshan's dreamspeak, everyone's mentality underwent subtle changes. They all felt that fate was being manipulated, and the manipulator was Qinshan. Because of debt, and also for liberation, Jiang Baishue murmured softly. So he wants to use his own life to fulfill mission, which is what the old leader said, cultivating a future enemy who will kill him with his own hands. The newly emerged female war god of the Divine Land successfully captured and brought to justice Qinshan, a traitor who would bring great crisis to the world. What a great and intriguing script, isn't it? In the end, Jiang Baishue actually laughed, but that smile was full of mockery. She suddenly looked at the still unconscious, weak-faced Qinshan and shouted hoarsely, conceited person, do you think this is the perfect ending? You are actually a very selfish person, everything is just for your conscience to be at ease, to truly have a good night's sleep, never considering others. Does she really want to be this female war god? Does she really care about her current status and reputation? From start to finish, she just wants an answer, but you have been lying to her for so long, even now. Sob, sob, sob. Jiang Baishue knelt beside the unconscious Qinshan, crying uncontrollably. Unfortunately, these voices could not be heard by Qinshan nor by Yun Ningqiu. They were both wearing memory readers now, trapped in a perpetual past, and would not have any memories when they woke up. Even if this was a deception designed to consider the feelings of those who felt indebted, she did not know. It was all just a dream. When she woke up, she was still the female war god. One person above all, above 10,000 people. The War Department's call. Suddenly, a program staff member asked. The director paused the program and answered the call. Kai Gongmin's hoarse and elderly voice came through. If possible, I hope you can cut this segment. The director remained silent for a moment, then nodded in agreement, of course. After a pause, he asked cautiously, Mr. Kai, are you also watching? Yes, I am watching. The entire War Department is watching, Kai Gongmin said leisurely. It's a good thing that old Long has already passed away. If he were still alive, seeing this scene would have caused him unbearable self-blame. As a planner, he did nothing wrong, but he is still a villain. The director remained silent. You've worked hard. After saying this, he hung up the phone. The show continued. Bing Bing conveyed Kai Gongmin's meaning, and no netizens would discuss the scene they had just seen. Why did Yun Ningqiu become the female war god? This topic would be permanently taboo, unspeakable, and unthinkable. But whether Yun Ningqiu herself would know in the future, remains to be seen. After a long period of darkness, Qinshan's memory finally had a new image. On a certain island. Here, isolated from the world, the waves were very fierce. This was one of the strongholds of the demons. Qinshan had returned to the organization. The higher-ups are requesting your presence. Soon, he received the order. Qinshan took a deep breath and walked towards the conference room. He had been back in the organization for a few days, but there had been no response from the higher-ups regarding the results of the Disya operation, and they hadn't even contacted him. But he was very clear that they would definitely find him. The mission was completed perfectly, and the virus research was very detailed. However, the demons had also lost 50,000 men and a 4-star commander. This was not a small number. Even a powerful organization could not withstand such losses. As he arrived at the conference room door, Qinshan adjusted his breathing and heart rate to a steady state, then pushed the door open. A three-dimensional holographic image stood on the 20-meter-long oval table, The atmosphere was eerie, oppressive, and suffocating. Qin Shen's gaze swept over their faces one by one, trying to discern their facial features. However, he was disappointed. The faces of these high-ranking demons had no features at all. Nevertheless, Qin Shen did not show any emotion. Facing them, he didn't even quicken his heart rate, appearing like an emotionless cold-blooded animal. The mission was completed well, the virus report was detailed, but your superior, the main god, has permanently stayed in Shenzhou, along with his 50,000 men. I need an explanation. The mechanical and hoarse voice asked in a low voice. It's simple, Shenzhou itself is a forbidden land overseas. This operation has alarmed the War Department. The 1st Division, the 2nd Palace, the 3rd Judiciary, the 4th Realm, and the 5 major war zones have all been alerted. You must be aware of this, right? Qin Shen raised his eyelids slightly and coldly retorted. Regarding the chip fluctuations in your mind, they lost contact after you entered Shenzhou. We cannot determine what happened in Shenzhou. So what? Qin Shen's eyes turned colder. The main god is a 4-star executive, and it's not easy to cultivate a 4-star executive. He suddenly died in Shenzhou, and you are also from Shenzhou. This operation is like going home. We have to suspect you. The image of a person in the middle spoke in a cold and desolate voice. After a pause, the voice instantly turned cold. Are you a spy sent by Shenzhou to infiltrate our organization? Damn! Will I be discovered? If I'm discovered, everything will be over. As soon as these words were spoken, the audience's hearts were hanging high. Their faces changed deeply. Everyone was on edge, completely nervous. It felt like watching a spy war movie, the most tense and thrilling moment before the identity was exposed. But this was not a movie, it was a bloody history. Something that had really happened. Once Qin Shen's undercover identity was exposed, it would be a complete loss. So Qin Shen's identity absolutely could not be exposed at this moment. Even Jiang Baishuai couldn't help but hold her breath. If it were her, facing such a situation, she would definitely not be able to remain so calm. The atmosphere seemed to freeze, thick and suffocating. The silence in the conference room was terrifying. You could hear a pin drop. After this statement, all the high-ranking officials stared at Qin Shen, closely monitoring his heart rate and breathing frequency. When people are in extreme tension and fear, their pupils will involuntarily contract. Once this happens, it proves that Qin Shen is an undercover agent. There is no need for any other reason. Execute without exception. It is better to kill 1,000 by mistake than to let one go. However, to the disappointment of the senior officials, Qin Shen's expression remained unchanged from start to finish, still so indifferent. His heart rate and breathing remained steady. A look at the heart rate chart would make one think he was a corpse. What incredible mental resilience. I'm amazed. Yeah, if it were me, I would have wet myself long ago. Online, the barrage of comments was full of astonishment. Not only that, Qin Shen even laughed. A mocking laugh. If that's what you think, then I suggest you retire immediately and go to the hospital to get your brain checked. Boom! Shocking words without mercy. When Qin Shen said this, the scene exploded. Faced with being suspected as an undercover agent, Qin Shen not only wasn't afraid, but also mocked the sinister senior officials. What did you say? A senior official couldn't help but blurt out in English. You suspect others, but not me as an undercover agent. Qin Shen continued to smile. I have been through your rigorous tests, even brainwashing, and I don't remember what I did before coming to this sinister organization. I only know that my previous identity was the 5-star commander of Shenzhou, that's all. Unless your machine is broken, I couldn't possibly know anyone from Shenzhou Daxia. Secondly, I am wanted by Shenzhou, with a reward of 5 billion? 50 billion? I forgot Shenzhou mobilized half the country's forces just to stop me from entering its territory. If I were an undercover agent, why would there be such a big fuss? The senior officials fell silent, unable to respond. Qin Shen was right, they only had suspicions and no direct evidence. Furthermore, they were only angry about losing a 4-star executive. Lastly, and most importantly, I am an undercover agent. So what? I am a 5-star commander. I have money and power. To speak impudently, I want to be the ruler of Shenzhou, and they have to give in to me. The reason the main god died in Shenzhou is because you underestimated Shenzhou. You suspect me just because you are upset about losing a 4-star executive. But you should be clear that with my abilities, I am definitely not just a subordinate of a small 4-star executive, but more. Just because of nationality, you suspect a future core member of the organization. Is this what the senior officials do? After these words, all the senior officials fell silent. This is the first time, and I hope it's the last. Qin Shen looked at the avatars of the senior officials, a cruel smile playing at the corner of his mouth. If you really push me, I might just turn against you and help others come after you. He is not an undercover agent, I can prove that. The door of the meeting room was pushed open again, and a woman's voice, both charming and dangerous, rang out. Then came the crisp sound of high heels, and a tempting fragrance filled the air. A purple figure walked past Qin Shen, her golden hair inadvertently brushing against his nose. Qin Shen's eyes subconsciously locked onto her, and when she turned back to smile, even Qin Shen was momentarily stunned. Damn! The comments in the live broadcast and the barrage in the program's venue erupted. Why is this woman here? Who is she again? Violet. Yes, that's right, it's Violet. I realize I've lost my sense of right and wrong. Justice is in the eye of the beholder. Whether she's good or bad, I'm a fan. The newcomer was a classic Western beauty. With a curvaceous figure and fiery red lips, she wore a fitted purple cheongsam with a high slit, and her 10-centimeter red-soled seal high heels added a touch of allure and mystery to her appearance. Summary: this is a stunner that can drive any man crazy, whether friend or foe. No one should mind slipping into her bed for a night of passion. Is it you? Qin Shen's expression changed slightly. Within the organization, there was a woman who left a deep impression on Qin Shen, Violet. Although they had only met once, she had left an indelible mark on Qin Shen's heart. She had said they would meet again. This was their second meeting. Hee, it looks like the little boy knows me. Do you say the same to all beautiful women? Violet giggled, her two deep water bombs in front of her jumping up and down, threatening lives. Why doesn't she recognize Qin Shen? Netizens were puzzled. She probably said that on purpose when facing the higher-ups, Jiang Baishua said, her eyes slightly cold. It was clear she had no fondness for this woman, and even harbored hostility. The two had also crossed paths. But that's another story. In the scene, Qin Shen also realized this, his eyes slightly cold. Violet, what are you doing here? A senior member said displeased. This base on the island is under my jurisdiction. Is it abnormal for me to be here? Violet pulled up a chair, her fair and plump thighs crossed, one hand supporting her chin, and spoke calmly. Qin Shen unconsciously took a step back. This woman exuded danger from head to toe, both psychologically and physically. How do you know he's not a mole? A senior member asked coldly. How do I know? Violet pondered for a moment, giving a ridiculous yet all-encompassing answer. A woman's intuition. Are you satisfied with that answer? Why do I feel like Violet has no respect for the so-called higher-ups? I agree. Indeed, Violet was not afraid of these higher-ups. Are you done with your questions? I'm in a hurry and urgently need a man to satisfy me. How about you, little boy? Your size should be able to serve me well. Violet's words were shocking, and she threw a seductive glance at Qin Shen. Qin Shen. Why are you still here? Do you want to be an audience? I don't mind. The senior members all went offline one after another. Surprised, everyone watching the recorded scene was stunned. They had never expected the interrogation to end in this way. If Violet had not appeared, the confrontation between Qin Shen and the sinister high-ups would have been tense and serious, full of deceit and calculation. But after Violet arrived, everything became simpler. Violet spoke up for Qin Shen, and the sinister high-ups had no choice but to believe her. Violet was too bold. She didn't take the sinister high-ups seriously at all. She was so mysterious, yet passionate. From the moment anyone saw her, they couldn't help but be drawn to her and the sense she exuded. An impulse to understand her arose. What was her true identity? Friend or foe? How deep was her involvement? In the scene, Qin Shen also seemed to be affected by this. Or rather, he was deeply attracted by Violet's unique charm, gazing at her deeply, unable to say a word. Mr. Qin. A magnetic, alluring voice sounded from her red lips, bringing Qin Shen back to his senses. She didn't call him a little boy anymore. She still remembered him. But Qin Shen remained on high alert, maintaining a calm heart rate even during the interrogation by the high-ups, which was now accelerating rapidly. Click! Violet walked to the door of the conference room and lightly flicked her finger, locking the door. Qin Shen's face changed slightly. What are you doing? Didn't I say it? I'm in a hurry, Violet smiled seductively. It's just the two of us here, a man and a woman. What do you think I want to do? The conference room was not lit, and the light was dim. Violet's delicate cheeks showed a fluctuating color, a combination of light and darkness. Qin Shen took a deep breath, remaining silent. Without a doubt, Violet is the only woman he has encountered so far that he cannot figure out. She is as beautiful as a porcelain doll, a breathtaking porcelain doll, with a figure so good it's criminal, like a beautiful femme fatale, alluring yet exuding a dangerous aura. Her beautiful eyes constantly flicker with unsettling mysterious signals, giving the illusion that she might at any moment shed her beautiful facade to reveal the terrifying face of a female demon. Your heart rate is jumping so fast. Is it nervousness or excitement? Violet stared at Qin Shen with a smirk, lit a cigarette, and amidst the swirling smoke, her features appeared even more enigmatic. Don't worry, I won't harm you. Sensing Qin Shen's tense body, Violet chuckled, at least not now. You should thank me. I helped you deal with those troublesome guys, Violet continued, pausing before saying, I told you we would meet again. It wasn't the right time before, but now, it is. Why me? Qin Shen stared at Violet, his voice low. What do you mean, why you? Many people join the organization every day. Why do you specifically take care of me? Qin Shen's voice was deep, always believing in offering no help unless necessary. You're handsome, how about that for an answer? Violet extinguished her cigarette and poured herself a glass of wine. In the live chat room, comments appeared. This woman is undeniably beautiful, but let's be real, nothing truthful comes out of her mouth. It's all half-truths and lies. I can't believe I feel scared. Whether she's good or bad, it's best to stay away from such women. They're like wolves in sheep's clothing. I think so far among all the women related to Qin Chen, Violet has the highest status, followed by Jiang Baishui, and lastly Yuning Chu. I want to work with you. Violet looked at Tang Yin, smiling as she spoke. Work together? Qin Chen's eyes lifted slightly, finally showing a hint of surprise. Yes, work together. Violet's beautiful eyes sparkled with a different light. What if I refuse? You will agree sooner or later, because you have no choice. Violet leisurely sipped her wine. With your strength alone, you can't destroy the demons. At this point, Violet paused, slowly got up, and approached Qin Chen. She whispered in his ear, the undercover agent of the Divine Land? Boom! With these words, Qin Chen's pupils shook violently. This sentence directly pushed Qin Chen to the edge of a cliff. It was only then that he realized the most dangerous person in this organization was not the high-ranking demons, but this woman. His identity had been exposed. Not only exposed, but this woman knew his every move. As this thought flashed through his mind, a crazy urge to kill arose in Qin Chen's heart. Kill this woman. If she doesn't die, he will. In almost an instant, an unparalleled murderous intent erupted from Qin Chen. Even a chilling light flickered in his eyes. If you kill me, you won't be able to stay in this organization anymore. But Violet was not afraid at all. She even glanced at Qin Chen with a hint of mockery, leisurely taking a sip of wine. A 4-star executive can still hold on, but if a 5-star executive dies, it will poke a hole in the sky, mister. Qin, I advise you to be cautious. With a hint of playfulness, her voice sounded like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the crazy murderous intent in Qin Chen's heart. He calmed down. Since this woman knew everything about him and confirmed his identity as an undercover agent, why would she come forward to help him? I'm willing to continue listening. Violet's smile deepened. That's right, I just need your attitude. From the moment I saw you, I felt you were different from others. You can be a formidable enemy, but also a more reliable friend. Regarding the praise for Violet, Qin Chen's expression was indifferent, completely ignoring it. He was waiting for Violet to continue speaking. How much do you really understand about the organization Wanglei? Violet's eyes were deep as she slowly stood up and walked to the window, gazing outside in a trance. Qin Chen couldn't answer this question. Although he had been with the organization for some time, he still had no clue about its true nature. What he had seen was just the tip of the iceberg. Even more terrifying was that it was like an abyss with no bottom. The more you delved into it, the more lost you would become. I can't say much, but I can tell you that this organization is very large, with a history of several hundred years. Violet's voice was no longer charming, but low. The only sound in the meeting room was the ticking of the clock. But it's precisely because of its long history that there are some loopholes to exploit. Violet's lips curved into a playful smile. There are more than just one undercover agent in the organization. Wow! With Violet's words, the scene erupted into a storm of shock. The barrage in the live broadcast room exploded. The amount of information was too great, and too unbelievable. In the picture, Qin Chen's face also changed deeply. What do you mean? Violet shrugged. Just as the literal meaning, there are actually many undercover agents in the organization, with the same purpose as you. Are you one of them? Qin Chen asked absent-mindedly. Violet was stunned for a moment, not expecting Qin Chen to ask that question. The next moment, she couldn't help but laugh. She laughed so hard that her whole body trembled, tears streaming down her face. If you think I am, then I am. If you think I'm not, then I'm not. This woman always answered in this pattern. In the live broadcast room, the barrage was in an uproar. The information is exploding. There's already an analysis being done by an up. Not just one undercover agent like Qin Chen. I have a bold idea. I also have a bold idea. I wonder if the wine from the distillery is of poor quality. At this moment, a blonde handsome guy angrily left the group chat. Damn it, besides a group of useless teammates, everyone around me is an undercover agent. How can this battle be fought? The scene continued. Violet turned to look at Qin Chen. Although the situation is like this, don't be too happy too soon. Aside from you, the other undercover agents are not even worth my attention. 99% of them have already been taken care of, and it's impossible to rely on them for help. Medicine, it's a good thing. It's not about the distillery. Qin Chen remained calm. He never intended to rely on others. But as Violet said, he also realized that with his own strength alone, he might not be able to overthrow this organization. Of course, he still couldn't trust Violet. What do you want to do? He stared at Violet, asking in a deep voice. You still don't trust me? Violet smiled and said, well, I'll give you a little more information. Although our positions are different, we have the same goal. You know my goal? Qin Chen asked in surprise. Of course, Violet smiled slightly, continuing, this forest is big, with all kinds of birds. Among the higher-ups, not everyone is united. Some want to protect themselves, some want to bring down the leader of the organization and take their place, and some use their positions to make money. What you see now in terms of the flow of money between countries is only the tip of the iceberg, accounting for only a third of the entire world. More money flows are unseen, and this world is called the Dark World. Assassins, mercenaries, they all operate in the Dark World, and so does our organization. That's off topic, Violet continued. I need to climb up, by any means necessary, until I stand at the top of the world and see the highest scenery. But my goal is to overthrow your organization, Wang Lei. Xin Shen's tone was cold. That's the ultimate goal, it's not conflicting. Violet smiled and said, at least in the process, we are in agreement. I need you to help me take the highest position of power, which is to control the entire Wang Lei organization. As for you eventually overthrowing Wang Lei, we can discuss that later. She continued, we can have a final battle, and who knows, there might be other opportunities at that time. For example, I become your woman? If you take me down, won't everything of mine be yours? With that, Violet even stuck out her tongue and seductively licked her bright red lips. Qin Shen ignored her and seriously pondered Violet's words. He admitted that he was swayed. Although their ultimate goals were different, their interim goals were aligned. At least during this time, it was their honeymoon period. But I still can't believe you. Qin Shen shook his head. This woman was a rebel within the organization. If she could betray the organization, then she could definitely be betrayed. Oh, I've revealed so much, and you still can't believe me? A man shouldn't be too greedy. Violet raised her hands above her head. As you can see, I am different from the other executives. I pose no threat to you, and if I show any signs of betraying you, you can just kill me. Qin Shen fell into contemplation. Seeing Qin Shen's silence, she continued, if you cooperate with me, you will be mine in the future, and I will naturally not mistreat you. To show my sincerity, I'll ask a question first. Why do talented and promising individuals in the Shenzhou War Department often fall victim to assassination? This statement instantly caused a stir at the scene. Talented and promising individuals in Shenzhou were often assassinated? What did this mean? As the only person present who had been in the Shenzhou War Department and held a relatively high position, everyone's gaze subconsciously turned to Jiang Baixue, and on Jiang Baixue's cold and beautiful face, there was a subtle change. A bead of cold sweat dripped from her forehead, and she felt a tingling sensation all over. She remained silent for a long time, as if she had made a great decision, before speaking in a low voice. I shouldn't say this, but since this matter has been brought up, I believe the situation in the War Department must be in chaos now. I've only heard some rumors. Half a century ago in Shenzhou, there wasn't just one war god before Qin Shen, but many talented individuals. It was a flourishing era. There were many geniuses, although not as abnormal as Qin Shen, they were more than capable of supporting Shenzhou. But they all died, without exception, falling victim to assassination. As soon as Jiang Baixue finished speaking, the audience at the scene couldn't help but stand up. Half a century ago, Shenzhou was once a flourishing era, but all those geniuses died? Who did it? Everyone's expressions changed. They had thought that before Qin Shen, Shenzhou had no war god. They never expected that there were many potential war gods, but they were all snuffed out in their infancy. They never had the chance to become war gods. The thought of Shenzhou's future hope being slaughtered in this way deeply saddened everyone from the bottom of their hearts. All the audience members were holding back their anger, unable to vent it. At the same time, within the Red Wall, at the Hulong Pavilion, Kai Gongmin, with his hair turning white, sat in front of a desk, where a thick register lay. On it were written a few words, list of deceased. This was actually a death list. Each person had a copy, distributed to every influential elder in the War Department. Chen Clan, Chen Yang, Chen Baiming, Chen Bawan, Chen Sihai. Yi Clan, Yi Chen, Yi Kunlun, Yi Xangxiong, Yi Julin. Lin Clan, Lin Bei, Lin Feng, Lin Tianyang. These were the surnames of the deceased, most of whom were only 25 or 26 years old, and each possessed extraordinary talents, yet they died young. 1 or 2 deaths would have been bearable, but the mass deaths were unbearable for any country. The deepest blow to a country is not massacre, not terrorist attacks. It is the disruption of talent. I thought they all died in battle, but it turns out they were assassinated. Who is targeting us? We've been investigating for years, but we still have no clue. Is the reason finally going to be revealed? An elder slammed the table heavily, tears in his eyes as he roared in anger. They were the hope of the nation, yet they fell one by one. In the scene, Qin Shen's expression also changed slightly. Obviously, he had heard about this, but he didn't know much about it. He only knew that the nation had been investigating the reasons for the deaths of these exceptional individuals and the mastermind behind it. But there was no trace. If you want to use this to make me work for you, don't bother, Qin Shen said coldly. I don't expect you to cooperate with me just because of this. I just want to express my goodwill and sincerity. Don't you want to know who is behind all this? Violet smiled. Qin Shen was taken aback, and in front of the audience, countless eyes were watching for the next answer. Who is it? Qin Shen's voice was low. I can tell you. He is an elder in our organization, and he is also a native of our nation. His name is Xiaozhen. Boom! When this name was mentioned, Qin Shen, who had been relatively calm, exploded. His eyes turned bloodshot, and his breathing became as rapid as a wild beast. It's him? With a roar, the killing intent exploded in the small room, and Qin Shen instantly became agitated. The roar was filled with a fierce killing intent, like a storm erupting in the studio. All the audience was frightened, their hearts almost jumping out of their throats, but everyone looked puzzled. Xiaozhen, who is he? A completely unfamiliar name. It seems that both Qin Shen and Miss Zhang know of his existence, but his name does not appear on any organization's list. Even searching for his name online yields nothing, as if this person has never existed. In the studio, there were exclamations one after another. For some reason, the audience's hearts were pounding, and their blood flowed faster. Many people searched for the name Xiao Zhan online, but found nothing. As long as a person is born in this world, they will leave some traces of their existence. But Xiao Zhan had none. No one knew his origins. It seems that only the people in the War Department know the mystery of this person. The host, Bing Bing, looked at the screen and sighed sincerely. As long as you can take me to see him, I promise to cooperate with you. At this moment, Qin Chen's low, murderous voice slowly rang out again. In the studio, the audience's eyes became even more shocked. How much does Qin Chen hate this person called Xiao Zhan to be willing to cooperate with the devil just to see him? By now, the audience probably had a clear understanding of what kind of person Qin Chen was. He was someone who would always remain rational, no matter what. He would not do anything that was not in his best interest, nor would he put himself in danger. But after hearing the name Xiao Zhan, he seemed to have lost his composure. It's a deal. Violet's face showed a smile as she readily agreed. The screen then turned black. As the audience was still immersed in the shock of the scene, a few pairs of eyes subconsciously fell on the unconscious Qin Chen in the studio. He was wearing a heavy memory reader, and in his unconscious state, his pale face seemed to be twitching, trembling, and beads of cold sweat kept forming on his forehead. His chest heaved violently, as if he had had a nightmare. His emotional fluctuations are very intense. Qin Chen's reaction made the audience realize. White Snow couldn't help but clench her fists, grit her teeth, and murmured, "What did you talk about with Xiao Zhan after you met him?" Woo woo woo. Suddenly, at the scene of the program, the sound of a car stopping was heard. It seemed like something was coming. At the next moment, the door of the program scene was pushed open. It turned out to be a solemn column of soldiers. They stood solemnly, with the most resolute posture, forming the most iron-blooded defense line here. The audience at the scene were all dumbfounded. Why did the military come? Could it be for the program? The audience speculated. Under the gaze of everyone, the car door slowly opened. A white-haired old man in military uniform slowly walked out. The moment the old man in military uniform appeared, all the soldiers immediately fixed their gaze and, with a sound of surprise, saluted. Attention, to Chief Long Kai. Salute. The audience at the program scene were all dumbfounded. Oh my. The barrage in the live broadcast room, after a cry of surprise, returned to calm. Even the host, Bing Bing, was holding the microphone and forgot to speak for a while. It was because the identity of the visitor was too high, greater than the heavens. Long Kai, the chief of the current War Department, Citizen Kai. After Long Qianzhang left, he inherited the position of the old chief. Long Qianzhang, Citizen Kai, including Qi Longwei, are all people who have dedicated their lives to Shenzhou. They joined the military at a very young age and are the ones who truly participated in the defense of the country for 8 years. They followed the development and rise of Shenzhou with their lives, burying their loyalty in the Green Hills. But what is unimaginable is why such a big shot would suddenly visit the program scene. Kai Lao, you are good. The host Bing Bing couldn't even speak properly. Her tongue was tied. She was afraid. Citizen Kai nodded to everyone at the program scene, kindly and solemnly smiling. I came to the scene to see this program. To see this program, which is somewhat sensitive, and not to allow any unnecessary suspicion from others. Everyone immediately realized that Citizen Kai was referring to the person currently being shown on the program, a person named Xiao Zhan. There was no sound at the scene, only the sound of Citizen Kai walking towards the screen. His footsteps were very light, but they fell heavily on everyone's hearts. Under the incredulous gaze of everyone, Citizen Kai stood in front of the program screen, motionless, with a solemn expression, like a great mountain. Everyone also noticed that the old man's eyes looking at the screen were moist, with a touch of reminiscence. After a long time, he turned around and smiled at the host Bing Bing. While the memory screen hasn't started yet, and to avoid unnecessary suspicion, let me introduce Xiao Zhan to everyone. He played a pivotal role in the development of the entire Shenzhou War Department, and I, Lao Long, and even have to respectfully call him teacher. He was the captain of a regiment when I, Lao Long, and Lao Chi were in the same regiment. Boo! The words were shocking and relentless. At this moment, whether it was the audience at the program scene or the barrage of netizens in the live broadcast room, they were completely shocked. The old chief, Long Qianzhang, was the captain of Xiao Zhan back then? For a moment, everyone felt a sense of spiritual confusion, their hearts pounding, as if they were about to jump out of their throats. Even Jiang Baixue was shocked, her eyes widened in disbelief. She had been in the War Department for a while, but had only heard of the name Xiao Zhan, and had no idea that he was the captain of Chief Long and Citizen Kai. The person who taught these three pivotal students, that Xiao Zhan, was definitely at the level of a godfather. The captain. Back then, he was definitely a prominent figure, the famous leader of the original Red 11th Regiment, who doesn't know about it. The regiment started with only 4 people and grew to a regiment of 3,000. These 3,000 people were the captain's soldiers, and we were just the most useless 3. Citizen Kai's voice was filled with reminiscence, recalling the past, and even a hint of a smile appeared on his face. But the audience and netizens were going crazy. Long Qianzhang, Kai Gongmin, and Qi Longwei are the three highest-ranking figures in the God's War department. A single word from them can influence the future of God's War. Now, tell them that they are just the three most useless disciples under Xiaozhan. Who would believe that? Teacher participated in the founding war back then. It's not an exaggeration to say that the teacher led us in the founding war, fought bloodily, and those were the most glorious years. In terms of strength in his youth, Qin Chen was not inferior to him. Hiss! The sound of gasps filled the scene. Xiaozhan's strength is almost on par with Qin Chen's, which is not just powerful, but overwhelming. Back then, I had the worst marksmanship under the platoon leader. Sometimes I didn't even dare to shoot. The platoon leader often kicked my butt. Later, I became the most accurate sharpshooter in the platoon. Qi Longwei was the one who carried the gun for the platoon leader and was the most impulsive. He was often slapped by the platoon leader. The platoon leader's deepest impression is still on Lao Long. The platoon leader said, "That kid is truly a talent." He was the first among all the new recruits to get a gun and the most headstrong. No matter how difficult the battle was, he dared to carry explosives and charge forward with the platoon leader. He wasn't afraid of death, but the platoon leader was afraid of him dying. Kai Gongmin's voice echoed in the scene. Although not loud, it carried deep infectiousness, infecting the hearts of everyone present. Everyone widened their eyes in amazement. They had never expected Xiaozhan to be so brilliant. He's just another Qin Chen. A barrage comment online caught people's attention, and many agreed. Kai Gongmin also saw it, but he shook his head with a smile and said, "It's not that the platoon leader is like a second Qin Chen, but Qin Chen is like a second platoon leader." Everyone suddenly realized Qin Chen's era was far behind that of platoon leader Xiaozhan. With platoon leader Xiaozhan paving the way, all of Qin Chen's achievements reminded people of Xiaozhan. However, the terror displayed by Qin Chen was far greater than that of Xiaozhan at that time. Do you know why military discipline is so strict now? It's all passed down from platoon leader Xiao. Kai Gongmin said, during the 8 years of defending the country, the enemy was ruthless, and the platoon leader was even more ruthless than the enemy. Other platoons would keep prisoners alive, but our Red 11th platoon would not. We would capture as many enemies as possible, behead them all, and hang their heads on the flag as a warning. For this, the platoon leader received many punishments, but he humbly accepted them and never changed. The military discipline now, compared to before, is still too lenient. Kai Gongmin shook his head. Truly domineering, an eye for an eye. I just regret being born half a century too late. If I had been born in this era, fighting alongside platoon leader Xiao, how exhilarating would that be? Laughter filled the scene. I want to as well. Just thinking about it makes one's blood boil. The solemn scene finally regained some liveliness. However, how could such a national hero have disappeared from the world? There was not a trace of his existence in the world. Even his name was a taboo. Everyone understood that something must have happened in between. If the story ended here, it would be perfect. Unfortunately, a turning point occurred. Kai Gongmin sighed and said, at that time, although God's War had been founded, it didn't take long for a new crisis to arise. Then Kai Gongmin slowly uttered two words, Wang Liang. Have you seen this force emerge? In fact, this organization didn't appear during Qin Chen's era, but much earlier. We had already noticed their movements. We predicted that Wang Liang would pose a threat to God's War in the future. The teacher volunteered to go undercover. It was promised that he would return after 3 years. But 3 years passed, and we couldn't bring the teacher back. Instead, we asked the teacher to hold on for another 3 years. Just 3 more years. Soon, another 3 years had passed, and by then the teacher had become a mid-level figure in the Wanlei organization. He was eagerly anticipating being able to return, but we still didn't let the teacher come back, and instead continued to work as an undercover agent. 3 years passed, and the teacher had risen to a high position in the Wanlei organization, but we still didn't let him come back. We gave the same answer as before, but this time we told him that if he held on a little longer, everything would be fine. The teacher didn't say anything, just smiled and hung up the phone. A few days later, we told the teacher that he could come back to the country, but we couldn't reach him by phone. At this point, everyone's hearts sank. The three of us tried everything to contact the teacher, but he told us he couldn't come back. Nothing could be brought back. 3 years had passed. How many more 3 years were there? During this time, his wife remarried, his daughter didn't even recognize the commander as her father, his parents passed away, and he didn't even get to see them one last time. Mr. Xiao, did he betray us? After a long pause, the host Bing Bing trembled as she asked. Kai Gongmin shook his head. We don't know the specifics, because this was a plan set by the commander and the chief of staff at the time. All we know is that in the commander's last phone call with us, he said goodbye and told us that we would never see him again. After that, there was no trace of the commander. After a pause, Kai Gongmin continued, not long after, an unidentified body was found overseas, and it was confirmed to be the commander's. Hiss. As soon as this was said, there was an immediate gasp from the audience at the scene. Commander Xiaozhan's body had been found. What was the story behind the Xiaozhan in Qin Chen's memory? Kai Gongmin's voice continued. After that, all information about the commander was erased and his name became taboo. Anyone who mentioned the teacher's name would be executed on the spot. In the years after we assumed the commander had died, strange things happened. At that time, there were many talented individuals in Shenzhou who could have become future war gods and kings, but most of them died under mysterious circumstances, either in strange accidents or assassinations. The death toll was so high that it could fill a book. This also led to a talent gap. For more than a decade, the War Department did not produce any more exceptionally talented individuals, which is why Shenzhou had no war gods, while they were abundant overseas. Silence. A deathly silence. After Kai Gongmin finished speaking, everyone was stunned. The situation had come full circle. It was the same as what Violet and Qin Shen had mentioned. It also explained why Qin Shen was so angry when he heard the name Xiao Zhan. He must have known about this. Shenzhou had been full of talent, but every single one had been assassinated. The person behind the scenes had suppressed Shenzhou's development. So many people died, and there were no investigations? Host Bingbing asked in confusion. We investigated, but found no clues, Kai Gongmin said in a deep voice. Similarly, because the commander had died, we didn't suspect him, and it became an unsolved case. It was also the reason why Shenzhou was in decline, and bullying continued, until Qin Shen appeared and broke the deadlock. As Kai Gongmin's voice fell, there was a sigh from everyone at the scene. I never expected Commander Zhao's achievements to end so tragically, but in Qin Shen's memory, it seems like Commander Zhao didn't die. He even joined Wang Lei, exclaimed another audience member. As this exclamation fell, a new scene appeared. At this moment, the scene of the program was silent. Not only the audience, but also the host Bingbing, Jiang Baixue, and others, fell into a long silence. Seeing this, one could already predict the following scenes. Qin Shen would meet the forbidden figure in Shenzhou. The two would have a conversation and a confrontation. However, no one knows what the outcome will be. Do you think Qin Shen will be influenced by Mr. Xiao and truly become a demon after serving as an undercover agent? Suddenly, a member of the audience made this guess on the live show. Instantly, everyone's expression changed. It's really possible. Xiao Zhan and Qin Shen are too similar. Their life trajectories are surprisingly alike. Both have achieved great success, dominated the land, both became undercover demons, and both betrayed. According to the later life trajectory, the Qin Shen in the current scene has not betrayed yet, but the later Qin Shen did betray. There must be a turning point. I used to think that the turning point was Qin Shen's daughter, Xiao Si, but unfortunately it's not, so Xiao Zhan could also become this turning point. Qin Shen may have been guided by Xiao Zhan and completely betrayed Shenzhou. I think it's unlikely. If Qin Shen is so easily swayed, then he wouldn't have had his previous achievements. In the live broadcast room of the internet, the barrage was endless. Netizens were in a frenzy. They unanimously believed that Qin Shen's later betrayal might be related to Xiao Zhan. Of course, there were also those who thought it was impossible. But no matter what, after Qin Shen took on the role of undercover agent, he really did betray, and this is an undeniable fact. Even if it's not because of Xiao Zhan, he would have betrayed because of other factors. They just haven't seen it yet. This is an established fact that cannot be changed. Thinking of this, there were occasional faint sighs in the live show. Soon, a new scene appeared. Qin Shen and Violet arrived at a secluded and quiet sanatorium. It exuded an otherworldly atmosphere, with blue sky, white clouds, and nurses in white pushing an elderly person in a wheelchair for a walk on the lawn. Everything seemed calm and peaceful. Qin Shen looked around, wondering if this was the forbidden sanatorium of Shenzhou. He's in this ward. Violet led Qin Shen to a VIP ward on the top floor, but Qin Shen didn't follow. Instead, he couldn't help but ask, is he really dying? Yes, Violet said, his soldiers have all become generals, can he not age? He's over 90 years old now. Living to this age is considered long life. Qin Shen nodded in agreement. 90 years old is considered long life, but even at this age of retirement, is there still lingering concern and hardship? The patient can still speak, but not too much, you can't stimulate him, the nurse cautioned before leaving. Qin Shen also pushed open the door. Sunlight shone in, slightly dazzling. An elderly man in a patient gown lay quietly in the ward. The old man had lost all his teeth, and his face, neck, and forehead were covered with large and small age spots. His hair had also fallen out, leaving only a few strands of light yellow. He always wore a foolish smile on his face, looking somewhat senile, but the sharpness that occasionally flashed in his innocent eyes told Qin Shen that he wasn't senile. He was just too old. A dying old lion is still a lion, right? Qin Shen looked at the old man, feeling a sense of pity. Is this the forbidden figure of Shenzhou, Xiao Zhan? Strangely enough, upon hearing the name Xiao Zhan, he felt anger and killing intent in his heart. Even before pushing the door, he was filled with anger. But upon seeing the person, all the anger dissipated. It must be because he's too old. Qin Shen comforted himself in his heart. The audience of the show also looked on with pity. So this is the mentor of Long Shou and Kai Gongmin? Perhaps he once exuded sharpness and grandeur, but no one can resist the passage of time. The current Xiao Zhan is just an aging old man. Shenzhou person? After observing for a long time, Xiao Zhan finally noticed someone had come, and upon seeing someone with the same skin color and a familiar feeling, he immediately smiled happily. Very kind. Qin Shen really found it difficult to connect the executioner who had killed countless talents in Shenzhou and caused great obstacles to the development of Shenzhou with the elderly man in front of him. Yes, my name is Qin Shen. Qin Shen bowed slightly. Violet, who was standing beside him, looked startled. According to the rules, he should have reported his code in the organization, but he directly said his name. It was still the name of a traitor. Since Qin Shen had revealed his name, Violet, who understood Qin Shen's purpose for this visit, straightforwardly revealed his identity. Old man, he is Long Qianzhan's soldier. Who are you talking about? The old man was a little hard of hearing. Long Qianzhan. Qin Shen raised his voice, his expression becoming more solemn. A sense of righteousness rose from him. Upon hearing this name, Xiao Zhan was stunned, and his body trembled slightly. In the picture, Xiao Zhan trembled as he raised his head to look at Qin Shen. What he saw was a face that still looked young but had also weathered many storms. Time had not left any marks on Qin Shen's face, but his eyes were so worldly, as if they had seen through the vicissitudes of life and experienced the warmth and coldness of human emotions. Xiao Zhan's body trembled more and more violently, feeling a very familiar sensation from Qin Shen. Only those who shared the same suffering would seek comfort in each other. At first sight of Qin Shen, Xiao Zhan knew that the young man in front of him was of the same kind as him. They had suffered similar scars and experienced much of the same. Do you know Kai Gongmin? After a long time, he looked at Qin Shen and said in a deep voice, his voice trembling, I do. Qin Shen nodded expressionlessly. On the set of the show, seeing Xiao Zhan call out his name, Kai Gongmin's whole body trembled fiercely. At any time, he never showed any emotional fluctuations, but at this moment, he was moved. His eyes were wet with tears, turning red, and his throat also rolled. He remembers, the captain. He still remembers us. At this moment, this old man, who was already over 70 years old, actually shed tears. He cried like a child. The audience remained silent, looking at Kai Gongmin with complex expressions on their faces. At this moment, even they were somewhat moved. Everyone understood why Kai Gongmin was so excited. It was not only because the captain and mentor, who had been declared dead in the last century, was still alive. It was also because he had joined the demons and betrayed Shenzhou. The person who had caused the talent gap in Shenzhou by personally sending all the talented members of the War Department to their deaths in the last century, was very likely him. The truth of the biggest unsolved case of the last century would come to light. But Kai Gongmin was very afraid and hesitant to face the cruel truth. Even though he already had the answer in his heart, he was unwilling to admit it. The years of fighting together against the enemy were not fake. He did not believe that the captain would betray them like this. Wasn't this scene, this situation, extremely familiar? Wasn't it exactly what was happening when people were judging Qin Shen now? It turned out that the same thing had happened in history. It turned out that Commander Kai, and even the late Commander Long, had also experienced such a dilemma. Everyone wished that all of this was not true. Whether it was Qin Shen or Xiao Zhan, everyone had such thoughts in their hearts. But unlike the despair that Qin Shen brought, Xiao Zhan mentioned Kai Gongmin's name and had a strong reaction to the name Long Qianzhan, proving that he had not forgotten. He still remembered. Captain, since you still remember, why don't you come back? Why do you still want to harm the Shenzhou that you love? Many of those people were personally selected by you, and you said you had high hopes for them, believing they would become the backbone of Shenzhou in the future. After taking a deep breath, Kai Gongmin looked at Xiao Zhan on the screen and shouted loudly. But what was the result? They died, and it was you who killed them. Since you still remember our names, when you ordered the killing of those people, didn't your heart ache? A 70-year-old man. He was still making intense accusations. It's a familiar scene again. When Qin Shen was just captured, Yu Ningqiu was also hysterical. Emotions out of control. For some people, certain scenes can trigger emotions. Just a random shot, a random clip, can break their defenses. In the picture, Violet tactfully left without saying a word, quietly closing the door. However, just when all the audience thought Xiao Zhan's emotions would be moved, Xiao Zhan suddenly changed his expression. The emotion on his face disappeared, replaced by anger and rage. Get out! Get out of here! Cough, cough. The elderly man in his 90s, upon learning that Qin Shen was Long Qianzhan's soldier and knowing Kai Gongmin, suddenly lost control of his emotions, displaying rare anger. But he was too old, and speaking was exhausting. After saying a few words, he started coughing violently. The coughing caught the attention of the nurses outside, and they rushed in, one frantically putting a breathing mask on Xiao Zhan, the other trying to calm his heaving chest as much as possible. It took a long time for the old man's condition to stabilize. Xiao Zhan's thin body was filled with various tubes and instruments, causing concern that at any moment the old man might take his last breath. Qin Shen also looked surprised at this scene. Thinking about it, Long Qianzhan and Kai Gongmin were both so old. Xiao Zhan, as their leader and mentor, must be even older. However, being able to live for so long, in a sense, is also a success. It's just unknown whether he is living in peace and retirement. What's wrong with you? Don't you know that elderly patients should not be stimulated? After Xiao Zhan's condition returned to normal, the two young nurses immediately glared at Qin Chen and questioned him. Sorry. Qin Chen smiled apologetically. He didn't expect Xiao Zhan to react this way. Just now he thought that the names Long Qinjiang and Kai Gongmen had reminded him of the past. Let him go, let him go. Cough, cough. Xiao Zhan coughed violently. The alarms around him started beeping again. A nurse came up to Qin Chen. Please leave. Qin Chen didn't insist, and after a final glance, he left. As the door closed, the scene showed Xiao Zhan struggling to suppress his emotions, even closing his eyes. Anyone could see that the old man didn't want to discuss the topic of Shenzhou, as it would touch a sore spot for him. Violet was waiting outside, and when she saw Qin Chen coming out, she approached him. Failed? Qin Chen nodded and said, he's too old, I can't stimulate him. There's only a couple of days left. Violet smiled and said, whether he speaks out or not, the intelligence I have is that the person who caused the talent gap in your Shenzhou is him. It's better to kill him early. Qin Chen shook his head and said, I just want to know the truth at that time, and whether he regrets it, that's enough. That's difficult. Violet was not optimistic. No, I can already feel it. His heart has been touched. Don't be fooled by his emotional outburst. There's already a glint of tears in his eyes. I want to awaken his awareness as a Shenzhou person. I don't understand. Violet shook her head and sneered. Sometimes I don't understand your Shenzhou's sentiments and national righteousness. We have limited time. We can only stay for one more day at most. Good luck to you, sir. The scene shifted. That night, the sanatorium did not play the usual soothing music, but instead, a solemn and stirring melody was heard. It was the national anthem of Shenzhou. The melody was not played by a machine, but by a leaf. The scene showed Qin Chen standing in the dark, his tall figure blending into the darkness around him, the faint night breeze lifting his scattered hair, revealing a pair of tightly closed eyes. What surprised the audience even more was that he was holding a leaf, and the melodious national anthem was coming from his lips. In the quiet night, it seemed very peaceful and melodious. The audience was stunned and silent. I almost forgot, Qin Chen still has this trick up his sleeve. I still haven't figured out how to make music with tree leaves. Every time I try, it just sounds like farting. Give up. This is not something an ordinary person can do. When Qin Chen was young, he could already play music with tree leaves. In the live broadcast, the barrage was surging, discussing Qin Chen's current actions. Above the sanatorium, a window suddenly opened, and an old, white-haired man stood on the balcony, searching for the source of the sound. Eventually, he spotted Qin Chen and closed the window. Qin Chen didn't stop, but continued to play the national anthem with the tree leaves. The sound was sometimes high-pitched, sometimes deep, with each beat deeply touching people's hearts. The reason the national anthem became the national anthem is because it is stirring and can inspire people, especially when heard in dire straits. It can unleash boundless fighting spirit. This is more like a kind of faith. Everyone is born as a descendant of Yan and Huang, and that deep sense of mission cannot be erased. The audience was deeply moved, not to mention Xiao Zhan. Creak! The door of the sanatorium opened. With the support of two nurses, Xiao Zhan walked out, looking at the sound made by Qin Chen. He didn't go to disturb, but quietly watched, his eyes showing a complex mix of emotions. Qin Chen also noticed Xiao Zhan's presence, but he didn't stop. It wasn't until the complete song ended that he threw away the tree leaves in his hand. Then, he took the initiative to walk up to Xiao Zhan and looked at him calmly. Thank you. Xiao Zhan thanked him proactively, his reaction not as excited as before, but instead showing a hint of a smile. Qin Chen noticed a hint of tears in his eyes. Thank you for letting me hear the national anthem of Shenzhou again before I die. I haven't heard this song for a long time, so it's like fulfilling a dream. It was clear that Xiao Zhan was genuinely smiling from the bottom of his heart. Xiao Zhan hasn't heard the national anthem for a long time, so he reacted so sensitively. Is it because he can't bear it in his heart? At the scene of the program, the audience began to speculate. Finally, they came to a conclusion. Xiao Zhan is actually a very contradictory figure. On the one hand, he ordered the killing of the geniuses of Shenzhou, leading to a rift in Shenzhou's talents, but on the other hand, he is not an irredeemable, utterly wicked person. He has a conscience, otherwise he wouldn't have such a strong reaction to the national anthem. For many people, the national anthem of Shenzhou is just a song to be listened to and forgotten, but for the older generation, the national anthem holds great significance. It is the song that supported them through those incredibly dark years. Just hearing it will surely stir up fighting spirit, and they would rather die than give up this piece of land. The elderly always tend to be sentimental. After being melancholic for a while, Xiao Zhan started chatting with Qin Chen. This included Qin Chen's name, position, past achievements, current identity, and so on. When faced with these questions, Qin Chen's first reaction was whether he should tell the truth. But after hesitating for a while, he still spoke up, because Xiao Zhan's divine power was coming to an end, and he couldn't harm him. They talked a lot about himself that night. His childhood experiences, the journey he had taken, the companions he had met after entering the Dragon's Breath. His foster parents, Yuningchu, Xiao Sigu. He recounted these familiar faces and scenes in oral form, and even he was moved by the end. When he finished speaking, it was almost dawn. Xiao Zhan nodded and sincerely said, Shenzhou is better with you. Xinshen fell silent for a moment, then turned around and said, Shenzhou would be even better with a senior like you. Xiao Zhan did not respond, but sighed, we are really similar. Xinshen nodded with a smile, yes, we are quite similar. The memory images on the big screen moved the audience at the scene, but there was no sound. Host Bing Bing scanned the audience and saw several people who seemed to want to speak but hesitated. Xiao Zhan, a name forbidden by Shenzhou, had a path almost identical to Qin Shen's, and their lives were almost the same. Both had made great contributions to Shenzhou, held high positions, and were deeply devoted to every inch of Shenzhou's land. But in the end, they both failed to become heroes of Shenzhou. They both became shadows in the dark, silently bearing everything to protect Shenzhou. But in the end, they both betrayed in the same way. Like two people falling into the deep sea, from the moment they fell into the water, they could not be saved and would only sink deeper. The stigma of betrayal was deeply imprinted on him, causing great losses to Shenzhou and the untimely deaths of many talented individuals who could have become war gods or war kings. Despite being the instigator of all this, people could not bring themselves to hate him because deep in his memory, he still remembered his soldiers. And half a century later, his soldiers had become generals. Next, Qin Shen was going to have a conversation with him. Two people whose lives were almost identical, they were the ones who could empathize the most. What Xiao Zhan said next could greatly affect Qin Shen's state of mind. The scene continued. Qin Shen still stood in front of Xiao Zhan's sickbed, silent. The audience knew that this was not a still image, but Qin Shen was silent, empathizing. After a long time, he spoke in a low voice, Old man, since you are a person of Shenzhou, why did you carry out the assassination of Shenzhou's talents? If they were still alive, Shenzhou would not be without a war god, and Shenzhou might be flourishing now, and I wouldn't have to. At this point, Qin Shen's voice suddenly stopped, his throat rolled, and his eyes trembled. The audience fell silent. They all knew what Qin Shen wanted to say. If Shenzhou were flourishing and the war god was unparalleled, then he wouldn't have to step forward. At least the person carrying out this mission in the dark night wouldn't be him. He could have a happy and fulfilling life with Yuning Chu. He wouldn't have to die. How happy would that be? Unfortunately, it was all just if. This could bring about the butterfly effect. In the end, Qin Shen's eyes were filled with anger as he looked at Xiao Zhan, his trembling hand even reaching for the gun at his waist. But Xiao Zhan also looked at Qin Shen and smiled. He smiled happily. Looking at Qin Shen, his eyes were full of appreciation. You are Long Qinzhan's soldier, the soldiers under Long Qinzhan, none of them are cowards. I am very happy for him. But, precisely because our experiences are similar, I don't want to see you sink deeper. Xiao Zhan said with difficulty, his voice already hoarse. What do you mean? Qin Shen asked. You are also an undercover agent, right? Qin Shen didn't want to admit it at first, but after hesitating, he nodded. That's it. You are so much like the me from the past. As long as you listen to my story, you will understand my. Xiao Zhan looked at Qin Shen with a smile and said, in their eyes, there is only the mission. If the mission fails, they cannot come back. This was the iron law that prevailed in our era. I love Shenzhou, it is my homeland, and I never stop wanting to go back, but they repeatedly refused me, repeatedly extended the mission period, and repeatedly broke their promises. Can you understand this sense of loneliness? At that time, I really couldn't hold on anymore. I would rather go alone to kill a target, rather than carry out such a mission again. I have a family and a lovely daughter, but because of this mission, my wife remarried, and my daughter doesn't even know she has a father. My life is ruined. Who will compensate me for these losses? Xiao Zhan laughed, but his smile was mocking, and a glint of cunning shone in his murky eyes. But I have been enduring all alone. From a newcomer to the highest leader, I still wanted to go back, until this happened. Seeing this, the audience at the scene held their breath, their eyes fixed on the screen without blinking. Many of them even started to breathe rapidly. This is also Xiao Zhan's story, a story that no one knows about. It concerns the real reason for his betrayal. But Xiao Zhan didn't say it. Instead he had a nurse bring a bag and took out a thick stack of papers from it. Each paper had aged, with even the edges turning yellow, but it still moved Qin Shen and the audience at the scene. These are all family letters? So many family letters made Kai Gongmin's face change, and his heart suddenly tightened. These are all from my family, letters sent by my wife and daughter. Because of my identity, I couldn't say a word in return, so these letters sent to me were destined to be lost in the void. But in these 30 years, I would take them out every day, and read the contents word by word, to remind myself to never let go of the hatred in my heart. Xiao Zhan's voice was hoarse, and he even coughed violently. The audience was dumbfounded. How deep must his hatred for Shenzhou be, to do this? Family letters are worth 1,000 gold, meant to convey longing, but in Xiao Zhan's eyes, they were a constant reminder to never forget the hatred. The deeper the hatred, the calmer the words spoken. Qin Shen's face also changed slightly, and after hesitating for a while, he took the family letters and roughly skimmed through them. The family letters could be divided into 3 types, one sent by parents, the second with slightly more elegant handwriting, sent by his wife, and the last with crooked handwriting, some even using pinyin, sent by Xiao Zhan's daughter. All the family letters were sent by Xiao Zhan after he infiltrated the Wanglei. Most of the contents were normal, expressing concern and asking if Xiao Zhan was suffering, if he had enough to eat, and if he was warm. The letters from his wife were filled with longing for Xiao Zhan. Qin Shen quickly skimmed through these contents, as the information was not substantial, and he couldn't bear to read them. What caught Qin Shen's attention were the family letters from about 10 years later. Xiao Zhan had been away for 10 years, and his family had written letters for a whole decade, and his daughter had grown up. She had started elementary school. However, the contents of the family letters took a sudden turn. "Son, where are you really? They said you didn't come back because you betrayed the country. Is it true? Your colleagues want to arrest us as the family of a traitor. They want to execute us. We can't escape." These were sent by Xiao Zhan's parents. Seeing this, Qin Shen's breathing gradually became rapid, and the hand holding the family letters began to tremble. He quickly looked at the letters below. These were sent by Xiao Zhan's wife. "Fool, I can't wait for you to come back. They want to kill me. Fool, it doesn't matter if I die. I'm mainly worried about you and Kiki. By the way, today is Kiki's 10th birthday, and her birthday wish is for you to come back. Fool, in the next life, I will still be your wife." Only 3 sentences, but unlike the previous family letters, these 3 letters were written in blood. 3 letters of desperation. Boom! Seeing this, Qin Shen felt it as if it were happening to him, his mind exploding on the spot. Who? His breathing was like thunder, and an extreme sense of resentment echoed in him. Xiao Zhan didn't say a word, just quietly watched Qin Shen. There was still one last letter below, and Qin Shen opened it with trembling hands. "Dad, Kiki doesn't want to die. Kiki misses Dad. Will Dad come to save us? They said Dad is a traitor. We are traitors' family. We all deserve to die. Dad is not a traitor, right? Ah, Mom is dead. Mom was buried alive by them. Now they want to bury Kiki too." The family letter was completely read, but Qin Shen couldn't calm down for a long time. His hands were shaking. The audience at the scene was also dumbfounded. This scene seemed familiar. Qin Shen, didn't he also experience the same thing? Qin Shen defended the country and shed blood on the battlefield. How were his family members treated? This kind of thing can really drive people crazy. Kai Gongmin couldn't say a word either. He didn't expect that the commander's family would be treated as traitors' relatives and all be killed. At this moment, the live broadcast room was even more silent, not a single barrage. This was just the family letters. There were no specific video images yet, but everyone could already imagine it in their minds. They were clearly the families of heroes, clearly deserving of respect and protection. But what was the result? They were considered traitors. How desperate must Xiao Zhan's family have been at that time? Traitors' family. They deserved to die. Ugly curses one after another. And the curses of that day were far more unpleasant than they had imagined. Qin Shen, you can empathize. I'm sure you've also experienced this kind of thing, right? But Xiao Zhan smiled and spoke, his voice chilling. At that time, my superiors clearly assured me that they would take good care of my family after I left. The mission had long ended, but they still wouldn't let me come back. 3 years, 6 years, 10 years. 10 years. Even if I'm not a traitor, after 10 years, who can say for sure? Qin Shen fell silent. The audience at the scene was also silent. Yes, time can change everything. 3 years, he was undercover. 6 years, he was undercover. And after 10 years, was he still? It's been too long. People have forgotten about him. That's not all. But when I was investigating this matter, guess what I found? Xiao Zhan subtly smiled at Qin Shen, a smile that sent shivers down one's spine. The ones who supposedly killed my family were a group of passionate young people, but in reality, they were also manipulated by someone. I gave up the undercover mission, and pursued it all the way, and the person behind it was something I never expected. Xiao Zhan didn't say who it was, just smiled faintly. Qin Shen, as an elder, I tell you, whether it's war or peace, the struggle for power in the court always exists. Those who rise high and shake the master, often end up in a miserable end. After you grow old, even a peaceful retirement will be given to you, and you will die a violent death. Qin Shen's breathing became more and more rapid, and his state of mind became more and more unsettled. This feeling was like a dormant volcano about to erupt, about to explode. The people at the scene of the program were also listening with bated breath, although Xiao Zhan didn't say who killed his family, but everyone could guess. One after another, their eyes turned to Kai Gongmin. Kai Gongmin remained silent, his expression changing constantly, as if enduring great torment. About this matter, not only him, but also Long Qianzheng, Shi Longwei, they all didn't know about this. You can never imagine how evil human nature can be, Xiao Zhan continued, smiling. After my family died, I buried them, and my opponents made a kneeling statue for me, located in my hometown. Kneeling statue? This shocking statement didn't stop, and Qin Shen was stunned for a moment. The audience at the scene also paused, each person's face showing surprise. A picture was quickly shown. In the photo, there was a kneeling statue of a person. Because of this kneeling statue, this place became a famous scenic spot. But there was no explanation about who this kneeling statue was. The kneeling man is unknown to anyone. All that is known is that his surroundings are often filled with rotten vegetable leaves and stinking eggs. A mess. This kneeling statue, could it be? Everyone's eyes widened in shock. At this moment, I understand that the one I love has abandoned me. Xiao Zhan smiled and spoke, his smile bitter. I also understand a truth. No matter how great the contribution, I am just a pawn born to complete a mission. What can I gain when I go back? Applause? Encouragement? Medals? They are all useless. I have lost everything. This is my story. Are you satisfied? The scene fell silent. The host Bing Bing, the audience, and even the netizens in the live broadcast room were all silent. Indeed, betrayal does not happen overnight. Various reasons converged, ultimately leading to this person, who should have become a hero, falling completely into darkness. But for the reasons for Xiao Zhan's betrayal, everyone sighed. It is completely understandable. If such a thing happened to anyone, they would go mad. Even now, the kneeling statue of Xiao Zhan still exists. So, what about Qin Chen, who empathizes with him? In the picture, he is also silent. In his mind, the thought gradually emerged, is it worth it? Is it worth it? My wife hates me, and my daughter has left me. He is indeed shaken. At the scene of the program, the audience sighed deeply when they saw this. Perhaps before, Qin Chen was an undercover agent, still loyal to Shenzhou in his heart, but now, after hearing Xiao Zhan's story, he was moved. His previous determination wavered. Everyone's gaze became complicated. Although they could understand, they could not accept it. Betrayal is betrayal, and cannot be washed away. Ding-ling-ling. A piercing phone call broke the silence. It was Kai Gongmin. Kai Gongmin's phone rang. It was his subordinate calling. Leader, should we demolish Mr. Zhao's kneeling statue? The voice on the phone trembled. Obviously, they were also watching the program. When the real reason for Xiao Zhan's betrayal was exposed, it moved everyone. Especially the people in the War Department. They empathized even more. They bravely fought the enemy on the battlefield, and what they cared about the most was the safety of their wives, daughters, parents, and family. Only when their families are safe at home can they fight the enemy more fiercely. But Xiao Zhan's family was treated in such a way. Erecting a kneeling statue for him was touching. Click. Kai Gongmin's hand holding the phone also trembled fiercely. His teeth were clenched. But after a long time, he closed his eyes deeply. Not for now. Seeing the commander's plight also makes me very uncomfortable, but he has also brought an indelible blow to Shenzhou. He is a victim, but at the same time, he is also a sinner. Yes. The audience looked at Kai Gongmin with emotion, not knowing what kind of feelings he had as he watched the current scene. Since Shenzhou cannot accommodate me, there must be a place that can. I am no longer an undercover agent, but a true high-level figure of the Wanlei. Through the Wanlei, I quickly found the person who killed my family, and he is the same person who erected the kneeling statue for me. I killed him. Xiao Zhan smiled and continued. Originally, I wanted to stop there, but I thought of his son, who was also serving in the War Department at the time, and had great talent. If he had not died prematurely, he would have been a talent at the level of a war king. With the idea that to get rid of the grass, one must remove the roots, I planned to make his son suffer as well. From then on, it was out of control. I have changed from a hero of Shenzhou to a sinner. Shenzhou will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly. If that's the case, then I might as well go all out. Kill all the talented people in Shenzhou? Qin Chen took over Xiao Zhan's words. Xiao Zhan nodded and said with deep meaning, a country only remembers the heroes who saved them from fire and water when it is in poverty, chaos, and talent decline. I want them to remember me forever, and I will remember them forever too. Do you know that I killed the person who erected a statue for me, but I didn't destroy the statue? Because I want to see my statue exist in Shenzhou forever, for eternity. If I cannot leave a mark in history, then I will be infamous for thousands of years. You should do the same, Xiao Zhan said, looking at Qin Chen with a calm gaze and a smile. Qin Chen looked at Xiao Zhan's serene face, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Something was about to happen. Bang! Just as this thought arose, the door was forcefully pushed open. Violet rushed in with an anxious look on her face, and she looked at Qin Chen with a grim expression. Something has happened. This old man still had a trick up his sleeve. The organization has already identified you as an undercover agent for Shenzhou. Even if I vouch for you, you need to provide evidence during this time. The organization has already sent people to arrest you. If you get caught, then I will be implicated as well. With these words, Qin Chen's expression changed drastically, and he looked sharply at Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan, on the other hand, looked at him with a gentle smile and said, Qin Chen, we are so alike. I pity you, for you have the same fate as me. In the future, you will surely become like me, with a desolate old age. I want to change your destiny. When I die, someone will have to take over my path, and that person is you. Xiao Zhan looked at Qin Chen with a smile and said, Now, what will you do? The organization's people are coming to arrest you. You only have two options in front of you. Continue to serve Shenzhou, and you will have a dead end, or completely betray Shenzhou, inherit my legacy, and everything I have will be yours. Choose. Hiss. At this point, everyone at the scene couldn't help but widen their eyes and hold their breath. Will Qin Chen agree? He should agree, right? Otherwise, how could he betray them? Yeah, it would be strange if he didn't agree. The voices urging Qin Chen to betray Shenzhou grew louder and louder. Jiang Baishui looked around anxiously, but there was nothing she could do. We are not the same. Just as the atmosphere became increasingly oppressive and tense, a calm voice rang out, like the first light of dawn tearing through the darkness, echoing in everyone's ears. Everyone's expressions changed slightly, as they saw a pair of calm but determined eyes. "Old man, I sympathize with your situation, but what I have experienced is no less than yours. My daughter also died." After saying this, the audience saw a subtle change in Xiao Zhan's expression. "Your daughter also died?" Her name was Si Gue. Qin Shen took out a photo of little Si Gue and handed it to Xiao Zhan, his emotions also showing signs of agitation. "Old man, take a good look. Look at my daughter Si Gue. She was only 5 years old, at the most innocent and lovely age, but do you know what your organization did to her? They used her as a test subject and injected her with over a dozen viruses." As he spoke of his daughter, Qin Shen lost control. His eyes turned bloodshot, and veins bulged on his forehead and neck. He looked like a madman. When Xiao Zhan heard this, his expression also changed, and he took in a sharp breath. "Over a dozen viruses? Yes, it was the work of your so-called good organization." Qin Shen's eyes were sharp as knives as he stared at Xiao Zhan and then glanced at Violet. Locked in by Qin Shen's gaze, Violet instantly turned as pale as a sheet, her face drained of color. She was so young and so lovely. Why did she have to endure such pain? How much did it hurt when she was injected with those viruses? When my child was in trouble, I wasn't by her side. At that time, I was infiltrating the organization, and the whole country was calling me a traitor. Only Si Gue kept saying that I wasn't a traitor, that I was a great hero. At that time, she was already very weak. In order not to worry her mother, she even said that she was not in pain, and in turn comforted her mother not to cry. It's so unfair. Why does such a well-behaved and sensible child have to suffer like this? Ha! Tell me. Qin Shen's eyes were already bloodshot, and he roared at Xiao Zhan. "I finally obtained the antidote for the virus, crossed over half of the blue star just to deliver the serum to her side, but I was still too late. I didn't even get to see my child for the last time. Her mother told me that when she was dying, she was calling my name. Shouldn't I hate you? Now you want me to betray Shenzhou and truly join you? Do you think that's possible? Realistic? Think about it. How heart-wrenching it must be for the heavens to know." Silence. After Qin Shen finished roaring, there was dead silence, both at the scene and in the footage. Many of the audience at the scene were crying, going through box after box of tissues. Xiao Zhan also fell silent. "We all have reasons to betray, but I am different from you. If I have to give a reason, I have come this far. If I give up now, then what I have given up before, those who died for me, wouldn't it all be in vain? I can't let them die in vain." Finally, Qin Shen let go of Xiao Zhan, smiled calmly. Although he was smiling, in his eyes, there was fierceness and ruthlessness, all in his eyes. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the sound of a plane landing could be heard from outside. The people coming to capture Qin Shen had arrived. Many of them. A dense and vast expanse, as far as the eye could see. Qin Shen just looked at them indifferently. There might be a river of blood here soon. Xiao Zhan remained silent, for a long time. Finally, he slowly raised his head, looking at Qin Shen with a complex expression. "You have convinced me. I have reasons to hate Shenzhou, but you have even more reasons to hate the demons." With that, Xiao Zhan took out a letter from his pocket and handed it to Qin Shen. "Open it after I die." Qin Shen took it, looking at Xiao Zhan in surprise. "Betraying the organization, secretly contacting Shenzhou as a traitor, it's me." Xiao Zhan finished speaking with a smile, then looked at Qin Shen and Violet, and then took out a gun, resolutely pulling the trigger. Bang! The deafening sound of the gunshot rang out, and the scene returned to calm. "Captain!" Seeing this scene, Kai Gongmin at the scene of the program couldn't help but shout, his eyes also turning bloodshot. Everyone felt that perhaps Xiao Zhan had done something that caused heavy losses to Shenzhou and had joined the demons, but at the last moment, he repented. He returned to the former Xiao Zhan. When the new scene appeared again, Qin Shen was already on a plane back and forth. He was holding a square box in his hands. It was an urn. Inside the box was a black and white memorial photo, with a line below it. "Xiao Zhan, former captain of the Red 11th Regiment, died at the age of 96. Qin Shen stared blankly at Xiao Zhan's urn, his expression showing respect and sorrow. The audience at the program scene also fell silent. How should I put it? A kind of indescribable emotion. Language cannot describe it. Xiao Zhan was a contradiction of light and darkness. So was Qin Shen. But why could Xiao Zhan want to hate, yet couldn't, while everyone hated Qin Shen to the bone? They clearly could have been our faith, our heroes, but for various reasons, they ended up on our opposite side. At the scene of the program, someone sighed from the bottom of their heart. In their chest, their heart was beating fervently. They couldn't help but think, in the future, would Qin Shen, like Xiao Zhan, be forced into a corner and understood by others? They didn't know. All they could do was watch little by little. After a brief break, the program continued. On a private plane back and forth, Qin Shen held an urn in his hands. Before his death, Xiao Zhan handed Qin Shen a note, on which he had written many of his innermost thoughts. There is love for Shenzhou, and there is hatred for Shenzhou, the helplessness of not being able to return, as well as the anger and hatred of learning of bad news. But as time passes, these gradually become complex and are covered by time. The last sentence is written like this: after I die, I hope my ashes can be buried in Shenzhou. Since Xiao Zhan wrote this letter in advance, it means that he has already repented in his heart, but he did not have a suitable opportunity until Qin Shen appeared. Everyone sighed. Xiao Zhan's ashes, following the old man's wishes during his lifetime, were sent to Shenzhou. In the future, his ashes will be scattered on the land of Shenzhou as he wished. Fallen leaves return to their roots. He was born in Shenzhou, and should also be buried in Shenzhou. Seeing Qin Shen looking at the scenery outside the plane, Violet drank a cup of coffee and said, I have already reported to the higher-ups. The person who secretly contacted Shenzhou and caused heavy losses to the organization is Xiao Zhan, not you, and the organization believes it. I have fulfilled a long-cherished wish for you, and also cleared your suspicion. Shouldn't we cooperate? Qin Shen remained silent for a long time before saying, Thank you, you are different from the other executives. Don't misunderstand, I am helping you not for you, but for myself, Violet sneered. Although our positions are different, we have the same goal. Do you know my goal? Of course, Violet smiled slightly and continued, I need to climb up, by any means necessary, until I stand at the top of the world and see the highest scenery. I want to be the king here, but my goal is to destroy your sinister organization. Qin Shen's tone was cold. That is the ultimate goal, and it does not conflict. Violet smiled, at least in the meantime, our goals are the same. I need you to help me take the highest position of power, which is to control the entire sinister organization. As for you wanting to destroy the sinister organization in the end, we can discuss that later. We can have a final battle later, maybe there will be other opportunities by then? Qin Shen fell silent, he was tempted. Although their ultimate goals were different, their interim goals were the same. At least for this period of time, it was their honeymoon period. The scene shifted, and the timeline showed 6 months later. Ding ding ding. In the dim room, the sound of an email came from the notebook. Qin Shen opened it, and the camera zoomed in on the email content. It was actually an assassination mission, to assassinate Nix, the 4-star executive of the sinister organization. Then the phone rang, and Violet's charming voice came through. Did you receive the email? Qin Shen did not answer, but instead asked, Who is this Nix? Violet smiled, he is one of my main competitors, and I plan to eliminate his henchmen one by one, making him a commander without any troops. So, you are using me as a tool? Qin Shen's eyes were slightly stunned. Violet giggled, look at what you're saying, how can you say using? This is mutual achievement as a reward. I will help you suppress your identity. I dare not say anything else, but as long as I am here, no one in the higher-ups will dare to touch you. Qin Shen remains silent. Of course, for this operation, you cannot meet Nix as a member of the organization, but as an assassin, you have to register an assassin identity on the dark web. Is it so troublesome? Qin Shen frowned, but I remember, the newly registered assassin has the lowest level of D grade, right? Shouldn't that be better? A D-grade assassin daring to assassinate the 4-star executive of the sinister organization? That's really audacious. Violet laughed repeatedly. Although Qin Shen was 100 unwilling, he still registered an assassin identity on the dark web. The level was only a pitiful D-grade, and most of the active assassins on the dark web were grade assassins. But who could have thought that this pitiful D-grade assassin was the former 5-star commander of Shenzhou? Here's a friendly reminder, Nick has 3 top experts under his command, Wolf Fang, Deathbeast, and the King of Terror. Especially the King of Terror, he's the strongest. Well then, good luck to you. Violet hung up the phone. Another memory flashed before her eyes. Yuningshu had already left the military camp and been selected into the special forces, the Bloodthorn Flower. The Bloodthorn Flower was entirely composed of women. Yuningshu took on a mission, to capture the internationally renowned fugitive, the King of Terror. The King of Terror? As Yuningshu's memory surfaced, the words King of Terror appeared before the audience. Everyone couldn't help but pause. Miss Yun is going after the criminal. Isn't he one of the 3 top experts under that Nick? So, are the 2 of them going to meet again? I wonder what it will be like when they meet again. In the live broadcast room, comments streamed across the screen. The scene shifted to an endless desert. The scorching sun shone, and throughout the desert, one could see the country people riding camels. They wore thick white headgear, exuding an exotic vibe. Qin Shen's skin had tanned a bit, and he wore a pair of sunglasses. Violet, by his side, wore a hot red long dress, with one half short to the top of her thighs, and the other half long to her ankles. The contrast between the short and long lengths created a strong visual impact. She revealed her plan. Tonight at 7, I will meet with Nick to discuss who will take over the position of the main god after his death. At that time, you will first show up as my assistant, then return to your suite and do not come out again. I know you have other ways to come up, don't you? Violet pursed her lips and smiled. Qin Shen's eyes darkened a bit as he looked towards the grand and magnificent Sailboat Hotel, one of the world's most famous hotels. The hotel's architecture resembled a sailboat, with a semicircular curvature that made it difficult for ordinary people to climb. But for Qin Shen, it was not an impossible task. Let's go, Qin Shen said in a hoarse voice. His gaze changed, becoming sharp and menacing, like a drawn sword. Violet's voice came from behind. By the way, you don't need to call me by my code name anymore. Call me Madam, or my name, Sophia. Sophia, Madam? Qin Shen was still in a daze, but Violet had already walked ahead. As one of a country's iconic landmarks, many tourists visited the Sailboat Hotel. Luxury cars could be seen everywhere. Here, ordinary luxury cars were considered low-grade, and the cars used to transport guests were Bugattis. Qin Shen was about to enter the hotel when he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Several figures in the distance caught his attention. There were several women from the Divine Land. Most of them looked average, but had great figures. However, there was one woman with short hair who was exceptionally beautiful. In Yuningshu's memory, she felt someone was watching her and suddenly turned around. But she didn't see anyone. Was it just my imagination? She murmured. What's wrong, Yingqiu? Her companions asked, concerned. Nothing, I just felt like someone was watching me. Yingqiu's feeling is right. Just now, I also felt like someone was watching us. A woman on the left lowered her voice. Our mission to capture the King of Terror is completely confidential. We are approaching the King of Terror as tourists, and we must be extremely cautious and not alert him. Yeah, the King of Terror's strength is unfathomable. Even with so many of us going after him, we don't have a guaranteed victory. If we're not careful, we might end up sacrificing ourselves. Another woman's voice was heavy. Other companions came out in a hurry to smooth things over. Captain, don't be too nervous. Look, they must be here for Yingqiu's looks. After all, Yingqiu is so beautiful. They were all Yingqiu's comrades, members of the blood-red thornflower, the elite among the elite. Their individual combat strength was not weaker than that of the male soldier Wang. As they chattered on the side, Yingqiu stood silently, looking towards an empty direction. It felt strange, as if a very important old friend was watching her, but in the blink of an eye, that person was gone. We're going to see Nyx, be prepared. The scene continued. The meeting place for Violet and Nyx was in the top-floor conference room. The corridor in front of the conference room was spacious with a good view, but Qin Shen had already sensed that there were more than a dozen terrifying auras lurking around. All of them were Nyx's top experts, and they were not even the most esteemed Wolf-Tooth, Beast, and King of Terror. If these non-top experts had such strong abilities, not to mention the three top experts, Violet walked proudly with a cold and arrogant expression and a cold aura to the door of the conference room. Just as she was about to enter, she was stopped by two men in black. What? Do you want to stop me? Violet asked coldly. The man in black said in a deep voice, Madame Sophia, the boss has ordered that only Madame Sophia can enter, no one else is allowed. After saying this, he glanced at Qin Shen. He is my assistant, Violet said firmly. The black-clad men at the door bowed and said, Madam, please don't make it difficult for us. There was a hint of gloom in Violet's eyes, but she didn't say anything and just glanced at Qin Shen. Qin Shen understood and turned to leave. The original plan was for him and Violet to enter, and after meeting Nyx, Violet would send him away. But now he wasn't even allowed to enter. However, this also made things much simpler. Qin Shen exposed himself to surveillance and entered his own room. Then he immediately opened the window, and the strong wind rushed in. Looking down, the cars below looked tiny like ants, and the people were just moving heads. It showed how high up he was. Qin Shen jumped directly, free-falling from a height of more than 10 meters. Only someone with peak mental and physical qualities would dare to jump directly from a building over 10 meters high. However, he didn't expect that just a few floors below was Yingqiu and her companion's room. One of the women was changing clothes. Pervert! How dare you peep? You're dead! Qin Shen quickly jumped to another floor and knocked out a janitor. 2 minutes later, Qin Shen silently walked up wearing the janitor's clothes. The higher he went, the stronger the cold aura Qin Shen felt. It was as if he had entered a purgatory, with a cold and oppressive feeling coming from all directions even though there was no one around. Qin Shen knew that he had entered the core area, where Nyx's guards were everywhere, and anyone behaving suspiciously would be immediately treated as a dangerous person. Walking along the hotel's glass, Qin Shen was like a crawling spider, with the weight of his entire body on his arms. To the audience, it looked like a scene from a big movie. As he approached the conference room, Qin Shen suddenly heard a man's disdainful laughter. Oomph! A mere D-level assassin dares to come and assassinate me? I'm really bored. Obviously, the bounty for Nyx had already reached his ears. Qin Shen approached without a word, only to see 2 rows of powerful bodyguards standing in the conference room, with different skin colors, from all over the world, trained mercenaries. Sitting in the middle was a middle-aged man in a black suit, with thick black hair and sharp eyes, giving off an extremely strong sense of oppression. Is that Nyx? His aura is so strong. This kind of person seems difficult to kill at first glance, with too many hidden cards up their sleeve. The online barrage was filled with discussions. Qin Shen did not make a move, but instead sought the most suitable opportunity to act. Click! Suddenly, the door of the conference room opened, and Violet walked in. Under Qin Shen's gaze, a faint smile finally appeared on Nyx's usually serious face. He stood up, opened his arms in a hugging gesture, and said with a smile, Madame Sophia, you finally arrived. Violet glanced at the bodyguards standing on both sides of the conference room, a cold smile playing at the corner of her mouth. Mr. Nyx is being overly cautious, calling in so many outsiders. I thought our private conversation would only involve the 2 of us. Nyx laughed heartily. It's an old habit, Miss Sophia, please don't mind. Violet's smile was cold, but she didn't say anything in the end. Let's get to the point. Nick cut to the chase. I express regret for the death of the main god, but I do not recommend anyone to replace the main god. Why? Violet's eyes flashed with surprise at his words. Because, although I express regret for the main god's death, can I understand it as the main god's own negligence that led to his death on the land of Shinjo? After a pause, Nick continued, if that's the case, the main god is the one with unequal status and resources. If we replace him with someone else, wouldn't the result be the same? We cannot know for sure. But in my opinion, wouldn't it be more appropriate to abolish this 4-star executive and hand over the resources and connections he holds to someone we can rely on? At least in my view, this is recycling waste. This meeting seems to be a discussion with Violet, but in reality, it's for his own benefit. The host Ice looked at the image of Nick, her eyes wary. Violet's eyes flashed with a glint of insight, then returned to calmness. You make a valid point, but I refuse, she said. Nick narrowed his eyes slightly. This is the opinion of my leader. So, he's a confidant. The netizens suddenly realized. Nick was a confidant of his leader, which is why his status was different from that of a typical 4-star executive. Violet smiled. What, do you want to use your leader to pressure me? I might not even listen to him, let alone you. Nick looked regretful. It's a pity, Miss Sophia. My leader has always believed that the friendship between our two forces would last a long time, but it seems to have cracked so soon. Violet smiled. I can agree, but I also have a request. What request? Exchange your backers' resources for mine. Nick paused, falling into silence. Everyone could see that their discussion had collapsed. After the collapse, no one knew what would happen. This joke is not funny at all. Nick shook his head and said, we came with sincerity, but Miss Violet has disappointed us. Disappointed? And then what? Mr. Nick, will you do something to me? Violet crossed her arms and smirked. Nick smiled as if enjoying the breeze. How could that be? If my bodyguards have made Miss Violet feel uneasy, I can ask them to leave. With a slight wave of his hand, the bodyguards on both sides of the conference room left. Now, through Qin Shen's perspective, everyone could see that there were only 4 people left in the conference room. Their suits and demeanor were different from the bodyguards who had just left, exuding a more mature and somber air. They emanated an unsettling and profound aura, like a pitch-black abyss. They remained calm and silent, their eyes showing no hint of emotion throughout whatever was happening in the conference room. Miss Violet, I hope you consider this carefully. Nix once again spoke sincerely. There are many examples of the 5-star executives in the organization working together. Only by forming an alliance can we support each other, sharing glory and loss. Moreover, Miss Violet has already made so many enemies in the organization. A mocking smile appeared at the corner of Violet's mouth as she said, you said it yourself, there are already so many enemies. One more of you won't make a difference, and one less won't make a difference either. Nix's face darkened completely. He stood up to speak, but Violet interrupted. Moreover, Mr. Nix, are you feeling too good about yourself to not realize that there is danger approaching? Ha! With these words, Nix's expression changed directly, and he subconsciously looked around. But it was quiet, with no sign of any presence. Only the 4 men in suits sat quietly, their expressions decayed. Nix's tense heart finally relaxed, and he said lightly, Miss Violet really scared me. But if we talk about danger, someone has been trying to take my life these past 2 days. He's a D-level assassin. A mere D-level assassin wants to take my life. Isn't that a bit funny? Nix shook his head with a smile. This D-level assassin, could it be sent by Miss Violet? Suddenly, Nix's tone changed, looking at Violet and asking. Violet's smile remained unchanged. How could it be me? I also don't think this is something Miss Sophia could do. But someone wants to kill you, that's a fact. Suddenly, Violet's tone turned cold, her gaze becoming icy. Boom! As Violet's words fell, Qin Shen, who had been hiding outside the window, suddenly moved. His speed was so fast that the atmosphere in the meeting room instantly chilled, as if souls were frozen. In an instant, a dark figure appeared from outside, like a ghostly lightning, in front of Nix. With indifferent eyes, Nix's face changed drastically. You're dead. Qin Shen spoke coldly, and as he spoke, the blade had already turned into a sharp edge, piercing directly into Nix's left chest, into his heart. The scene seemed to explode, but there was no sound. Poochie. This scene happened in the blink of an eye, too fast for the naked eye to see. The people at the scene of the program only saw a flash of figures, and Qin Shen had appeared, the sharp dagger already piercing Nix's heart. There was no splatter of blood, no screaming. A true assassination is silent. The whole process took less than 0.01 seconds. For a while, everyone was stunned, with expressions of disbelief. Is it over like this? It took a long time for someone to speak in astonishment. Jiang Baihua's expression remained unchanged, still staring at the screen. Qin Shen's knife had already pierced Nix's heart, and he was supposed to be dead. Logically, the assassination had ended, but she felt that something was wrong. The atmosphere in the picture was so heavy that it was suffocating. Seeing Qin Shen stab the dagger into Nix's heart, Violet's tense body and mind gradually relaxed, her expression showing joy and relaxation, even a bit of schadenfreude. I warned you earlier to always be vigilant, otherwise, you might die at any time. She looked at Nix, who was clutching his heart with wide eyes, and coldly said, Nix covered his chest, unable to help but take several steps back, sitting heavily in the chair, looking at Violet incredulously, and gritting his teeth. He was sent by you? Violet denied with a smirk. Look at what you're saying. Someone else killed you. What does it have to do with me? Poochie. Upon hearing this, Qin suddenly pulled out the knife. Blood splattered, staining the ground red. Nix covered his chest, and red blood also flowed from the corner of his mouth. Incredibly, looking at Qin, you are that D-level assassin? Whether it's the timing of the appearance, the speed and strength of the killing, it can be considered top-notch. How could such a person be just a D-level assassin? I'm sorry, I'm not someone from the assassin circle. As if seeing through Nick's doubts, Qin said lightly, there have been quite a few S-level assassins who died by my hand. This is just a newly registered assassin account for me. Nick's pupils contracted, his mouth slightly open, as if wanting to say something, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't say a word. Qin had already pierced his heart, and after the heart was pierced, a person would probably have about a minute of consciousness. Now, he was dying. 2 seconds later, he sat motionless in the chair. Dead. Tick, tock, tick, tock. The scene seemed to freeze. At the moment of Nick's death, the conference room remained silent. The scene seemed to freeze. Violet's breathing gradually calmed from rapid to steady. She had accepted the fact that Nick was dead. Phew! Violet took a deep breath, about to leave, but found that Qin, who had completed the mission, had not left. In fact, the dark cloud on his face had not dissipated, but had become even thicker. He was staring fixedly in one direction. There, 4 men in suits sat quietly. Their expressions remained calm. Even though Nick had died in front of them, they showed no change. As steady as Mount Tai. In the studio and the live broadcast, people were also puzzled. What's going on with these 4 people? Why are they like gatekeepers? Their boss is dead, and it's just the 4 of them. What waves can they make? But why do I have a bad feeling? These 4 people are suspicious. In the studio, Jiang Baishui seemed to understand something and suddenly contracted her pupils. Mr. Nick, do you usually use this method to evade assassination? Qin suddenly spoke, staring at the most inconspicuous middle-aged man among the 4. Boom! This statement was like a bolt from the blue, causing everyone's faces to change dramatically. Everyone was stunned, including Violet, whose expression also changed. Wasn't Nick already dead? Why did Qin call out to that person as Mr. Nick? Suddenly, Violet realized, her whole body tensed, a chill sweeping over her. Oh my god! Violet couldn't help but feel a tingling sensation on her scalp. If the situation was true, it would be too absurd. How did you figure it out? The man in the suit who was being stared at by Qin smiled slightly and asked Qin. He was the most inconspicuous among the 4, and it was difficult to notice him. Qin took out a white handkerchief, wiped the blood off the blade, then lit a cigarette, and said slowly, it's simple. The aura that Nick showed in his every move and gesture did fit his identity, but it always felt unnatural. At that time, I just had some doubts, but what really made me believe that he wasn't the real Nick was when all the bodyguards left just now. Everyone left, leaving only you 4. Why? Are you special? Qin squinted and said, at first, I thought the 4 of you were very powerful, but the fact is not so. Nick only had 3 strong men under him, but he left 4. If the 3 by your side are the Wolf Tooth, the Beast, and the King of Terror, then who is the extra one? Boom! As Qin finished speaking, the audience gradually understood. Those who realized had their faces changed dramatically, exclaiming wow, a game within a game. No wonder it looked so strange to me, completely different from the assassination scene I had in mind. It turns out there was a hidden move. The Nick who was killed was just a decoy. The real Nick is behind, acting as a spectator. Violet thought she had Nick in her grasp, but in fact, she was being manipulated by Nick. At this moment, the audience's emotions surged. Clap, clap, clap. With these words, Nick laughed and applauded openly, showing his admiration. Truly the ace of the former Dasha, to have seen through it so quickly, while some people were still clueless. Violet's expression turned extremely ugly at his words. She had been played. At the same time, she broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, Qin saw through it, otherwise, she would have surely met a tragic end today. Not only are you powerful, but also very shrewd. With a little nurturing, you would be an invaluable leader. It's their loss that the Divine Land has given up on you, Nick said to Qin. Are you trying to buy me? Qin smiled at Nick. Why not? There's a saying in the Divine Land that I admire, a good bird chooses its tree to roost. Nick's smile deepened. Sounds intriguing. To Violet's surprise, Qin nodded. His gaze began to shuttle back and forth between Nick and Violet. What should I do? Miss Violet, he wants to buy me. Should I betray you? Qin's lips curved into a cold smile. Should I betray you? With Qin's words, the atmosphere in the meeting room instantly turned tense at a visible speed. Everyone present tensed up, their gazes sharpened. The thick air of killing intent seemed to overflow from the projected memory, spreading throughout the room. Not to mention Violet at this moment, even the audience at the live show couldn't help but hold their breath. A heavy plot twist was unfolding before everyone's eyes. Nick had already won over the audience with his sacrifice, and now he was trying to recruit Qin Shen, making him a part of Nick's side, which inevitably caused an adrenaline rush, pushing the tension to its extreme. Qin Shen, will you betray? I think I will, because only by doing so can I truly protect my own life. Someone analyzed the current situation. Since Nick used a disguised method to let someone die for him, Violet's plan has been completely exposed. With the enemy in the dark and me in the light, it's not hard to imagine that the entire hotel is filled with Nick's people. Is it possible for him to spare Violet? As someone working for Violet, Qin Shen naturally falls into the category of being cleansed. Although Qin Shen is strong, he can't even hold back the people in a hotel. But don't forget, he is currently undercover and cannot reveal his identity. In this situation, even if he can save his life, he will be discovered as an undercover agent by the demons. The analysis was very accurate, and more people believed that Tang Dynasty would betray as a result. In the scene, Violet tried to keep her emotions as calm as possible, but her proud chest still heaved up and down. She stared at Qin Shen intently. Qin Shen, you can't betray me. Do you think that if you betray me, he will spare you? Nick brought 2 glasses and poured red wine, giving one to himself and the other to Qin Shen. He pointed at Violet and said to Qin Shen with a smile, "Doesn't she look like a desperate little lapdog?" "A little." Qin Shen took the wine and took a sip. Violet's expression became increasingly ugly, her hands tightly clenched, her nails embedded in her flesh, blood oozing out without her noticing. "Have you accepted my proposal?" Nick asked in surprise. "Why not?" Qin Shen smiled brightly. "To our friendship." Nick raised his glass, looking even more relaxed. As these words fell, 3 men behind Nick stepped forward. Nick's 3 top men, Wolf Fawn, Beast of Death, and King of Terror. As the 3 men stepped forward, an extremely dangerous, even deathly, aura enveloped the entire room. Even some of the audience felt their scalps tingle and their blood flow quicken. The most terrifying was the King of Terror. He took just 1 step forward, and a tremendous pressure, like Mount Tai pressing down, spread out. The oppressive feeling was overwhelming. The King of Terror, an international fugitive for many years, has been active in the chaotic Golden Triangle area for years, and the number of strong people who have died at his hands is countless, surpassing the number of war gods from various countries. Jiang Baishua's voice was cold as she recounted the King of Terror's experiences. Now the situation for Violet was very dangerous. Not only was her plan exposed, Nyx wanted to kill her, and even Qin Shen, whom she could rely on at this moment, might betray her. "But you have to give me something in return at this moment." Qin Shen's voice rang out again. Nyx's eyes flashed, then he asked, "What condition?" "Your head on a platter." Qin Shen stared at Nyx, grinned, and gave him a chilling smile. Boom! As soon as the words fell, the atmosphere on the scene changed once again. Qin Shen's momentum surged, the pent-up killing intent still raging like a tsunami, and the dagger in his hand flashed with a speed visible to the naked eye as it lunged at Nyx. The killing intent flooded over Violet, and the situation changed again. Even she, a 5-star executive, was somewhat caught off guard. As soon as Qin Shen finished speaking, Nyx's eyes flashed, and he shouted, "Kill him first!" Nyx's concern was not unfounded. Fortunately, he had left himself an out in advance, finding a scapegoat. Otherwise he might have really died. He knew he had fallen into Violet's trap, but with his own layout, he successfully turned the situation around. But he still did not let his guard down. Not because he was so confident in himself, but because Qin Shen was so powerful. That's why he first recruited Qin Shen to turn the tables. But unexpectedly, after circling around, Qin Shen still wanted to take his life. He panicked, and he was angry. Roar! The wolf and the dead beast each let out a roar like wild animals. The wolf was a master from Thailand, skilled in Muay Thai, with formidable killing power. He once achieved the feat of single-handedly taking on 99 people. As for the dead beast, he was raised entirely by wild animals. He drank wolf milk, was raised by tigers, and was revered as king by a pride of lions. The 2 of them acted together, and in an instant, a unique wild beast's killing intent swept over the area, freezing the air. Crack! Crack! The floor of the meeting room was actually crushed by the 2 of them. This scene stunned the audience. It's worth noting that the rooms at the Sailboat Hotel are made of special materials, incredibly hard. The wolf delivered a fierce knee strike. The dead beast's punch, even from a distance, felt terrifying. The power of the 2 of them acting together was definitely not inferior to the speed of a maglev train speeding by. They were pure killing machines, using the simplest moves to kill. But they met Qin Shen. His gaze was icy, his left fist struck the dead beast, and his right fist struck the wolf. Crack! Crack! The sound of bones shattering. The wolf's knee was shattered. The dead beast's fist suffered a devastating fracture. Hiss! In the blink of an eye, Qin Shen disabled the 2 great masters, leaving the audience at the scene dumbfounded. Their speed was so fast that it was impossible to catch with the naked eye. After dealing with the wolf and the dead beast, Qin Shen's speed did not diminish as he attacked Nyx. "King of Terror, save me!" Nyx roared. But in the next moment, with a puff, a pitch-black hand pierced Nyx's chest. Blood flowed. Another sudden turn of events. Seeing this scene, Qin Shen instantly stopped his attack, looking incredulously at the scene before him. Even Violet's eyes were filled with shock. Nick stiffly lowered his head and glanced at his chest. A large hand suddenly pulled out from his chest, holding a still beating heart. The King of Terror grinned. I suddenly don't want to protect you anymore. Why can't I take your place? As he spoke, with a puff, he crushed Nyx's heart. Puff! The moment when Nyx's heart was crushed by the King of Terror, blood splattered, and even a few scattered organs flew out, sticking to the screen. The audience felt a surge of nausea. Why isn't there a content warning? I'm eating. But what I didn't expect was that one of Nyx's henchmen, the King of Terror, was the one who ultimately killed him. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. This is really beyond my expectations. The barrage in the live broadcast room was addictive. The entire plan, seemingly simple, was not just Qin Shen assassinating Nyx, but unknown to many, there were various hidden schemes that made it a sight to behold. The person who ultimately killed Nyx turned out to be the King of Terror, a surprise to everyone. It seems that no one in the underworld is simple. The host Bing Bing couldn't help but sigh. Who would have thought that the person who killed Nyx in the end was one of his henchmen? In the picture, Qin Shen and Violet were also caught off guard by this sudden turn of events. You. Violet looked at the King of Terror, unable to speak. The latter sneered, I've been waiting for an opportunity, and now that opportunity has finally come. The King of Terror's mouth curled with a hint of mockery as he said, I've long been displeased with Nyx. If I were to take his place, I would definitely outshine him. Qin Shen and Violet's eyes narrowed, realizing that he intended to usurp the throne. But do you think it's so easy to replace him? Violet's gaze gradually darkened as she looked at the King of Terror. As far as I know, the organization values ability, and a significant factor is personal strength. The stronger the strength, the higher the starting point. The King of Terror grinned, revealing a row of ferocious teeth. Nyx is dead, and the wolf Fang and the dead beast are also dead. If you two die as well, then there will be no evidence. Do you still want to kill us? Violet's expression changed. My goal has already been achieved, and there is a long way to go. The King of Terror suddenly wanted to jump out the window. You want to leave? Qin Shen's eyes turned cold, about to go after him. Bang! Suddenly, a deafening burst of gunfire erupted behind him, ringing in Qin Shen's ears. Qin Shen turned around abruptly, looking at Violet with burning anger. It could be seen that the King of Terror, who was about to escape by jumping out the window, paused, and blood blossomed on his shoulder. A bullet grazed his shoulder, but it didn't seem to hinder him much, and he leaped from the top floor of the sailboat hotel, disappearing without a trace. The meeting room was eerily quiet, and the air was filled with a pungent smell of gunpowder. Qin Shen slowly turned around, his eyes as deep and demonic as an abyss, staring at Violet. Her eyes, devoid of the previous panic, were now indifferent. In the next moment, under the gaze of all the audience, she took a deep breath and shouted with all her might, There's an assassin! Boom, boom, boom. As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a thunderous explosion. Suddenly, there was a dense sound of footsteps outside the meeting room. It was foreseeable that a large number of people were rushing towards this place. This woman did it on purpose. On the scene, Jiang Baixue looked resolute as she watched the current situation and said, What do you mean? Bing Bing asked in surprise. Most of the people present did not understand the meaning of Jiang Baixue's words. They had not carried out such missions, so they naturally knew that such actions, with even a small mistake, could be enough to end their lives. It's simple. Both sides were well aware of this assassination operation, Jiang Baixue calmly explained. Violet wanted to kill Nyx, and Nyx also wanted to kill Violet. Of course, Nyx's henchman, the King of Terror, also wanted to kill Nyx. This was a three-way meeting where each side harbored ill intentions, and it was a matter of who couldn't resist and acted first. I guess before the real meeting began, Nyx must have instructed his men not to intervene no matter what they heard, unless they heard gunfire. Why is the sound of a gunshot an exception? Someone asked at the scene. Because the sound of a gunshot is very sensitive, she said slowly. Whether it's using a knife or poison to kill, it's done silently, and the sound won't be heard by people outside through the walls. But a gunshot is different. When the sound of a gunshot is heard in the meeting room, it's not hard to guess that things have reached an irreversible point. After a pause, Jiang Baixue continued, Look at the current situation. Nyx is dead, the Terror King has escaped, and only Violet and Qin Shen are left. At this moment, when Violet fires at the Terror King, who will the people rushing and take as the real assassin? As Jiang Baixue's words fell, everyone suddenly thought of a name, Qin Shen. Typical of removing the grindstone after sharpening the blade, Jiang Baixue concluded. In the scene, after Violet shouted, There's an assassin, it was like throwing a huge stone into calm water. The stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Qin Shen's eyes widened in anger, and the desire to kill Violet arose within him. He had cooperated with Violet, helped her kill Nyx, and now this woman had betrayed him at the critical moment? It was also at this moment that the killing intent in Qin Shen's heart completely boiled over. Bang! But the next moment, the door of the meeting room was pushed open, and people surged in like a tide. Each of them was armed, holding the most sophisticated firearms. Qin Shen withdrew his gaze, gave Violet a deep look, then leaped, shattering the glass and jumping out of the hotel. Huff, huff, huff. There was the sound of countless falling winds in his ears, as well as the continuous sound of gunfire from above. and Violet's hysterical roar. "Quick, chase him, catch the assassin, or you'll all die." Violet's hysterical roar echoed throughout the entire hotel. For a moment, everyone in the hotel mobilized and poured out. It was a spectacular sight. 99% of the guests in the entire sailboat hotel were disguised demons, but Qin Shan seemed to have disappeared into thin air. No matter what the people in the hotel did, they couldn't find Qin Shan's figure. However, the hotel did not give up the search. Instead, they conducted a carpet search, not giving up on any corner. This was Violet's life or death order, and the assassin had to be caught. Where did Qin Shan go? Could something have happened to him? In the live broadcast room, the barrage was all worried about Qin Shan's current situation. Fortunately, the screen soon had a new image. It was the sound of someone's breathing. Huff, huff. He knocked on the door of a suite. "Who is it?" came a cautious voice from inside the room. Qin Shan did not respond. The door clicked open, revealing a delicate face. "Ha!" Looking at the person who opened the door, the audience and the barrage were all stunned for a moment. It was actually Yuning Chu. It turned out that the entire hotel was filled with demons, and Yuning Chu and her companions were the only real guests. Of course, they also had their own purposes, which was to capture the Terror King. The audience couldn't help but focus on the shared memory of the two. Now, the shared memory of the two was at the same time point. I wonder in what form the two will meet again. Will they really meet again? I don't believe it. They've knocked on Miss Yun's door. From this, it can be seen that Qin Shan is really at a dead end. The entire hotel is filled with the other side's people. The audience began to look forward to Qin Shan and Yuning Chu's meeting again. However, after Yuning Chu opened the door, she did not see anyone. Strange, where is the person? Yuning Chu furrowed her brow and did not immediately close the door. Her intuition told her that someone must be knocking on her room door. Once again, everyone turned their gaze to Qin Shan's memory image. He was actually lying motionless on the ceiling of the corridor. No wonder Yuning Chu couldn't see him. Qin Shan never intended to meet her. He knocked on Miss Yun's door just to evade the search. The hiding on the ceiling is too much. The barrage commented on the scene. Yuning Chu stood quietly at the door. She could hear the faint breathing, even the heartbeat, right above her. Seeing Yuning Chu slowly raise her head, Qin Shan immediately held his breath, and his heartbeat inevitably accelerated. "Yuning Chu, the action is about to begin." Fortunately, at this time, the door of the next room also opened, and Yuning Chu's companions came out. "Here they come." Yuning Chu nodded in agreement. Qin Shan above breathed a sigh of relief. While Yuning Chu and her companions were talking, he quietly sneaked in. "I found the whereabouts of the King of Terror." Faintly, Qin Shan heard the conversation of Yuning Chu's companions, and his heart stirred. The King of Terror? Are they going to catch the King of Terror? He fell into contemplation. So here's the problem. Looking at the current scene, Jiang Baishuai spoke up. According to the records, Miss Yun did indeed capture the King of Terror, but everyone has seen the strength of the King of Terror, far surpassing the Wolf Fang and a dead beast. Even with the help of other companions, Miss Yun is definitely not a match for the King of Terror. So how did she capture him? Jiang Baishuai's words made everyone ponder. Indeed, the strength of the King of Terror far surpasses that of the Wolf Fang and the Dead Beast, and Yuning Chu's current skills are at most on par with them. How could she capture the King of Terror? Could it be? A thought surfaced in everyone's mind, and their expressions changed. Is it so difficult to admit someone's strength? There were already barrage comments speaking up for Yuning Chu. After all, speculation is just speculation, and cannot be compared to Yuning Chu's experience. The online debate on this topic continued. In the silence, the sound of the door slamming open again. "I'm going to change clothes." Yuning Chu walked in again and started undressing directly. Qin Shan's face twitched visibly. It's strange, Qin Shan and Yuning Chu have been married for a long time, but seeing Yuning Chu change clothes, he couldn't help but feel his heartbeat accelerate. "It's late at night, and I suddenly don't feel sleepy. +1. Will there be any benefits?" But the barrage online was excited. Just as everyone was looking forward to seeing something, the screen suddenly went black. What the hell is going on? Everyone was puzzled. He closed his eyes. Jiang Baishuai said expressionlessly. Everyone's enthusiasm suddenly waned. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, the door of the room was knocked again. By this time, Yuning Chu had already changed into a black leather bodysuit. Paired with a neat and clean short hair, she gave off a special agent vibe. "Who is it?" Yuning Chu lowered her voice. A man's voice came from outside the door. "FBI, there is a heinous international fugitive hiding in this hotel, and we need to search every room." "Damn FBI, no need to ask. It must be a trick by the demons." So nervous. Every time I see this kind of scene, I'm the most nervous, afraid of being discovered. Yuning Chu fell silent for a moment, and her eyes suddenly became sharp. "There's no one here, no need to check." "Miss, please open the door. We need to conduct an actual search to know for sure." The person outside the door did not intend to leave. Click. Yuning Chu opened the door a crack. Immediately, a hand with black gloves reached in, but a cold light flashed in Yuning Chu's eyes, and she slammed the door shut. Ah! There was an instant scream from outside the door, but more people rushed in. Bang! The door was directly knocked open. Yuningchu took a few steps back, her gaze cold, and her hand couldn't help but reach for her waist. Damn, so many people are ganging up on Miss Yun? They're really despicable. By the way, is Qin Shen, who's hiding in the wardrobe, just going to watch like this? Why not go help? At this time, Qin Shen was hiding in the wardrobe. Through the crack, he saw Yuningchu being surrounded by a group of members of the Wanglei. Why attack us? Asked a big man in a low voice. Yuningchu smiled faintly and said, I am a woman living alone. Shouldn't I be more cautious? You say you are FBI, where is your badge? No one responded. The number of people continued to increase. Just when everyone thought Yuningchu would face so many people alone, her companion arrived. What's going on? Who are they? Other members also looked on with surprise. Yuningchu took out a cold gleaming dagger from her waist and said with a smile, before we catch the King of Terror, we should deal with these people first. No choice. Inchu, you really know how to cause trouble. The members of the Bloodthorn Flower all smiled. In the next moment, they rushed out like tigers into a flock of sheep. The hotel corridor became a battlefield. It was also at this moment that everyone witnessed the terror of the female warriors. The crowd continued to increase, but they were all pushed aside by them. Yuningchu alone knocked down more than a dozen members of the Wanglei. Reported group enemies found on the 72nd floor, suspected to be with the assassins. All women, come support. For a while, the entire hotel was in chaos. Let's go, it's not safe here. Yuningchu and her companions disappeared into the night. After a long time, Qin Shen walked out of the room and looked up at the dark night. A cold smile appeared on his lips. Violet, the night is still young, let's play slowly. After Yuningchu left, Qin Shen also disappeared into the night. The temperature difference between day and night in Aguo is huge. During the day, the temperature can reach over 40 degrees, but at night, it becomes icy cold. The three factions, each with their own purposes, began a life and death chase on this night. Do you remember the dream Qin Shen told Long Qianzhang about before? It's from here that Qin Shen started to take action. In the live broadcast room, the barrage surged. Most people were focused on the current scene, but some people connected past words and events together. Qin Shen and Miss Yun both have their own purposes, but they coincidentally crossed paths. Undoubtedly, Qin Shen killed the King of Terror. Of course, Miss Yun doesn't know any of this. It is because of this that the Bloodthorn Flower, where Yuningchu is, was able to successfully complete the mission. Everyone stared at the screen, only to see that Qin Shen had disguised himself well and had not left, but was heading back to the top of the hotel. The entire hotel was filled with the piercing sound of alarms that night, and flashlights almost covered every corner of the hotel. The Wanglei's carpet-style search would not let any suspicious person slip through. On one hand, it was the deadly order issued by Violet, and on the other hand, it was because Qin Shen's identity was too terrifying. He was like a time bomb, bringing great danger to Violet. Judging from her behavior of burning bridges, there was no doubt that Qin Shen might even kill her. The scene shifted to a luxurious suite. From here, you could overlook the night view of the entire Aguo desert. A charming woman was standing in front of the huge French window. Violet. In theory, although the plan had twists and turns, and although Nix had died in the end, Violet still did not relax. For her, as long as Qin Shen was not dead, she could not relax for a moment. Just thinking that in the middle of the night, there were a pair of cold eyes staring at her, she felt a cold sweat and shivered. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Seconds passed by. Midnight passed. It was past 1 in the morning. It was past 2 in the morning. The carpet-style search had been going on for a long time, but there was still no news of Qin Shen. Violet couldn't help feeling restless. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure swept past Violet from behind. Startled, Violet tensed up and turned around abruptly. Who's there? The window behind her was wide open, and the strong night wind blew the curtains on both sides rapidly, as if someone was hiding behind them. The door also swung open, and a group of people rushed in, surrounding her. Violet pulled the curtains and saw no one inside, then breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone, leave. There's no one here. After the crowd left, Violet finally relaxed, feeling a bit exhausted. Maybe I'm just too tense, she thought, under the gaze of a pair of eyes, unable to help but smile wryly. She decided to take a hot bath to relax. As she slowly unbuttoned her clothes, this time, the screen did not go black. In the darkness, the eyes staring at her did not close, not even blink. Hiss! The sound of gasps filled the room. Everyone blushed. As Violet's perfect figure immersed in a bathtub filled with rose petals, she slowly closed her eyes to enjoy the moment. Suddenly, a chilling voice sounded in her ear, like a demon's whisper. Madam Sophia, is the nightlife beautiful? Swish! The chilling voice was like a sharp knife, leaving one after another mark on her almost perfect body, startling her to open her eyes wide. She, who was feeling a bit drowsy, now seemed as if she had been injected with adrenaline, and despite her current state of undress, she stood up from the water, her eyes filled with horror. It was Qin Shen's voice. He never appeared early or late, but always after she had been overly nervous and had just relaxed for a while. He was a natural predator, not attacking at the sight of prey, but waiting until the prey was most exhausted to launch a sudden attack. She quickly began to search for Qin Shen's whereabouts, wanting to find out where he was at that moment. However, after searching around, she couldn't find him anywhere. Drenched, she finally arrived in the living room and, in front of a clear full-length mirror, saw Qin Shen behind her right behind her. The huge full-length mirror reflected her flawless body. Every inch of her skin seemed like a work of God. Yet, on this perfect body hung a sharp knife. Qin Shen appeared behind Violet like a ghost, startling her so much that she almost fainted. But she was, after all, a 5-star executive, and quickly regained her composure, trying to move to a safe position. However, just as she was about to step back, the demon's whisper sounded again, "Move again, and your throat will spout like a fountain." The sharp knife was pressing against her throat, and she could feel Qin Shen's anger and coldness. The blade had cut a small trace of blood on her neck. Violet immediately stopped moving, and in a calm tone, asked Qin Shen, "What do you want?" "I don't want anything. I should be asking you, what do you want?" Qin Shen's eyes were cold, his voice hoarse. Violet understood why Qin Shen was angry. He hated her for firing the gun, for saying there's an assassin. Now, it was his turn for revenge. "I didn't betray you, I was helping you," Violet said in a low voice. "Helping me?" Qin Shen laughed upon hearing this. His smile was filled with hostility. "Is this what you call helping me? Isn't it?" Violet's voice was low. "Don't forget your role in this operation. You're not a member of the organization, but a assassin. I've already classified the perpetrator of this incident as an assassin, not a member of the organization. The rest is up to you to handle. Moreover, the entire plan was laid out by me. If you can't even handle the final trouble, it can only mean that I misjudged you." This was the conversation between the two in such a situation. "So should I still thank you? And I won't say, you will never know. There is a third party involved in this matter." Violet turned the conversation sharply, looking extremely gloomy. "A third party? Who?" Qin Shen's face changed slightly. Qin Shen subconsciously asked, but found that the violets in the mirror did not speak, nor did their eyes move, just staring at Qin Shen. That look was truly like that of a fierce ghost. If looks could kill, then Qin Shen would have died a million times over. From the violet's eyes, Qin Shen interpreted something. "You mean, the person behind Nyx? A person from Shenzhou?" Qin Shen asked tentatively. Violet's neither confirmed nor denied, but asked with a trembling voice, "Can you let me go now?" She was referring to the dagger across her neck. "It seems like you've agreed." Qin Shen smiled, but instead of moving the dagger away, he moved it inwards. As a result, the bloodstains on Violet's neck grew deeper. Her breathing became rapid, and she struggled to hold her breath. Of course, to the audience at the scene, this breathing sounded more like an enticing gasp. "What do you want to do? What else do you want to do?" Violet was on the verge of tears, her voice trembling faintly. "Do you believe that if you stay in this room for another 10 minutes, it will be you who dies, not me?" This statement surprised both the audience and the barrage. To have one's life in someone else's hands, not begging for mercy, but instead threatening the other party? It reminds me of breaking the throat. There's a book here. Violet's threat seemed so feeble and insincere to the onlookers. The audience didn't believe it, let alone Qin Shen at the time. "It's best not to underestimate this woman." Jiang Baishui suddenly spoke, holding a different opinion from most people. "This woman can be clever for a lifetime, but foolish for a moment. She is definitely a dangerous person. Even if all her limbs are broken and she's left with only a breath, she can still kill." Many people didn't believe Jiang Baishui's words. After all, what kind of waves could a woman who was completely exposed and had a dagger against her neck make? "Don't believe it? Let's try." Violet's eyes suddenly burst with a strong light, showing signs of desperation. But as Qin Shen pressed the dagger inwards, the light dissipated. Soon, 10 minutes passed. There were no changes, but Violet's also smiled. "You can't leave now." Clang! At the next moment, the dagger across Violet's neck fell. "What's wrong? You scared me. What happened? What's wrong with Qin Shen?" The sudden sound of the falling dagger startled everyone. Looking closely, Qin Shen seemed to be in an abnormal state. His eyes were pitch black, his face was flushed, and he was sweating profusely. His breathing became rapid, and you could even see the white mist he exhaled. Taking advantage of the situation, Violet broke free, casually picked up a white towel and wrapped it around herself, her smile gradually widening. "I said, in 10 minutes, it will be you who dies, not me." "What did you do?" Qin Shen asked in a deep voice. Violet smiled coquettishly. "This is my room. Sorry, it's a professional habit. Every time I go somewhere, I must arrange something in my room, such as a love potion." She laughed. "I've set up a colorless and tasteless spring poison in this room, effective only on men." Damn! After Violet said this, everyone was shocked to the core. She's not playing fair, she's actually poisoning. Why is it only effective on men? Violet continued. "Inhaling the drug won't have any immediate effects, but after an hour, its effects will explode. 10 minutes ago, I warned you, but you didn't take it seriously. Now, do you regret it? It's too late now." In the scene, Qin Shen began to feel weak in his limbs, dizzy, and even saw multiple images of Violet. "You shouldn't have come here." Click! The sound of a gun being cocked, and Violet had a gun in her hand, pointing at Qin Shen's head. "I don't like it when people treat me like this," Qin Shen said expressionlessly. "Is that so? Then let me say sorry to you." Violet smiled. "It's a pity. I thought we could have continued to work together permanently, but now, Let's say goodbye to this world. Immediately, Violet's finger was on the trigger. The live broadcast room erupted. This woman is too sinister. But knowing the outcome, I'm not worried at all. Under everyone's gaze, Qin smiled. A ridiculous smile. Violet frowned. What are you laughing at? I used to think this only happened in TV dramas, Qin said with a smile. Do you know why the villains in some TV dramas often don't last beyond 3 episodes? It's not because they're stupid or weak, but because when they have the chance to kill the protagonist, they insist on talking for a long time, just to satisfy their ridiculous vanity. In the end, when the protagonist regains strength, they retaliate with the remaining strength. Violet's frown deepened. What are you trying to say? Suddenly, the smile on Qin's face disappeared. I'll give you 2 pieces of advice in such situations. It's best to shoot immediately and not give any chance for a comeback. And woman, you're playing with fire. Never say that men can't do it. Boom! As Qin finished speaking, an unprecedented chill swept over him. Suddenly, a power beyond his body erupted from Qin, and he pounced on Violet like a hungry wolf. Seizing the opportunity, Qin picked up the dropped dagger. I heard you came here for trouble today? Feeling the coldness of the metal, Violet's mind went blank. She didn't even dare to lower her head, afraid that a sharp knife would pierce her body from bottom to top. What? What do you want? Violet's eyes were filled with fear and extreme anxiety. The entire process took less than a second, and in the blink of an eye, Qin completed the retaliation. At this moment, the distance between the two made it hard for people not to make associations. What's next won't be. I said, never say that men can't do it, Qin smiled. I did get caught off guard, but I am a man. This is something that excites me. Aren't you just sending a sheep into the tiger's mouth? Violet's body trembled violently. At this moment, Qin was drenched in sweat, with no focus in his eyes. Now, he was speaking with a willpower that surpassed human capabilities. I can understand your actions, but I cannot forgive. Since I cannot forgive, I can only punish. Qin's voice was low. I will give you the cruelest punishment. Qin never thought of himself as a good person. A person who gave up everything and fell into the abyss was not worthy of this term. After returning from death, he himself felt that he was changing bit by bit, turning into a person he didn't even recognize. A person who did all the bad things, extinguishing his humanity. Now he didn't need to pretend. He was a thorough villain. Watching others suffer would give rise to a self-satisfying desire in his heart. The splattering of blood on his face was the ultimate reward for him. He had tried to stop himself from becoming this kind of person, but he couldn't. His daughter was watching him from above. The night passed quickly. Violet was very thirsty. She wanted to drink water, but she couldn't move at all. In contrast, Qin was in another extreme. He was sound asleep, content. He actually fell asleep. Looking at Qin's calm face, Violet finally shed hot tears. So cruel. This is the most brutal punishment. But Qin is really amazing. The barrage was full of admiration. Through the screen, everyone could feel the strong sense of humiliation and hatred, but also helplessness. The only regret is that there is no specific process. Netizens lamented. At that time, Qin's consciousness should have been blurred, so the picture did not show the whole process. It was all Qin's instinct in action. Qin didn't sleep for long, and soon woke up. He understood that this was not a permanent place. The entire sailboat hotel still belonged to Violet. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Violet's eyes, filled with tears and anger, staring at him as if she wanted to devour him. Good morning, Miss Violet. Qin was not one to hold grudges. If he had a grudge, he would settle it the same day, and the next day he would still greet the other person with a smile. You didn't stay up all night watching me sleep, did you? Seeing Violet's silence, Qin couldn't help but ask. You deserve to die, Violet said urgently with hatred, but your gaze can kill. Qin sat up straight, lit a cigarette, and said lightly. When he saw the bruises on Violet's body, he reached out to check, but was pushed away forcefully by Violet. Don't touch me. Her eyes were full of hot tears as she shrank into the corner, trembling non-stop. Are you afraid? Angry? Desperate? Looking at Violet like this, Qin smiled. This is what you deserve. When you did all this, did you ever think of your wife? Violet suddenly spoke. Qin's eyes narrowed, then he squinted slightly. If it were an ordinary woman, I might regret it, but in my eyes, you can't even be considered a human. You. Violet was choked up and couldn't speak, feeling the double insult to her personality and body. We're even now. Qin extinguished the cigarette but then smiled lightly. You're not an easy woman to deal with, and I'm the same. What will you do next? Have someone kill me, or let me go? The effects of the medicine in your room haven't worn off yet. If you choose the former, I definitely won't be able to escape. Violet was about to speak, but Qin had already chosen the answer for her. Of course, if that's the case, I'll have to punish you again, and for a long time. The second half of the sentence made Violet's legs go weak, and she almost fainted. No! If that were the case, she had no doubt that she might die in bed. The answer is obvious, isn't it? Qin smiled. Violet's eyes glared fiercely at Qin, but besides hatred, there was something else in her eyes. I will make sure you leave here safely, she said to Qin. The audience and netizens were all stunned by her words. What does she mean? Does she not hate Qin Chen? She actually let him go. Her expression is not right. How do I feel? I don't know how to describe it. The barrage online was full of doubts about Violet's attitude. It seemed that Violet's attitude towards Qin Chen had changed, but they couldn't pinpoint how. She will never have any murderous intent towards him in the future, suddenly came from Jiang Baishue's mouth. Although it was very light, in the silent scene, it was like a thunderbolt. What? The host Bing Bing was stunned, looking at Jiang Baishue in surprise. After a moment of silence, Jiang Baishue asked a question. If you were Violet, how would you treat Qin Chen? If it were me, I would definitely hate him to death, wishing he would die. Me too. We'll go down together. The barrage was full of comments. See, out of 100 people, 99.99 won't forgive someone who has hurt them in the past. Jiang Baishue said calmly, but there are also women who, after such an incident, experience subtle changes in their mindset subconsciously. They actually desire to be treated this way, which is the change in their subconscious. No way. Are there really women like that? Everyone found it unbelievable. Of course, this was just a bold guess by Jiang Baishue, and only Violet herself knew the specifics. In the scene, following Violet's smooth exit from the sailboat hotel, Qin Chen smiled and said, I'm still surprised that you let me leave like this. Don't overthink it, I'm just considering my future. Violet's face turned cold as she said, Nix is already dead. The one who killed him is not you, nor me, but the Terror King. This is the best outcome for both of us, as well as for me and you. The heavens know, the earth knows, and we know. Of course, Qin Chen nodded in appreciation. But I won't forget what you did to me. Violet's beautiful eyes suddenly turned cold. Until I have absolute certainty, I won't touch you. Qin Chen smiled, then I'll have to find someone more formidable. Violet turned and left. Watch out for the wall. Qin Chen shouted again. Violet almost stumbled and fell. Turning back in anger, she found that Qin Chen had already left. Violet's eyes glazed over as she felt the pain in her body. She sighed softly and limped into the elevator. Meanwhile, Qin Chen glanced at the room where Yun Yingqiu was. A night passed, but Yun Yingqiu still hadn't returned. Qin Chen fell silent for a moment, then left. What about the Terror King? A viewer in the live broadcast room raised the question. Although Nix was dead, the Terror King was still at large. As long as the Terror King was alive, the weight on everyone's hearts would not be lifted. After leaving the sailboat hotel, Qin Chen did not actually leave, but lingered nearby. It seemed like he was waiting for someone to return, but after a whole night, no one did. Qin Chen fell silent for a moment, then left the area. Qin Chen must be going to find Miss Yun, right? It seems that since last night, Miss Yun and the others have been trying to capture the Terror King. After killing Nix, where did the Terror King go? The viewers discussed fervently. They have found the Terror King, but they haven't made a move yet. A viewer who had been following Yun Yingqiu's memory scenes posted a comment. In the studio, everyone's attention turned to the memory scene of Yun Yingqiu. It was a desert. The desert was scorching hot during the day, and Arab men riding camels could be seen everywhere. One tall man stood out, talking on a phone and occasionally smiling. The scene zoomed in, gradually revealing the silhouette of the blood-red thorns led by Yun Yingqiu. We've been observing him all night. When do we make our move? A short-haired woman, Lin Bauer, couldn't contain herself. She was the youngest among them. Wait a little longer, a composed long-haired woman interjected. Since last night, he has been occupying this place. Clearly, there are deeper layers to this situation. You need to be patient to catch a big fish, Zhang Qing, the team leader, said. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? Yun Yingqiu murmured with deep eyes. Oh, what bad feeling? I never believe in those things, Lin Bauer said nonchalantly. We have so many people, no matter how formidable this Terror King is, we're not afraid. Yun Yingqiu smiled symbolically and said nothing. The sun is setting today, Zhang Qing said. If the sun sets and the Terror King still hasn't made a move, then we will. What they didn't realize was that while they were tracking the Terror King, they were also being tracked by someone else. The sun was about to set, and the King of Terror finally made a move. Yuning discovered something very strange. All the guests except them checked out of the sailboat hotel today. A private plane slowly landed, apparently to pick someone up. The King of Terror was closely monitoring the situation in the hotel. Finally, under the escort of a group of elite bodyguards, a woman limped out. As she walked out, the audience was shocked. Damn, is that Violet? The King of Terror is Violet? Miss Yun's target with the bloodthorn flower is the King of Terror. Xin Shen's target is Miss Yun. Wow, this is no longer a mantis stalking the cicada, with the oriole behind. It's a big melee of multiple forces. The barrage suddenly became excited. Nix did die, but the matter did not end. The King of Terror is still alive. If the King of Terror does not die, it means that this matter will continue. But no one expected it to be a big melee of multiple forces. In the picture, Violet waved her hand, and everyone boarded the plane together. After a day of rest, although Violet's legs could walk, they still could not close together. Damn it, Qin Chen. Violet was furious as she boarded the plane. No one noticed that there was one less person in the group. Then a few people. Yuning, Jiang Cheng, and Lin Bao each took down a guard of the demon and sneaked in disguised. The King of Terror and Qin Shen did the same. As the plane slowly took off, a multi-party melee in the sky thousands of miles high began. Qin Shen had deliberately changed his appearance, making it easy for them. Coincidentally, Yuning was sitting next to Qin Shen. Have we met somewhere before? Yuning stared at Qin Shen and asked proactively. Qin Shen was silent for a moment, his face twitched slightly. It was clear that he wanted to remind Yuning that she was on a mission, but he took the initiative to talk to her. Fortunately, it was himself. If it were another member of the demon, he would have been exposed. Which group are you from? Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded. Hearing this voice, both Qin Shen and Yuning were surprised. Yuning was simply worried about being discovered, while Qin Shen was concerned about his relationship with Violet. Looking up, they saw Violet smiling and looking at them, her gaze constantly shifting between them. Yuning immediately lowered her head and remained silent. You shouldn't be sitting here, switch seats with me. Violet smiled and said to Yuning. Yes. Yuning was now disguised as one of Violet's subordinates and could only obey orders. Jiang Cheng and Lin Bao were both nervous, so Qin Shen ended up sitting next to Violet. She sat down cautiously, trying not to let her buttocks touch the seat, and squinted as she looked at him. Why are you back again? Qin Shen raised his eyelids slightly. Is it any of your business? Violet squinted her eyes and looked back at Yuning, smiling. You don't have to tell me, I already know. Qin Shen looked at her and said with narrowed eyes, do you really know nothing? Know what? That the King of Terror wants to kill? Violet seemed very relaxed, then she lowered her voice. I knew that a long time ago. The King of Terror killed Nyx. I was going back to the organization to report this. He must intercept me on my way back. I have to die for him to inherit Nyx's identity. Aren't you afraid? Violet smiled. Don't you have me? Do you think I will protect you? Qin Shen said coldly. That's hard to say. Violet smiled charmingly. Now that we've broken through the final step, I can be considered your woman. Our past grievances are now settled. Looking at Qin Shen's eyes, Violet continued, if you don't protect me, I can't guarantee that I won't do something uncontrollable. What if I accidentally let something slip and tell Miss Yun about us? Qin Shen's eyes twitched slightly, remaining silent. Violet continued to speak softly in his ear, it's also beneficial for you to protect me. I am the only goddess in the organization, and many people desire me but cannot have me. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening explosion rang out. The aircraft shook as if it had been heavily hit, and a flash of fire erupted from the left wing. The plane seemed to lose control and rapidly plummeted to the lower left. Boom! The speed of the plane's descent was incredibly rapid, causing even the screen of the memory image to shake violently. For a long time, the screen remained in a state of chaos. Shouts, screams, and cries for help intertwined with each other, as if they were omens before the arrival of the Grim Reaper. I've considered countless ways the Terror King might target Violet, but I never thought of this one. He actually hijacked the plane directly. Even if Violet dies and the plane crashes, the Terror King will also die. The survival rate of a plane crash is pitifully low. How can we stop this? In the live broadcast room, the barrage of comments exploded. As the safest mode of transportation in the world, once an aircraft is destroyed, the fatality rate is also the highest. What will Qin Shen do to turn the tide this time? Countless pairs of eyes were glued to the screen, continuing to watch. After an unknown amount of time, the screen finally stabilized. Violet was also startled by the sudden explosion, but she quickly regained her composure and said to Qin Shen, the Terror King has made his move. Unexpectedly, Qin Shen did not respond. Violet looked closely and found that Qin Shen had actually closed his eyes tightly, and no matter how she pushed, she couldn't wake him up. He passed out, a cold voice sounded, and Violet turned around to see Yuning Chu, who had come to her side amidst the chaos, coldly saying to her. Upon hearing this response, Violet was first surprised, then full of disbelief. She couldn't believe that Qin Shen had been scared unconscious by the explosion. Could it be a pretense? Next to her, the rapidly gathering members of the Bloodthorn Flower also came to Yuning Chu's side. The youngest, but with a baby face, Lin Bao, tilted her head and scrutinized Qin Shen. She reached out to his nose, but found a steady breathing sound. Hiss! Lin Bao recoiled as if shocked, quickly retracting her hand, both surprised and angry. He's definitely pretending, but is playing dead useful at this time? Lin Bao scolded Qin Shen, trying to wake him up, but Qin Shen seemed to be truly asleep, and no matter what, he couldn't be awakened. Bao, forget it. The most urgent task now is to find out where the Terror King is, the relatively calm-minded Jiang Qing spoke up. Then she looked at Violet. The Terror King's target is you. It seems we have to cooperate. Who are you? Violet had long known that Yuning Chu and her group were in disguise, but she didn't know their identities. Shenzhou, Bloodthorn Flower. Yuning Chu dropped a sentence and began to act. Half of the people went to the cockpit, only to find that the captain and co-pilot had already been shot in the head and were beyond dead. The other half went to find the Terror King. Violet couldn't say a word, and after looking back at Qin Shen, she found that he still had his eyes tightly closed, showing no signs of waking up. What are you up to? She couldn't help but curse. She didn't believe that Qin Shen would fall into a coma because of a mere explosion. Seeing that Qin Shen still didn't wake up, Violet became furious. Originally, she had relied on having Qin Chen by her side and wasn't afraid of the Terror King, but she never expected Qin Chen to actually pass out. At this point, she could only rely on herself. In Yuningshu's memory image, Violet issued an order: some of you go find the source of the explosion, while others find the person who planted the bomb. The crowd immediately sprang into action. After a brief moment of chaos, although the plane could no longer maintain normal flight, it ultimately did not continue to plummet. The actions inside the plane also gradually became more organized. But the next moment, there was another thunderous explosion. Another part of the plane exploded. The billowing smoke from the explosion spread, causing everyone to feel a chill. At that moment inside the cabin, a fully armed man suddenly stood up and aimed at Violet's head. "Madam Sophia, we meet again," the man greeted with a smile. "I told you I would come to take your life, and now, it's time." Terror King. Violet's face changed, but Yuningshu, Jiang Cheng, Lin Bauer, and others also approached, surrounding the Terror King. This person was indeed the Terror King. However, being surrounded by Yuningshu and the others, the Terror King did not panic. Instead, he chuckled, "The world has really changed. Even the likes of you dare to lay hands on me. Come back with me to Daxia." Yuningshu shouted loudly. "Attack!" Jiang Qing's eyes flashed with a cold light. All the blood-red thorn flowers were about to attack. But the Terror King smiled. "Why don't you take a look outside before talking to me?" Whoosh! Astonishing words. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was startled. Subconsciously, they looked outside the window. As soon as they looked, everyone was frightened, even the onlookers. Whoosh! 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 There came the whistling sound of explosions from outside. A huge black shadow loomed. It turned out to be a number of fighter jets. There were easily more than 10 of them. These fighter jets surrounded the already tottering plane from all sides. At that moment, everyone's pupils contracted, feeling what despair truly was. It's a dead end. In order to kill Violet, the Terror King not only installed bombs on the plane but also hired so many mercenaries. How do we fight this? In the scene, except for Qin Chen, who had his eyes closed, Violet, Yuningshu, Lin Bauer, and the others were all filled with shock. Even Jiang Qing, known for her composure, was at a loss. The situation was too passive. "Miss Sophia, it's very difficult to kill you." The Terror King looked at Violet and smiled. "So I brought everything I had. These are all my elite soldiers. The assassin you hired is indeed powerful. He even killed the Wolf Fang and the Death Beast, but he definitely didn't expect me to bring so many modern weapons. No matter how strong he is, can he withstand a hail of bullets? At worst, we can use artillery shells. Look, even your friend is scared to faint." The Terror King pointed at Qin Chen and laughed arrogantly. Violet remained silent. "Now even you can't protect yourselves. The plane is about to crash, and ahead are mountains and the ocean. If you crash into the mountains, there's no chance of survival, but there's a slim chance in the ocean. But I've already arranged warships and snipers there. If you fall into the sea, you'll be like fish in a barrel. Madam Sophia, what will you do?" The Terror King said with a chuckle. Violet remained silent, her face darkening to the extreme. The situation had become extremely dire. Was there still a possibility of turning the tide? Of course, all of this can still be resolved. The Terror King proposed a solution. "As long as you, Madam Sophia, die, everyone else on the plane can live. I wonder if you are willing to sacrifice yourself for the greater good?" The Terror King asked with a chuckle. Would anyone really sacrifice their own life for the collective? Some would, but Violet, a nihilist, was even less likely to do such a thing. Not willing? Then there's no other way. The Terror King smiled and was about to order the shooting. "Stop!" A cold voice rang out. It was Yuningshu. "The plane is continuously falling," but Yuningshu walked up to the King of Terror and said coldly, "This is not beneficial for you. If the plane crashes, you will die just like us. I don't think you would choose to die with us." The King of Terror smiled. "Of course I wouldn't do such a thing. I am well prepared for this. Look at his waist, it looks like a parachute." Suddenly, someone exclaimed at the scene. Everyone looked over and indeed saw a parachute around his waist. With a parachute, he could safely land even if the plane crashed. Not to mention, his people were all around. Yuningshu's face darkened, her mind racing to find a way to turn the situation around. But there was none. "It's over," a sneer spread across his face. As he spoke, the already faltering plane was bombarded even more. Boom! Deafening explosions followed, and the plane was engulfed in flames. The entire fuselage was riddled with holes. Countless people died, either hit by bullets or blown away and shattered. Members of the Bloodthorn Flower, including Yuningshu, Jiang Qing, and Lin Bauer, dodged swiftly, but the bombardment was too much, and some were inevitably injured. "Where is the parachute?" Yuningshu asked as she dodged. "It's in his corner." Violet was about to answer but was astonished to find that Qin Chen, who had been sleeping, had suddenly disappeared. She was stunned. The King of Terror is trying to escape. In the scene, Yuningshu noticed that the King of Terror was about to open the parachute and jump. Boom! Another loud noise, and the jet engines stopped running. The intense explosions even caused the plane to partially disintegrate. Thick black smoke billowed into the sky. The audience and netizens were stunned. They had only seen such scenes in movies. "Goodbye, Shenzhou girls," the King of Terror chuckled, then abruptly opened the parachute. With a swoosh, he leaped off, jumping from a great height. Yuning-Chu, Jiang Qing, and the others wanted to chase after him, but an explosion erupted beside them. "It's too late. The most important thing now is to make the plane crash into the sea." Jiang Qing spoke. Everyone knew that the plane crashing was inevitable, but the only thing that could be changed was the location of the crash. The ocean offered a glimmer of hope, while crashing into mountains would mean certain death. Yuning-Chu gritted her teeth tightly, furious at missing such a good opportunity. She couldn't help but scream. At the scene, everyone's attention turned back to the memory footage of Qin Chen. The pitch-black screen suddenly showed a new scene. The world was turning upside down, with howling winds and occasional explosions. It was the King of Terror parachuting. Snap! However, suddenly, a hand grabbed the King of Terror, who was about to continue falling. What? This sudden turn of events startled the King of Terror. He looked up and saw a smiling face looking at him. What shocked the King of Terror even more was that he wasn't sitting in the cabin, but on top of the plane. "You!" Before the King of Terror could speak, Qin Chen pulled him up with great force. Even with a parachute, it was useless. Huff, huff, huff. At this moment, the plane was plummeting at an almost 90-degree angle towards the ground. Qin Chen and the King of Terror could only cling tightly to the grooves on the surface of the plane, with fierce winds roaring around them. The King of Terror's entire body was even covered in a thick layer of frost. The temperature in the stratosphere was terrifyingly cold. At this moment, even the King of Terror was somewhat afraid, his scalp tingling. But what was even more unbelievable to him was that Qin Chen remained calm, with a hint of a smile on his face. At the same time, in another scene, Yuning-Chu, Jiang Qing, and others had already arrived in the cockpit. No matter how they manipulated it, the plane still couldn't taxi. "I'll do it." Yuning-Chu pushed open the door and took her seat. After a series of operations, the plane actually had a faint upward trend. "It's fortunate that the other wing wasn't destroyed by the explosion. In theory, it can still taxi for a while," Jiang Qing said. "We must not crash into the mountains. We have to crash into the sea." Yuning-Chu burned all the fuel in the plane. At this moment, they couldn't have imagined it. On top of the plane, there were actually two people standing, Qin Chen and the King of Terror. They were in the stratosphere, breaking through layers of clouds as the plane sped on. The two of them seemed as if they were in a snow-capped mountain, the King of Terror covered in frost and snow, while Qin Chen remained unharmed, standing quietly on top of the plane. The King of Terror was dumbfounded, almost collapsing on top of the plane. But Qin Chen remained calm and said, "Damn, Newton's coffin lid can't hold it down. Newton, are you polite?" Qin Chen makes Newton look stupid. The barrage in the live broadcast room was full of comments mocking Newton. The scene before them was a blatant violation of Newton's first law. How can you stand?" The King of Terror shouted with all his might. "Because I am stronger than you," Qin Chen smiled. "Westerners will never understand the magic of the great Xia martial arts. The kicking knees kung fu?" The King of Terror still couldn't believe it. "If you want to kill, just do it quickly. There's no need to make it like this," Qin Chen said leisurely. Then he started running on top of the plane. The violent wind couldn't stop him at all. The King of Terror couldn't help but shrink his pupils. Instinctively, he wanted to escape, but this was the sky. Where could he escape to? The King of Terror couldn't move at all, and he took Qin Chen's punch head-on. Bang! Blood splattered, and the King of Terror seemed as if he had been hit by a maglev, his body and soul about to separate. "Not much stronger than the wolf fawn in the dead beast, huh? Who gave you the courage to do this?" Qin Chen said coldly. But at this moment, the plane shook and trembled again. The plane, which had been taxiing, was once again plummeting downward. This time, Yuning-Chu and Jiang Qing had no way out. The fuel was exhausted. Below them were countless mountain ranges and strange rocks. But they also saw the ocean. "We must fall into the sea. We must fall into the sea," Yuning-Chu murmured as she watched the scene of the plane plummeting. Even the people in the plane were praying. Boom! In the terrified eyes of countless people, the plane with its wings broken flew over the mountains and plunged into the deep blue sea. Rumble! Whoosh! The overwhelming sea water surged in. The entire plane sank into the sea, and everyone couldn't help but close their eyes and turn their heads away. This scene was so immersive. It was as if they were sitting on the plane, flying into the sea themselves. The images of Qin Chen and Yuning-Chu were both engulfed by darkness. The scene wasn't pitch black, but filled with the sound of rushing waves. It was a long time before any images appeared. Yuning-Chu was jolted awake by the cold. The ice-cold sea water seemed to freeze her soul. As soon as she opened her eyes, she gulped down several mouthfuls of water. The deep, dark sea water surged into her eyes, and she quickly regained some clarity, struggling to raise her head above the sea. Phew! As she broke free from the sea, she found herself surrounded by an endless sea, and she didn't see the figures of her compatriots. Jiang Qing, Bauer, she began to shout loudly. She didn't know where she was in the sea, but she knew her companions must be nearby. Whoosh! Suddenly, someone else emerged from the sea. It was Jiang Cheng, Lin Bauer, and others. "Thank goodness, you're all okay," Seeing that Zhang Qing and the others were fine, Yuningchu also breathed a sigh of relief. Where are we? Yuningchu looked around. Look over there. Zhang Qing pointed to the distance, where black smoke billowed and low explosions could be heard, with flames shooting into the sky. The sea was burning with raging fires. Several bodies were floating in the water. Even though the plane crashed into the sea, there were still casualties, but it was considered fortunate in the midst of misfortune. More people would have died if the plane had crashed on land. Are there any bodies of the Terror King? Lin Bauer asked. Zhang Qing shook her head. No. Keep looking. We need to see the living and the dead. Yuningchu gritted her teeth. All the members of the blood-red thorns flower swam towards the shore. How is Qin Chen? Qin Chen? The audience began to pay attention to Qin Chen's whereabouts. Finally, after experiencing the darkness of the sea, Qin Chen's image reappeared. There happened to be a solitary island near the area where the plane crashed. He brought two people to the island. One was the unconscious Violet, and the other turned out to be the Terror King. However, the Terror King was now completely incapacitated by Qin Chen and couldn't move at all. Violet's clothes were completely soaked, and she casually threw the Terror King to the side. Qin Chen pressed his hands on Violet's chest, and she finally spat out a mouthful of seawater, her belly flattening. Violet looked suffocated and temporarily lost her vision upon waking up. After a while, she saw Qin Chen beside her and lay back on the sofa. With her eyes closed, she asked, "Did you save me? Is there another person here?" Qin Chen said expressionlessly. Violet smiled and didn't say anything, relaxing her entire body with her eyes still closed. She was saved. From the moment the plane exploded, she knew she was doomed, but she unexpectedly survived. "Why did you save me?" A cold voice rang out. The Terror King lay motionless beside them, his eyes cold and piercing. Qin Chen just smiled. "Don't misunderstand. You still have value. Someone wants to take you back and deal with you. You can't die." As soon as he said this, the barrage exploded. It's really Qin Chen who captured the Terror King, just to bring him back to Miss Yun for punishment. This is the dream that Qin Chen mentioned before, to cultivate an enemy who will kill him. For those Shenzhou girls? The Terror King's face turned cold. "There are people I care about inside," Qin Chen said with a smile. The Terror King seemed to feel humiliated, his face dark. "You've gone too far. But do you think it's over just like this?" I said, "Even if you manage to pick up a life by falling into the sea, it's still a dead end. Because on this island, I have also set up a trap." The Terror King's face showed a hint of fanaticism. "A complete mercenary and sniper are waiting here. You can't escape the fate of death." "Well, I've observed it a long time ago. Is it at 30 degrees southeast, northwest, and southwest?" Qin Chen spoke lightly. "Ha!" This shocking statement left the Terror King dumbfounded. Even Violet was stunned and reflexively looked around. On the deserted island, a trace of killing intent spread. "If I'm not mistaken, the sniper has already locked onto my head, right?" Qin Chen smiled again. This statement caused a great stir in Violet's heart. The sniper had already locked onto them? For a moment, even the Terror King was speechless. He had already given the order to gather the mercenaries as soon as the plane crashed. Violet was tense all over, sweating profusely. Now she felt that danger was lurking everywhere on the island. "If you don't want to die, hide behind me." Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. Violet trembled, and in this situation, she didn't care about her identity and obediently hid behind Qin Chen. "Fire!" The Terror King suddenly roared. Bang! A silenced bullet whistled towards Qin Chen's head, aiming precisely. Its speed left a white streak in the air. Violet subconsciously closed her eyes, and the excitement in the eyes of the King of Terror was barely concealed, as if he had already seen the scene of Qin Chen being shot in the head. The bullet did hit Qin Chen's head, but the next moment, Qin Chen's figure disappeared. Disappeared with Violet, and the bullet also hit the beach. "What? This is impossible." The King of Terror and the sniper were both shocked. Their faces were full of disbelief. The sniper he hired was definitely elite level, almost 100% accuracy, but he missed when facing Qin Chen? In almost an instant, Qin Chen appeared in another place, casually raising a layer of sand and lightly flicking it. The sand seemed insignificant, almost invisible if not looked at carefully, but in Qin Chen's hands, it became the most dangerous hidden weapon. The sand accurately shot towards the hidden sniper. They couldn't see it at all, and didn't even feel the danger approaching. With the whistling of the sand, the sound of breaking wind gradually filled the air, and eventually, it seemed as if a small asteroid had struck the earth, creating sparks. Puff! The sand directly pierced the sniper's head, without even a drop of blood. The body fell softly. At that moment, the scene seemed frozen. Each frame was like slow motion, allowing many details to be clearly seen. The look of Qin Chen when he raised the sand, the stunned expression of Violet behind him, and the terrified shrinking of the King of Terror's pupils. And the image of a body softly falling off the cliff. All of these were deeply ingrained in the minds of all the spectators. At that moment, everyone was dumbfounded. The barrage was boiling. Killing with sand? Am I seeing this right? I've seen people killed with stones, and even with leaves, but I've never seen anyone killed with sand. Qin Chen once again redefines my understanding of the strong. In the barrage of comments, Qin Chen placed Violet in a relatively safe position. Then he acted again. The King of Terror had arranged many sniper and mercenary teams on this island, and what he had to do next was to take them down one by one. At the scene of the show, all the spectators had a stunned look on their faces. Only Jiang Baixue remained calm. She looked at the screen and murmured to herself, "He cannot be defined by ordinary people. At his level, no matter how many people come, it's useless." The King of Terror overestimated his own preparations and underestimated Qin Chen. In the footage, although these killers were well hidden and could not be discerned by ordinary people, they were all exposed in Qin Chen's eyes. The second one is you. This was a very ordinary flower bed, but unexpectedly, there was a person hidden here. Puff! Silently, a blood flower bloomed. Qin Chen made a silent move, and without stopping, he had a pistol in his hand. In a corner he couldn't see, he fired 2 shots. The seawater on a beach was soon stained with blood. No one would have thought that there were 2 people lurking in the water on the beach. The third one. The fourth one. Puff! The 2 people hidden in the dark suddenly died without any reason, but they remained standing, motionless. Only blood continued to flow down their cheeks. The 7th one. The 8th one. The 9th one. 3 people hidden in the forest died mysteriously, and they didn't even know how they died. Clearly, they were all top snipers in the world, and it was already very difficult to find their location, let alone kill them. The 17th one. The 18th one. Next, Qin Chen moved like a ghost on this deserted island. This place had become a hunting ground for Qin Chen alone. Wherever he went, someone would die, and the blood stained the ground, but not a sound could be heard. A perfect interpretation of the art of assassination. These are all courses that must be taken in the military, but Qin Chen has elevated them to the level of art. At the scene of the show, a high-ranking official from the War Department couldn't help but take a sharp breath and exclaimed, "Can you comment on the gap between the current war god in the military and Qin Chen?" The host Bing Bing couldn't help but ask. Please note that she is asking about the gap, not comparing the two, because everyone knows in their hearts, Qin Chen is the brightest star in the history of the War Department, unparalleled in the past and definitely unmatched in the future. What others can do is to try to narrow the gap with him as much as possible. The senior official of the War Department remained silent for a long time and then shook his head. "Don't you know?" Bing Bing asked. "There's no comparison." The senior official of the War Department couldn't help but sigh. Now, even the experts in Qin Chen's group are like children in front of him, not on the same level. The evaluation was very fair, but no one refuted it. The scene shifted to a forest. The forest on the solitary island was quiet and silent. But if you looked closely, you could see a person standing still there, not making a sound, blending into the surroundings as if becoming one with the environment. "Look at his attire, he's a sniper from non-country," the barrage exclaimed. "He ranks 12th on the global sniper list, absolutely the top existence. Due to his unique birth and talent, he can blend into the environment like a stick insect. Even if he walks in front of us, we might not even notice him." He held a specially made sniper rifle that could fire heavy bullets, a single shot from which could be fatal. With a confident look on his face, he had already aimed at the distant Violet figure. It's worth noting that their goal was to kill the Violet figure, not Qin Chen. But suddenly, his breathing became heavier and heavier, as if the air around him was being continuously compressed. The oxygen inside was being constantly extracted, gradually turning into a vacuum. Puff! In the next moment, his body instantly exploded into a cloud of blood. He was forcibly compressed into a lump of flesh by the air. The 26th one. Qin Chen treated it as a trivial matter and went to hunt down the next sniper. This sniper was quite something, as Qin Chen couldn't find him. But the communicator of the previous person rang, and after a long time of silence, his partner felt uneasy. "Okay, I'm coming over now." Qin Chen imitated his voice and walked over with a smile. The assassin sensed that something was wrong and was about to shout, but Qin Chen somehow found and stuffed a grenade into his mouth. Boom! The intense explosion shook the entire solitary island 3 times. In the past 10 minutes, Qin Chen demonstrated to everyone what 100 different ways to die meant. The whole scene fell silent, with no sound except for the frantic gasping. This was Qin Chen's assassination ability, enough to make multiple countries feel chilled. And in the scene, the breathing of the Violet figure had become rapid, as if her heart was about to jump out. After witnessing Qin Chen's assassination ability, she felt a wave of fear. Fortunately, she hadn't been targeted by Qin Chen at that time, otherwise she wouldn't even know how she would have died. Number 1, respond, please respond. On the other side, the King of Terror was shouting hysterically, because he couldn't contact a single sniper, even for a moment. "They're all dead." Qin Chen's voice rang in his ears. The King of Terror shuddered, shocked beyond measure. Stiffening, he turned around and saw Qin Chen's calm face. "But where are the mercenaries? I looked around and couldn't find them." Qin Chen looked at the King of Terror and asked. This sentence seemed to remind the King of Terror. Although he still looked terrified, he couldn't help but smile. "That's right, I still have mercenaries. It was unexpected for you to take down the snipers one by one, but can you confront the entire group of mercenaries?" Rumble. As the King of Terror's voice fell, the sound of helicopters turning suddenly came from the distance in the sky. The huge propeller winds stirred up the sea, and there were more than a dozen such helicopters. The shocking scene that only appears in epic war films unfolds before our eyes. The entire live audience fell into dead silence, everyone staring wide-eyed with incredulity. The host, Bing Bing, shook her head and said, "We are far from war now, or more accurately, our land of China is far from war. At any moment, in any corner of the world, wars of various scales can occur. Without exaggeration, the mercenaries in the current memory can easily annihilate a city." Bing Bing's expression was very serious as she spoke. Modern people are accustomed to comfort and have no idea about the cruelty of war. How brutal are the Golden Triangle, the Black Triangle, and the Middle East battlefield. As the host of the program, she felt obligated to make the audience and online viewers understand how hard-won the current peace is. And how powerful are the enemy's Qin Shen faces. Ha 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 ha. In the footage, the King of Terror couldn't stop laughing maniacally. "Qin Shen, let's see how you can escape this time. With this entire formation of mercenaries, the first wave of bombings will injure you, and with more waves, the entire island will sink. I don't believe you can survive." His face was ferocious. However, Qin Shen remained calm and silent. Seeing Qin Shen's silence, the King of Terror continued, "You are indeed powerful, so powerful that you are blindly confident. No matter how strong a person is, can they still resist modern weapons? I have never heard of anyone who can resist an entire formation of mercenaries. Are you going to break this norm, Qin Shen?" Behind Qin Shen, Violet also looked up at the scene, her heart filled with extreme fear. This was another situation where there was no way out. They had never had hope for survival, all their survival was an illusion. It's a pity that those girls from China are not here. I wonder where the crashed plane has been washed away by the currents. Otherwise, we could have cleaned up together. The King of Terror said regretfully, "Goodbye." After speaking, a fierce and ruthless glint flashed in the eyes of the King of Terror as he roared loudly. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded in the sky, terrifying everyone. All the planes flew up and arrived in the airspace where Qin Shen was, ready to drop bombs. "Go to the sea," Qin Shen suddenly said to Violet. "Ha? What about you?" Violet couldn't help but ask. "Hurry!" Qin Shen didn't answer, just roared. Violet then dived into the sea. The sea was deep and dark, bone-chilling cold, but she couldn't care less. She didn't even dare to look back. At first, she had hoped for Qin Shen's death, but when this moment arrived, her heart felt empty. Rumble! One by one, dark dots appeared in the sky. From the initial one or two, to a dense cluster later on. Countless shells fell, covering the entire island from all directions. Boom, boom, boom. This was followed by deafening explosions, tearing the sky and earth apart. In an instant, the area where Qin Shen was exploded, countless dust and a huge cloud of smoke enveloped the entire area. Countless shrapnel exploded, and the fire illuminated the pitch-black night like daylight. The explosions continued for a long time without stopping, forming a huge mushroom cloud that soared into the sky. This place instantly turned into a sea of fire, and the explosions continued, sending waves of heat into the air. The intense explosions even made everyone's ears numb. The on-site audience stared blankly, all dumbfounded. Where is Qin Shen? What happened to him? Even though the audience knew that Qin Shen should be fine, they couldn't help but worry. However, the presented scene only showed endless smoke and dust, with no trace of Qin Shen. The terrifying explosions even reached Yuning Chu, who was several seas away, conducting a rescue. Her companions were scattered in other sea areas. Everyone was startled by the low rumbling of the explosions, just happened to see a huge black mushroom cloud slowly rising, and they were even more shocked. Fortunately, we were washed here by the sea, otherwise we would have been within the blast range. Jiang Qing couldn't help but shudder. Yuning nodded, "Let's not get close to that area, let's wait for the explosion to end before we go see what's going on." Ha! Just as she finished speaking, her eyes suddenly focused. In the smoke, she faintly saw a figure, vaguely standing within the blast range. Yuning rubbed her eyes, looked again, and the figure had disappeared. Is it an illusion? Yuning looked a few more times, but it had disappeared into the sea. Boom! The second wave of bombings arrived. Dozens of helicopters flew into the sky, dropping bombs as they circled. It's white phosphorus bombs. What are white phosphorus bombs? The barrage in the live broadcast room exclaimed. White phosphorus bombs are a special type of explosive. They don't need to explode, just contact with an object will cause it to burn. Boom! As if confirming what the barrage said, the island, already a sea of fire, became even more fierce, as if a large pot of oil had been poured into it. The scene before them seemed like the coming of doomsday, a kind of despair like a volcanic eruption. Boom! Boom! The third wave of bombings arrived. The fourth wave of bombings arrived. The fifth wave. And finally, with a single deafening blast, the island sank. The earth cracked, the screen began to shake violently, and everything on the island sank. These waves of bombings actually caused the entire island to sink. Is it over? The Terror King in the safe area couldn't help but take out his binoculars to look. The smoke dispersed, everything withered, lifeless, like a purgatory on earth. In the sea of fire, he faintly saw a tall figure. Ha! The Terror King was suddenly stunned, looking again. This time the figure was clearer. The person in the sea of fire turned slowly, with a calm expression. Boom! Suddenly, the Terror King's heart surged with shock and horror, scaring his soul. He even suspected that he had seen a ghost on the battlefield. Continue bombing for me! Continue bombing for me! The Terror King roared hysterically, looking like he was going mad. Swoosh! 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 Boom! Boom! The shells fell one by one, explosions resounded one after another. But these bombs all exploded around Qin Shen, yet he just kept walking step by step, not even looking back at the explosions. A real man never looks back at explosions. In the sunken island, he walked step by step to the Terror King, showing a smile. You've been struggling for so long, it's time to end it. Boom! As Qin Shen's words fell, the isolated island sank into the sea, a shocking explosion covering the entire island, and in a blaze of fire, the island sank. Qin Shen's memory screen also turned pitch black. But unlike the dark screen, this was a calm return of consciousness, bringing darkness. After a brief silence, the barrage in the live broadcast room erupted in madness. What happened to Qin Shen? Did Qin Shen fall into the sea? Can anyone tell me what happened in the end? All the barrage was asking about Qin Shen's situation. According to the timeline, Qin Shen must be fine, but no one knew what had happened at the time. There are still many mysteries left unsolved. Everyone was anxious. What about the Terror King? What about the entire mercenary group he brought? Were they annihilated? But the screen was pitch black, and the answers to these questions were destined to remain unanswered. Miss Yun's memory screen is still playing. Someone shouted, and everyone's gaze fell on Yuningchu's screen. They saw Yuningchu, Jiang Qing, and Lin Baoer finding several pieces of airplane wreckage floating in the sea. By this time, the explosions on the island had subsided, and when they looked again, their faces changed directly. The entire island was gone. Go take a look. Yuningchu, Jiang Qing, Lin Baoer and other members of the Blood Red Thorns Flower have all arrived at the original location of the island. Everyone was shocked and speechless, as the entire island was directly sunk. At that moment, Lin Baoer, with sharp eyes, seemed to have discovered something and pointed to the distance, saying, "Look over there, it seems like there's someone." Lin Baoer's words caught everyone's attention, as well as the excitement of all the netizens. They hoped it was Qin Shen, but as they approached, everyone was disappointed. It wasn't Qin Shen, but the King of Terror. Where is Qin Shen? Everyone looked at the screen, puzzled. The King of Terror was floating on the sea surface, but where was Qin Shen? He's still alive. Jiang Qing pulled the King of Terror ashore and placed her finger on his nose. What are you waiting for? Arrest him. Lin Baoer knew the importance of seizing the opportunity. It was only then that everyone reacted and put special handcuffs on the King of Terror. They all felt as if it were a dream, capturing the King of Terror in this way. Jiang Cheng planned to take the people back to the country, but Yuningchu remained silent. Yuningchu? Jiang Cheng approached Yuningchu and called out. Yuningchu then came to her senses and smiled. What's wrong? Are you okay? I'm fine. What could be wrong? Yuningchu smiled. Then she looked out at the vast sea, feeling a strange sense of unease. The news of Yuningchu and her team bringing the King of Terror back to the country caused a huge sensation. The reputation of the Blood Red Thorns Flower was beginning to take shape. Unlike Qin Shen, who single-handedly turned the tide, Yuningchu relied more on the discipline and strength of the team as a whole. Without any member of the Blood Red Thorns Flower, no mission could be completed. 3 months later, Qin Shen's timeline was the same as Yuningchu's. In other words, new footage of Qin Shen only appeared 3 months later in the timeline. What appeared before them was a dimly lit Chinese-style courtyard. It looked like a retirement home. The room was pitch black, with no lights on, and everyone could only vaguely see a figure sitting quietly inside, not saying a word. At that moment, the sound of a young girl's laughter came from outside the door. With a creak, the door opened, and a girl of about 14 or 15 years old walked in. Ah! Suddenly seeing a strange man sitting in the dark room, the girl was startled and almost fell. Are you a human or a ghost? The girl asked cautiously. The man hidden in the darkness also seemed surprised by the girl's arrival, but he quickly reacted, smiled, and said, "You can consider me a human, or you can consider me a ghost. Either way, I'm already dead." Boom! Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. But listening to the man's voice, everyone immediately felt relieved. It's Qin Shen. I knew he wasn't dead. But why did he say he's dead? What happened in these 3 months? The barrage in the live broadcast room was endless. You're dead? The girl was first surprised, then her expression changed, and she bravely approached, staring at the man, and saw the outline of a man's face. The girl was angry. You're lying, you're clearly alive, and you're pretending to be a ghost to scare me. Qin Shen smiled and looked at the girl, asking with a smile, what's your name? What's your relationship with Long Qianzheng? Huh, you know my grandpa? The girl was first surprised, then said seriously, my name is Long Yueqing, I'm Long Qianzheng's granddaughter. Long Yueqing. Qin Shen muttered for a while, then smiled, it hasn't been long, but I feel like I've aged a lot. Long Qianzheng even has a granddaughter now. What's your name? Long Yueqing curiously asked. Qin Shen smiled, it's better if you don't know my name, because it's a taboo. Hearing it can stop a child from crying at night. Ah, that's so scary. Long Yuqing, with her big watery eyes wide open, said, "Now I'm even more curious. Yuqing, why aren't you doing your homework properly? Did you sneak out to play again?" When she was about to ask clearly, suddenly a stern and old voice came from behind. Long Yuqing was immediately startled, stiffened and turned around, only to see an old man with white hair standing at the door, but still spirited. His fierce eyes carried an imposing aura. "Grandpa, why haven't you gone yet?" Long Qianzhang scolded. "Wait, let me ask for his name." Long Yuqing was not ready to give up, but Long Qianzhang glared at her, and the young girl immediately backed off. "Why so fierce?" Long Qianzhang made a face, and Long Yuqing immediately ran away. However, what Long Qianzhang didn't notice was that after running out, she sneaked back and hid outside to eavesdrop. Xin Chen noticed, but he didn't expose her, just smiled. "Why did you come back?" "There's no news at all," Long Qianzhang said in a low voice. "I came back, without leaking any news." Hearing this, Long Qianzhang fell into deep thought. "Just now, was that your granddaughter?" Xin Chen asked again. Long Qianzhang nodded. "She's good, she's grown up." Xin Chen smiled. "She looks a lot like you, in every aspect." Long Qianzhang straightened his chest, proud, but soon his eyes dimmed. "It's a pity, I won't see the day she shines." After a pause, his gaze fell on Xin Chen, and he said seriously, "I won't see the day you return victorious either." Red walls. Dimly lit room. Only a computer quietly playing. A tall woman stood in front of it. She stared at the old man in the picture, trying to hold back her tears, but they still flowed uncontrollably. She would never forget that day. It was their first and last meeting. Although it was only once, it left a deep impression on her life. Just because of a sentence. In the picture, Xin Chen, who heard this sentence, paused, and looked at the old man who was almost 90 years old in front of him, and smiled. "It doesn't matter if you can't see, fallen petals are not heartless, they turn into spring mud to protect the flowers. As long as there are places where leaves dance, the fire will continue to burn." At this moment, the program fell into a strange silence. The audience at the scene all looked up, quietly watching the conversation between the two at this moment. This was Xin Chen's first appearance since the King of Terror incident. It had been 3 months. During these 3 months, many things had happened, leaving the audience puzzled. Where had Xin Chen been during this time? Why didn't he return to the organization? What happened to Violet? And why did Xin Chen say he was already dead? The mysteries were slowly being unraveled. However, the conversation between Xin Chen and Long Qianzhang at this moment not only did not clarify things, but made people even more confused. The conversation was very short, but it contained a huge amount of information. The sudden appearance of Long Qianzhang's granddaughter Long Yuqing, and Long Qianzhang saying he would never see Xin Chen return victorious again. No one can escape the rule of parting from life and death. At that time, Long Qianzhang already knew that his time was running out. At this moment, Zhang Baixue looked at the picture of Long Qianzhang with a nostalgic look and slowly spoke. "Wow!" As soon as this was said, the scene immediately erupted into a commotion. The audience was stunned, looking at Zhang Baixue with astonishment on their faces. "Ha!" The host Ice was also stunned, staring at the screen for a long time without saying a word. No wonder Long Qianzhang said that he had known for a long time that his time was running out. The direction of the live barrage also changed. Upon hearing this news, everyone was in a state of shock. In the current timeline, Long Qianzhang had long since passed away. Before this, few people knew that there was such a person in the War Department of Shenzhou. It was Xin Chen's memory that let the public know about this venerable old man. He was someone who had dedicated everything to the land of Shenzhou. In a sense, he was a totem of the War Department of Shenzhou, not Xin Chen, but Long Qianzhang. He personally experienced the darkest period in the history of Shenzhou. His blood was shed on every piece of land, leading the people of that era to unite and survive that time. He formulated the Dark Night Plan, which was the culprit for Xin Chen's fall from light to darkness. Or rather, from the moment he saved Xin Chen's future was already destined. However, for the sake of Shenzhou, for the country, he prepared himself to be resented and avenged by Xin Chen. He even prepared himself for death every day. When such an old man spoke of his limited time, everyone felt uneasy. Commander Long passed away peacefully. At that time, I returned to the country and met him, talked with him a lot, Zhang Baixue calmly said. Talking about the past glorious years, the Dragon Breath troops, the people and events of that year, talking about Xin Chen. He knew long ago that he didn't have much time left, but he wasn't sad. He accepted death calmly. If anything, he regretted not being able to apologize to Xin Chen from the bottom of his heart, regretted not taking off his military uniform in this lifetime and spending some time with Xin Chen as an ordinary person. Zhang Baixue's eyes turned red as she continued, her voice slightly hoarse. Commander Long's son passed away a long time ago. He said he regarded Xin Chen as his own son, but as a father, he was very irresponsible. Sometimes he wonders if things would have been different if he hadn't led Xin Chen down that path. The scene fell silent, only Zhang Baixue's calm voice was heard. She wasn't talkative, but whenever she mentioned the people from the War Department, she always had a lot to say, as if she was saying all the words she hadn't had the chance to say before. Ah, heroes grow old, that's the most regrettable thing, but there's nothing we can do. Just as Miss Jiang said, no one can escape aging and death. What's going on? I suddenly feel a sense of sadness. What really touches people is the next line, wherever there are leaves flying, the fire will continue to burn. The barrage of comments continued. Everything happened so suddenly. Commander Long suddenly fell ill. It was completely unexpected. In a small room within the red walls, a woman stood quietly in front of the computer, watching the screen with tears streaming down her face. She held a photo in her arms, a photo of an old man and a little girl. Despite crying, she was smiling. She said, "Grandpa, I regret it. I regret not doing my homework that day, but instead eavesdropping outside the room and hearing the news of your illness, hearing what he said, the inheritance of the next generation, I grew up overnight." Tears fell on the frame, flowing down, and the old man in the photo was smiling kindly. Wherever there are leaves flying, the fire will continue to burn. Long Qianzhang repeated this sentence over and over, then looked up at Qin Chen. His cloudy eyes suddenly brightened. He smiled. "You're right, I'm too sentimental. There are still too many things in this world that I can't let go of. I don't want to leave. I want to wait until I've seen everything, then leave in peace. Among them, the thing I most want to see is you." Long Qianzhang lightly patted Qin Chen's thigh and said with a smile, "I've been diagnosed with late-stage cancer. The doctor said I only have a few days left. I asked the doctor if I could have a little more time, at least until you come back. I don't want to see you carry these accusations for the rest of your life after I'm gone. I won't rest in peace that way." Hearing this, Qin Chen smiled. He was very happy. Looking at Qin Chen's smile in the picture, everyone felt the urge to cry. It had been so long since he had smiled so purely. Everyone thought he had changed. Even he himself thought he had changed. In fact, he hadn't changed. It has always been the same. "Having you say this is enough." He smiled and looked at Long Qianzhang, saying, "This sentence has many meanings. When you die, I won't remember you, but someone will remember you and carry on with your will." After that, Qin Chen turned his head and looked towards the door. Behind the door, Long Yuqing had already cried early in the morning. She suppressed herself, trying not to let her crying sound come out. Finally, she couldn't hold it in and ran out of the courtyard. She ran very fast, faster than she had ever run in her life. Grandpa had told her that a soldier's child cannot cry. Whenever you feel like crying, just go for a run. That way, your tears will dissipate in the wind. "How are you doing?" Long Qianzhang smiled and asked Qin Chen. Qin Chen shook his head. "I am already dead." "Dead?" Long Qianzhang was very surprised. "Yes, dead," Qin Chen answered very seriously. "On the other side, there is no longer a person named Qin Chen. He died in the explosion long ago. Qin Chen is dead." When this sentence was spoken, the whole audience was shocked. Even Long Qianzhang was taken aback. If Qin Chen was dead, then who was the person sitting in front of him and talking to him? Then, Qin Chen told Long Qianzhang the whole process. The broken memory scenes also appeared on the screen. The audience once again saw the scene of the King of Terror, the mercenary, bombing the deserted island from all directions. But this time, they saw Qin Chen's figure. He was engulfed by flames. When the smoke cleared, a charred corpse floated on the sea. The Violets sent to search and rescue came to salvage it. When they detected Qin Chen's genes in the body, the Violets fell silent. Her face turned pitch black, and although the specific features couldn't be seen, everyone could feel a chilling aura emanating from her. Qin Chen was confirmed dead. But after the Violets and their team left, another figure appeared. It was Qin Chen. He floated in the sea like a ghost, coldly watching them depart. In the live broadcast room, a storm had already been stirred up. "My God, Qin Chen actually staged his own death. He's amazing, isn't he? How did he do it?" The barrage of comments was full of discussion. Everyone was stunned and found it unbelievable. After all, faking one's death is not something that can be easily accomplished in modern times. There are many ways to prove a person's identity, and even DNA can be used for comparison. But Qin Chen managed to deceive the demons, which was truly incredible. Nix can have someone else die in his place, so naturally, Qin Chen can do it even more seamlessly. "This is not a problem for him," Jiang Baishui said calmly. Although this was the case, everyone still felt shocked, as if they were dreaming. In the scene, Long Qianzhang was also shocked. "You." He couldn't find the words to say to Qin Chen. Although there were still faint traces of burns on Qin Chen's body, he smiled faintly. "Since I have to act as an undercover agent, I have to do it thoroughly. The higher-ups of the demons have already begun to suspect me, but they have no evidence. With their personalities, they will definitely hold on to me. Since that's the case, I might as well go all out and let the Qin Chen they fear so much die. People are forgetful. Who would bother to remember a dead person?" Qin Chen spoke in a relaxed tone, but the audience knew the perilousness of his situation. Any slight mistake could lead to irreparable consequences. "You went to such lengths to avoid exposing your identity." Long Qianzhang looked at Qin Chen in utter amazement, his eyes trembling, and continued to ask, "But you are already dead, so doesn't the plan come to an end?" "It won't end." Qin Chen replied firmly, "Qin Chen is dead, but I can infiltrate under a different identity. Unless I die, the plan won't stop. Unless I die, the plan won't end." As they listened to Qin Chen's resolute words, the audience was stunned. His gaze was still so firm, sparking with determination. He carried a lot on his shoulders. How many people died because of this plan? his foster father, Qin Jianfeng, his daughter, Sigui, his elder brother, Li Hao, and many others. Many people sacrificed. He had to carry on with their lives until the mission was completed. Otherwise, he would be ashamed of everyone, and after death, he would have no face to meet them in hell. He still hasn't betrayed, and he won't in the future. Tears flowed from the crowd, and someone said uncontrollably. This scene moved everyone. However, more people did not waver because of this scene. It's still the same. When we see the last scene, we can't be sure if it's good or bad. He has made many contributions to the land of Shenzhou, but at the same time, he has also harmed many. Merit cannot offset sin. The debate continued. This is a topic that can never be fully debated. Merit is real, and so are sin and blood. Before the memories of the program were all played out, no one could believe it 100%. However, this did not prevent Long Qianzhang from being moved at this moment. He looked at the man in front of him and saw the young man who was full of ambition and vitality. He sighed with emotion. By doing this, I will feel even more guilty. No need to feel guilty. I have nothing more to lose. Only one thing left. I would rather die than see her die. Qin Shen stood up and said to Long Qianzhang, "Can you leave with peace of mind now?" Their eyes met, and the two looked at each other. Long Qianzhang nodded with a smile. "I can leave with peace of mind." At some point, in the midst of gunfire, in the darkest era, he carried the entire country on his shoulders. Decades later, he saved a boy who had lost his parents. The torch of inheritance across generations was passed on at this moment. Even if he lost everything, even if he endured humiliation and hardship, he had to persevere in the darkness. Qin Chen laughed. Long Qianzhang saw him off. Even though he was unsteady on his feet, even though his body was old, he still stood quietly in the cold wind, watching Qin Chen's figure go far away. Qin Chen's memory had already disappeared, but the memory of Yuningshu appeared in Long Qianzhang's mind. She had come to visit Long Qianzhang. Yuningshu's journey to join the army began with Long Qianzhang's recommendation. It could be said that Long Qianzhang had shown her favor. Later, it was also him who took notice of Yuningshu and transferred her to the Blood Red Thorns unit, which led to the present Yuningshu. When she saw Long Qianzhang standing outside like this, she was puzzled for a moment, then immediately went up to him. "Commander Long, you're not feeling well. Why are you standing outside instead of staying in the house?" Long Qianzhang did not respond and continued to stand there. "Commander Long, what are you looking at?" Still no response. Although Yuningshu felt strange, she didn't say anything and just took out a bag. "I came in a hurry this time and didn't bring any decent gifts. These are your favorite snacks, Commander Long." Seeing that there was still no response, Yuningshu looked up. In the biting cold wind, Long Qianzhang had already closed his eyes and stood motionless. As the wind grew stronger, Long Qianzhang's body was blown over. "Commander Long." Yuningshu hurriedly supported him, her face turning pale in an instant. She reached out to his nose and found no breath. Yuningshu's pupils shrank to a point. "Commander Long." Amidst the howling wind, only Yuningshu held onto Long Qianzhang's still warm body and cried out in grief. The scene shifted, and it was a funeral. The memorial photo in front of Long Qianzhang was being taken to the Babao Public Cemetery. In front of Long Qianzhang's grave, there was an inscription, "The founding merit of Marshal Long Qianzhang, who passed away 6 years ago today at the age of 92. He is worthy of the heavens and the earth, and his legacy will last forever. He has the gratitude of 1,000 feet in Shenzhou and is a national hero." The host Bing Bing looked up at the memory image playing on the screen at the moment, and spoke with a heavy voice. "Commander Long Qianzhang, he dedicated his entire life to Shenzhou, participating in or commanding a total of more than 500 battles against oppression, among the earliest group of people to resist oppression." As Bing Bing spoke, the audience at the scene also fixed their gaze on the memorial image of Long Qianzhang. It's not known who stood up first, but all the audience stood up, paying their respects. The barrage in the live broadcast room was filled with Long Lao, rest in peace. In fact, except for some people in the military, very few people knew of Long Qianzhang's existence. But now, with the exposure of Qin Chen's memory image, people gradually came to know this legendary old man. He was stern, yet kind, and the architect of the undercover night plan. He left an indelible impression in people's hearts. At this moment, many people felt a surge of sadness and silently mourned in their hearts. In the image, Long Qianzhang's funeral was taking place. Cai Gongmin, Shi Longwei, and other high-ranking military officials all came, dressed in unified black, with a flower needle embroidered on their chests, standing in front of the grave in silent mourning. Among them, people saw the figure of Yuningshu. She also came. When Long Qianzhang passed away, she was the first to find out. At that time, she cried bitterly. But at Long Qianzhang's funeral, she was calm, just silently closing her eyes. "Hey, look behind you, who do you see?" Suddenly, a member of the audience at the scene pointed at the screen and exclaimed, and everyone fixed their gaze on it. They really saw a familiar figure. "It's Qin Chen. Commander Long's funeral, he will definitely come to attend, to send him off on his final journey. But he still dares not show himself, afraid to see Miss Yun." It could be seen that in a corner of the funeral, Qin Chen stood quietly, gazing ahead. The funeral was presided over by Cai Gongmin, who opened a crumpled piece of paper. On the eve of the old commander's funeral, someone anonymously sent a letter, which contained the will written by the old commander before his death. Although we don't know who the sender is, it must be someone the old commander trusted. Then he began to read, "A person's life is very long, and I also know the age when one knows one's destiny. The old friends sent by heaven have come to take me away. But there are still some things I can't let go of, perhaps, I will never be able to let go in my lifetime. First, my granddaughter, I'm afraid she won't turn out well when she grows up, but with Gongmin and the others taking care of her, she won't go astray. Second, I owe someone an apology, I can't say who this person is, this is the most right and wrong thing I've done in my life, I will take him to hell to have a look. I have a secret, after I die, this secret will never be able to be revealed again. I hope that in the future after my death, someone will discover this secret and make it public, it can be considered as fulfilling a dream for me, Long Qinjiang. People die and turn to ashes, many soldiers with greater achievements and more enemies killed than me have passed away, I'm just lucky to have lived until today, fortunate to witness the current strength of Shenzhou. Don't grieve, don't miss, I want to have a good chat with my comrades, Long Qinjiang's final words. After Kai Gongmin finished reading, he took a deep breath, his eyes slightly moist. There was an element of mourning for Long Qinjiang, as well as another layer of meaning. He knew the secret that couldn't be spoken, and he also knew who Long Qinjiang owed in his lifetime. When the undercover night plan was first proposed, Kai Gongmin was also present. Naturally, he knew who Long Qinjiang was referring to, and not being able to see the day when Qin Chen returned triumphantly was his lifelong regret. Kai Gongmin knew that the audience watching now also knew. At this moment, tears were streaming down their faces. One important person after another has left Qin Chen's side. The former mentor, the leader on the military road, Commander Long has also left. In the future, he will walk the road alone. How lonely will that be? Unrecognized by the world, bearing the stigma of treason, falling into the depths of despair. How many people can persevere and climb back up? Even if he climbs back up, so what? Everything has changed, no one knows him, and no one understands him. Even if he returns, he will still be seen as a traitor. Ah! Long Qinjiang's death added a touch of oppression to the already somber scene. People had already begun to imagine how difficult Qin Chen's future path would be. Looking around, there were no relatives, no loved ones, only walking alone. How long could he endure? Perhaps he would end up as an empty shell, drifting aimlessly. The scene fell silent, with only faint sounds of weeping. Bang! Suddenly, the door to the set was forcefully pushed open. A figure rushed in, panting heavily. Since it was a live broadcast, not only the people on set, but also the online viewers, could see who the intruder was. It was a tall woman. Her features were exquisite, with a delicate and fair oval face, and a resemblance of about 70 to 80% to the late Long Qinjiang. Miss, who are you? Host Bing Bing looked at the intruder in astonishment. I am Long Yuqing, the woman said in a deep voice. Long Yuqing? The girl from Qin Chen's memory? She is the granddaughter of Chief Long. People change a lot as they grow up. She was so small in the memory, and now she's so beautiful? The barrage in the live chat room was filled with discussions. All right, Miss Long, we are in the middle of a live broadcast. Do you have something to say? After realizing who had entered, Bing Bing wiped the sweat from her forehead and politely asked. Dozens of pairs of eyes in the room were also fixed on Long Yuqing. Her eyes were red, indicating that she had just cried, and she was panting heavily, having exerted a great deal of effort to get here. She walked straight to the set, took a deep breath, and looked at the screen, saying, I have only one purpose in coming here, to express my opinion. Long Yuqing scanned the entire room and continued, the program has been on for a long time, but no one has spoken up. I'm sure you have already made a judgment. Qin Chen, is he really a traitor? Does he deserve to die? Well, for a moment, everyone looked at each other. There was also silence online. In the past, they would have undoubtedly answered without hesitation that Qin Chen deserved to die, and even cursed him and his family. But now, after seeing the memory, all they felt was moved, touched, and they couldn't help but doubt themselves. Who was right? Who was wrong? Or perhaps, there was no right or wrong in this matter. There were only a group of people with different beliefs. Qin Chen was an undercover agent, but would he really betray them? Until the very end, no one could be sure. Then I'll go first. Long Yuqing's voice rose, trembling. Here, I face the entire internet to express my own opinion. I support Qin Chen. He is innocent. Long Yuqing's resounding voice echoed throughout the entire set, creating reverberations. The audience and the barrage were all stunned. Everyone looked at Long Yuqing on stage with an incredulous gaze. Her eyes were so bright, her posture so upright, exuding an air of authority without anger. The reason for everyone's shock was simple. Long Yuqing was the first to publicly come out in support of Qin Chen. She even declared that Qin Chen was innocent. This was unprecedented in the past few hours. No one had forgotten the events leading up to the release of Qin Chen's memory. When Qin Chen was first brought back to the country by Yuning Chu, he was to be executed immediately. It was Yuning Chu who had requested the release of the memory, which led to the current program. The audience's gaze followed Qin Chen's life all the way, witnessing how the once destitute youth gradually joined the military and became the guardian of the land of Shenzhou, the 5-star commander. There is blood, there are tears, there are regrets, and there is love. One by one, flesh and blood characters are presented before our eyes, making it unforgettable. Watching this process, people once doubted whether this was really the past of Qin Shen, the traitor who deserved the harshest punishment. He once had eyes that shone with light, and a smile so brilliant, filled with efforts for the prosperity and future of the motherland and the nation. Two completely different people, presented right before our eyes. What causes people to feel this way is the inherent self-deception. When someone tells them their position is wrong, their subconscious believes they are right. This is stubbornness, it is obstinacy. In the face of real evidence, it is so ridiculous, yet also helpless. Finally, the course of life brings the scene that people most want to see, and also most hate: betrayal. Qin Shen betrayed. People couldn't hold back, the prepared curses and attacks ready to explode online, but the displayed scene made them silent. How to choose between family and country, to prioritize family first, or country first? This eternal, unanswerable ultimate dilemma is placed before them. 1,000 people have 1,000 Hamlets. In the hearts of 1,000 people, there are 1,000 Qin Shens. Some think he deserves to die, some think he doesn't deserve to die. The debate continues. This is the nature of sentient beings, the Rashomon gate. But no matter what, when they see Qin Shen's child, a 5-year-old girl, being so persecuted by the authorities, people fall silent. All the prepared insults are swallowed back. Qin Shen defended his family and country, shedding blood and tears on the battlefield, while his wife and daughter were insulted and in danger. If it were them, would they betray? They would, and without hesitation. The 5-star general has fallen. Years of military service, years of faith, all turned into a cry of injustice for his wife and daughter. He stepped down from the altar. There is a saying, only those who abandon everything are qualified to embrace death. Qin Shen did it. He abandoned everything. The former 5-star general, like a beautiful dream,